to let us relive what happened in the NBA Finals, I might do that. I might do that for the postseason. But I am going to do a regular season one for the NFTs, I believe. That'll eventually come through. All right, that's going to do it for me. I've gone way over time here. Bonte Hill.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
The high drive, right center field. Harris back at the wall. It is gone into the Braves bullpen. And the World Series hero back in Atlanta. His 15th home run of the year. 9-7 Giants.
Well, that'll certainly help, huh?
That'll help.
Our guy Dave Fleming, he'll join the show later today. He's on the call for NBC Sports Bay Area alongside Javi Lopez and Jock Peterson with his 15th home run down in the ATL, where he helped them win the World Championship a season ago. And the Giants win a wild one in the ATL, 12-10. We'll start to ramp up slowly with baseball. We got the NBA draft tomorrow. A lot of Warriors content, off-season priorities for them, especially with their own players, in-house Otto Porter Jr., Gary Payton II, and Kevon Looney. We'll get to all that stuff and much, much more here on the Morning Roast on a Wednesday. Wait, is it Wednesday? Yeah, it is Wednesday. I lost track of the days. Shasky, as I say, good morning to everybody out there on the roadways, getting ready for work, getting off your graveyard shifts. Good morning to YouTube, our folks at Twitch, the Xfinity Mobile text line, Langford, Lubman, and you, Joe Shasky. Let's start with the Giants.
Did you feel that last night?
Feel what?
The seismic shift on Twitter from everybody going straight from Warriors parade content right to Giants baseball.
I'm slowly ramping up my tweets when it comes to the Giants. There was one tweet for me, unreal, and that was that. That was that. But I was locked in.
That's a profound statement.
That's a profound statement. But what was when Tyrone Estrada dropped that little grounded Longoria, and he just dropped it.
For those that maybe haven't been paying attention as closely as I have, because I've been doing the podcast, look, not every day are we going to sit here and jam Giants baseball down your throat when it's not the main topic. We're obviously going to get into the Warriors and free agency, and the draft is coming around the corner. There's a lot to get into in the NBA in general. The Kyrie Irving, Anthony Davis situation.
Bradley Beal.
But let's start here with the Giants. If you're looking for Giants content, we do have a podcast, me and Mark Willard. It's called Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. You can find it anywhere that you find podcasts. And I would say there are three kind of storylines that are carrying the Giants right now if you haven't been paying attention. Number one, this guy, Luis Gonzalez, is a Rookie of the Year candidate. Yes, he's 26 years old. He's not conventional. But if it was 1991, Bonte, how geeked would we be over someone like Luis Gonzalez developing?
Batting .302 right now. He's showing a little power. The arm's getting better in the outfield. He looks like a staple. And he saw a lot of pitches yesterday. That was the thing. He set the tone, I thought, in that first inning by working Strider into a full count. He's just seeing pitch after pitch after pitch. So I like this Gonzo kid.
He's a very balanced hitter. He can hit with two strikes. He can put the ball away. He can bring it in. Yep. His spray chart is beautiful. It's like old school baseball. You know what I mean? A guy who can really hit from all sides. The other storyline, Thairo Estrada, okay, the second baseman. This guy has played a little bit of shortstop because of Crawford's absences over the first couple of months. He's been an absolute gem of a find. If you look at all the statistical categories, he's right there at the top of all of them. He's played probably the most amount of games in a Giants uniform this year. And people are losing their minds about that throw from Longoria over to Estrada. He was like in the shift, so he was playing shortstop, but it looked more like a second baseman coming over to cover second. He just dropped the ball.
Yeah,
but his defense isn't as bad as people think it is.
It's not as bad. That was a play. Now
you got to make that play.
You got to make that play.
And then
they got lucky.
Crazy play on the very next play.
They got lucky, and then later on in the next inning, I think Acuna Jr. swung at the first pitch.
He's a stud.
Where I'm like, he is a stud. I mean, they got nothing but studs on the Braves, but they bailed him out. I think Matt Olson on that play, the Longoria swung at the first pitch, so they were a little impatient there. You got to clean that up just a little bit.
Yep.
Let me ask you this. I know you got another thing here.
I've got plenty of them. No, it's just like this team's defense has been terrible all year. Right. That was kind of a staple of what made them good last year.
It's a difference.
It's a big difference. The bullpen's been better as of late, but some of the roles aren't as clearly defined as they were the year before, and they don't have the starting pitching that they had years before. Another guy under the radar having a monster year. If you just look at like who leads this team in categories, most are going to say Jock Peterson. They're not wrong.
What about Wilmer Flores? Just look at all the stats. He's at the top of everything. Batting average, runs driven in, home runs, RBIs, you name it. This guy's at the top of those categories.
Big knock
so it's
yesterday.
a very weird team this year.
Big knock yesterday for him. 0-2 count in the ninth inning to give them that insurance runs, because then the Braves scored 2 runs in the ninth inning. You don't get those 2 runs. You're going to extras, and it's like, who do we go to in the bullpen? 0-2 count, Flores goes the other way. I'm not mad at him. 37 RBIs, 8 home runs. Look, he's been steady since he's been with the Giants. It's not great, but he's not bad.
No, he's been solid.
And you can play him in multiple spots. You want to play him at second, you want to play him at first, you want to play him at third. I'll take that.
He's been better than Evan Longoria.
No doubt.
Let's just call it what it is.
No doubt.
And then, like, the other little kind of the starting pitching has just evaporated. We'll get into DeSclafani at some point. Ninth inning, Camilo Duvall. Tyler Rogers is not the same player. But him and McGee have kind of flipped roles for me. It feels like McGee is back, even though the ERA doesn't show it. He's been so much better as of late. And Tyler Rogers has faded. Like they're kind of like 2 trains going in different directions.
Tyler Rogers, where is he at right now with the ERA? He's over 5, I believe, with the ERA. He's been struggling right now. You brought up Duvall.
Yes.
All right. I had a problem with him pitching yesterday. I get it. He's warming up in the bullpen. They scored the extra runs in the top of the ninth inning to make it 12-8. He pitched Monday night. He pitched Saturday. All right, so he's going to pitch for the second straight night. 4-run game. I would have had somebody ready to roll on the side of him just in case that lead increased to save him for possibly today, to save him for Thursday maybe. He's pitching a lot right now. Back-to-back Friday, Saturday in Pittsburgh, day off. Then he's pitching Monday, Tuesday. He blew it on Monday. These are high-stress innings for the young man. I'm a little concerned about him. I am.
It's fair. And if you looked at, like, before I get to, like, my thoughts on Camilo, last night, he broke his chain, threw his glove, gave up a 2-run home run, but he got the victory, right? He got the hold, right? Now, he needs these situations. We've talked so much. His heart rate doesn't go up when guys are on base. His heart rate when he's pitching. And yesterday, he finally showed signs of vulnerability emotionally, which was very unique from him.
The whole heart rate thing.
It's overrated.
Yeah. How did we know? How did we know?
Well, because they've done some sort of data with his heartbeat and stuff.
Do they do it during the ninth inning?
Well, that's what they claim. I mean, I don't.
Are we monitoring the heart rate when 2 runners are on in a 1-word game in the bottom of the ninth inning?
How about Jonathan Papelbon when he was at his apex? Was that guy huffing and puffing like a psychopath?
Like a psycho.
But you know what? He was
got
good.
the job done.
Exactly.
He got the job
there's
done.
many ways to get it done. I don't really care about the heartbeat thing. I think that's like a narrative that we write about in media. I don't know if that necessarily is tangible.
Let me ask you overall, because
Camilo's been good, though.
No, he's been solid.
He's been really good. And this is the development of a 23-year-old.
No, 2.7 ERA. He's been muddy. He's actually been their most steady bullpen arm, in my opinion, in high leverage situations. As we look at the Giants, and just they're 9 games over 500.
I've been waiting for this conversation for like 3 months.
Why?
Your boys I'm armed with Giants hot takes everywhere.
Well, no, I'm armed with them too.
I know. But I'm sorry. I'm like Rambo in the jungle. Come at me.
But they're 9 games over 500. Lubman's so happy right now, by the way. Oh, my
God.
He's so happy about the Giants content. He calls me yesterday.
I'm
I missed the call.
I'm going to nickname him Woody.
Dude. I missed his call yesterday, so I call him back because I'm winding down, and he's just ramboing takes left and right like it's Game 7 of the World Series. I'm like, dude, just relax.
Yeah, doing
We're going to get the Giants. We're okay. We're coming off a championship parade.
Yeah.
All right? Relax a little bit. But they're 9 games over 500. And the way they're talked about, you would think that they're 9 games under 500. With all the stuff, with all the injuries, Brandon Crawford's got to have an MRI on his knee. He may miss a couple games. Hell, he may miss a couple weeks. We have no idea.
That was ugly.
That could have
been a lot worse. He slid late.
Yeah, I don't even want to call it a slide.
I don't know what. You know what it was? It was like a softball player. Like, I don't really want to go to the ground. And then the next thing you know, he's sliding. And look, he's lucky he didn't rip his knee up.
Yep.
I mean,
no doubt.
He might be out I think he's going to be out for a couple of days. That's just me at minimum. But he's lucky he didn't rip his knee up and is out for the year.
Who are these Giants, though? Because they're 3.5 back of first place.
They're a bunch of nobodies.
They're 3.5 back of first place. The Dodgers are falling apart. Walker Buehler's out 6-8. Mookie Betts has a cracked rib. Bellinger and Muncy, they're struggling.
Muncy is batting like 165.
Yeah, I know. Muncy's struggling.
It's crazy.
Yeah, no doubt. But you know what? Trey Turner's carrying him.
Yeah.
Trey Turner went 4 for 5 yesterday.
Superstar.
It's just an absolute study. He's going to get paid.
Yeah. I would take him in a heartbeat.
You know what? We'll get to the offseason.
I would pay
We'll get
him
the Buster Odie. I think about it.
He's a
Trey
$200
Turner.
million winning player.
And you know what? I will pay for him.
And he could play second, short. He can play anywhere.
Dude, Trey Turner.
I love him.
Gosh.
And he's the kind of guy you could put in the 2 or the leadoff hole easily.
1, 2, or 3.
Yeah,
he's been batting third all season long for the Dodgers.
He's an amazing player, and he would be a great table setter for this organization.
Oh my gosh, Trey Turner.
I love him.
Still him for the Dodgers.
He's one of my favorite players.
That's unbelievable. But who are these Giants? Who are these Giants?
I think this is who the Giants are. They're a team that is somewhere between 8th and 11th in baseball right now. They're a team that's probably going to be overall.
Just not in the National League.
Power ranking. If I were to just pay, they're probably somewhere. They're either the second or third best team in the NL West right now. Because if you look at some of the power rankings, you got the Dodgers, Padres, and Giants as 3 of the top 8, 9, 10 teams in baseball, right? I look at the Mets and the Braves and I say those are 2 of the other top 10 teams in baseball. Giants have seen both of those teams now a couple of times. And then there's like kind of a drop off in the National League. Yeah, St. Louis is in there somewhere. But like Milwaukee's obviously in there somewhere. I think that the Giants are a playoff team. I'm not sure if their contender is currently constructed. Yeah. They've got 2 standout starting pitchers, and then you're praying. You know, remember it used to be Timmy, Kane, pray for rain. Remember that?
Oh, I do.
I feel like we're in the Webb Rodon. I have no idea what Alex Wood's going to give me, though he's been better as of late. And then I don't know. Like DeSclafani went 3 innings yesterday. He could have been yanked after 2.
Yeah, no, I didn't expect much from DeSclafani put in that spot against Atlanta, against that lineup. And he struggled. And he struggled all season long.
Yes.
Now, I want to get the Buster Odie because, look, Anthony DeSclafani, you just pray. You just pray for him right now. He's just, we know he can't pitch against the Dodgers. He gets rocked against them. So when can you play the guy? We all remember game 4 down at Dodger Stadium where he just scuffled through the first 2 innings. I mean, I don't even think he made it out the second. Not on a recall. He's just been awful since that point.
Yes. You asked me who they are, B. They're a 9-13 team in 1-run games.
It's not good.
It's just something that I was trying to like ponder last night. I saw that on the NBC broadcast, and I said to myself, man, why is that? Is it situational hitting, pitching?
But think about that. They won those games last year.
That is exactly where I'm going.
Lamont Wade Jr. was in the lineup.
Yes.
He hasn't played much this year. Mr. Ninth Inning, late night Lamont.
Yeah.
He hasn't played much this season.
Yeah, the bullpen roles were totally defined last year as they got down the stretch. Now, I know they ended up going with Doval in the 9th inning, but like, remember, it was Tyler Rogers in the 8th and McGee in the 9th for the majority of last year. They've gotten away from that.
They have. They certainly have. So Buster Odie wrote an article because we're going to get into the Warriors and their offseason and the NBA draft. And I had a thought driving by the Ferry Building today I want to throw to you. And why it's a good thing maybe for the Bay Area. But, you know, Buster Odie was writing about players and teams. And he wrote this about the Giants. You know, he was talking about the Giants and, you know, as Buster Posey has moved on and the Giants have gradually reduced their payroll and long-term obligations, so much so that the franchise only has 1 player under contract for 2024, and that is pitcher Anthony DeSclafani, who was owed $12 million that year. Maybe you move off of that, who knows? But the Giants have the wherewithal and financial power and flexibility to outbid all the other teams for Aaron Judge or any other player. Judge went to high school less than 100 miles from the Giants' Oracle Park, and maybe this will be a lure for him. It's also possible that high taxes in his home state could be a factor in his negotiations. Just as Barry Bonds once inspired a mountain of ticket sales in San Francisco, the Giants' leadership is undoubtedly well aware that Judge possesses that sort of star power to fill seats for a generation. And this is something we brought up when the Morning Roast was born. Aaron Judge. I need him in orange and black. So how do we get there? First of all, he's going to be a free agent at the end of the season. I'm giving him a blank check. This blank piece of paper, whatever number you want, Aaron Judge, let's start there. But how do you lure in Aaron Judge to San Francisco right now when you have all these players and you don't have a lot of commitments past 2024? Right now, I'm looking at the Washington Nationals, and I'm saying, how do I get Juan Soto? The Washington Nationals are 25-46. They're awful. They're 20.5 games behind the New York Mets. And Juan Soto is not balling like that, but he's an exceptional baseball player. He's batting .215 this year, but he still has a 14 Jackson and 31 RBI. Right now, knowing that I can't count on Joey Bart, I don't know if I can count on Luciano, I don't know if I can count on Ramos, I am flipping my farm to go get Juan Soto. That's step one in alluring Aaron Judge. And you brought up Trey Turner? Well, man, make it a blockbuster then.
Look, it's easy to say, go get this guy, that guy, that guy. The reality is, and I saw this with Kansas City last week. You and I kind of watched that series with a keen eye because of Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah.
Everybody agrees. He's one of the best players, like in terms of coming up prospects. One of the most coveted prospects out right now.
Yep.
There's a bunch of guys around the league that are very exciting. Rodriguez
3
in
for 5
Seattle
last night, Bobby Witt Jr.
You know, Rodriguez in Seattle's killing it right
Had
now.
another home run last night.
He's an awesome player. He's so exciting. He steals bases. He does everything. The kid in Pittsburgh right now, O'Neal Cruz. Everybody's enamored with him. Bobby Witt Jr. is as talented as all of those guys.
Yep.
But what I noticed in that Kansas City series, one superstar prospect does not change an organization.
Nope.
Baseball's so hard. You need a full pitching staff. You got to have 7 other position players every single day. So I don't think Aaron Judge, Bonte, is the savior of all saviors to kind of ignite everything. And I don't think that's what you're saying.
No,
but it's
definitely
a hell
not
of a
saying.
start. It's a
I'm
hell
saying,
of a start.
but you have to start now.
Exactly.
You have to start now by getting Soto. So when Judge does hit free agency and he's looking at the Giants and he's saying, can I win in the NL West with that team? Well, Juan Soto's there.
Well, and
maybe Trey Turner comes in the package, or maybe Trey Turner goes back east. I have no idea. But it starts with Juan Soto. I think Farhan has to say, you know what? We may not win it all this year, but I'm looking at the future right now, and I'm trying to develop this farm.
Yeah.
I got to go get Juan Soto. I need a table setter. Juan Soto's only, how old is he?
23.
23 years old. He turns 24 in October.
Yeah, he is basically, his numbers for his first 3 seasons mirror Ted Williams.
Right.
I don't say that lightly. You
No,
know what I mean?
Ted
Williams is The Art of Hitting is one of the greatest books of all time. Ted Williams is a legend, an American hero, and a war veteran, and he's incredible. Here's the thing though about the Juan Soto. His value is depreciated as low as a Juan Soto value can be because he's having kind of a down year. He's under arbitration control for the next couple of years.
And hold on, and he does struggle in the outfield.
Yeah,
defensively,
but
he's a
got
liability.
The DH now.
No doubt.
I mean, you're not back in the era where you didn't have the DH in your back pocket. And eventually, I think you can figure it out. You could throw him in left field. You can be fine. Look, I watched 50-year-old Barry Bonds play left field effortlessly. Have you seen Darren Ruff out there?
I have.
I mean, have you seen? I love Jock. Have you seen Jock waddle around out there?
I have. It's always an adventure.
So where I'm going at with this is I would love to have him. And when I look at my prospects that I've got right now, Elliot Ramos, Luciano, all these guys, I am praying to God they're even as close to as good as what Juan Soto is one day.
So I'm flipping them. There's not one. Basically, I'm saying all that to say is there's not one prospect in this farm system I deem untouchable.
Which is a fair assessment.
So what is it going to cost for a Juan Soto? Because that's the first step into luring Aaron Judge back home. And I've been on this Aaron Judge thing for over a year and a half now. The Yankees are going to let him go to free agency. They basically broke off all talk saying, I'm not talking to you guys during the season. And the Yankees right now are rolling.
Yeah.
They are rolling
They're
right
the number
now.
one team in baseball.
And this price point is going up and up and up. But the Giants, they also not only have to compete in the NL West, Jasky, they kind of have to compete in their own backyard.
Yeah, with the Niners and the Warriors.
Because you look at the stars of the Golden State Warriors, Jonathan Kuminga's a bigger star than anybody on the Giants right now.
There's no doubt about it. You were talking about Aaron Judge. Bonte, Aaron Judge is a guy who I think you can build an entire marketing campaign around. The all rise Aaron Judge stuff.
Come on. You don't think Larry Bear?
He's on pace to break 200 home runs right now this year, and he's 30 years old. He's a guy, if things go well and you put him in the right lineup, he's a guy that one day could be on the brink of cracking 500 home runs.
Wow.
Now, I know the era of 600, 700 home runs, the steroid era kind of diluted the numbers. 500 home runs means something to me. He's a guy that if you would have said in the 1980s, this guy has an opportunity to hit 500 home runs, you'd be drooling all over yourself as a marketing campaign committee member trying to get that guy on your team.
So he had 39 home runs last year and 98 RBIs. Right now he has 25 home runs and 50 RBIs.
Yeah, he's having a monster.
He's having a monster. The last 2 years have been really good.
And he's hitting against lefties, and he's a right-handed power bat, which is what the Giants really don't have.
They need that.
They got a bunch of lefty hitters. They don't have a lot of righty hitters. And the thing is, his splits aren't great against righties, but against lefties. It's better than what they've got currently. That's the flaw that they have right now.
So I think Larry Bear is sitting here saying, I need to get a dude.
Yes.
And I may need to get a couple dudes. You pair Judge with Soto. Soto turns 24 in October. Judge is 30 right now. You can have those guys for the next 5 years.
Well, and the reality is, as much as I love both those outfielders to acquire because of the star potential, outfield might be the area that they're most loaded, and that's the complicated thing. Like in terms of their farm, in terms of their current makeup. Look, I'm trading Yastrzemski for Juan Soto and these guys all day. I'm not trying to say that I'm keeping them. What I'm saying is that that's not their number one need. So I don't know if they operate like that. Right now, their number one need to me is catcher. So I think they need a veteran catcher. Wilson Contreras is a guy who can be available. He's going to be a free agent. Yeah, he's got your Chris Bryant written all over it, a rental.
We need some swag, baby. That's right, JW on YouTube. We need some swag with some Cuban links, baby. Go get Soto. Go get Judge. I'm gonna keep saying that. I've been saying it since the offseason. Go get those two dudes. It's time. It's time, but you got to start with Juan Soto.
Well, look at what the Padres did when they kind of upstarted their thing, signing Manny Machado. Don't you feel like they're in such a better spot after adding Machado? Everything else fits better.
Everything else fits better. Right now, I don't know what fits with the Giants.
I know. He opts out after 2023.
Oh,
Machado. Ooh. I love Machado. He's won me over. He's a baller.
He's won you. I know, because you were down on Machado.
Yeah, well,
you were very down on Machado.
I watched him a lot in the AL.
Dude, I've always loved him. I've always loved him, man. I was petrified when he became a Dodger. By the way, what's coming up on the game brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Your phone calls, Rocky, will get you on the other side on how the Giants can recruit Aaron Judge to the Bay. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Plus, Fleming and D. Wright today. D. Wright at 8 o'clock. Fleming at 8:30. We'll talk some more Giants with him. Also, we have the Steve Kerr replay coming up at 7:20. Steve Kerr said a lot of great things yesterday with Damon Ratto. So BMW Fairfield now opening at Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Crick with BetQL.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
This segment is presented by Golden State Lumber. Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com today. We have the Steve Kerr replay at 7:20. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, your championship team. The Golden State Warriors winning 4 titles in the last 8 years. We'll replay that at 7:20. He was on with Damon Ratto. It was really, really good. We'll react to that as well. Darrell Wright for the last time this season at 8 o'clock. Of course, we'll pick his brain in the summertime, but for now, this will be the last time before he goes on vacation. And of course, Dave Fleming, as he joins us every single week. He'll join us at 8:30 today, and then he'll be back on Mondays moving forward here on the Morning Roast. Let's go to Rocco real quick, Shasky. Rocky in San Francisco. What's up, Rocky?
What's up? Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
I do have a cousin, Rocco, back in Philly, and he's got more hair on his back than my carpet in my living room.
It's good knowledge.
Yeah,
it's good to know.
I got to wait for you guys to go get Aaron Judge. I think the way the Giants can go get him is, just send Steph, Clay, Dre, and Andre on a plane out to the East Coast, recruit him like we did Durant.
I mean, seriously, the Hamptons 5, just go over there and just drop the rings and tell him to come out here. He would be a star out here that they desperately need. I mean, think about it. Like, since Lincecum, have they had a guy who oozes rock star?
No, not even close.
I mean, as great as Mad Bum was, I never considered him a quote-unquote star. He might have been locally, but I don't think he was a quote-unquote star around the bigs. Like, even Buster Posey, locally, huge. Star?
No, hasn't been close. Hasn't been close. So
he would fit in too if the Warriors went out to recruit him at 6'7". He would be towering over a few of those
play
guys.
Small forward.
Hey, the big guy is back.
Yeah, are we recruiting him to the Giants or the Warriors going to try and recruit him?
3D guy.
Look how excited Lubman is.
Love it's too much.
He's so excited.
He's so excited we're talking baseball.
Well, so
he want to talk baseball during Game 6 of the finals. I know you don't care, but the Giants did this. Dude, nobody cares.
Big day from Tyler Estrada, man. We got to talk about it.
Relax. Go ahead, Shasky.
We had Farhan. Mark Willard booked Farhan for our Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast, which you can find anywhere that you find podcasts if you're looking for Giants content on a day that maybe the radio station isn't really talking about Giants content. And Farhan said some very interesting things. Some things I agree with philosophically. Some things I just think are kind of BS. And that's just not how you can run a business. And I understand this is about winning. It's also about entertainment. It's also a business on some level. Like, I look at the Golden State Warriors. Yes, part of what makes them incredible is the winning, but also the emotional connection to the players. I look at some of the other teams that are around, just in general, around baseball. Look at the A's. The A's have had more regular season success in the last 20 years than the Giants.
No doubt.
And people say that out loud. They're like, no. Yes, they have. The A's have had significantly more regular season success than the Giants. What sets them apart? Retention of players we care about. Right? And there is a depreciating effect it has on your fan base when you have people coming and going wearing laundry that I am not emotionally connected to. Right? It's a fact. So I'm listening to this quote. He's talking about jamming up the roster with stars and things like that. I've never heard anyone talk like this. And philosophically, I understand
let's play
where
it.
he's coming from.
Let's
listen to it.
We just don't like to totally jam up the roster and prevent a guy like Luis Gonzalez from getting the opportunity. And I guess to some degree, we've been fortunate pulling, rabbits out of hats on some of these guys. And 2019, it was Yaz. In 2020, a couple of guys, Darren Ruff, really came on in 2020. Last year was Lamont Wade, and this year we have Luis Gonzalez. And, those opportunities aren't created if you go out and sign a bunch of free agents and you just have no wiggle room on your roster. So I get where there are times we bring up a player and the questions are, who is this guy and why don't we have more familiar names? But those are the guys who become the familiar names and have a chance to be here for a long time.
No, those are the guys who don't help you win championships. Those names aren't familiar. Lamont Wade Jr., his Q rating is at an all-time low right now with San Francisco. There's no Lamont Wade Jr. jerseys out there on the streets. There's no Darren Ruff jerseys on the streets. There's no Mike Yastrzemski jerseys on the streets. Yeah, you want to give those guys an opportunity? We'll find ABs for them. But you need some staying power. You need guys who can play in the lineup every single night. These guys that he's talking about, Darren Ruff, I'm sorry, on the championship team, he's not an everyday player. I'm sorry, he's not an everyday player.
He's a role player.
Luis Gonzalez on the championship team, he's not an everyday player.
I'm holding reservations.
He's not an everyday player, Shafsky.
We'll see.
Come on.
We'll see.
He's not an everyday player.
I didn't think of that about, look, to be fair,
He's a fourth outfielder.
I didn't think that about Max Muncy. I didn't think about Justin Turner years ago. And these guys have had 5-year runs.
Will Gonzalez start on the Braves?
No, but that's a very unique situation.
All right. Would he start on the Dodgers?
No, they're loaded.
All right. Would he start on the Padres?
I think he would.
For who?
I don't know. I think he would find a spot. I think he would find a spot.
Fourth outfielder. He'll be a platoon guy.
I don't know. I think So philosophically, I understand where he's coming from. You want to leave open spots and have it. See, to me, the Thairo Estradas are those acquisitions, like one spot of the 7 or 8 everyday lineup spots.
Can't have a lineup full of guys.
No, but that's
like
where
that.
These stories are organically going to present themselves. Like, for example, Brandon Belt. All right, every single year we do this thing with Brandon Belt. He had a great year last year, 29 home runs, awesome year. He's never going to put together a full season. So he's never going to be healthy anymore. Stop re-signing him on these 1-year deals and thinking that you're going to squeeze the lemon. The lemon has been squeezed. We are at the rind stage.
To me, it sounds like Farhan doesn't give a damn what the fans think. He's going to do what he wants to do. I guarantee you the fans are tired of the platooning. The lineup yesterday, I'm just like, I don't know who's batting third, I don't know who's batting 6. Every day is something different. Jock Peterson's in there. Sometimes he's batting leadoff.
How many
sometimes
Giants
batting
fans
third.
know that Estrada's had a great year?
Not many. Not many.
See, he's an exciting player.
And I don't even know if it's a great year.
You know, he's a low-key Willie
It's been a solid
nominee.
season. It's been a solid season. Great? I don't know. I don't throw around great loosely.
I look at like what he did with Jock Peterson, right? He sat there on free agency, $6 million for 1 year. He has been better than the guy everybody wanted who Philadelphia signed for a $100 million deal. That is a fact. What's the outfielder that you love?
Aaron Judge?
No, the Philadelphia guy, not Schwarber.
Nick Castellanos.
Nick Castellanos. If you look at the raw data, Jock Peterson has been better and more efficient than Nick Castellanos. Now, I know people are losing their minds and they want Castellanos. Jock's been better. Like, he's just been better. Now, he's right on that one. But there are other areas that this team could have gotten better over the last couple of years, and they decide to do things that I philosophically, as an organization and as a business, I kind of disagree with. But the winning is one element. They are winning. Are they winning at a high enough clip to keep your attention?
Yeah, I don't know. They're not. They're not. And it's tough. We're going to continue to talk about that. Plus, we'll get into the Warriors at 7 o'clock. Got some more sound from Farhan Zaidi on the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. I don't agree with that. You don't want to jam up the roster? Just one guy signed through 2024, and that's Anthony DeSclafani. So nobody's jammed up anymore.
No.
Now it's time to go out there and spin.
Exactly.
It's time to splurge.
And think about the Yastrzemski thing. He rose, he fell down, he's kind of in the middle right now. Lamont Wade Jr., amazing year last year, hurt. Played 10 games. Yeah. He's played 10 games this year.
10 games this year. It's been
You can't
MIA.
rely on that.
No, you cannot. Don't forget to be tuned in at 8 o'clock. Be tuned in at 8 o'clock, this morning for Pick Your Ticket. We'll be qualifying listeners to win tickets to a future Bay Area Panthers game. Be the fourth caller at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. and qualify to win tickets to either the Panthers July 9th or July 16th home contest. This is to qualify only, and you can still enter online at 957thegame.com. We'll continue to talk some Giants, and we'll get into the Warriors at 7 o'clock here on the Morning Roast.
Listen to Damon and Ratto with the Odyssey. Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Little Wu-Tang. Ooh, I like it. Shaolin Temple. Let's go. Let's go. Morning roast here on a Wednesday morning. We got the NBA draft tomorrow. Now, I'll explain why. You know, I'll say it right now before we get back into the Giants real quick, Shasky. As I was driving through by the Ferry Building, I was like, we're about to have another draft here in the Bay Area where we're not really, you know, we're sitting here like, remember the NFL draft? We barely talked about it.
I know.
Barely talked about it because the Niners didn't have a first-round pick. But they had got their first-round pick from the year before at Trey Lance.
Well, and
they were set.
And you had all the Debo smoke.
All the Debo smoke. Now you get to go to State Warriors coming off a championship. They held the 28th, 51st, and 55th pick. And it's like, we're not pressing now. The last two drafts, 2020, I should say, or 2021, those drafts were balls to the wall, right? Kuminga, Moody, Trey Lance. This year, it's like, we can care less about the NBA draft and the NFL draft. And you know what? That's a good thing. That means the teams are in contention to win big games. The Niners obviously making the AFC championship. The Warriors obviously winning the championship. And they have the future here. These are two straight drafts where we're just like, oh, ho-hum. Oh, it's just another draft.
Well,
it's a good feeling.
No, it's a great feeling. And then you juxtapose that with all this conversation we've had over the first hour, essentially. The Giants, their farm, which is through the draft and through international signing. Think of how much emphasis our fan base has put on the draft for the Giants.
So much. I mean, Joey Bart, Luciano.
I'm going to say something. I'm asking you out loud.
Beep, 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 beep.
If I asked you, and baseball's different because we don't know the players the way we do, is Joey Bart, I'm just asking this out loud. I'm not trying to condemn the guy. I still am holding out hope. At this point, is Joey Bart one of the biggest draft busts in Giants history? Because when people ask that question, who is the biggest Giants draft bust? Most pivot to Gary Brown.
Right.
What was he, like the 25th pick in the draft?
Yeah.
You know, Tony Torcato, was he like the 17th, 18th pick in the draft?
Torcato.
Remember him?
Oh, my God.
There was a guy, Matt White, they took in like 96 or 97.
Who was the pitcher? Was it Tim Alderson?
Tim Alderson, who they traded away for Sanchez.
Yep.
Right? Like Zach Wheeler, moving him for Carlos Beltran.
He's a stud now.
Stud. He's still like a losing pitcher overall in his career.
Didn't he win a Cy Young, though?
Oh, he was awesome. He had a singular
unbelievable.
Awesome season.
And he played for some bad Mets team, but he's pitched well.
I'm just saying, like, he's the number 2 overall pick. And they're talking about reworking his swing in AAA. He took like a week off for like mental breaks, and they're trying to redo his swing. And I'm not
Joey
trying to.
Bart's cooked.
I'm not trying to like destroy the guy. I'm just saying like there was so much weight on this guy's shoulders.
Right.
He can't even. As much as we bash James Wiseman has shown some promise. I don't know if Joey Bart's a big league player.
Damn, took Torquato over CC Sabathia. That is great knowledge there. 707 Xfinity mobile text line. I guess so.
Wow.
I have to go back in that draft and look.
Wow.
But Joey Bart, that's a massive disappointment.
It really is.
I don't know if the Giants mismanage him. I don't know if he's just not a good player. I don't know. Number 2 overall. Things. Number 2 overall.
Which Will Clark. Remember, Will Clark was taken number 2 overall. I think Buster was 3 or Buster was 2.
No, Buster was like 5 or 6.
He was 5th.
5th, yeah, 5. Low? Yeah, he slipped.
Wow.
Yeah,
slipped.
The only guys who are within that, top 10 vicinity ever since Buster Posey, it's Zach Wheeler with the 6th.
Yep.
And then Joey Bart picked number 2. Like everyone else was picked after the 10th pick.
Yeah, because like Lincecum was what, 10, 11, or 12?
10, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, 10, I believe.
And then, of course,
out
Buster
of Washington.
Posey. Yep.
Bumgarner was 10 also.
Wow, out of high school.
Matt Cain was 25, as we've said.
Matt Cain, 25. Wow. So, Joey Bart, that one, that doesn't look good. Which is why I would be willing to trade my farm.
Well,
look, I've always had the philosophy, especially when it comes to baseball. I will take the major league proven talent all day long over a prospect.
Yeah.
Now, some of those prospects may turn out to be 5-star players. I get all that.
The kid Ronald Acuna Jr., for example.
Oh, is a baller.
He's a superstar.
He's a superstar.
But that's the part that really is frustrating for me as a Giants fan, because I know I want to let you finish here. I'm watching superstar young talent all across the game, and the guy I had such high hopes for, he's not even on the radar.
No.
I mean, Rodriguez, O'Neal Cruz, Bobby Witt Jr. These are all guys drafted recently or developed recently.
Gorman from the Cardinals yesterday went 4 for 4. He's got 6 sacks and 17 RBIs in 93 plate appearances.
And what's the common thread that all these guys have? They all can run.
Right.
And then I'm looking at the Giants. Seems like the least athletic. That's the one area that frustrates me. As much as I love the Giants and they've won championships, can we get a guy who can go first to third? This is the organization that had Willie Mays and had Barry Bonds, who had 500-plus steals. Can I get somebody who can run the bases?
Now, here's what I want to play from your Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast.
Yeah.
Farhan Zaidi on adding stars in clubhouse chemistry.
Yeah.
I only think of stars in terms of their production. If somebody's really charismatic or has a great Twitter account, that doesn't mean anything to me. To me, it's all about, what is this guy doing to impact the game on the field and help you win games? And hopefully that's a guy that fans gravitate to because of their production. I mean, I do think over the last few years, we paid a lot of attention to character and makeup. I think, this clubhouse is one of the best I've been around in that regard. And I think a lot of credit goes to Cap and the coaching staff for the culture that they've created. In the end, I'm just never going to feel like, hey, we need to put the cherry on top of this roster. It's always going to feel to me like an evolving process.
Well, forget the cherry on top. Can we put together the cake and the batter and mix the flour up and get me something I care about? I mean, doesn't it feel piecemealed?
It does.
It feels like a BBQ where I'm like, BYOB.
But
bring your own bad prospects.
Let me play devil's advocate. Because there are going to be fans out there saying, that's a great analogy, but there are going to be people out there who say the Giants are 9 games over 500. What are you complaining about? They're winning.
It's a fair point.
9 games over 500, 3.5 back of the Padres and the Dodgers.
But my counter to that would be, have you looked around baseball? It feels like there's about 13, 14 teams who aren't even trying to compete.
Yeah.
I mean, think about this. We're crushing the Phillies, right? Because they're the Phillies. How could they spend all this money? They're like the 12th or 13th best team in baseball.
Right.
They're going to be a playoff team, probably.
So Cubs, Reds, Orioles
aren't compeing
at all. Kansas City,
Pirates,
Kansas City, Detroit. Yep. Pirates, Oakland. Oh, we know they're not competing. Sorry, A's fans.
What are the Rockies doing?
The Rockies.
Explain to me what they're doing.
They're starting to fade.
Yeah.
They're 5-5 in their last 10.
What are they trying to do?
They're 32-38, but they're in no man's land.
I mean, my point is, what are they trying to do?
Nationals.
Exactly.
Marlins. They're not trying to win.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not that impressive that you're 9 games over 500 because these teams are terrible.
I give you credit for fielding a competitive team and trying to win. The question that I have is, when's the wave of prospects coming through? When are the people I'm going to be excited about come?
Mixed homegrown and found players. Here's what Farhan had to say about that, mixing homegrown players with found talent.
And I really think we've got to have homegrown talent that is young homegrown talent that's kind of driving the position player group. And, when you look at the Dodgers, when I was there from 2015 to 18, that's when we kind of brought in, Jock was a rookie in 2015, Cody Bellinger came up. We sort of added Max Muncy and Chris Taylor, through different, smaller deals. Kike Hernandez was in a small deal. It's almost like that group of players, the homegrown players and some of the guys that were sort of, kind of uncovered finds, that provided the foundation, I think, for them to go out and start really star hunting with the Mookie Bettses and Freddie Freemans of the world. So
that sounds like a long process. It sounds like a long process. How patient will Giants fans be with that type of process? And by the way, I don't see any Cody Bellingers in his farm system.
No.
I don't see any Max Muncies in his farm system. I don't see any ballers, just bona fide studs. And Corey Seager. Is there a Corey Seager in his farm system right now?
No.
Could Luciano be at least Corey Seager?
We don't know. I mean,
Ramos, could he be Bellinger?
I don't know what they're doing with Ramos. He's gotten a cup of tea up in the big league club twice. I mean, or I think maybe it's 3 times. He had multiple at-bats. He's got like 13 at-bats at the big league level. I just don't know what they're trying to accomplish. Are they trying to show him off to other teams? Like, he's really big league ready, but we've got so many good outfielders that he can't fit. Like, is he part of a package, or is there a long-term plan for him?
No idea.
Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I hear you. I don't know what the plan is. I'm here to see. I'm here to wait and see.
Like, at least with Kuminga and Moody, when I look at the Warriors, right, and I'm juxtaposing, and it's very different. The games are so different. But, like, there's so many inventory of at-bats and opportunities to get a guy a chance in baseball. There's so many games, right? And this whole team's hurt. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I don't understand what they're trying to do with them. With the Warriors, Kuminga and Moody, hey, we don't have a lot of minutes. But when we're resting people, what do the Warriors do? They play them.
Yeah.
I look at this Giants team right now, and I'm like, hey, look, and I know Slater's had some moments this year for this team, and he's been good. He's been really, really good. Who's in the long-term future of this organization? Is it really? Is it Slater over Ramos?
Okay, here we go. And I knew we were going to trigger people. I shouldn't even be looking at my phone. But here we go. Farhan apologist, Mark Willard. Oh, my God, you two. Can we go back to Warrior season, please, where winning teams are supported, complimented, and we take a wait-and-see approach to shortcomings? Joey Bart is cooked. Jordan Poole has proven that we should have patience with young players. You guys, how much patience should we have with Joey Bart?
Well, Joey Bart's 3 years older than Jordan Poole and was drafted 26 slots higher.
Right. There you go. How much patience should we have with Joey Bart?
I mean, and I feel like Jordan Poole, even in his downtime, like that rookie year was so bad.
But he went down to the G League.
I still saw more, and when he came back, and then the second year, as bad as it looked, I saw more at the end of that season. I just haven't seen anything.
Well, when
Bart.
he came back from the G League last season, Jordan Poole, he averaged nearly 15 points per game the rest of the way.
Yeah,
and was playing in the closing lineups the rest of the way. Warriors went 15-5, and you saw Jordan Poole. Oh, okay, this guy could be a big piece to the pie next season or this year. And next year, he's starting right away, and he balled out this year. He showed so much more flashes than Joey Bart. What has Joey Bart done to where we can hang our hat on and say, you know what? Yeah, we can work on this. This guy's going to be a stud. Is it catching? Is it his defensive positioning? Is it throwing out runners? Is it his plate? Is it his plate appearance? His approach? What is it? What is it? His presence?
Defensively, he's been pretty good. He's been pretty good defensively if you're making an argument for him. The problem is he strikes out way too much.
Yeah, and Joe's on point with that. It was always on defense where he made the strides and his communication with the pitchers. Like the pitchers raved about his communication as a catcher. So those were the two things, but offensively, like you just mentioned, the strikeouts couldn't make up for that during the regular season. Like at some point it had to pick up on offense.
And nobody's saying that he's a quote-unquote lost cause. The problem that I come back to is that I'm looking around baseball at all the other legitimate quote-unquote prospects. You can see it. It oozes off the table.
I don't see nothing with Joey Bart. I see a guy with no confidence.
But it doesn't mean that he can't turn it around. Right. It just means right now it doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good at all.
And I mean, the fact you took a week off during the season to kind of get yourself going, it's not a good look. I think it's fair to question what's going on there.
So as you mentioned, he's 26, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at his last 15 games in the big leagues, or heck, the last 30 games in the big leagues. 72 official at-bats, 8 hits, 8 runs scored, 2 homers, 3 RBIs, 11 walks, 39 strikeouts.
I think for the season, he had like 13 or 14 hits. How many hits did he have for the season?
So the last 30 games, 111 average.
Yeah.
On-base percentage 256, slugging 194. So the regular season, he has 14 hits in 90 at-bats. 14 hits in 90 at-bats. Again, 14 hits in 90 at-bats.
That's a week for some guys.
156 batting average.
It's like 2 weeks.
The kid from St. Louis, Gorman, has 6 home runs already in 93 at-bats. So is it the players around Joey Bart? Is it not enough protection?
I don't know.
Is he slotted wrong? Because I brought up, hey, maybe move it up in the lineup to maybe see some better pitches. He was batting 8th and 9th all year long. Not going to see a lot. But you got to do something.
I feel bad because we got thrusted into this position. The Buster retirement, I didn't see coming. Buster had a monster year last year. I didn't see him walking away the way he did, but I thought he'd be just farther along, right? And I look at this team right now and I'm saying catching is a problem. Did you see that fastball last night by Wayans? I mean, it was bad. Defensively, they're bad. They're below average hitting wise at that position, in my estimation, for what they've been accustomed to getting productivity wise out of that slot. And it's really difficult.
Dude, this is a great tweet. Text 510 Xfinity mobile text line. All 13 guys the Pirates debuted this year are all better than Joey Bart.
I mean, the Pirates are horrific.
They're horrific, but they're letting people play. But they look good. Everybody's talking about O'Neal. Everybody's talking about this kid.
O'Neal Cruz looks ridiculous.
Everybody's talking about this kid.
I mean,
Bobby Witt Jr.
He looks ridiculous.
3 for 5 yesterday.
Well, that's the thing. I love baseball. My favorite thing about baseball is seeing these young guys hit and run. The way they're running is crazy. Athleticism is at an all-time high in the bigs, and I feel like the Giants just don't have any athletes. But I look up, and they're right where they need to be. They're in the top 10 of almost all these categories, especially offensively, and their record is really good. So I just feel like I'm in a weird spot with the Giants. It's hard to put my finger on it.
Yeah, no doubt. It is a weird spot. And they're 9 games over 500, 3.5 back of the NL West leader, San Diego, the LA Dodgers. But what do they look like? What do they need?
Oh, I think they need catching. I think they need starting pitching.
All right.
And, of course, every team will say that they need more bullpen help.
So, speaking of first-round draft picks, you guys had me going down the rabbit hole here. Now, in 1997...
Was that Matt White?
They had No. They had the 4th overall pick, which was the highest pick that they'd had prior to Joey Bart. That's going to be my trivia question to you. In 1997, with the 4th overall pick, the Giants chose...
Damon Minor.
Jesse Foppert.
No. Jesse Foppert, USF, was later.
He was eventually traded for Levon Hernandez. Jason Grilli.
Oh, Jason Grilli.
Jason Grilli.
Seton
Hall, right?
Overall.
Was he Seton Hall?
Seton Hall.
There it is.
That's a name
Seton
I
Hall.
haven't thought
Jason
of
Grilli.
Jason Grilli, Seton Hall.
What a name.
Wow.
Look at this guy trying to check me, Jesse Foppert.
He's so happy. I love how happy he is.
Jason Grilli.
Who's happy?
I think Foppert was like 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah, maybe. USF, right?
Yeah, I used to see him at Kell's bar
that's
downtown.
not good. That's not good. No,
I heard he's coaching somewhere in the North Bay. No, I know. I'm serious. Like doing really good things with the youth. I believe my friend Aaron's son is playing under one of his travel teams. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's cool.
Let's see here. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage. I'm not going to lie to you. Talking about the Giants depresses me. Even though they're 9 games over 500, I'm just like, I need to wrap my arms around somebody. I need a star.
Well,
I need a Kuminga.
But
I need a Moody. I need something.
Well, those guys aren't stars yet.
This is a platooning team. Like, are you serious about winning the championship?
I want to hug you.
When Farhan says the things that he's saying about clubhouse chemistry and I don't want to be jammed up with contracts, or you're not. Everybody's going to be off the books after 2023 with the exception of Anthony DeSclafani, who stinks. But
did you
think
that
stunk since September.
Did you think that they were in like championship mode heading into this year?
You're 3.5 back in the Dodgers. All right, you won 107 games last season.
I know, but it was a crazy year.
They won 107 games last year.
I'm saying that like the reality
and everybody was cool. Well, it was a great year. They won 107 games. They made the first round. I want more now. I want more. Are we just hanging banners for winning NL West division titles now?
No,
or are we trying to win something here?
I hear what you're saying, but they did spend money in free agency. They're not as much as you would like, but they got the guy outfield production.
They penny pinched this offseason, and they got lucky with Jock Peterson.
Not lucky. They did not lock themselves into a $100 million contract for a flawed player in Castellanos. He's a good player, but he's flawed. Jock's flawed too. Jock's been way better than him this year.
He's been good.
Now, you want to argue about Gosman and DeSclafani?
I don't care about that.
Gosman got
$100
million. I probably wouldn't have given him $100 million.
I wouldn't have given him $100 million either.
DeSclafani's a bad contract today. Wood's been okay. He's been better than the numbers suggest. Rodon's been really good. I know that the numbers aren't as great as they were that first month.
No, Rodon's been solid.
He's been really good.
I have no problem with him.
He's been really good.
It's for me the bats.
Okay.
It is the bats. We talked about this in the offseason.
I know.
With Brandon Belt.
He had a great year.
Injury. He had a great year that ended
feels
short.
Like it's going to be a problem for the remainder of his career.
Yeah. And
that's what it feels like.
Yeah, so and then Crawford, we knew there would be some regression there with his bat.
Yeah, but I had no problem giving him a 2-year deal.
Yeah, but that bat is MIA. Yeah, and I was thinking about this.
He should be a 7 hitter, Bonte. That's the problem when you don't have a centerpiece hitter. Yeah, you lost Chris Bryant and Posey in the same offseason. You lost your 3-4 hitters. So now everyone's thrust up.
But with the way Farhan is talking, he's not looking to give out 5-year contracts for $100 million.
Well, that I do feel like they are a little too choosy. You got to dance with somebody at the prom.
Why not dance with Soto and Judge? Or as your boy Rocco just texted us.
It's easier said than done.
Otani's going to be a free agent after 2023.
Well, see, the Otani thing is interesting because I think now that they have that DH in their back pocket, they become more of a viable option. It sounded like, just reading the tea leaves on some of the articles written about Otani, he never really, he wanted to go to the Giants, and they offered to let him be a two-way player. I think the DH thing really factored into it. I really do. Now, the guy Suzuki, who the Cubs acquired, who's awesome, I wanted him. He didn't want to come here because he heard in Japan that San Francisco wasn't safe.
Wow.
I mean, that's why he chose to not come here. There was a state of emergency issued by the mayor and all the people in downtown, and him and his wife were scared away by the safety of the city. How can you argue with the Giants on that one?
Well, second, that's, I don't know. I believe it's overblown. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's some truth to it, some validity. I don't know. I find that if you're Suzuki, you're going to be staying in the penthouse. You're going to be away from all that.
No, but his wife literally said that they were looking at the news. Like, this was part of the article, that they were looking in the news, and which is crazy to me that Chicago is deemed safer than San Francisco.
Yeah, and it's not. It's not. Yeah, the south side of Chicago is brutal.
Will you grant me this? Market Street doesn't look good. And if you're watching reports from other places, I'm just saying normally, I can understand being scared away.
They have homeless people downtown New York, downtown
they're
Chicago.
Everywhere.
They're everywhere, man. By the way, the Giants are the second oldest team in baseball this year. Yankees are first. Giants, average age of 30.4 years of age. So what do they do? I say you start by trading for Soto to try to lure in Aaron Judge, who Buster Olney said, look, he's going to be looking maybe to come back home 100 miles away from his hometown. So we'll see about that. Warriors thoughts before we get to Steve Kerr's replay, Shasky. If you had to rank the top offseason priorities for the Golden State Warriors in terms of their 3 free agents coming up here, Gary Payton II, Kevon Looney, Otto Porter Jr., you got to have one of the 3.
Yeah. Unique skill sets. I'm looking at what's the hardest to acquire. I feel like Kevon Looney fits the system brilliantly. He's the guy I'm prioritizing. He's the big that you got to have. I think it's hard to find bigs that fit in this system. Can I find perimeter lockdown defense? It's tough. But I feel like Moody can give me some of that. That's why I drafted him. I think I can, not that I can find the next GP2. He's very uniquely skilled. But I think what Kevon provides is more difficult to find. So I'm going to say Kevon Looney's the guy I have to prioritize. If you're asking me of those 3.
Yeah. I would rank Looney 1 because of the way he could switch on the pick and roll. His pick and roll defense is very, very good. I think it's underrated. He can hit the mid-range jumper when he does get the opportunity to shoot it. The little 15-footer doesn't look bad at all. Don't know why he doesn't shoot him more. Oh, wait, by the way, he has Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Jordan Poole out there. That's why he doesn't shoot him more. But he's a solid player. He knows where to be offensively, knows where to be defensively, always in the right position. And I need him to mentor James Wiseman. In case James Wiseman is not ready to go, you have to err on the side of caution. Looney being there as a safe haven, as a safety pick for Steve Kerr, I would lean Looney over GP2, but there's not a lot of guards who pick up 94 feet and playing that dunker
It's a tough
spot.
decision. We agree, right?
Dude, Gary Payton II.
It's not as slam dunk as
his
we're
impact
making it.
was felt
Of
in those
course.
NBA finals.
But they did knock out Memphis without him.
They did knock out Memphis without him.
And
They
Dallas.
survived.
And Dallas.
They survived.
Now, that doesn't mean that that's, attributed to the entire year. I'm just saying, to me, I think Kevon Looney does so many things that are very difficult to find. You would need multiple people to try to fill that void.
Yep.
I can find one, not that it's easy, I can find one dude who maybe gives me that lockdown defense that GP2 does.
It'd be interesting to see if any Western Conference rivals try to pick up GP2 so they could sick him on Stephen Curry.
Doesn't it feel like not an Ian Clark on steroid situation, but anywhere those guys go, they're going to be asked to be doing too much, and it's got that Kent Bazemore, Ian Clark feel to it where it really only works here.
Yeah, I that's why I think Looney stays. That's why I think Gary Payton II wants to stay as well.
I would love that.
Let's break here. We're going to play the Steve
Very
Kerr.
unlikely.
We're going to replay the Steve Kerr interview with Damon Ratto coming up on the other side. We'll talk a little more Giants later with Dave Fleming at 8:30. We also have Darrell Wright at 8 o'clock. Of course, D. Wright, co-host on Warriors pre- and post-game live. Also an NBA champ, former Warrior, and member of the Miami Heat. He'll join us to talk about this season and the upcoming offseason for the Golden State Warriors. And that's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Listening to Willard.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
You know, Shasky, we're going to get to the Steve Kerr replay in about a minute and a half. But Lubman was just in the studio, producer Sam Lubman. We're having a nice conversation. If you were to power rank the 10 future stars here in the Bay Area, they would all be Niners and Warriors.
How far down that list till you get to a Giant?
There may be a Shark before you get to a Giant.
No.
There may be a San Jose Shark before you get to the Giant. Now, some people might say Luciano. I bet you the Sharks got a Luciano in their system. I have no idea what the hell's going on with the San Jose Sharks.
Even the most diehard Giants fan, if Luciano walked right up to him, shook their hand, and said, "I'm Marco Luciano," they'd be like, "I still don't know who you are."
Who?
And I mean, maybe one day he's a star, but like, yeah, I'm kind of with you on that.
Who's that guy? Who's that guy? Do they even have one guy we can wrap our hands around and say, yeah, that's the future?
I'm flummoxed because I don't have an answer.
I think you're just crossing your fingers for Luciano to
I don't
be
have
the
an
leader
answer.
there.
And Lubman's the biggest Giants fan here.
I know, and I, dude, come on, you know I love my team.
Yeah, I mean, I love the Giants too.
I know, but like, I don't have an answer for you.
Damn.
And look, I look up, I'm like, damn, they're 9 games over, and they're everything's kind of rolling right now. I feel like they got 2 random finds who have been awesome, and then they got the one guy, Jock Peterson, who just feels like he's perfect in a Giants uniform. But you're not wrong.
Does Logan Webb qualify for this list?
Ooh.
Because, I mean, if you're going to talk breakout stars for the future of the Bay Area, I feel like Debo Samuel and Nick Bosa are on that future list, and they came up the same year as Webb.
Was Matt Cain a star? I guess is the question.
I think he was a local star. I don't think he was a national star, but he was a guy who got local fans energized.
Yeah.
And I think Logan Webb, he'll never be that national draw.
But that's what I'm saying.
Tune in Sunday Night Baseball, Logan Webb. But he is a guy where it's like, hey, Giants fans, it's a Logan Webb day, and that'll get. I can see him being that kind of guy.
Before we get to Steve
I'm
Kerr,
with you there.
with the Niners,
I'm with you there. I agree.
So with the Niners,
because I do love Webb.
We have Brandon Ayuk, Debo Samuel, Trey Lance,
Bosa.
You want to put George Kittle in there?
Of course.
Fred Warner Jr.
Yes, Fred Warner's everywhere. People do love him.
That's 6 on the Niners.
Football's on steroids right now in terms of like market share.
That's 6 guys on the Niners.
I don't dismiss that.
Now we go to the Warriors. Poole, Kuminga, Moody. We'll just save Wiseman.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even add Wiseman there. And then maybe Logan Webb right there at 10. Maybe Logan Webb.
Yeah.
Damn. See, you even got to think
Moody's
about
higher than Webb?
Damn, I don't know, man. Kuminga is, right?
It's a great question. I don't have an answer.
Yeah.
I'd actually like to hear from fans on that.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 after we play the Steve Kerr replay. Steve Kerr on with Damon and Ratto yesterday.
It's
And the
such a
first
great
question
convo.
of that interview, we're going to have that all off season, especially if the Giants start scuffling here. They are 9 games over 500. I don't want to take that away from them. And they play the Braves again today in a big-time 4-game set. But Damon asked Steve Kerr, and he thanked him right off the rip, congratulated him on winning a championship, and basically said, what a spectacular season you guys had, winning your 4th championship in the last 8 years.
Man, was that fun. Just an incredible run. I didn't really see it coming, to be honest with you. I knew we could be good, but I couldn't have predicted a world championship at the beginning of the year. So we're all thrilled, that's for sure.
Everyone has probably tried so many different ways to frame the same 6 or 7 questions to you. Hopefully we get it right here in this interview. But here's something that I don't know if you even knew this about yourself. Since you've entered the league in 1988, Steve, your first title obviously was in 89. You've won 9 of the 33 championships since you've been involved in them. That's 27% of every championship since you were drafted. Like, tell that to little Stevie Kerr practicing free throws in a driveway.
Isn't that the truth? I mean, I feel like if I started all over again, went back to being, an 18-year-old freshman at Arizona and ran it back like 1,000 times, this would never happen again. The odds of this happening, ending up on all these teams, even making it in the league, but to end up, playing with guys like Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen and Tim Duncan, and then, to coach Steph Curry and this group. I mean, it's insane. It really is. I don't even try to explain it because there's no way to do so.
Oh, knock yourself out. Give it a try.
All right. Let's see. Where do I begin?
Your basic superior character. Let's start with that.
Yeah, that must be it.
Yeah. You said you couldn't have seen this at the beginning of the year. Was there a moment during the playoffs when all of a sudden the little light bulb went on over your head and said, yeah, we can do this, and in fact, we ought to do this?
Well, I think, when we started out 18-2, we knew we had a real shot. But when I think back to training camp, it was hard to imagine, being here in this position just based on, how the previous two seasons went. So I think the beginning of the season was a huge shot in the arm for us. We felt good about things. And then, of course, a lot of injuries and some adversity hitting in the second half of the year. At that point, it felt more like, let's just hope and pray we can get healthy at the same time. And if that can happen, then we can make a run in the playoffs and get better as we go and kind of see where it all takes us. So I think that was the thinking more than anything. As we struggled to get to the finish line of the regular season, we were just hoping to get healthy and have a shot, and that's exactly what happened.
With championships being great, truth elixirs, after the trade deadline comes and goes and you don't make a deal for a big, which, the entire basketball world said you needed to make, and then you follow it up with, I think, a losing month of March. Did you, I guess it wouldn't be buyer's remorse because you'd have to buy it to have remorse about it. So trader's remorse, did you second guess the way you guys were playing your hand as you were playing it at any point in time?
No, not at all, because, the whole time that this was happening, we thought we were going to get James Wiseman back at some point. And so we had Loon and Draymond holding down the fort at center and Belly. And, so we felt like we were in pretty good shape. But just thinking, all right, if we need an extra big at the end of the year, that'll be Wiseman. And then, of course, his timeline kept getting pushed back further and further and further. And, the poor guy ends up missing the entire season. We were definitely vulnerable in the playoffs to an injury, to either Draymond or Loon, for sure. But the reality is most teams are really vulnerable to an injury in the playoffs. If you don't have your best guys, you're probably not going to win. So I'm not sure it would have made a difference if we had, traded for an extra big. Whoever that would have been may not have been good enough to make a difference anyway.
Is there something about this season, of all the things that you and the organization have been lauded for this year, is there one thing that in your mind has been overlooked?
No. I think what is really crucial in our success is our continuity. And I think maybe that is something that is overlooked in general, in sports these days, and in the NBA in particular. I think the continuity that we have, not only with our players, but with our ownership, our management, the coaching staff, we're really aligned, and we have been even through the tough times the last couple of years. But the corporate knowledge we have, with Steph and Draymond and Klay and Andre, that really matters. And so that when we do bring new players in, the period of time to sort of figure out what we're doing goes much quicker. So you get guys like Bielitsa and Porter who come in and make immediate impacts because the system is right there in front of them, and it's continuity matters, and I think we have as much of it as probably anybody in the league.
And you'll retain that. We're talking with Warriors head coach Steve Kerr. So much of the team we know will be back, whatever expense needs to be spent. I think we got a lot of faith in Joe Lacob to do that. But I'm talking about Kenny Atkinson, because it looked like you were going to be losing both of your assistants, and Kenny Atkinson made his mind up to come back to the Warriors after saying yes to the Charlotte Hornets. When he reached that decision, Did you talk to him? Did you convince him to return? Did you just say the door's back open? Should you reconsider? Can you tell us how Kenny Atkinson almost left and then decided to return to your bench as your top assistant going forward?
Well, during the finals, we really didn't talk much about it because we were focused on the task at hand, and Kenny didn't really want to bring anything up with the staff, and because we were busy and we had a huge job in front of us. So I think when you look at it, it's a difficult time to take a new job, to go through an interview process. When you're preparing for the finals, everything seems rushed in that case, and I think that's basically what happened. Once the finals were over, Kenny got a chance to assess everything, and we talked on the plane back from Boston after we won it, and he shared with me some of his thoughts. And bottom line is, it just came down to family and his own life, and what a shock the move would have been for him and his family, and not really having enough time to assess all that stuff in the process made the decision really difficult for him. And I admire him. He's following his gut, and he was very honest and up front with Charlotte, and I'm thrilled that he's coming back now, because Kenny's a big part of what we do.
Is it great to piss off Michael Jordan again?
I don't remember the first time I did that. So, yeah, I think we're okay.
Maybe the time you guys got in that fight?
Oh, you're bringing that back to the surface. Okay.
Well, I'm not bringing it back up. You just said that you don't remember ever pissing him off, and it seemed like that jumped out at me.
The championship is won. You're dancing on the parquet. You do all the media obligations. You go to the restaurant. You have the party. You do everything for that well-deserved hangover you said took a couple days to shake. And now you finally, Steve, have your first quiet moment, and you check your phone. Who is the most surprising congratulations from, and who is the first person that you actually wrote back to?
I don't remember, honestly, who that first person was, but the intimidating thing is we had so many texts, and it's pure joy, it's pure bliss when you win a championship. So, you're happy to hear from everybody. But it's literally every person in your circle, is reaching out because everybody's so excited.
Several hundred? Are we in the thousands?
No, like several hundred.
Okay,
several hundred. And then the tough part is when you respond. You're trying to get through them all, so you're responding, but then the response to the response comes, and it's like, all right, hold on a second, right. we can't have 300 text chains going on at the same time. This has to be a one shot deal.
Do you ever use like the automatically generated answer, like "Thanks, man"?
No, but the heart button is a good one.
Lots of hearts.
Acknowledgement.
Lots of hearts.
How soon after you guys got back from the championship did Margot say, "We have a garage that needs cleaning"?
Still waiting for that to happen, actually. The parade was just yesterday, so that's probably coming in the next day or two.
Is there a particular snapshot of the parade that you'll carry with you longer than others?
Yeah, Zaza Pachulia sent me today a photo of someone in the audience who had a sign that said something like "The Dynasty Continues," and there was a giant photo of Eric Hausen, our equipment manager, and it just I loved every second of that. I've got to get that blown up. That was just fantastic.
By the way, can I tell you I'm a little bit angry at the Golden State Warriors because I had to read in the Indianapolis Star that Will Sheehy was your video coordinator. I mean, that's a Hoosier. You got to tell me right away if you're hiring Hoosiers, Steve.
You're right. That's my fault. I should have let you know at the beginning of the year.
I mean,
Will's awesome, by the way. Will did a great job for us this year.
That's great. I even heard Klay talking about how, when he was coming back, he's like, man, I had Sheehy putting it on me. And the guy never even made the league. So. But I'll tell you, Sheehy was a player, man. He scored 1,000 points for the Hoosiers. He was good.
He was really good. And he did lay it on Klay a little bit.
By the way, I thought Klay laid on about as cool as a compliment as a coach can get. I'd like to play you what he said about you and playing for you from Draymond's podcast.
I'm going full Michael Jordan. I'm aligning myself with Steve. I ain't playing for anybody but Steve. So that's the plan. And it would be weird to be in another uni, so I'm just grateful to be up here.
Is that the ultimate compliment a coach can have? I never want to play for another coach.
It is. It is the ultimate compliment, and the feeling is mutual. Trust me, I don't ever want to coach a different team either. So we have such a good thing going here, and such strong bonds that we've built over the last 8 years for me, and 10, 12 years for Steph, Klay, Draymond, Bob Myers, Joe Lake. We've got something special, and it's great to be a part of it. We want to keep it going.
Was there anybody that you felt better about in the wake of this championship than everybody else? I mean, it's an unfair question, I know, but was there somebody whose sort of tale just made you feel a little happier than all the others?
It is an unfair question because every player has such a unique individual story, and that's what makes coaching really fun, to see the development, to see the joy, to see everyone, when you win a title, to see how happy everyone is. Steph stands out because this clearly meant so much to him, given where we've been the last couple of years. And I forget what everybody else was saying about, he needed a finals MVP. It doesn't matter what everybody else said, but you could see in Steph's eyes that he needed it for himself. He really wanted this championship and the Finals MVP for himself, and he got it. And he is the guy responsible for all this. The whole run. I mean, a lot of people have contributed. Great players. Obviously, we don't win championships without Draymond and Klay, and but Steph is Steph is kind of our Magic Johnson, our Tim Duncan. He's the face of the franchise, and everything has been built around him. And so for that reason, I will always think of this title as kind of Steph's crowning glory. Having said that, Andrew Wiggins for me, man, I'm so happy for him. How far he's come, the joy on his face, the impact he made in every single series. He was incredible.
As you sort of look back as well, were you surprised to learn how much sort of the outside world sort of seeped into your players in terms of all the slights that they had heard over the years, that they were sort of collecting them mentally in the back of their heads, and then played them all when you won the other night?
Yeah, they had lists going. They definitely had lists. I just think it is the modern life that we live with social media, where everything is recorded. Thoughts are read via tweet, 3,000 miles away. In the old days, it was different. You just didn't hear everybody's judgment of you, and you could really avoid it easily if you wanted to. But today, there's no hiding any judgment. These guys are getting judged every second of every day, whether it's on TV or just on social media.
And unfairly judged.
Well, yeah. I mean, fairly, unfairly, doesn't matter. It's judgment is judgment, and it's not easy to deal with. And I just think it's a different world, and I love the fact that these guys are coming out saying, "Yep, I think Steph called himself the petty king or something. Draymond's letting everybody have it. I mean, this this is modern life. So, it's their turn because they've taken a lot of heat.
Your off season, you said you'll talk a few days after the draft with Bob. And then when do you go into I'm closed for the summer mode, and when does that end?
For me, after free agency, I don't have a huge part in summer league. I'll go for a few days and check in and see our young guys and stuff. But some of our assistant coaches will handle summer league, and really July. The back half of July and all of August is the league kind of shuts down, and so. I got a big August planned. Our daughter's getting married. We've got a big vacation planned around that, and really looking forward to this summer for sure. The summers after championships are just incredibly fun and special. So it's going to be a good one.
Well, you've certainly earned all the right in the world to enjoy it. Curry has now put together one of the all-time resumes. I mean, I won't go through it with you because you know it all. You've been there for all of it. The one thing he is missing, however, is a gold medal. Do you know whether or not you're going to leave him a roster spot?
What do you think?
I mean, does Curry look at his career and think, I need that?
I don't think so, but I threw it out there after the game in my media session just for laughs, and I, of course, completely embellished it and said that, Steph's career will not be complete, without an Olympic gold medal. Just for laughs, and who knows? But if he wants to do that, I could probably convince the committee to bring him aboard.
I like your chances of doing it. Looking at the future, how much did you talk to Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody and James Wiseman while the playoffs were actually happening? Are you coaching their futures while your present is full of trying to win playoff games?
Yeah, we talked with Moses and J.K., both guys played periodically in those playoffs. Not much in the finals, but both guys got significant run in earlier series, so was in constant communication with them. But also just kind of reminding them and James to soak it all in, because this is what it's about. And your first trip to the playoffs is filled with lessons, about preparation and, your mental approach and how you're handling all the stress that comes with it. And so I definitely had some conversations with those guys about that.
And what did you think of Jordan Poole's first trip to the playoffs?
Fantastic. What I love most about Jordan is his confidence. And I think he showed that, during the playoffs, where he had these monster games, and then, maybe a team gave him extra attention. Maybe he had a tough game or two, and the announcers are talking about can he get going again? There's a lot of chatter, and then he comes right out just fearlessly, just firing away and giving us big buckets. So I love Jordan, his confidence, his aggressiveness. He stays with it no matter what the chatter is out there, and that's what it takes. He's built for this, and he showed that throughout the playoffs, but especially against Boston. Best defensive team in the league, throwing guys at him, trying to take him out, and boy, he hit some big shots in the series for us.
Did the Celtics or did anybody in the playoffs show you a way to play against you that you think teams will try to employ more often this coming season? Or was there really anything new under the sun that you hadn't seen before?
No, there was nothing new. I mean, Steph has seen it all, and he saw it all in these playoffs. Memphis blitzed him. Denver blitzed him. Boston played more of a drop, and then they resorted to some switching, late in the series. Dallas did some different things. So everybody has tried everything with Steph, and there's no easy solution, obviously, with him. But we've seen a lot of different defenses, and most defenses are based on personnel anyway. So each team's got to do whatever suits their personnel in order to try to guard us. But it's a great test, and Boston is one of the best defensive teams we've ever seen. Just the length and athleticism and versatility, and that's how special Steph is. That he was able to go against that defense and get shots for us throughout the series.
So this might be an unfair question because I hope this isn't even something that you've thought about yet, or maybe you all, exit the stage together in grand fashion when you can't win anymore. But I mean, again, you've got 9 rings. You are already as accomplished a human being as has ever chosen professional basketball as a career. Steve, have you thought about your end game? Have you thought about how you want it to finish for you? It sounds an awful lot like you want it to finish for you as head coach of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, that would be nice. I don't want to go anywhere else, and I've got a couple of years left on my contract, and I'm thrilled about next season. I think we're going to be even better next year, just coming off the championship and what that will mean to our team's collective confidence. So I'm excited about next year, and I'm not really thinking much beyond that. But I love what I do, and I love living in the Bay Area. I love coaching these guys, so I'm right where I want to be.
Well, so you're ruling yourself out of the Charlotte job then?
Yes, I have removed my name from the list. Yeah, officially.
Steve Kerr, good stuff there with Damon and Ratto. Of course, they wrap up their conversation, their weekly conversation, and they'll probably run it back next season as Steve Kerr will go on vacation. He's got a wedding with his daughter. His daughter's getting married. He's going to go on a long vacation and take a nice break from the Dubs. But, of course, he has the NBA draft coming up tomorrow night. Warriors hold the 28th pick overall in the first round, and, of course, 51 and 55. So we'll see what they do. Do they trade out? Do they trade up? Do they even make a selection? We'll see what happens there in the NBA draft tomorrow. We'll dive all into it and get some prospects here. But, Shasky, what about the priorities this offseason? What about the priorities?
Well,
who do you retain or who do you go after on the open market?
So, no, that's a great question. I think you and I always struggle, like, how long should we bask in the glow of the championship? How quickly should you pivot to the offseason? Do we feel like today's an appropriate day to do kind of both? Like,
no doubt.
Bask in what they've accomplished, but also have an eye on the future?
Because what they accomplish is going to attract ring chasers.
Exactly. So did you see a lot of movement yesterday? I'll start with this morning. Chris Haynes. Yes, Chris Haynes.
Yahoo Sports.
Yahoo Sports. I was just going to say that. Miami Heat forward P.J. Tucker is expected to have interest from multiple contending teams willing to offer the full mid-level exception once free agency commences. League sources have told Yahoo Sports. So I asked you a question while the Steve Kerr interview was being replayed there. If you had to choose between the two in terms of offering the mid-level, I don't even know if Otto Porter Jr. would want, the veteran minimum or the mid-level. I don't know. But if I asked you in a vacuum, Otto Porter Jr. or P.J. Tucker, you can only have one.
Damn.
For your Golden State Warriors. Because I really like P.J. Tucker and I really like Otto Porter Jr. They're very comparable, but yet very different.
P.J. Tucker probably defends at a higher level than Otto Porter Jr.
Does he rebound like OPJ?
I don't know that.
Because there were games that OPJ really rebounded well.
And he was really a good post defender, but how many guys are going to post up P.J. Tucker?
I don't know. And also, he was a really good stretch shooter for this team at various spots around the perimeter, not just in the corner. P.J. Tucker kind of makes his money standing in the corner.
So last year, P.J. Tucker shot 41.5% from the three-point line. Rebounding-wise, he grabbed about 5.5 rebounds per game. And also, P.J. Tucker, we did think of those hustle plays. 50-50 balls. P.J. Tucker always comes down with them.
Yeah,
always. He's a rugged defender. He's a pit bull. He would fit perfectly here.
He would fit Draymond's, him and Draymond together. I mean, that would be a lot of fun. That would be a lot of fun.
I lean P.J. Tucker because You think about him, he played 70 games this year, but he's 36 years old. He'll be 37.
He's older,
He's
yes.
up there. He'll be 30. Actually, he just turned 37. Just turned 37 May 5th. So he's an older player. Remember, he started his career overseas, basically, after playing for Toronto. He went to Israel, Ukraine, Greece, Italy, Germany. So really, he didn't get his NBA start until he was 27 years old.
Yeah.
He's 37. Otto Porter Jr., a lot younger, but you couldn't play him on back-to-backs this past season.
And then he had the foot injury throughout the playoffs, which, limited his availability. Otto Porter Jr. fit really well. I mean, ideally, I'd love to have both guys. It just doesn't seem likely that they would be able to fit all these guys under. And I don't know what Otto Porter Jr. is looking for. He's made a lot of money in his career. Right. Could he make more elsewhere? Could he go to another contending team that maybe can offer him a couple more $1 million? I don't know. It's just, I think it's a great hypothetical. And then, obviously, your buddy, Nick Wright's back at it again.
Is he? Well, do we have sound of Nick Wright?
Nick Wright basically saying yesterday that if the Warriors want to win a championship next year, they need to trade Moody or Kuminga plus Wiggins to go get Bradley Beal.
I'm not even going to waste my breath on him. I'm not even going to waste my breath on him. I saw the clip.
I know you did.
And I almost quote tweeted him. And then I saw Skip Bayless talk about the Warriors deserve an asterisk on their championship because the Boston Celtics were frauds.
God, man.
The pivot at Fox Sports 1, it's why nobody watches that channel anyway. No. We don't watch that channel unless there's live baseball games. All right, let's be real. We don't watch Nick Wright. We don't watch Skip Bayless. We just see the clown quotes that they have. Oh, trade Kuminga, Moody, and Wiggins for Bradley Beal. So let's trade a two-way player in Andrew Wiggins who played high-level defense, who shut down Jason Tatum in the NBA Finals, for a guy who can't guard and is a ball pounder in Bradley Beal. Bradley Beal's a great player, but is he helping you win a championship? He doesn't defend. He's a ball hogger. I'm not doing that.
Well, see, that's where I would and I'm not trying to parse your words here. I'm not sure he's a great player. He's a really good player.
He's a really good
player. And I don't want to diminish him. I'm not trying to diminish him.
You know what?
And
I'm glad you checked me out. No, I'm glad you checked me on that because we throw around the word great.
Yeah.
He's not great.
Yeah.
All right?
If you're not defending, are you that great? And you're dropping. Look, he's a great scorer. Yeah. I think he's a great scorer. I'm just not sure where he fits on this team, especially with the ascension of Jordan Poole.
No, that's not. It's just Nick Wright looking for headlines.
But we spent a lot of time as a station talking about that move.
Yeah. I debunked that move every step of the way.
Neither of us wanted him.
Nick Wright, forget him. Forget him. PJ Tucker, Otto Porter Jr. 650 mentioned great point here on the Xfinity mobile text line. At will. Easy decision. Otto Porter Jr. 6'9", PJ Tucker 6'4".
So you go with the length. See,
it's tough to shoot over Otto.
I kind of lean Otto Porter Jr. Yeah. I think his personality really fits the team. That's really important, right? It's really important for this team to have the right personality. I think the way he shoots around the perimeter really helps that second unit. So I don't know. I just the reason that people threw out PJ Tucker is because he's a guy that Warrior fans have really always kind of had an affinity for. We respect him, I think.
It's interesting.
Don't you?
It's interesting. I don't know what the market's going to be for Otto Porter Jr. He played 63 games for the Golden State Warriors this year. Didn't play in back-to-backs. He started 15 games. Of course, he started the last 3 games in the NBA Finals.
Felt like he was humming at a time in the season at the end when no one else was humming. He was humming early on, too.
He had some big moments for the Warriors.
I don't want to
Big game four against the Memphis Grizzlies. I don't know. I'm happy with either. If you told me, hey, PJ Tucker's going to be a Golden State Warrior, I'll be happy. If you told me that Otto Porter Jr. would be back, I'd be happy as well. Now, the big decision may come with Looney and Gary Payton II. From what I'm hearing is Gary Payton II may attract at least $10 million this season on the open market. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. Looney may get maybe about $8 million this season. If you had to make a decision there, who are you prioritizing? Another big in Kevon Looney? A guy who grabbed you 22 rebounds in a crucial closeout game against Memphis in Game 6? Or are you going to go with GP2, who could pick up full court, 94 feet, play the dunker spot on offense, and could be in that closing lineup?
You know I love supply and demand conversations, right? Doesn't it feel like bigs, very similar to the housing market, there's just not a lot of functional, solid bigs available in general? right?
Yeah.
If we were to do supply and demand, right? I think there are more wings, just in general.
Right.
I'm not saying specific skill sets, but in general, it feels like there's more comparable wings than there are comparable bigs, right?
Right.
In the modern NBA. So I start with Looney, and then I ask myself, the specific skill set that GP2 has, is that really worth, like, look at how many games did he play this year? He was really good. I'm not trying to diminish him. GP2, what did he play?
GP2, he got hurt.
So what did he play?
So,
55 to 65 games?
Let me see. I'll pull it up right now. We know Looney played in every single game.
And I know they were kind of like working the last year, trying to work
So
it
he
out.
played in 71 games.
That many.
Started 16.
Well, there you go. He's a really good player for this team. He fits what they're doing. $10 million's probably too rich for me. If I'm just being honest. And I also expect Moses Moody to have a bigger role, and I believe that some of those perimeter, not all of them, but some of those perimeter guys that you want to defend, you're going to give that guy a chance to do it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. But although what GP2 doesn't quantify in a box score.
No, totally.
You know what I'm saying?
Energy, effort, hands.
Pick it up 94 feet, situational basketball.
No doubt.
Dunking on somebody.
Yeah.
Like, you dunk on somebody the way he dunks on people, that counts for more than 2 points. That gets the gym rocking.
Absolutely.
That deflates the opposing team. Point guards and guards don't want to deal with a guy like Gary Payton II picking him up all night long.
Yeah.
Think about what he did to LaMelo Ball. He frustrated the heck out of LaMelo Ball.
No doubt. But how many defensive specialists who can't shoot at all, how many of those guys are making $10 million?
I wouldn't say he can't shoot at all. His three-point shot got better and better as the season progressed.
It did, but that's not one of his...
And he ended up shooting 36% from the three-point line. That's not bad.
No.
Quarter three, he became very, very competent when it came to that corner three.
Yeah, but for what he's doing on this team, I don't think that you're looking for him to do, know, all that kind of shooting. I love GP2. It's a great story. He totally fits the ethos of the community, of the fan base, everything about it. $10 million?
Maybe. We'll see. We'll see if he gets that much. Maybe there's a team that will try to pry him away from the Warriors, knowing what he does for the Golden State Warriors, and say, you know what? Can we get that on our team? Can you defend Stephen Curry like that?
No doubt.
That's a tall order. It's a tough task.
I just got this feeling that he's going to price himself out, and rightfully so, and he deserves it.
He's been bounced around.
It'll change his life. You know what I mean? Like that, absolutely he should. But this has got a big, like, Kent Bazemore, Ian Clark feel to it to a higher degree where it's like, you're going to go somewhere, you're going to get paid, but I have a feeling you're not going to have the similar impact that you had here. Like, this situation is so unique. Same thing could probably be said for Looney and Otto Porter Jr. Like, if Otto Porter Jr. signed at, like Bazemore did, if he had signed a one-year veteran minimum with the Lakers last year, not knowing what we know now, are we looking at Otto Porter Jr. the same way?
No, we're saying keep him away from our team.
Exactly. And I'm not knocking Otto. I'm just saying, like, the circumstances that you go to really affect how impactful you can be.
Yeah, GP2 is going to be a tough one. I would try to bring Looney and GP2 back. I think they're both invaluable for this Golden State Warriors franchise. Again, what Gary Payton II does, 94 feet, full court, playing in that dunker role. Like, I would rather have GP2 than, say, a PJ Tucker. I'd rather have GP2.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Like,
if you asked me in a vacuum, if I had the mid-level to use, because I don't know what Otto Porter Jr. wants. If I had the mid-level, I would rather use it on GP2, but I think he's priced himself out of it.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. I can't believe that idiot Nick Wright. Probably deals for Wiggins, JK, and Moody.
Freaking bum.
After what we just watched in the NBA Finals, you're an idiot, Nick Wright. Seriously, that's... How much is he making? Can we make that much money? How much is he making?
I would like to rework our deal right now, Stacey, if you're listening. I mean, right now, my value's never been higher.
It's time for the injury report, sponsored by Boxer & Gerson Law Firm.
It's time for the injury report. It really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Oh, boy. Every single day with this Boxer & Gerson injury report, it's all about the San Francisco Giants because somebody's always dropping. They had the second oldest team in baseball. Brandon Belt's knee is a problem, so the Belt haters are back in full effect. And now Giants shortstop Brandon Crawford left last night's game against the Braves with a knee contusion. Crawford suffered the injury when he collided with Braves catcher Travis d'Arnaud. In the fourth inning, while trying to score on Luis Gonzalez's sacrifice fly, Crawford appeared to slip while trying to score, and his knee ended up colliding with D'Arnaud's shin guard. I don't even know if that was a slide, Chasky. In the process, he exited the game soon after initially being ruled out. A brief replay review showed that Crawford was safe on the play, and the Giants took a 6-5 lead. He mentioned after the game that he does not expect to miss more than a few days of action. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. The one and only Darrell Wright, next on the Morning Roast.
Listening to Steiny and Guru has never been easier with the to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game. He runs South Beach.
Go holler at my boy Miles at Prime 112, the owner. Definitely drop my name. I'm always good in the MIA.
He has his own commercials.
Thought I'd spice things up.
He's now taking over the dial as our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider.
Hey, Bonte, I don't play basketball no more. I'm a full-time golfer.
Hey.
Okay?
Here's Darrell Wright.
The one, the only Darrell Wright here on the Morning Roast, says he joins us every single Wednesday at 8 a.m. on the Morning Roast. Of course, my partner in crime on NBC Sports Bay Area. Did a great job at the parade with the Lit Squad. Laura Britt, Blake Anderson, and of course, Mr. Fab. They got Stephen Curry to go night-night with the microphone now. He now owes NBC a microphone, but hey, Steph Curry could pick up that tab. D. Wright, what's happening, man? No more basketball. I'm a little sad right now.
Fellas, man, you know, as I sit here in L.A. drinking this venti white chocolate mocha with almond milk at DeLon's house with my feet on his coffee table, man. It's a bittersweet day, man. I'm a little sad that the season's over with. I'm not gonna be able to talk game with my guys, so it's a tough day for me, man.
Well, here's a way to spicing things up. I owe you a bet. I owe you a bet.
That's right.
I have to pay it off, and I have to wear Dodger gear. So at some point this summer, we'll make that happen. And also, Did you hear that noise, Bonte? That's Darrell shaking off the cobwebs of his golf clubs because it's golf club season.
Oh no, he's been shooting the golf. He's been on the course. Weren't you on the course the other day?
Oh yeah, I got tea time today at 12. I'm ready for that. A little stretching, waiting for DeLon to get up. We're going to hit the weights, get a little pump in.
There we go.
Hit the green.
Is DeLon on the golf course now, too?
Man, I've told him a million times to go get his clubs, and I keep repeating it. I think I'm just going to have to take him, get him sized and get him fitted.
Yeah.
Because, he's an athlete as well. He can hit the ball. He just got to get out there, man. I'm trying to get him out there.
I like that. I'm ready for that. All right, so what's the highlight for you? Is it you, basically saying, hey, come on, my guy, give me the night-night to Steph Curry and him doing the mic drop that has just absolutely made the rounds on social media? Is that the highlight for you of the parade?
Oh, most definitely. Me and Fab, we were talking. It was like, man, Fab is a politician, man. He's one of the best. It's so amazing how you can turn it on and just, get to it and his history of the game. So, when we got together, we was on our way to our station. Like, we got to go viral. So that was kind of what it was. He did a great interview, asking Steph the question. And I was like, man, I know we don't have him for long, so I got to tell him to hit that night-night one more time. So that was for sure the highlight. It went crazy. A lot of people reached out to me about that little scene. So that was an amazing day.
No, that was amazing. I mean, it went viral right away. Your crew, Laura Britt, Blake Anderson, and of course, as you just mentioned, Mr. Fab, y'all was the most lit crew all day long. I was actually jealous. That was the one point where I was like, damn, maybe I should leave Mully and Raj and go see where Darrell and them are. They're sipping Moet. We had the fake Moet bottles in the studio. You guys had the Moet bottles. You guys went like 5 deep out there in a 4-hour span. It was pretty live.
Oh, man, we had a great group, a lot of great and different personalities. I'm the quiet one. I just laugh a lot. So to be around those guys, Mr. Fab, Laura Britt, Blake, they were awesome, man. We had a good time. Everybody enjoyed themselves.
Yep.
So, when you're having fun, it's not really work. So we had an amazing time out there. The fans were great. And it was just so cool to see how happy everybody was. This world has been through so much these last few years. So just to see all those, great Golden State Warrior fans out there enjoying themselves, having a great time, and being respectful, man. It was amazing.
All right, so we look back at this 5-10 years from now, not the parade portion. How are you going to remember this Warriors team or this Warriors season?
Man, I think the biggest thing that comes to mind is just being counted out. So many doubts, so many people saying that it was over for them, they had no chance. Then they get off to that hot start, and it surprised everybody. I'm not going to lie to you. I was like, woo. Like, these guys are, playing some great basketball. And you saw it. You saw that without, James Wiseman. You saw that without Klay Thompson. So you're like, dude, if they get any of these guys back, this team's going to be scary. And Mully, we got to give him his credit. He called this from the jump, like, oh, yeah, they're going to be playing into June.
Right.
I won't say I didn't believe Mully. I said, okay. And it happened. So, you know, it was an amazing season to watch these guys really prove a lot of doubters, a lot of haters wrong. And, you know, these guys, you know, are some humble superstars. So just for them to let it all out and, you know, add up those receipts and send that heat back to everybody, I'm enjoying that to the fullest.
Darrell Wright here in the morning roast on 95.7 The Game, chilling in La La Land. And you're right, that 18-2 start was fascinating. Steph Curry came out of the blocks hot. Jordan Poole was balling. Hey, talk about his step. His evolution, Jordan Poole, because we talked about him ad nauseum all last season. What is he? What type of player is he? And you mentioned right away, even last year, D, right, that he just needs to stop over-dribbling. And once he controlled that, we saw the type of playmaker he could be. And what he's going to do with this championship moving forward, it's going to be phenomenal, man. Jordan Poole's evolution on his basketball team is one thing I didn't see happening in 2022.
Same. But, you know, when you have great examples, you have great vets, amazing coaching staff and player development, and, you know, guys that's going to hold you accountable. Guys tend to, you know, get on track and buy into the system. So I think Jordan Poole, man, he had that coming out party this year. Last year, he did an amazing job, but this year, you know, solidified him as being a young star in his league and potential to reach superstar status. So, you know, he could be an all-star in his league as well. His shot-making abilities, his underrated play-making abilities. And then, you know, he's a decent defender. He's not a bad defender. You know, that's something he can still work on. But I think Jordan Poole had an amazing year. Just that leadership over there, watching Klay Thompson, watching Steph Curry, and basically being both of those guys combined in one, which is crazy. Another thing Mully mentioned, it's like, dude, this dude plays like Klay Thompson and Steph Curry. And I'm looking like, you're right. You're running off screens, you're catching and shooting, you got the handle, he could play from 3 levels and score. So, Jordan Poole, amazing year. Hopefully he gets back to work ASAP and is hungry for more, because he's going to be the guy that carries these OGs once, you know, that the athleticism kind of declines. You know, those minutes, you know, go a little bit lower. They're going to be dependent on Jordan Poole to carry that load. So, man, I hope he's ready for that.
You know, just from a professional athlete standpoint, how rare is it that these guys are still hungry 12, 13 years into their career to continue to win championships? Like, this isn't a one-off situation. So many times in just every sport, you see a team win a singular championship and then they kind of never get back there, you know? Why is this core so different than some of these other teams that are around? I mean, clearly they have financial advantages with the ownership and the fact that they've all stayed together and got along. But is it unique that they're still so hungry to shut everyone up?
Oh, most definitely. You know, when you get to host that trophy up, you get that feeling, you get that love from everybody. It's addicting, and you want to keep doing it. You want to keep getting there. It's just like when you go to that 15 tee box and you get that thing 300. You probably been playing bad all day, but you want to come back.
It's so true.
You know, that one good shot. So I think that's kind of how the Warriors are. You know, they know how it feels like. How the people love them, you know, how it continues to build their legacy. And you just got a bunch of underdogs on this team. You got a bunch of guys that's been counted out. You got a bunch of guys that were kind of like, he could be decent. You know, a lot of people didn't see these guys being the stars that they are, you know. So I think it's a better feeling when you could prove the world wrong, because they knew they could reach this potential. So I think that's what it is with the Warriors. They understand, like, this is an amazing feeling. We could talk our talk, but we got to put that work in. So I think that's the number one thing. They put the work in. They don't just talk it. They put the work in and the time.
D. Wright, did you see Andrew Wiggins becoming a two-way star with this organization? I mean, that's been the biggest development for me. Watching him in those finals average 18 points and 9 rebounds a game, including those 2 double-doubles. Andrew Wiggins, I mean, wow.
Yeah, to be honest with you, fellas, I think with Andrew Wiggins, it was just like, we got to just see what he gonna bring. You know, it was very nonchalant. Like, we got to see what he brings. We know he have all the potential, but, you know, these last 2-3 years, he surprised us with, you know, being able to play on both ends of the floor, to be able to go and shut down and make it tough on the other team's superstar, his ability to knock down open shots. We know his athleticism is off the charts. He got much better down the stretch with his free throws. That was like the biggest concern. Andrew Wiggins is one of those guys that just is perfect with his core guys. With his attitude, with his personality, how he carries himself, he fits perfect. And you want to win championships, you got to have the perfect pieces. And I think Andrew Wiggins was a perfect fit for the team. To get a former number one pick, a high-level guy to be your third, fourth option. Come on now.
Yeah.
Like that's amazing, And I think Andrew Wiggins understood down the stretch, hey, I got a mismatch every single time, or I got the other team superstar. I got to wear him down on both ends. And he took advantage of Jason Tatum, took advantage of Luka Doncic, all those guys that had to guard him on the other end. He took advantage of them.
Darrell Wright joining us right now. Obviously, Warriors pre and post with Bonte Hill. All your Warrior coverage. Former player for the Golden State Warriors, NBA champion. Darrell, you and I made a bet last year. I kind of got to this earlier, and I know Bonte wants to play you some fun sound in a second. We made a bet last year, Giants-Dodgers. You're a diehard Dodger fan, and the Giants ended up losing, and so I have to pay off a bet. Now, I'm looking at the calendar right now. They just sent me, and I want to book on air right now, all three of us. Okay, Bonte, you're going to be out of town the next series, which is 8-1 through 8-4. So let's take that off the board. September 16th is, I believe, a Friday night. September 16th. Can we all do now, if we do in real time, September 16th, I will wear the Dodger outfit. I will do a couple of laps. I'm not sure how many we're going to confirm. I'll get the seats. Let's get up in club level. You, me, B,
No. Club level? No.
What?
We're going down to the lower level. We're going down with the folks, baby.
Oh, is that where you want to be?
Oh, yeah. No.
Yeah, we got to be with the people, baby.
We got to be with the people, baby.
All right.
Come on, man.
So you guys figure out who's going to be in attendance and in terms of how many tickets we need to get. I'll get with my guy who can get us some tickets, all right? I'll rock the Dodger outfit. I'm thinking Friday night, September 16th. Are you guys all in?
I'm all in.
We're all in then.
I'll be there.
I don't have anywhere to go.
I think I'm going to have to get myself a blue Wilson A2000 glove somewhere on eBay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right, Darrell? I need the full outfit.
Now.
Yeah, you need the full joint.
No, we need it all. And we need this. We need Darrell Wright to listen to this.
Listen to this.
I want you to write this one to you right here. You go. From the parade rally, the one and only Bob Fitzgerald.
You can feel in the Bay Area the energy, the love, the appreciation. Because when you think about it, from Stockton to the state's capital, from the East Bay to Monterey, from Marin County to San Jose, the city by the bay and the town, it's all Warriors ground. It's all Dub Nation. And we get to cheer for the best basketball team in the world.
So how would you rate those? How would you rate those bars from our man Bob Fitzgerald?
He's out here sounding like a platinum artist. Big Mill gonna call him for the next feature for sure.
From the East Bay to Monterey.
Well, I was thinking he's kind of got like the Mac Minister ad lib at the beginning of people's albums, where he just starts spitting that pimp game.
Oh man,
that was amazing, dude. He sound like he definitely been, at home in the mirror practicing his bars. Platinum artist.
So before we let you go, who was your MVP of the parade out of the players and the coaches? I think we have Klay Thompson.
Yes, Klay.
Was this the parade of Klay?
I just got to go with Klay. And how he ended it with style, with the whole bus following him.
So good.
It reminded me of that old school LeBron commercial when the whole city met him at the beach. And stuff.
Yeah. Yep.
That was amazing how that happened, and just all the fans and the fan love. All his antics, losing the ring, almost tripping, and, the lady taking the charge. That was
the lady taking
with the Mike Jackson dance moves. That he took the cake for sure.
No doubt. And then had the line of the day too, telling Draymond, "Hey man, you got the maturity of a third grader, man."
So good.
Just Klay Thompson being Klay. What a bender he was on. Lost his championship hat in the Bay as well. D. Wright, man, this has been a lot of fun. I can't wait to do it again next season. You made my job so easy on television. You and Mully are great. Festus as well.
Oh,
Harrisburg, the whole crew.
Do you know what the nickname of his album is? Fitz's album.
What is it?
To Fitz a Butterfly.
Wow. Wow. I got it.
That's from YouTube. Yang Tom
That's
Smith.
from YouTube? Oh, my God.
That's a great name.
Oh, my God.
That's so good.
That is hilarious.
Oh, man. Well, more jokes next season, D, right? More laughs and more jokes and a good basketball team and the Golden
Have
State
fun with
Warriors
your
as they
brother.
win their 4th championship in 8 years. Tell DeLon we said what's up, and you know what? We got a jersey for him out here if he wants to be a Warrior.
Yes, we do.
We'll hit up Grant Liffman and say, hey, give us DeLon Wright. We'll give you a bag of Cheetos and a case of Fit Aid, and we'll call it the day.
You already know I'm going to tell him, man, but I appreciate you guys. You guys kill it every single morning, man. I enjoy it every Wednesday, so thank you guys. Keep doing your thing. I see y'all boys around, and next year we're going back-to-back with it.
Let's
yes,
go.
Sir. Yes, sir. We'll be in touch this summer, D-Wright. Take care, man. The one and only Darrell Wright here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
To Fitz a Butterfly?
To Fitz a
Come on, that's pretty
Butterfly.
good. Yang Tom, coming through on YouTube chat.
You can feel in the Bay Area the energy,
so
the
good.
love, the appreciation. Because when you think about it, from Stockton to the state's capital, from the East Bay to Monterey, from Marin County to San Jose, the city by the bay and the town, it's all Warriors ground. It's all Dub Nation. And we get to cheer for the best basketball team in the world.
Fitz had the arm movement, too.
It was so good.
When after he did
So good.
from the East Bay to Monterey to the city by the bay, and he had the points and everything, and people were filling it out there, man. Whoever put the music behind that drop.
He's the Fitz of the year.
Oh. Oh,
All right, so me paying off this
man.
bet Friday, September 16th.
Yeah, you've been trying to
Forward
duck it.
promotion.
Yeah, for Friday,
Well, I
September
also
16th.
think pennant race baseball Friday night, San Francisco Giants Dodgers. That feels appropriate, right?
Yeah, it's going to mean something, too.
So-
Mookie Betts will be back.
Yeah, Lubman, make sure we get an email going right now. Let's get all the powers that be, and then I'll talk to my buddy Joey, and we'll get this thing laced up. So you want to sit down low?
Yeah, we're sitting with the people, dog. You're not hiding at a club level.
Bleachers?
No, we're not going to do
Yeah,
bleachers because I need the back
I
support.
was thinking you and Darrell
I don't do the
a little
bleachers.
too
Yeah,
big.
I don't do the
I'm
bleachers.
worried about you getting
don't
mobbed
worry.
by fans.
I'll take care of the tickets. We'll get the tickets. We'll be with the people.
So I got to wear the bleach white baseball pants. I got
You
to
wear a full Dodger uniform,
and the
Dodger hat, and the glove. You got to do it all.
And am I wearing stirrups or can I wear baggies?
Do whatever you want to do.
All right.
You can wear the stirrups if you want.
I might put a pillow in the jersey, and I'll do the Fernando Valenzuela. Grow out the
I
sideburns.
think he was getting you a Lasorda.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if you're going to do a jersey, whose name's going to be on the back?
Yeah, I thought it was Tommy Lasorda.
I want Corey Snyder.
Why Corey Snyder?
I always liked him. He was a Giant too.
All right. Not Duke?
Maybe Dusty. No,
Dusty?
I'm not doing Duke Snyder. No, I don't want to do one of the legends. I want some obscure guy, like Jerry Hairston.
Jerry Hairston, dude. What about Trace Thompson?
I could do that. It's got to be Lasorda, though, even though I hate Lasorda's such a bigot. I can't seeing the Glenn Burke story and then hearing all the stuff about Lasorda behind the scenes about his own child.
Yeah, it's not
just seems like a horrible human being.
No, it's not good. What about Mike Piazza? Raul Mondesi?
Oh, I love Raul Mondesi. You know that.
Eric Karros?
No, Karros is terrible. Although he's a great interview.
He's a great interview, I was going to say.
He's terrible.
Giants Dodgers brawling in the minors. That's a great story.
6 consecutive Rookie of the Year.
I know. Remember that in the 90s?
So
and he still
annoying.
didn't win a World Series
Was
championship.
it Todd Hollandsworth?
Todd Hollandsworth, Mike Piazza, Eric Karros, Raul Mondesi.
Hideo Nomo.
Yeah. It may have been 5 straight. I can't think of 6.
I mean, they've always brought up prospects.
They were rolling.
Yeah.
They were rolling.
Sean Green? No, he was at Toronto first.
Yeah, he was underwhelming with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Sean Green was underwhelming.
I remember when Bonds hit either his 500th or 600th home. I think it was 600th home run. He just stood there in right field as Bonds just crushed one into the bay. He didn't even move.
Wow. Baseball talk. We got Fleming coming up here as we wrap it up with Darrell Wright. Man, basketball season's over, man. I'm not going to lie. I was getting a little itchy last night because I was like, wait, I don't have double duty? I don't have to go anywhere? I have to go down to NBC. Wait, I get to just sit back and watch the Giants?
It's sleep season, baby.
It is sleep season. Your boys are sleeping before 9 o'clock, man. It feels good.
Especially when the Giants are on the East Coast road.
Oh, my gosh. I love that. Go play the rest of your games on the road. 4 o'clock starts for everybody.
So now you're starting to feel me on 5 o'clock starts.
Well, I mean, when you work morning radio, if I worked at 12, I wouldn't give a damn. You can play all night. I got a show at noon. Play till 1 in the morning. Hell, I'd go to the game and sit there till 1 in the morning.
Yeah, not anymore.
Not anymore. That's done.
No.
Those days are gone. Yeah. Long gone.
I am dreading wearing this Dodger outfit.
Oh, I can't wait. Wear a Max Muncy jersey.
No.
Ooh, what if we got you with a Cody Bellinger?
Well, I picked him to be MVP the year he won MVP. That was my preseason
now
choice.
you rip him every chance you get.
Well, he looks malnourished, and he's not the same player. I mean, he's totally fallen off a cliff.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him.
I mean, if you would have asked me 2.5 years ago who I would bet on for the next 12 years, he would have been at the top of the list.
Oh, you got to pay off this debt, buddy. You have to. So here's what we'll do. Lutman, put it on a poll. Put it on our Twitter, @MorningRoast957. What Dodger jersey should Shasky wear to pay off this bet?
So what are we going to narrow it down to?
What are the options? So Tommy Lasorda's got to be on this list.
Absolutely.
Mike Piazza?
I don't know. Oral Hershiser? Kershaw?
Oh, well, no. Hershiser was a giant.
I know. Kershaw?
Okay, we'll go Kershaw.
No, you got to go legends. Koufax? Or is that too old school?
No, that's too old school.
Yeah, Maury Wills.
I'm not letting you get away with Jackie Robinson. No.
Although that would be sick.
That would be sick, but no, because you'll get a pass for that.
Yeah.
Ooh, people are saying Matt Kemp.
Yeah, but he's a Niner fan, so I'm okay with Matt Kemp.
No, all right.
I wanted the Giants to acquire him.
All right, so we're going Mike Piazza, Clayton Kershaw.
Okay. I think Piazza's definitely in there. I think you're right. You're 100%
Got to
right.
have Piazza.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's go Piazza.
Okay, what about a Jeff Kent?
What about
Dodger?
Steve Garvey?
Steve Garvey, that's good. I think that might be it. But can you get these? Like, that's the key.
Yeah,
can we
that's the
get
key.
these?
All right.
You know, we have to customize it now. I mean, get a cheap one. Don't get me the expensive one. And then here's
get a
what
Mr.
we'll do.
Street knockoff.
Here's what we'll do. I'll wear it one time, wash and clean it, and I'll give it away on YouTube.
There you go.
How's that?
There you go.
But you have to prove that you're subscribed to YouTube.
Oh, 626, Xfinity Mobile text line. Grab a Benny the Jet Rodriguez jersey.
Let's do it. I like that. That's the fourth one.
Or
I
Puig.
like that. I love Puig, though.
Jeff Kent Dodger jersey.
Yeah,
How gangster would that be?
I think the Benny the Jet one's
Benny
pretty
the Jet?
sweet. Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
It would be sick if you wore
Because that
Jeff.
pissed me off in Sandlot when he stole home against the Giants.
Yeah, no, that did suck. It had to be against. That did suck. Chase Utley jersey. Wow. Jeff Kent would be gangster though.
I hated him.
Going to Oracle Park with the Jeff Kent Dodger jersey. That would be next level right there. You might get beat up though. We can't do that. We got your back.
Gagne's a good one.
Gagne is a good one. Steve Sachs. I thought about Steve Sachs. Wow. All right. We'll break there.
All right.
Go throw that up on a poll.
Yeah, put it on the. Give it 24
How about
hours.
this? How about this? You do this, Lutman. Piazza, Lasorda. Other. And who's the third one? Who was the third one? Kershaw, yeah.
So I got Lasorda, Kershaw, Piazza, then we'll do the other.
And then this is what we're going to do. The hat and the jersey I will be giving away differently, separately. Obviously, you got to have the right size. Right. I'll give those away on YouTube when you show that you've subscribed and you happen to be a Dodger
Basically,
fan.
if you have a big head, you qualify for the hat.
First off, no. I'm a 7 and, what is it, a 7 and 8th right now? 7 and 3/8?
How many 8s, buddy? What's coming up on the game brought to you by Whole Foods Market.
Is anyone surprised?
Dave Fleming.
Boy needs a meter stick to do his head size.
Flem coming up on a morning roast. That's good. That's pretty good.
Ski.
All right, welcome back. If you want some Giants news, we always have a podcast here at 95.7 Game. Everybody's got a podcast these days, but the Garlic Fries at Baseball Guys podcast with Willard and my boy Joe Shasky the Butcher.
Absolutely.
Subscribe to the Garlic Fries at Baseball Guys podcast.
Wherever you find podcasts.
No doubt. Diehard Giants fans who bring the heat on the biggest stories and issues facing the team. A Giants podcast done by Giants fans for Giants fans. New episodes drop Mondays and Thursdays on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And you can also clip the interview with Dave Fleming right now on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Dave Fleming?
Dave Fleming, that's right.
The voice of the Giants?
The voice of the Giants down in the ATL.
Oh, my goodness. I'm going to ask him what Dodger jersey I have to be forced to wear.
We can ask him right now. Flem, what's happening? Good morning. A wild one yesterday down in Atlanta. Giants win 12-10 to even up this series. This 4-game set against a tough Braves team, of course, the defending champions. But Shasky here has to pay off a bet to our very own Darrell Wright from the course because of the Giants losing to the Dodgers last year in the NLDS. So we're trying to figure out what Dodgers jersey Shasky has to wear. Now, right now, the top three options are Tommy Lasorda, Mike Piazza, and Clayton Kershaw. And left the fourth option as other. If you had to pick a jersey for him to wear, a Dodger jersey, what would it be? I would say Jeff Kent, because that would be really cruel and Giants fans would get all over him. A Jeff Kent Dodgers jersey? Ooh, that'd be nasty.
So what's the goal? Is it, Shasky, you're trying to like the one that's most palatable to you?
No.
Or the one that
biggest humiliation.
Painful and most humiliating.
Yeah, most shameful.
I'm going to have to wear the white pants. I'm going to probably go get myself a eBay blue plastic glove so I can pretend like I'm El Presidente Dennis Martinez from the 90s. Yeah, it's going to go full regalia, and I have to walk around Oracle Park. We're going to do it on Friday night, September 16th, Giants-Dodgers. I'm going to do at least, 1 or 2 laps?
Probably 3 laps.
And then I have to sit there for all 9 innings in the uniform.
Well, in recent vintage, the villain is Yasiel Puig.
Good call.
Puig is the guy who in the last decade is the one that Giants fans most wanted to boo and heckle and get all over. But in the history of the L.A. Dodgers and the San Francisco Giants, at least, if you just clip it to modern Giants-Dodgers history, you can't go wrong with Tommy Lasorda. Tommy, the boos, that was his whole shtick.
As long as I'm not wearing a blue satin coat, bowing to people throwing peanuts at me, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I mean, you might have to do that part of it, too.
That would be, we may have to get the blue satin jacket. We may have to get that bad boy. And he wanted to sit up in the club level, and I'm like, Dave, no. You got to sit with the the diehards down there. We're not hiding at the club level and going to the suite and sipping wine. No. We're going to sit with the people. Now, we're not going to do bleachers because we're a little older and our backs are a little achy.
And we're bougie.
Yeah, we are a little bougie now, Flem. No doubt about that. But we got to get him down there with the people in his full Dodger garb. I can't believe he's going to do this. Can't believe it.
By the way, you can't claim you guys are way too young to say your back. Come on, man.
Pushing 40 here, Flem, man. We straighten our backs getting out of bed at 4 in the morning. Speaking of which, Giants dealing with more injuries with Brandon Crawford. We'll get to that in just a second. But, man, I just don't know what this Giants team is. And yet they're 9 games over 500, and they scratched out a big-time win yesterday when DeSclafani comes back. Doesn't have his best stuff. He struggled all year. Strider, I heard you on the broadcast, Flem. He does have a great fastball, but he's only a 2-pitch pitcher, and the Giants got to him. That was a gutty win, and hopefully that's the type of win that could get them kickstarted here. But it's just a strange team, Flem, even though they're 3.5 back of the Padres and Dodgers.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, actually, I think, when you consider all that's gone wrong, and a lot has gone wrong, a lot. The fact that they're still in a really good position right now is, I'm taking the optimistic view. I am, that they've hung in there through all this stuff, and they're buying themselves time to get right. But the pessimistic side would be, man, this team just, we all know it's an older team, and that is going to ultimately be the demise of this Giants team because they cannot keep people on the field. And, last night's Crawford thing, that's fluky. Crawford is, one of the most durable players in the history of the Giants. So that was just a weird play, and it sounds like Brandon's not going to be out for too long. But the other side of it is not fluky. And it's not just they're missing games. I mean, right now, it's painful to watch the Giants run the bases. And it's putting huge pressure on Mark Hallberg every night. How do you coach third base for this team right now, where every single decision you make is fraught with, not only am I going to get the guy out, am I going to get the guy hurt?
Yeah.
Half the team is just limping around out there, and it's impacting the defense of this team, which continues to be an issue. There's a lot of stuff to worry about, and yet they do some things so well, better than almost anybody else in the big leagues, that they're still a good team. And that's the optimism of how they figured out how to control the strike zone as an offense, grind out at bats even against really good pitchers with really good stuff. This guy last night for the Braves, people in the league are talking about him like, oh my God, what have they found? They've got their next ace. And the Giants had terrific at bats against him. Giants pitching staff, even though the numbers haven't been great, they still have a depth of arms. They've got too many pitchers. They're running out of room on their roster because they have so many pitchers who are big league quality. So they're still doing a lot of things really well. It's just the other side of the roster has been a massive problem, the age, the injuries, and they're dealing with it every single day.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And I look up and on my bingo card of Giants success heading into the year, I didn't have these three guys as probably the best players start to finish. You could throw Yastrzemski in there, but Thairo Estrada, Wilmer Flores, Jock Peterson's been outstanding, but move him to the side, and Luis Gonzalez. These guys have been very, very, very impactful, and yet I feel like it's flying under the radar. Which one of those guys is the guy you're most impressed with?
Well, I'm most impressed with Luis because he's come from nowhere. I mean, he was off the radar entirely. And I know in spring training you guys asked me who stood out, and I did say him. And from the first game I saw him in the Cactus League, I was like, Giants might have a guy here. It just looked like a big leaguer to me from the very first look. I think I was right about that one, but that doesn't mean that when I said that to you, I thought he was going to be hitting leadoff every night for the Giants. I did not think that. So he's the one that Wilmer, I just have a high degree of respect for Wilmer. Total pro.
Yep.
They're running him into the ground, and not by choice. I mean, the whole idea with Wilmer this year was give him a bunch of rest, keep him much fresher, let his body, because Wilmer's not old, he's in really good shape, but he's the kind of player I think who really benefits from just a couple days off a week. Not playing him they're having to play him every single day. Last night was his night off, and he ends up playing half the game and getting the big hit.
Yep.
His nights off aren't nights off. Tyro's an interesting case because Tyro's at bats lately have been really, really good. The spectacular is spectacular. I don't know why he keeps, the unforced errors on defense are very frustrating with him. And I don't know what the issue is.
But then he makes the great play.
He makes the great play. He makes the spectacular play. But Tyro's been another guy where, the Giants are asking a whole lot of him, way more than what the plan would be, and he's answered the test. So you could make a good case for any of those guys.
Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. What about this Austin Wynns guy playing catcher? Joey Bart's down to AAA. Casale's dealing with the hammy, and Austin Wynns set the tone yesterday with the 3-run jack there in the top of the second. This may be his job moving forward, and we don't even know this guy, Flem.
Yeah, we don't. We're just getting to know him. Look, nobody does this better right now than the Giants. They identify undervalued players who they give an opportunity to. And this guy's getting a chance. And is he going to be an all-star? He's not going to be an all-star. But can he be a really solid second catcher and start a few times a week, and you totally trust his defense? And then his at-bats look good. I still haven't talked enough with him. We've spoken a few times. He's so busy. I get to the ballpark early and I walk around and I talk to folks, and this guy's just like game planning and learning. He's trying to learn everybody on the fly. Like, it's so hard to be a catcher and drop in in the middle of a season because there's so much to learn about the pitchers that you're working with. But I like him. And the at-bats, the numbers in AAA this year were huge, like way improved. So something happened with this guy at the plate where he's unlocked some of his ability. Good for him because, it's two things, right? He's helping the Giants win games, which he definitely has done already. And he's given Joey Bart, who still should be a big part of the Giants' future, he's given Joey a chance to go down there and work on some stuff. And those two things both could be, it might be more valuable that the second part of that because the Giants still need Joey.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what to make of the whole Joey Bart thing. I know he took some time off. They're trying to rework his swing. Time will tell on that. The guy I'm really impressed with last night had kind of an eventful ninth inning. Camilo Duvall. He's on pace for close to 30 saves this year, which would be incredible, right? He's 11 out of 13 in terms of save conversions and opportunities. I really like the development of just him fighting through adversity. He's pitched to the score a little more than what the data would suggest, which I like from a young player. But him showing emotion last night, I don't know what happened with the chain, but he threw his glove down. You guys were kind of talking about it. The catcher goes out there, kind of calms him down. He gets the win or whatever, the hold. I don't know what they call it because they had a 4-run lead when he came in. I just like where Camilo's at right now. I know last night, the ninth inning, people are probably making too much of the glove throw. What'd you make of it?
Yeah, I guess it turns out, at the time, I didn't know what to make of it. I just said, you very rarely see that in the middle of an inning.
Yeah.
I guess it turns out he thought that was out number 3, which...
Gotcha.
That's another issue in itself. Like,
right.
You got to know how the situation out there. It's probably one of another. We've had several examples of this where we still have to remind ourselves Camilo's really young, really inexperienced, and he's still learning. And as calm and cool as he looks in the big moments, just close your eyes and think back to those massive Giants-Dodgers games last year, regular season and playoffs, where he came in, chaos all around, and calmed everything down.
Mm-hmm.
There was a Manny Machado at bat last year. Bases loaded, nobody out.
Good call.
In a huge game, and he strikes out Manny Machado and then gets a double play ball. The guy's got an unbelievable demeanor for the big moment. So that was unusual last night, that tirade from him. He's a little frustrated. I think, he looks at the ERA, the numbers. Young players do that, right? And he doesn't like what he sees, even though I think he's throwing the ball great. I think he's doing everything the Giants want him to do. He gets a little frustrated when he gives up a run. That's understandable. He gave up the 2-run homer. He also needs to get over it's pretty clear he wants to be the closer. He wants to be the ninth inning guy, and he wants to save situations. And last night wasn't a save situation. And I don't know if that's why he didn't pitch quite as well last night. But if that's true, he needs to get over that because that's not how this whole team is constructed. This team is a egoless. Do what you're asked. Everybody pitch in. We're all doing different jobs. That's the whole culture of this organization right now. And I think Camilo gets that. But those late inning relievers, man, they want those saves. They want their role. And, sometimes the world isn't perfect. And I think he's still learning that.
Flynn, what's up with Brandon Belt? It feels like that knee may not be 100% all season long. He's scuffling a bit, although he went 2 for 5 yesterday. How do you see Brandon Belt here? What's he dealing with behind the scenes with this knee injury?
Yeah, he's always been a streaky player. So I think sometimes we read a little too much into, he swings and misses some. Is he healthy? Is he not? But it's clear, you're right, he's not healthy. This season's going to be a struggle for him, I think. Just the whole way through, I think it's going to be a lot of maintenance, a lot of treatment. No player wants to do that every day. I think it's going to take that from Brandon. He's going to have to do it. I still really believe that if there's one anchor offensively for this team,
right,
and they need it, you can platoon and mix and match and play matchups and all that's great. And the Giants won 107 games doing that last year. But a manager needs a couple anchors in the lineup, and he can be that guy. More than anybody else, I think he can be that guy for the Giants. So I hope he can get there. it's just hard if your season keeps getting interrupted. As talented as he is, it's hard. So it's going to take a lot of work on the side from him just to be physically right. He can do it. I still believe that firmly, that if you ask me who's the best Giants offensive player, just hitter offensive player, I still think it's Brandon Belt.
Interesting. Real quick, because we're up against it here, Dave. Under the radar, Logan Webb's having a really nice season this year. Yeah. I mean, he really is. He got caned the other night where he gives up the one hit. He ends up losing in an unbelievable pitcher's duel. I mean, it's unfortunate. I just really like what I've seen with him. He hasn't had his best stuff in certain outings, yet he grinds it out. He hands the ball to the relievers with an opportunity to win in the 7th, 8th inning. What are you feeling about Logan Webb thus far this year?
So mature. The guy doesn't get rattled. The first half of that start the other night, the slider was not there. I mean, big misses with the slider. So for a couple innings, let's just go sinker change up, and he made that work, and then kept being stubborn, trying to find that slider, found it, and by the end of the night, the Braves had no chance against him. And I love the kid. I do. He's just everything you want in the demeanor, the attitude, wants the ball, wants the big games, doesn't get rattled, strike thrower, attack mode, works quick. There's nothing not to like about this guy. And in some ways, the numbers aren't quite as good. In some ways, I think he's been better this year because it hasn't been perfect. Like, it's a hard sport, and there are many, many times for even the greatest players where not everything's working right. And if you get that ability to where even when it's not, you figure out how to get it done, that's elite level. And I think that's where he is right now.
Matt Fitzpatrick, your winner of the U.S. Open, and the Warriors win an NBA championship. I mean,
and
you talked about Zalatoris
so
had
close.
it. Rahm was there on day 3. Of course, he faded at the end of day 3. Doesn't do anything in the final round. Matt Fitzpatrick, your U.S. Open winner of Brookline, Massachusetts.
It was a great tournament, great host. The venue was awesome. I hope they go back a lot because that's the perfect U.S. Open to me. The way that golf course played, I thought it was perfect. Matt Fitzpatrick played awesome. My friend Will played awesome. Yep. He's going to do it. I hope he doesn't get down and dejected about this because if you ask me right now who the best player in the world is, I might answer Will Zalatoris. He's playing so great in every single one of these big events. I hope he breaks through. We were at the ballpark before we came on this road trip and sent him a picture. Mike and Dwayne and I did of the three of us cheering him on, and he was texting us back, and he's following the Giants every single night. He's watching games. He's watching games after he finishes his U.S. Open rounds. He's going back to the hotel and watching Giants games. The guy's just a stud, so he's going to get it done someday.
Dave, I love Zalatoris. I mean, he's a flusher. The guy hits irons unbelievably. His putting stroke, as good as the data kind of suggests over at least the weekend, it is the ugliest putting stroke I've ever seen in my entire life, yet it works.
Only the short, the long stroke is beautiful, and he makes a ton of long putts, mid-range long putts. The short stroke is not pretty, but here's what I'll say, because I asked his caddy about, I asked his caddy about it. He's almost, I know this sounds weird, but he's almost built in that hitch. The hitch is not like I'm nervous. That's how he sort of constructed his stroke to get the other stuff out of it.
Interesting.
And as weird as it sounds, he's repeating it every time. And he made almost all of those this week.
I know.
Focus on the good stuff with Will. Focus on the good stuff with the Giants.
No doubt.
Ignore the bad base running and the booted balls in the infield. Ignore the hitch in the stroke and live on the sunny side, Chasky.
I know.
And celebrate the Warriors winning the championship. We had a parade on Monday, Flem. A parade. Can you believe it?
So good. So good. It was awesome. The parade was awesome. This is something really, really special we've been treated to with these 3-4 guys. Throw Steve Kerr in there. It's an all-time group that's going to be hard to match as long as the Warriors play hoops. it's going to be hard to match this group. What a win.
No doubt. Then we're going to be locked in on Giants heavy over the next couple months here. And, of course, we get sleep now, Flynn. We don't have to do double duty anymore. The whole Warriors game for a couple months. We get to sleep in a little bit here on the roast. We'll be fresh.
Oh, my gosh. Good for you guys.
We know how you live now.
Both ends. I give you both credit. But it's worth it, right? When you're in a town like we are where you're winning championships in multiple sports, where every team's good and contending, that's a blessing because there are a lot of places that are envious of the Bay Area right now.
100%. Thanks, Flem. We miss you, buddy.
Oh, I can't wait to talk to you guys again next week.
No doubt about it. Have a good trip there. Atlanta and the Giants, game 3 of that set today. 4 o'clock start, Shaska. We love a 4:20 start. A 4:20 start today down in the ATL.
Was it Redwood High that created 420?
Was it really?
Or was it Tam High?
Somewhere in Marin. But we get Carlos Rodon against Charlie Moten, the veteran. The veteran, Charlie Moten, former Astro, of course. He's got a 5.08 ERA right now and a 1.37 whip.
So, having watched the Giants with a finely tooth combed, Yeah, I think it's finely tooth combed. I've noticed that the NL East, has 2 of the better teams that I've seen this year. The Mets and the Braves are legit World Series contenders.
I got a feeling the Mets are going to fade a bit.
Well, I mean, they've got a lot of injuries, but you can't
They
deny
are legit.
their lineup
They're good.
is sick.
Their lineup is sick. Marte, Lindor, Alonso.
Pete Alonso.
I had him as my keeper. I let him go. Pete Alonso's been tearing the cover off the ball in the first half of the season.
Of course he has. The polar bear.
Yeah, dude, he's legit.
He is straight up Parkman from the
Major League.
Like straight up.
Yeah, straight up. By the way,
it's San Rafael High. Sorry.
According to Keith Pompey of the Philadelphia Inquirer, the Sixers intend to offer 37-year-old P.J. Tucker a 3-year, $30 million deal this summer. And with that, I say I pass on P.J. Tucker.
Yeah, I'm
Otto
out.
Porter Jr., you want to come on back?
So he'll
come
be
on
40
back.
at the end of that?
Yeah, yeah. He wants to go pair up with James Harden. It sounds like a James Harden move. Embiid, get out of there. Get out of Philly, please. All right, it's time for the flex moment of the show, brought to you by Xfinity. I need to wrap my arms around somebody. I need a star.
Well,
I need a Kuminga. I need a Moody. I need something.
Well, those guys aren't stars yet.
This is a platooning team. Like, are you serious about winning the championship?
I want to hug you.
When Farhan says the things that he's saying about clubhouse chemistry and I don't want to be jammed up with contracts, well, you're not. Everybody's going to be off the books after 2023 with the exception of Anthony DeSclafani, who stinks. But
did you
and he's stuck since September.
Did you think that they were in like championship mode heading into this year?
You're 3.5 back in the Dodgers. All right, you won 107 games last season.
I know, but it was a crazy year.
They won 107 games last year.
I'm saying that like the reality
and everybody was cool. Well, it was a great year. They won 107 games. They made the first round. I want more now. I want more.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Shasky with they're not stars yet. Can't tell Kuminga that.
But they're not.
They're not stars yet.
I'm just trying to be fair.
Yeah, no, they're not stars yet, but you saw the potential.
Yeah, I agree. We
you saw the flashes.
No, I know. B, I'm not dismissing that. I'm just saying we say it flippantly, and it's like, I mean, I even asked you, I don't even think Bradley Beal's a superstar. I think
he's not.
He's a star, I guess. Yeah. But, like, I don't think he's a superstar. And maybe I'm parsing hairs here, but yeah, Kuminga and Moody, they have to play a full couple of years before we can like put them in that category.
Yeah, no, I'm dude.
That's all.
Come on. Give me somebody, Giants. Come on, we need to smoke loud packs with these Giants. All right, loud packs. Can't just be stuck with the Warriors and Niners. Come on, Giants. Give me somebody. Give me this. We don't want to be jammed up. By the way, we have a remix. Of Bobby Fitzgerald.
Oh, did Langford. We put a different beat?
Oh, Langford, take it away.
Give it to me.
You can feel in the Bay Area the energy, the love, the appreciation. Because when you think about it, from Stockton to the state's capital, from the East Bay to Monterey, from Marin County to San Jose, the city by the bay and the town.
I got the north, got the east, got the west with me.
Dub Nation,
don't mess with me.
Appreciate these days.
Cause we can do the food.
They don't come around very often. I lied.
Put that on something.
I lied.
Put that on something. I put that on Grand
Warriors ground.
You run up on me and get your man beat up.
Dub Nation.
Hey, that is fire. Fire. Who created that?
That's Stephen Langford.
Damn.
Come on, I said that. He just created it on
So
the
that was
fly.
all you. That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Shout out to Warriors World for the inspiration, but I could not help but think of New Oakland by Mr. Fab when he was just going through all the cities, everything
from the East Bay to Monterey.
So good. That was so good. So me and B, when we were at SoFi, we hit this corner, and the next thing you know, there's a huge party of Niner fans, and they were blasting that song.
That's right.
And we jumped
the
in the
tailgate.
middle. And there was like 200 people just spraying beer. Wow,
Well, they pushed us
song
into the mosh
knocks.
pit. I didn't want to get to the mosh pit.
My jersey
and they pushed
was
us
covered in
into
beer.
it. There we go. Bonte Shasky, and then that hook came
crazy.
on, and it was like the highlight of my life. I really
Nice.
thought I was in a music video.
That's probably the livest SoFi's ever been, you know?
Probably, yeah.
Because whose house? Well, it's actually not the Rams' house, as we've discussed on our show many times.
Niner house.
Well, it's everyone else's house. It's actually it's a shared house, and the LA Rams fan base. Who had that graphic yesterday?
I think it was a Twitter account.
Yeah.
Sunday Night Football on NBC.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Throughout, who's got all the California fan bases in the NFL? Which fan base is the best? Is it Niners, Rams, or Chargers? And we're like, how the hell? Who came up with this question? And what East Coast city do you live in? Because the 49er fan base engulfs both of the LA teams and then some. The Chargers are not top 10 in California in terms of fan bases.
No.
So, anyway. But we all been
But
down.
they
We've
won a
been
Super
down
Bowl
that
in that stadium, so we can't say anything about the Rams right
Well,
now.
the Rams, right, not the Chargers.
Right, but the fan bases and
the
you know
fan bases.
the general passion therein. It's not even close. Chargers are barely even top 10.
Remember the parade we went to the other day? How about look up against the Rams parade?
I know. Why did we brought that up?
Right?
The Rams parade, nobody was there.
I'll give you this. There are a ton of OG Ram fans.
They were out there.
That were pretty legit. Like,
Yeah.
I'll give them.
Oh,
There's
for sure.
some
They were out
old
there.
school essays that were out there that I was feeling like they were good dudes.
And they had the old school jerseys on, the
They
Jim
did.
Everett specials.
They hung on to it for
They did.
25 years.
Yes. No, they did. They were hardcore.
Don't get in a fight with those people because they'll bring it up 30 years later.
Yeah,
Remember that time?
There's no fighting at that tailgate. No, I'm not going to do that.
There's
By the way,
lot of sea walking.
it is time for the changeover. The changeover brought to you by the Oakland Police Department. Recruitment, be the change you want to see. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1, San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage. Willard and Dibs in the building as we talk a little Giants, a little Warriors, and we triggered Willard earlier. We triggered him.
No, I love you boys. You make me run harder when I go on my morning run. I stick my AirPods in. I'm like, what are these two? Blankety
Go ahead, say clouds. Go ahead, clouds.
I just, all it is for me, and I know there are a lot of people that probably like, okay, let me dial in a little further to the Giants right now after what we all been through with the Warriors. I feel like there's a handful of, and I don't know if it's a handful, a portion of the fan base that is going to immediately forget all of the lessons we just learned by watching this Warrior team and apply them to the Giants. Think about what we got out of the Warriors season. Bob Myers, you idiot, get a big man. I told you to get a... Oh, okay, never mind, Bob. You knew what you were doing the whole time. Okay, you're smart. We should have listened to you. What's another thing we said? God, this thing is special because they are homegrown. This is so easy to root for because these are players that came up through the Warriors system. Trade them all right now. Give me my big name. Give me my big bat. And then what else do we learn? Okay, I'm not, you guys got into a Joey Bart thing. I'm not here to back Joey Bart. He looks awful, and he's not a Farhan pick anyway. But Jordan Poole is the greatest example we've had recently of don't give up on guys just because it's been a couple years through the system. Wait and see and let the dang thing pop. These are the things that pop in my mind. Why that parade the other day was so damn special. Come on.
It's a
transfer
fair point.
that.
No, it's a fair
transfer
point.
that to the
But
other teams, please.
Jordan Poole was 20.
Why don't the other teams get that?
Well, because Jordan Poole
but
was
you're
20.
spotlighting one tiny thing.
No, but if we're going to make a comparison on Joey Bart, right? He is 25, and I'm looking around baseball at comparable players. Bobby Witt Jr. is a great example, number 2 overall pick, 23 years old. A year later, boom, he's in the bigs, and he's showing you more already. Even though
Joey
it's
might be a bust.
Tiny,
I'm not
I
here
know,
to,
and I feel bad saying that.
I'm not here to not say
and
that.
also, and also
he might be a bust.
And he was a number 2 overall pick.
Feel.
He was a number 2 overall pick. Jordan Poole's 28 overall.
Yeah,
and Jordan Poole did show flashes when he got sent down to the G League his rookie year. Nobody wanted to listen because it was a lost season.
Right, but your conversation was also about this brass who didn't even pick that guy. So what do you want him to do?
But
they got to check him. You got to see.
But it's been 4 years. I got to see some pillar. I'm very interested to see what that pillar is going to be.
But the funniest thing about all this, and I was listening this morning, and I don't get as triggered as Mark because of something that you said, and this to me is the overarching thing on all of it. They're 9 games above 500. So you guys are going to sit here and complain and piss and moan about what they aren't instead of what they are. And that, to me, struck me as the number one takeaway. Coming off of 107, and they didn't get it done. This year, they're on pace to win 93, 94. If they don't, again, get it done, and if the youngsters at that point in this is really year 2 for Farhan with the pandemic, I think then you can start to, take a real expose of what is going on.
Well, and not only the pandemic, but the first year where Farhan, his hands were tied because it was Bochy's last year.
Yeah.
How much was he going to be able to do, which including Madison Bumgarner trading him, which I didn't think he had value at that point anyway. I think they missed a boat on that. But when you look at the pillars and what Shasky's saying, the pillars, and they are 9 games over 500, but who are they? Who are they? Yes, there are 9 games over 500, but you look around baseball, there's so many bad baseball teams. Yeah. So you're going to win games on accident because teams are not even trying to win.
We never said that about the Warriors.
No, but they have Steph, Klay, and Dre, and they've won championships.
Right, but
it's a big difference.
But are there not a ton of teams in the NBA not trying to win?
There
Mark
are.
Cuban is on record talking about that NBA teams do this, and more than half the league makes the playoffs.
But who's the Giants' Steph Curry?
They don't have one.
Retired.
Who's
the Giants' Klay Thompson?
Anybody's Steph Curry.
Who's their Draymond Green? Who's their Steve Kerr?
Very different sport.
They've done it.
It's a very different
they
sport,
get the
and you know
benefit of
that.
the doubt, Mark. When you win 53 games in a league like this, you get the benefit of the doubt because we said, they've done it before.
Okay, give me the baseball team that's got a Steph, Klay, and a Dre.
There's no teams that have the
Thank
Steph
you.
Curry,
I
Dre,
would
but
think
the
the
Braves.
Yankees.
But the Braves.
I think the Yankees
have it. But the Braves.
Not really.
Listen, no, hold on.
Rizzo?
Stanton, Rizzo, guys they just picked up last year in some cases.
They're balling.
But hold on.
No, but you're not going to say that they're Steph, Klay, and Dre.
No,
you're not. But you have guys who won
that
championships.
That hasn't existed since Posada, Jeter.
Okay,
you know
Mark, you're taking
it
literal. They have guys who's won championships. The team the Giants are playing right now have players who've won championships. Ronald Acuna Jr., all right?
You
got Austin Riley.
The Giants don't have players who've won championships?
Brandon Crawford's, he's not hitting anything, all right?
So that's,
Brandon Crawford, and he's never been the anchor of a championship team.
You got 2 guys who've won rings who finished in the top 10 of the MVP voting last year.
The Braves have guys who are anchors who are in their primes, leading them to championships.
Okay.
Max Fried, who we saw Monday night, an anchor on that team.
You're right. The Giants don't have someone
Brandon
like
Belt
Max
and Brandon
Fried.
Crawford. Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford were not anchors of that championship team, Mark. In 2014.
It's a good baseball team. It's a good. That's
how good are they? That's all I'm asking.
I don't know. They win at about a 65% clip.
Are they a championship contender?
Yes, of course they are.
I disagree.
Do you disagree? How'd you feel a third of the way through 10, 12, and 14? Did it look different?
12 they were elite.
They won a wild
12 they won like 97 games. They had home field advantage.
I agree with you. They were underdogs in the playoffs all 3 times, and that's a fact. Yeah. So are they a championship contender? Baseball's not like
you
basketball.
You don't have Lincecum. You don't have Kane. You don't have Bumgarner in his prime. You don't have Posey in his prime.
You got Rodon, who is
Rodon and Webb.
Webb at the top of your rotation. You'll put that up against anybody.
Bonte, I guess you're the one asking the questions, and you're the one who needs to answer them.
No, I don't.
Yes,
I'm asking you. You guys think they're a championship contender?
Bonte,
I don't. I'm sorry, I don't.
What's the problem?
Are they going to make the playoffs?
What's the problem?
That's not good enough for me, Dibs.
But that, in essence, makes you a championship contender. Now 12, which is a joke.
A lot fewer than in the NBA.
Yeah, exactly. In the NBA, there's playoff teams and there's championship contenders.
Well, in baseball, it's a lot different.
Totally
in the
different.
NBA,
And
I agree with that.
In football, is a lot different too, where the 49ers were not among the top 4 teams in football last year, start to finish, but you got to January, and you were good enough to beat Green Bay in the snow, and you were good enough once a week. That's all that matters.
By the way, I called that once they got into the playoffs. I said that Thanksgiving. No, Thanksgiving, Shasky. I said, I don't fear anybody in the NFC. Because defenses travels, running game travels. You can laugh, but I said it.
No,
you had
Garoppolo's
back the whole time.
No, I didn't have Garoppolo's back. I had the defense's back.
No, you're right.
The defense's back. And I had Shanahan's back.
If there's anyone here who had the Niners back, it was definitely you.
No. I said it Thanksgiving.
Let's go.
I said it around Thanksgiving.
I can't wait for October.
I don't fear anybody.
I had Farhan's back the whole time.
No, I'm not saying that. I don't trust Farhan's philosophy. That's just me, though.
It works.
I'm not wrong about it. It
what
works.
do you mean you're not wrong about it? They win their games.
What if they won? What if they won under Farhan? What if they won? We're hanging division banner titles down and bragging about that?
That's an exhausting
Is that what we're
take.
doing now with the Giants?
Vontae,
I swear to God, this fan base.
You just said it's year 2. They didn't win in the playoffs, which is way more quirky than the NBA and baseball, and you know it, where the little Texas leaguer off the bat of Michael Morse ends up winning a World Series. You know it. How are you going to hang that on them already? If this is year 2 of Farhan, you're going to hang on him already. That after 107 wins and a 38-29 record this year, you're going to hang on him. You haven't won a ring yet? You're going to hang? Wait a minute. No, answer that.
All I'm asking is, who is this team? Are they a championship contender?
Team, yes.
I don't believe they're a championship contender.
Okay.
And you guys are mad about that.
Neither are the Braves.
They're
not.
Who's their anchor? Brendan Belt has a shot.
Got a better record than the Braves.
And the Braves are coming. You wrote the Braves off already, and I told you they were going to get hot, and they're going to be in the playoffs. And if you play the Braves in the playoffs, they're going to get smoked. That's just my opinion.
They got a better record than that team.
Will we admit, like right now, when you're looking at this team, Logan Webb's been pretty good this year. Rodon had a bad May, right? Jock feels like the only all-star right now on the team. I'm not saying that you can't win that way. All the rest of the roster has to be really, really, really strong throughout. And I just don't know if they got the health to survive, nor the starting pitching to get us through the end of summer.
Did we get by the trade deadline? And we were all wrapped up in the Warriors that we got past the MLB trade deadline? Because I remember last year the Giants, I think they made some sort of an upgrade at the deadline that may have helped them. So
which we begged for.
But the race is not run.
Yeah.
And to think that because they won 107 last year and didn't get it done, that Farhan can't, I think is unfair. And to me, the nature of being a playoff contender or a championship contender, you got to make the playoffs first. Now, going into the championship run, if they make the playoffs, are they going to be the favorites? No, but they weren't in 10, 12, or 14.
Why are we going back 8 years?
No one's ever going to get into the postseason, and all you need to do is have good pitching, and you can pull off victories, and you can make that happen.
With the way the Dodgers are built, nobody in the National League is ever going to be the favorite other than them.
It's not about
Dodgers
they're not pitching really well right now. Number one, defensively, the Giants. Like there's some metrics that say they're not.
Top of the rotation is absolutely
their bullpen is middling right now.
No doubt.
Okay, they don't have clearly defined roles.
I'm not calling them perfect.
No, and their defense is suspect. Like the key ingredients for 2010
is one of the worst defenses in
baseball.
baseball.
2010, 2012, 2014, they played elite defense.
You can't win championships like that. You
can, but it's harder. It's harder to do. And if you don't have a great lineup, you need to pitch. And if your pitching isn't great, you need to catch it. And this team needs to do all three in order to win games. But it's June, and they're 9 games above 500. I just don't get the hate.
I mean, this is kind of like...
No one's hating.
I didn't even hate.
You guys spent like a half an hour.
No, we weren't hating. All we said was, who are they? Even Flint just came out here and said it's been a straight
the Giants,
season.
That's who they are. I mean, we did this in January for the Golden State Warriors.
Are you?
Right? Did we not say this? Did we not say in January, boy, they need to maybe tweak this? They need to be a little better than that.
I didn't say a damn thing like that in January when it came to the Warriors.
Nobody said.
No, I didn't.
Nobody wanted to acquire a big man.
No, I didn't.
Nobody said they need to play better defense. Nobody said they need to turn the ball over.
That was obvious, though.
Okay, so they need.
And they still turn the ball over in the playoffs.
This team. Do you know that they're 6th in baseball in runs scored?
No, I do know that.
Yet we yell about, where are their hitters?
Yeah.
I don't know. They might have the rookie of the year. They might have the best free agent signing the offseason for $6 million. They've got the starting left fielder in the All-Star game.
Probably. Who has outperformed the $100 million man and Nick Castellanos.
They have 3 outfielders against a right-handed pitcher, by the way, which is most of the time, who have an OPS of 800 or above. Their entire outfield is that. They have a top-of-the-rotation 1-2 punch that looks like you can put it up against any team in baseball. What are we talking about?
So what
are you yelling about?
Nobody's yelling about anything, number one. Number two, these same numbers were around last season when they went to go face the Dodgers. And what happened in the last 2 games of that series? What happened in the last 3 games of that series? The bats went limp. The bats went limp. They went limp. Because you're platooning. You don't have any anchors.
Monte. The
2-1 in a double
must
win
for the Dodgers too. That's
so now
we
almost won. We lost 2-1. Let me go hang that on the T-shirt. We won 107 games and we lost 2-1 in Game 5 to the Dodgers. It wasn't all bad.
No,
it wasn't all bad.
No,
that's in the Warriors. I could say that about Game 7, 2016. Hey, you know what? They won 73 games. They came up short. They lost 93 to 89. They lost by 4 points. We lost the championship, but we lost by 4 points.
Bonte, this is an exhausting take. If somebody loses a 2-1 ball game that featured at least 4 aces, Max Scherzer coming out of the pen, Urias, Webb. If you lose a 2-1 ball game, and your take is the team that lost, their bats went limp, that's an exhausting take.
Why is it exhausting?
Because it's playoff baseball and everyone's bats went limp.
Yeah, but you guys that you counted on went 5 for 76 in the last couple games.
And
you got the same
6
guys
for
back.
76
but you got the same guys back. You got the same guys back. That's not championship winning.
I'd bring
you
it
didn't
back.
get out the first round.
What are
we arguing about?
If I won 107 games, I'd bring my guys back.
Do the Giants need a trade? Do they need a shot in the arm in this lineup?
They need a catcher.
Probably.
Go out and get Wilson Contreras.
Which they'll get. I mean, this is what, every team needs a shot in the arm in the deadline. The Dodgers, did they need a shot in the arm last year?
How you feeling about Brandon Belt's knee? Not good?
I mean, he's finished the game.
If you expect him to have more than 400 plate appearances in the season,
how are you
that's a
feeling
problem.
about Walker Buehler and Mookie Betts? Why do you hang injuries on the Giants
I'm
only?
not hanging injuries only. I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not at all.
Boy, it
I'm not
sounded like
hanging
it.
injuries. I'm just
It
looking at.
sounded like it.
I'm looking at what I'm watching.
Hey, man.
They're 9 games over
You're
500,
not.
and I don't consider them a championship contender.
but
I consider the Yankees a championship contender.
but
I
you're not.
consider the Astros a championship contender. I consider the Braves a championship contender.
Bonte.
Who won the championship?
Bonte.
The Cardinals and the Brewers. I could keep going and going and going
So
and
you
going.
just named a bunch of teams that have a worse record than the Giants.
Oh my gosh!
You see,
Do the eyeball test, Mark. The eyeball test. You stack the Giants up with this Braves team. You see what it looks like.
I mean, I'm out of bullets. All right,
me
the
too.
eyeball test is they keep winning games.
All right.
But okay.
Cereal
I'm
draft
out of
tomorrow?
bullets. Yeah, cinnamon toast crunch.
Nah, we're talking Giants. We're talking Giants.
I can't.
We can do a show. If we want to co-host with Willard Dibs, do the cereal draft, that's fine. Let's talk some Giants baseball. Let's get down and dirty with that. And the NBA draft. Have a good day, everybody.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's all love. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand. Every team that wins more than they lose, their rosters are elite and the Giants stink.
I don't
get it.
I don't often
I don't understand.
read the text line, but before you go, Bonte, here's a summation. Bonte is out of pocket, worst take ever, followed by go back to the other station, Willard.
There you go.
So there you have it.
It's all
back-to-back text. I'm out.
I don't get it. I don't understand. And we can talk about this throughout the day. I'd love to know your perspective on this. It probably lands somewhere in the middle, is my guess. Our Giants insider, Alex Pavlovich, is going to join us here in about 45 minutes. We can talk some more about it. Mike Silver is on the show today. We've got cleared to play, and unfortunately, and seemingly as always, plenty of injuries to fire through. Dr. Brian Feely is going to be on the show later today as well. Warriors offseason is actually central focus today as well, because I'd love to go through. I think we have 7 names. Is it 7 names?
That sounds about right.
6 names that are question marks for next year. They're question marks for next year. Kevon Looney, GP2,
right.
OPJ, all of that. Where exactly would you rate the importance on each one of those players, and where they sit on the Warrior priority list? We'll get into all of it. I'd love to hear your perspective, though, on the conversation that just took place. I'm legitimately flummoxed. I don't understand.
I have a hard time with it because, for me, the proof is in the pudding. And when you talk about a baseball team, you look at the standings because there are different ways to win. And this Giants team is not a cookie cutter, we're going to bash the ball around and crush you. They're not a masterful, we can out-pitch you every night team. And their defense has been bafflingly poor this year by Giant standards. Yet you wake up and they're 9 games above 500. So you start to have to look and say, why? And when you look at the why part of it, why are they 9 games above? Part of what Bonte says is correct. The league across the board is awful. Baseball has never been worse from a top to bottom standpoint. So there are wins out there to be had. But on the other side, the Giants are winning games 2-1. They won last night 12-10. They seem to have players who have a knack for winning. Jock Peterson is becoming a forever Giant, even though he was a Dodger, according to sources.
Well,
he's becoming a beloved member. You found a Luis Gonzalez. Your pitching staff is up and down. The starters are great. You're 9 games above 500. The thing about it for me, I just don't understand. And we can look at Elliot Ramos and we can look at Marco Luciano, and they had better hit. They had better be something. And if they aren't, at that point, I think we can start to really bury a guy. They won 107 games. They lost in 5. And that sucks. Winning in 5 is better than losing in 5.
Yes, losing in the playoffs
and
is not fun.
Farhan has a lot to prove before we can give him the Bob Myers treatment. But at this juncture of his tenure, I think to throw dirt and bury him, if they're 9 games below 500 right now, I'm right behind Bonte saying the exact same things. But they're a winning team. And, maybe in a month and a half, we'll get to the deadline and they will be 9 games below 500. I don't think they will be. But where they are right now, I don't think they are open to that level of criticism.
Well, there's one issue here, and then we can circle back to it because we do want to get to the Warriors stuff with regard to the offseason question marks they have. But there seems to be an argument here that's building out of A, what's actually factually happening in front of us, versus B, what our perception and our emotional vibe is with a thing. For instance, let me read another text that just came through.
I had to turn it on.
925. I'm sorry. Well, it's right here. It's always right here in front. 925. If you think Jock is an all-star starter, you need to watch baseball besides the Giants. No. Did you not see that the vote just came out and Jock is an all-star starter as of now? We'll see if the vote continues. It's very rare that the vote moves very much after it initially comes out. I'm not sitting here telling you I think he should be an all-star. I'm here telling you that he's 3rd in the all-star voting and right now is tracking to be the starting left fielder for the National League All-Star game. But you want to look and do, as Bonte calls it, the eye test. And I'm looking at the team and I know, they don't hit. Well, they're 6th in baseball in runs scored. So you can sit here and tell me all of the things you think and that you feel when you watch the game. I'm over here, as is Farhan, with a number or a fact. And so they're not good enough. Well, the record says they are. And once upon a time, Bill Parcells stated something that I know most sports fans love. You are what your record says you are. So the Giants are a damn good baseball team. Over a long stretch of time, that's who they are.
But it's difficult, and I'll play devil's advocate for that other side of the argument to say this. When you look at this team with your eyes and you don't have the numbers, if they didn't put stats up at all when players came to bat, if we didn't have all these advanced metrics, you would look at the majority of these guys and say, he's not very good. They got some guys who look old, some guys who feel like automatic outs, some other guys who can come through and actually produce at the plate, but the general eye test. And when you look at the names on the back and you don't know these guys because this Austin's up and then that Austin's out and then this Brandon's playing and then that Brandon's not playing. He's hurt and you've got a Kurt and you've got all these guys and you don't really get to know them. You don't know a lot about them. So the eye test isn't as rewarding as, by the way, they are productive and they are winning, and they're 9 games above 500.
No, I it's not that I don't understand that. I completely understand that Bryce Harper is not on the team, and Ronald Acuna Jr. is not on the team, and Aaron Judge is not on the team, and neither is Paul Goldschmidt and all of that. But let me take you to another example of what I'm talking about. A bunch of teams just got thrown out who are championship contenders, and the Giants aren't. One of them was the Milwaukee Brewers. Okay. Name 3 Brewers.
Right.
I'll wait. I mean, like this vaunted lineup, you couldn't name one player in it. Most baseball fans. So I just think this is, you mentioned this earlier, we were chatting about it. This is the nature of fandom, and I get it. There's a piece of you that always hates your team. Believe me, like my family, my extended family all lives in L.A. A bunch of them are Dodger fans, which is, why I don't see them very often.
Yeah.
But anyway, oh man, if you talk to them, this guy, though, the bullpen, and damn it, and this guy, and he always strikes out at the wrong time, and Bellinger and Muncy, and they're mad too, even though their team $300 million and 100 wins every year and all. So there's a piece of you that always hates your team.
It's funny you say that, because I was thinking about when the Warriors get that next piece of hate, because we are in the glow right now, post-parade, post-championship, but at some point, something's going to happen where some fan is going to be mad at this team.
Absolutely, and
it's unfathomable right now, though, in the glow of what we had on Monday.
But it happened already in this season, and in fact, you really only need to go back to what, a week ago? A week and a half ago, they're down 2-1, and we were here lined up. Draymond.
He got punked. Draymond got punked.
He got punked, and Jordan Poole is unplayable.
Unplayable.
And they should have gotten the damn big man. And then a little plucky 3-game win streak, and we're all spraying each other with confetti.
And champagne in the eyes.
I mean, that's how it goes.
I can offer a variety of things on the route.
Okay, so let's get to some of your calls, and then let's allow our song of the day to set the table for the Warriors offseason, which we want to get into as well. It's Willard and Dibs. Thank you so much for being with us. 888-957-9570 is the number. That is our Xfinity mobile text line as well, which apparently you know, because that is quite active already this morning. And hello, Twitch and YouTube. Good morning to you. Thank you, as always, for being with us right here on 95.7 The Game. Okay, Spadoni, come on, song of the day. Let's go.
I'm so in love with you. Whatever you want to do.
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
It's all right with me.
Yeah.
So brand new. And I want to spend my life with you.
First of all, there's never a bad time for this song.
That's true.
Second of all, I just want to dedicate this to Kevon Looney, mainly. That's it. I just want to dedicate. By the way, his agent, Todd Ramasar, Monday on this show.
Okay.
Monday on this show, we will be talking to Kevon Looney's agent. We would have been doing it today, but he's on a plane. Yeah, you're damn right. He's on a plane right now to the NBA draft, which is apparently tomorrow. Hell if I knew. There's an NBA draft. Do the Warriors know? Are the Warriors going to be there?
They're going to be there.
All right.
They're going to make some great selections. And if you're sitting at that end of the first round, early second round grade, you are praying you got drafted by the Warriors. Think about that.
Are you, though?
Absolutely.
Well, but you're waiting. If you get drafted by the Warriors, you're waiting.
Yeah, but you get to be a part of this.
Yeah, no, I hear you, which is amazing. All right, it's all brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services. It's Willard and Dibs, Philmo, Mike, and anyone else jumping on the line right now. Stay right where you are. Coming to you next, 888-957-9570. And the off-season priorities for the Warriors, center focus, Looney, GP2, and more, coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
The more we learn about COVID-19,
Yep. Feeling good. Ready to get into this on so many fronts. Again, Alex Pavlovich, top of the hour. Mike Silver in an hour. A lot going on in the NFL that's, dicey. A little bit of a dicey day in the NFL.
Uh-huh.
Deshaun, Dan Snyder. That one's going to like the House Oversight Committee. Oh, it's always fun when it ends up at the House Oversight Committee.
Yeah, if your business dealings wind up in Congress, you're probably not doing good things.
You know, like I always say with sports, we're here for the fun. You know what I mean? I think sometimes we forget that. You know, it's one you can scream about the trade your GM didn't make, or damn it, Tyro Estrada dropped the ball over at second base, and that's fine. But by and large, one of the reasons I celebrate wins so much, I'm here for the fun.
Right.
And when it ends up in Congress, whoops, kind of lost out on the fun there.
Do you want Congress or confetti? What do you want in your sports?
Yeah. I'll take GP2 with a water gun.
Seriously.
That's me. That's kind of my deal on that one.
A shirtless, tatted GP2 squirting fans, or your owner giving a deposition. Which sounds like more fun to you, Mark?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. But,
so
honestly,
rough. It's so rough.
He's I don't know him personally, but Dan Snyder is a snake oil salesman. I mean, it's time. It's time for him to get the Donald Sterling treatment.
I mean, remember when his biggest controversy was whether or not the team should change its name?
Right.
Yeah.
Those were quaint old days.
Good old days, man. Good old days where we were just yelling about a racist team name.
That's it.
Boy, it got a lot hotter than that. And Deshaun Watson, I will never settle. I will never settle because I'm innocent, and I will never... All right, let's settle. All 20 of them. Oh, and there's
not
4
all of them.
20, all 20 of those. Then there's 4 more over there.
Those are the 4 thinking, all right, you 20, go ahead and settle. Right. We're holding out for the real coin.
Oh, my gosh. Anyway, nothing but fun there. We'll get to your phone calls in just a second. But want to put this out there as well. So here's the list, okay? And everybody can start letting this percolate in your head a little bit, and then we can affix a number to it, 1 through 5. On the importance of keeping them next year. 5 being the most important, 1 meaning, doesn't really resonate with you. Here are the names: Kevon Looney,
right?
Otto Porter Jr., GP2, Nemanja Bjelica, Andre Iguodala, Damian Lee, and Juan Toscano Anderson.
Okay.
Those are your question marks for next year.
Started at the bottom because I'm here, and I'll start with Andre Iguodala. It's a 1. Thanks, Andre. And I don't want to diminish his impact as a coach, but we don't need you on the floor anymore. It's over, and that's okay. It's been an unbelievable career. You're a Hall of Famer. If you want to stick around and be a Zaza, Sean Livingston figure, love to have you. You're a 1. Juan Toscano Anderson from the 95th, man, you've been phenomenal. You've been a great Warrior. You're forever a Bay Area guy, and you got your chip, but you need to go somewhere else and try to make a way for yourself. We don't have the roster room for you. Juan Toscano Anderson's a 1, and he's probably my second favorite Warrior behind GP2. I'll get to him momentarily. Bjelica, Ariana Grande. Thank you, next.
Oh, wow.
No, it's been great, but there's not minutes for him. You're now the 4th string center pending the draft when Wiseman comes back. Now we get into the tougher country. And we're left with Otto Porter Jr.,
GP2, Looney, and did you do Damian Lee?
Damian Lee's a 2. Your family. But you're going to be the 15th man.
Yeah.
Your family, you get to stay. Your family. We need you here. If not, we're going to make sure you go with Seth. We're going to get you out with your brother Seth because family's important to us.
He badly wants to stay. He pretty much said that to us. You know, you were talking about, he gets some time off. He's like maybe 10 days. He's like, I need to try to stay on this team.
Right.
You know what I mean? 3-year deal was up as soon as that parade started.
Yeah.
And so, look, family, yes. So I like that you gave him. I like that you gave him an extra point for being family. But does he feel expendable? Obviously.
Yes, not emotionally expendable, though, because, I mean,
not
you
emotionally,
think about,
but basketball-wise.
Steph's kids being able to be around their cousin, and I know with a baby on the way, I pull at the heartstrings a lot more with the kids' stuff now, but something about him having the baby with Steph's sister. He's a 2, Mark. You got to keep him.
Before we get to the big 3, let me go ahead and answer those 4 as well.
Am I in the right kind of sphere for you?
You're in the neighborhood, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to give Andre a 2 instead of a 1. Almost out of a few things, one of them just being respect for what he has been to this dynasty, and also because of how many players I heard point to him and say, you helped me through this, you helped me through that. We watched him even in GP2's ear right there in the final game of the NBA Finals. Stay in there. You got to do this, you got to do that. So he was dialed in. Maybe not on the floor, but he was dialed into the team, and he tweeted out at SportsCenter right before the parade, I can't run it back. I think we're all assuming he's going to retire.
Right.
Maybe he's not, and if he's not, is there some sort of minimum contract value to having him there? I could see it. I'm not like
Vetman 2.0.
I'm not married to it, but I'll give him a 2.0.
All right.
And not a 1.
Right.
Damian Lee, same thing. I like that you give him 1 point up for being family, so we'll give him a 2. Nemanja Bjelica, as much as there were times where he disappeared for a week or 2, there were also some really key moments there. So could you replace him with someone else? Absolutely, but I'm also going to put him at a 2.
Man, I wish I had you as a teacher.
JTA is the one that I hate to say I'm going to put it at a 1 because JTA, we love the guy. Man, he knows how to party. Man, he knows how to do an interview. And man, the ties to Oakland and just Warriors Junior camp just make you feel every single warm fuzzy that's out there. And I love all that. But is there any basketball reason you can think of why it has to be him and not someone else? I have no problem if it is him, whatever final spot on the roster for veteran minimum that you want to hand it out. If it's him because he knows the system, great. Let it be him. But if there's another spot where he can make $1 more and that's what he wants, man, I'd pat him on the back and say, go get it.
Of course.
Okay, big 3. Let's go Otto Porter Jr., then GP2.
Makes the most sense.
And then Kevon Looney. What numbers are you putting on those guys?
Otto Porter Jr., you get a 3. And it's not to say that you weren't impactful in stretches, but I thought about this on the drive in. Shout out the metering lights being set for Glacial this morning as I sat there. He was probably the 8th most important player in the playoff run. If you ranked all the Warriors who contributed, I would put him at 8th, and then you get into like Moody and Kuminga 9, 10, whatever. But Otto Porter Jr. is replaceable. He's a good 3-and-D guy. He was a real solid starter. He started in the NBA Finals. But I think that ultimately Jonathan Kuminga can grow into and take on some of the role that he provided you. So I have Otto Porter Jr. at a 3.
I like your 3. I like your 3 a lot. I'd love to have him back. But Otto Porter Jr., we forget what a name he has been in NBA circles. Like, I'm going to have a hard time buying that, especially after this performance. He fought through injury for this team. He hit big shots.
Yeah.
My gosh, he hit big 3-pointers.
In the finals.
Yeah, there were big rebounds. Yes, there are times where you looked at his foot and you went, Mike, you
Which
look,
one?
You're not even 30 yet. You look really kind of, right? You look old at times. But I have a hard time buying that some team is not going to put some coin at the feet of Otto Porter Jr. No pun intended.
Yeah, pun intended. Actually, that was great.
Thank you.
You tied it together quite nice. I think you're right about that. He's a good, solid bench player, 3-and-D guy, and somebody who obviously can be a contributor on a championship team. So I don't want to diminish his impact with the Warriors, but when you start to look at the roster and the long-term needs, I don't know if Otto Porter Jr. is as high on the list as our next player, Gary Payton II.
Before we do that, can I real quickly mention, do you know what Otto made this year?
He probably made like $7 million.
2.3.
Oh, that's it?
That's it. So that's my concern on Otto. Would love to have him back.
Yeah.
Somebody's not going to beat that.
You would imagine they would.
Somebody's going to beat that.
And, with a 3-year deal or whatever.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
GP2, I've got him at a 4. And it's not that he isn't an absolutely unbelievably great defender and a unique defender, a guy who can just energize or bunny you not 94 feet the entire game. But I think about the growth of Moses Moody and the minutes that he can he can start to play. He's not the defender that GP2 is yet. I don't know if he ever will be, but I think he provides a little bit more of a two-way threat on the floor. And I think, to your point, Gary Payton is another guy who might be looking at a bigger bag elsewhere. I want to keep him. I'm just not desperate to keep him. I have him at a 4.
I think that's perfectly stated. We'll change his nickname this offseason to GP4 because he's a 4. And,
nice.
and the reason for that is basketball-wise and emotional. Let's not forget, of all these guys we're talking about, I mean, Looney's been here for a long time, but this guy's on a 1-year deal. And look at what happened to the relationship between him and the fan base in that one season. Somebody who was cut from the roster, showed up the next day and said, can I come back and just, play basketball? And then ended up on the team, takes us through this journey, becomes elite defensively, works on a jump shot to where he can knock down that corner 3, high-flying dunker, so a great finisher in transition, but then also the guy who took the shot from Dylan Brooks and rallied the entire locker room around that moment. And so in some ways, I think even helped this team emotionally in his absence, and then fought his way back on a 6-week injury in 4 weeks to get back on the floor, not just get back, but contribute greatly in the NBA Finals, and then show up with a water pistol. Yeah. I mean, he did it all. He did it all. You're right. You can't just have him at any cost. And he's one of these class. I have no idea what the market is going to be on GP2. Yeah. If it's reasonable, then match it. And please get him back. If it gets out of control, then good for him. Good for him. And they showed in the other series without him that even though they love him and he's a big piece, they can also win without him.
And he's the kind of guy, though, that can be good for the 82 games, the regular season, but also for the 16 wins you need in the postseason, because you never thought he's unplayable, even though offensively he's not necessarily the biggest threat. It was almost at the point where they had to get him back because Boston was such a problem with Tatum and Brown offensively. You needed that second elite perimeter defender to be able to lock it down. So I wanted to put him at a 5, but honestly, I think when you look at the long term and also for Gary, I have him as a 4.
All right, so nobody's gotten a 5 yet. Does anybody get a 5?
One guy gets a 5.
Okay.
And he's number 5.
I'm with you.
It's his number.
Yeah.
He's a 5. He wears 5. He's a 5. It's Kevon Looney.
Number 5.
The reason why he gets a 5, and it struck me, is he's only 27 years old.
Crazy.
He's a baby. Yeah. Feels like he's been here forever. Now, he's not a actual baby, but with the fitness that he's acquired, his body's in better shape than ever. He was able to avoid injury. The guy played 104 games, Mark, in a singular NBA campaign, and what he does for this team. What he does for any team would obviously be good. He's a smart player. He's a great screen setter. He'll do the dirty work. He can rebound. He can guard 2 through 5 in spots. He can switch. He can play zone. He's just the greatest guy. But what he does for this team, I don't think you could replace him because they know him so well. And he's the perfect guy for this team.
By the way, he's so young, in fact, that he's actually not even 27
he's
yet.
He's only 26.
He's 26.
Oh, my God.
He's turned 27 next year. Not until February will he turn 27.
Damn.
He has just completed a 3-year, $14.4 million contract. I think he'll get more. I think he deserves more. But almost has a little Draymond in him where I think the league might go, look, he's solid, but he's that good because of his surroundings on some level. If we suddenly give him $10 million a year, is he going to come in and be this huge interior presence for us if we're the Detroit Pistons or something like that? I'm thinking probably not. So he's more valuable to the Warriors than he is to another team. And the Warriors are more valuable to him than another team because it clearly raises his brand. It raises everything about him, his basketball life, because he is with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green and being that guy. Now, he knows the system so well. He provides stability, not knowing exactly what James Wiseman is going to do and who he's going to be this year. So for those reasons, I think he is not only a 5, he's priority 1.
Right.
He's priority 1 this offseason.
And I think we ranked it appropriately, which is Looney, then Payton II, and then Otto Porter Jr. And for the rest of them, I think it's really kind of just a pick and pop of what works. I don't think that Bielitsa will be back. The interesting one for me is Damian Lee because of, how much does he provide comfort for Steph, not only on the court, but off the court. Family's important to the Currys, and, whether it's Aisha and Sadell and the rest of them, to see him elsewhere, I don't know what effect that would have on Steph's off-court life.
Yeah, I'm with you completely on what this whole thing looks like in the offseason. We shall see. Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider, is 10 minutes away. I have the quickest what are you doing, so let's hold it for a second so that we can get Filmo Mike in here, one of our favorites on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Filmo Mike, what are you doing? What's going on?
Oh, man, I'm just chilling, man. Chilling on my off day. And I must say, I'm going to give y'all some credit. You feel me? You guys, your chemistry was building up. You guys sound amazing on the radio, man. Y'all got one hell of a roster on 95.7 The Game. You feel me? But I just wanted to say, Bonte was getting towards, I think he feels like the Giants have always had like some type of stars on their team. And even though they didn't win the championships, a lot of the times, with Bonds, of course, and whoever else, they had stars even in 10, 12, and 14. You had real personalities. You had a chemistry. You had a dynamic to that team where they had great coaching, great defense, clutch hitting. But with this team, you really don't see that. And so I think he's getting toward like the history of the San Francisco Giants has been star charismatic players throughout the history. And the platooning, I think he feels like it's almost like a small market approach when we're a big city or a big area. Now, when it comes to who we going to keep, I say we keep GP2 and we keep Looney if we can. We probably won't be able to, but those are the two main players I said we keep. If Damian Lee got to go, I don't really think Steph is tripping all like that on Damian Lee, but I would love to keep Damian Lee. I think he's a lot better than what people give him credit for.
Filmo Mike, thanks for checking in with us, man, and for your very, very kind comments. That's
I think
awesome.
You just made a promo, Filmo
yeah,
Mike.
Exactly.
I think you're, listen to the next promo from Brian Ratto because that was a strong take.
Hosts will listen to what you have to say when you start out with that. That is for sure.
Lead with a compliment or a Brian in Palo Alto, and you get an extra 20 seconds.
Can I say this real quick about his Giants take? And it's not that I don't hear. I mean, I get it. Oh, they platoon this, platoon that. I'm all about winning baseball games.
Does it work?
I also think here's what we forget. So we look back on 10, 12, and 14, and we go, Lincecum, Kane, and Bumgarner. We had stars. Were they? Stop and think for a second.
Well, they pitch every 5 days.
Do you think that nationally people were like, well, Matt Kane. I mean, our team needs a big personality like Matt Kane. They're stars because you look back on them and remember they won rings. And oh, by the way, only Madison Bumgarner was a key piece to all three.
Right.
There were times where the other two were unpitchable to go ahead and grab what we've been calling the Warriors for the last few weeks. The Giants back in 10, 12, and 14 were not made up of big names.
Is Hunter Pence a star? Or Pablo Sandoval?
They are here.
The only one is Buster Posey.
And even he is not someone who had a Bryce Harper, Fernando Tatis style of an imprint across the country and across the league.
Brian Wilson.
I mean, they're stars to you because they won. So if these guys win, you'll feel the same.
Yeah.
I promise you. I promise you will.
And baseball is one of those games where you don't necessarily have to have stars in order to win. You just have to be able to churn the lineup, turn it over. And the platoon thing, I don't love from the standpoint of, when you're a kid, you knew the starting lineup of your team day in and day out. And this lineup, you don't even know who's on the roster anymore. But my thing, it comes down to just three little words, Mark. Does it work? Does it work? 107 wins last year. It didn't work in the postseason. Okay, something to watch. So far, so good this year. If it doesn't work again in the postseason,
then
because I don't know if the platoon thing does work in the postseason. It does if your platoon guys play great,
right?
But
if they get hits.
Right.
Yeah.
So that to me is where this all gets settled.
And I think that's a very, very fair question. All right. Alex Pavlovich is just a handful of minutes away. Very, very quick, okay? Gosh, we're late. What are we doing?
Seriously.
Have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
I mean, above all in life, is there anything better than providing a smile for somebody else?
Feels good.
That's it.
That's why I joke around a lot, Mark.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
I like when people laugh.
You like to run material, do you?
Just call me Dibber
And
Claus.
I
hate arguing. I just hate arguing.
Do you?
Yes.
I mean,
you guys were triggering me this morning in my childhood.
I don't like. To me, spirited conversation and arguing are two different things. Like, does anybody?
Fine
I
line.
wonder if our listeners like. Do you all think Bonte and I are mad at each other?
No.
That's not an argument.
It's just it was an argument.
It's a spirited conversation.
It was more than a spirited conversation.
Right. Anyway, I would put a smile on your face by doing this. You got to go check out my IG story. Okay, you can go to MT Willard and it will put a smile on your face. I found yesterday the worst parking job that anyone has ever done in the history of mankind. They almost made it to the white lines. Not those kind of white lines. You know, the ones in the parking lot. There's a grocery store, right? White lines. Yeah. Go watch. I'm telling you, just go look at it. You'll be like, what are you doing?
It looks like an abandoned stolen car. It's just left.
Look, I'm not one of these people that, you missed the lines. Like, I get it. You're in a hurry. You need to go grab some vegetables and get home for dinner. This is the most unbelievable thing you will ever see. You gots to go check it out, and you'll say, man, what was that person doing?
Yeah.
What are they doing?
It's not even trying anymore. They've given up.
Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider, 5 minutes away. Mike Silver in 35 minutes. This is Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Listening to Steiny and Guru has never been. 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
When you wash it first, it makes it harder.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs
All right, Al.
on 95.7 The Game.
Sorry, false start, 5 yards, still first down.
Yeah.
Alex Pavlovich is moments away. We know that he will rip the Giants and Farhan Zaidi for all of this crap that they've been trying to pull on us the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. So we're looking forward to that. Alex, stand by. That's what we're expecting from you today. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibs, and back to your phone calls after at 888-957-9570. That's our Xfinity mobile text line as well. And Mike Silver, who's got a brand-new gig on Colin Cowherd's platform, spitting NFL knowledge, and with a lot going on that front. We're excited to have Mike on a little bit later on this hour. But time for our Giants Insider. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the great Alex Pavlovich. Alex, good to catch up. What's going on, man?
Not a whole lot. I think this is that time of year where everybody starts paying attention to the Giants again.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys.
Yeah, we're going to wipe the Warrior confetti off of our forehead and dial back in. And based on some things that I hear from, let's just say there was a spirited debate with our morning show, but I hear this from fans all over the place, and I know you do too. What is your answer when someone says, gosh darn it, these Giants, forget the fact that they win most of their games. They won't spend any money, and they're cheap, and they're doing it the small market way, and I won't have it. What's your response?
I don't disagree with them. I mean, I think it's, and you've been at the park a whole lot. One thing that's really started to stand out to me as I look around the park, and look, frankly, it hasn't been full. It hasn't been close to full. It's been about 20,000 a night, unless you have a big series, and that's not what we've grown accustomed to around here. And I think the other thing for me is I usually look in front of the press box and try to see what jerseys there are out there, and it's, Buster Posey, Tim Lincecum, Hunter Pence, Madison Bumgarner, occasionally a Stremski jersey, some Logan Webb jerseys, some Wade jerseys. But, I don't blame fans necessarily who feel like they haven't been given reasons outside of the winning to follow this team, because it is a team where if you are following them on a nightly basis, you know who Austin Wynns is, you know the Luis Gonzalez story, you understand how they put this bullpen together and all of that. But, there is an element, too, of just wanting to see somebody that you know and wanting to see the team go out in the offseason and spend a lot of money, and they haven't done that.
Is the challenge that they've tried to spend and that hitters don't want to come here, or is it more a sense of this is the way Farhan Zaidi wants to go about things with a churn of the bottom of the roster while waiting for arbitration-controlled prospects to come up?
I think the challenge is that they're generally right, and this is probably the right way to do business. And you look at, everybody wanted Chris Bryant back. That's been a disaster for the Rockies. And even if you take away how big the contract was, he just hasn't played. He's barely played for them. They're on the hook for $180+ million. Even if the Giants had gotten him for $120, they would have been much better off with Jock Peterson for $6 million. So I think that is the challenge. And fans fell in love with Kevin Gausman, but they went and got Rodon for less than half the price, and he's been just as good. So it is a little bit difficult because in baseball, I think it's a little bit different. I mean, sometimes the best way is the way they're doing it, and that is to go and just be really smart and get guys like Jock Peterson, who's one of the best hitters in the National League, cost them $6 million. And, they go out last year and get Gonzalez, who has been one of their best players and a really good story, and that was free, basically. Yastrzemski was free. Lamont Wade Jr. was free. So these things that I think make you want to double down on that strategy. But it is difficult to kind of, sell that to the fan base at times, because there are other guys, too, that have been in that boat that haven't turned out to be good players. So you're constantly selling them on trying to, win around the margins, which they do constantly. I just don't know that, that's that exciting to a lot of fans. So I think that's the challenge they have right now, is that they have put a winning product out there the last 2 years. They have proven they're incredibly good at what they do, but I don't know that they have given, the more casual fans a reason to come to the ballpark.
Alex Pavlovich with us here, Willard and Dibs. Okay, that's a fascinating conversation. And, you talk about jerseys, and it's still the Posey jerseys. Like, everyone is dying for that homegrown player or players to come on up. And here's what I see is maybe actually a building issue for Farhan, because he told us directly a couple of weeks ago, it all has to start with a base from the farm system. That's how the Dodgers started, and he goes, and then we go and spend a bunch of money and pluck players and strike at the right time. Here's the problem there. When are the homegrown stars coming? Because the first wave was supposed to be this year. Bart couldn't hang. Ramos is struggling. How big of a problem is that for Farhan's plan?
Yeah, in terms of them winning, it hasn't been, because they've replaced those guys and they continue to win. But in terms of just kind of building something sustainable and building something that I think fans can fall in love with, it's just different when a guy's homegrown. And I think we saw it with the Warriors this year. I mean, it's just different when it's a Jordan Poole who takes the step. And fans can say, I was there from the beginning. I was there when he wasn't this guy, and now he's scoring 30 points. And, we've seen a different buzz around the ballpark when Ramos was there just briefly in the beginning of the year and had a couple of good games. And when Joey Bart hit his home run opening day, and anytime Joey does something, it's going to be different. I think we've seen that with the guys here. So he's right. I mean, he has to wait and wait for this class to get here. But the problem with baseball is you can't draft a guy and hope he's there the next year, or hope he's there that season as a rookie of the year. I mean, it's going to take a while with guys like Matos and Luciano, and even Kyle Harrison, as good as he has been, he's in Double-A. So you're probably looking at some point of next season. And I think he's going to be a star, but it's going to be a little bit before he becomes a star in San Francisco. And so to your original point about just, not maybe giving fans a reason to cheer as much, or not giving them that buzz, it set them back a little bit that Joey Bart ended up having to get sent down to the minors. Because I think if Joey was hitting 250 right now and had 11 homers, you'd feel a lot different about the trajectory of this team, and you'd probably see a lot of Joey Bart jerseys around the ballpark.
Interesting thing you said about good for business, because there's the baseball business and then there's the actual business. And if they're down to 20,000 fans, is there any pressure from the front office to maybe nudge Farhan toward getting more name players?
I don't think there has been. I think they let him build in the correct way. And look, you can't argue. I mean, they won 107 games last year. They took the Dodgers to Game 5 in that series, and you can't argue with the success. I mean, they are well ahead of where we all thought they would be, and even this year, I mean, it might be an up and down product at times, and it might. I know, I hear from Giants fans, I know they're not the most excited about this team, but it's a good team. It's a team that should make the playoffs. It's a team that has a shot to win the division again. It's a longer shot, but they're right there in the NL West race. So it's hard to say, like, go out and do something that you don't believe in because we need to sell jerseys. I don't think they're going to do that. I think, and you mentioned how we said that's part of the bigger plan. I think that is part of the bigger plan, and we've seen that in Los Angeles. They built from within, and they got guys like Bellinger and Seager and Will Smith, and brought these guys through the system, and then they went and made the splash for Mookie Betts. The difference here is the Giants haven't found that guy yet, and I know they've kicked the tires on a few of them, and they've been interested. I mean, they had some interest in Francisco Lindor, and you go back to Bryce Harper, and this past offseason with Trevor Story, it just hasn't worked out. And I think until they go and make that big move and bring that guy in from outside, a lot of fans are going to feel that, they're building in a way that maybe they don't agree with.
Alex, we also know that when they go after a hitter in the offseason, the hitter has to agree. And Farhan has talked a lot about how the ballpark is still a hesitant factor for free agents. But the deadline is different. So I know it's early, it's still a month away, but what are you seeing right now as the potential need for the Giants at the deadline and what they may actually do?
Yeah, I view this a little bit like last year. I mean, it does feel like they're, again, maybe a bat short against left-handed pitching, and that was an issue last year when they went out and got Chris Bryant. And, you look at their lineup you look at who's contributing and who their best players have been. I mean, it's Jock, it's Gonzalez, it's Yastrzemski, Brandon Belt's going to be right there starting every day. Crawford, assuming his MRI goes okay, will be there every day. So, and Wade's coming back. It's a bunch of left-handed hitters. So I think they're a right-handed bat short, and maybe that's something you go and do. But again, if they're healthy, it's hard to squeeze guys onto this roster. The other thing that sticks out to me just watching is I do think they're much better off. Just whatever's going on with Tyler Rogers this year, and there's a lot of bad luck for him. But I think they're better off when he doesn't have to be counted on necessarily to pitch the eighth inning as much. So if they could go and get one more guy, and maybe Dom Leone or John Brebbia will solve that internally, but if they could get one more guy for the end of games and one more guy who maybe doesn't rely on contact as much, and you put a big right-handed arm there with Jake McGee and Camilo Doval, I think they would be better off. So they traditionally have not spent a lot on relievers, but it is something that you can go at the deadline and see if you can catch lightning in the bottle with somebody.
From catching lightning to catching a catcher, is Casale and Wins, is that combo good enough at catcher, or do they go out and maybe make a play for Contreras?
I think it's good enough. I think, ultimately you're looking at guys who are hitting nine. And, if they could go and, if a Contreras is there, if there's a big bat there that they could slide in a catcher, that could help him as well. I don't necessarily view that as a huge need because I think these two guys have actually been pretty good. And, a lot of things we don't pay attention to is just how they call games and how they get through games. And I don't know enough about Contreras to know what his reputation is there. And I've never heard things that jump off the page in terms of that. Certainly the bat does. But if I were spending, I don't know that would be where I felt bad right now because I just think Casale has done such an incredible job with the pitchers, and I think Wentz has done the same thing. I mean, you saw it last night, just the way he gets through a game where they use 7 arms and where Doval was maybe a little iffy there in the ninth inning and maybe let his emotions get the best of him a little bit. I think they have 2 veterans who really do a nice job behind the plate. So as long as they're hitting ninth and they're just turning the lineup over, I think they're okay there.
Alex, real quick, since you just brought it up, Camilo Doval, who we did not know he had a heart rate, him throwing his glove last night and Kapler talking about it after the game. Let people in on what happened there.
Yeah, it's a young pitcher. You have to remember this is a guy who was really not even in the big leagues until September. He hasn't pitched a whole lot in the minors. And, it's the incredible thing about him, as you mentioned, is there are times where you wonder, does he realize it's 3-2 and it's the ninth inning and he's being called upon to try to save a game against the Dodgers? It really is his best trait. But we saw a little bit of the frustration last night, and I think for him it probably goes back to the night before as well when he gave up the walk-off hit. And then last night he comes in with a 4-run lead and gives up a home run right away and just, thought he was out of that game and showed some frustration. But I go back to he's really young and he's a rookie. And I think he's 24 years old. So not too surprising to me to see a guy show emotion. To me, what's shocking is that it took until June of this year for us to see him ever, be just anything but completely unflappable.
Alex, great stuff. Great to connect with you. I know we'll be doing it more as the summer unfolds. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, guys. Take it easy.
Okay, yep, take it easy to you as well, Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider. Yeah, man, Camilo Doval, the guy who never shows any expression. Maybe that's what these last few weeks are about, the guys who never show the emotion. Suddenly, here comes the emotion. Andrew Wiggins is smiling, and Camilo Doval is throwing gloves on the field. That was interesting.
Can't throw your glove.
No.
You can't throw your glove in that spot, especially in a game in June where everybody's hitting. Camilo, did you not watch this game? I mean, it's no surprise that was kind of a lazy fly ball, but on a hot day in hot Atlanta, on a day that the ball was jumping, you got touched up. Act like you've given up a bombski before. You can't spike the glove. I like that the skip spoke out and basically said that won't happen again.
Yeah, we as an organization feel that throwing our gloves is not something that we're going to do, especially in a really weird spot. Like I know some people. So he got a fly out to left field and he thought the game was over. So that not only had he given up a home run, but he lost the count on outs. So it was a fly ball to left. It was caught. That was out number 2. And Camilo thought the game was over. Oops. And he was just like, he let his frustration go because he's like, okay, we got through it. but damn it, I'm not pitching well here in Atlanta. And it was like, okay, now you have to go get your glove and go get another out, young man.
Yeah, that's awkward. That's always awkward.
So anyway, all right, we're here for it. 888-957-9570. Adam in San Francisco on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Adam, what are you doing?
Just taking a little bit of a break from working at home to give you guys a call. How was the parade for you two?
Oh,
very fun.
Gosh, I mean, Adam, I had said on the show that day I'd never been to one of those before of any kind. Like, I did not find myself at any of the Giants parades. I had not been one of the previous Warriors parades. And so that is, if you're out there listening to us, and there will be more championships in our lives, if you're one of those that's like, gosh, is it worth battling in to do this, that? The answer is yes. Oh, my gosh. Just what a flow of energy, and especially coming off of where we've all been over the last 3 years. That was a day I will never forget. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you. I had never been to one either, and I'm born and raised in San Francisco. I lived in Colorado from 2010 to 2018, so I missed all of them. However, no, it was amazing. No, I wanted to say, number one, I'll be honest with you, I haven't started listening to Garlic Guys and Baseball Guys, and Garlic Guys and Baseball Guys. I'm going to start listening to it.
Thanks, man.
Got really nothing else to go on for the next 3 months, and you might as well, keep in touch with the Giants. I was going to say that I would also give a hockey prediction tonight. I know you guys do pick your battles. I'm going with the Lightning over 6. That's my prediction for tonight. You can take it whether you leave it. I'm going to give you guys a bold prediction.
Okay.
The Yankees, as good as they are right now, they're the best team in baseball. They have the best record, most hitting. They're not going to win the World Series. And Aaron Judge is coming to San Francisco. I'm going to call it.
Man, right now. That's that Rocky High mountain take right there.
Well,
that is.
I will say
I don't know which one of those was more inaccurate. The Aaron Judge to the Giants or the Yankees won't win the World Series. Aaron Judge is not coming. He's not coming to the Yankees because he's got a chance. He's not coming to the Giants. He's got a chance to be the all-time home run king if he stays healthy and goes to the right place. And this is not that place. And by the way, a quick what do you do in Major League Baseball? He has his arbitration hearing today.
Right.
What are you doing?
I think it's Friday.
No, it's today. He's next up on the docket. I'm reading Jeff Passan's tweet from 13 minutes.
Okay, I read last night that it was coming up Friday, but I stand corrected if that's the case.
Passan said Max Fried won his case. This is 13 minutes ago. One case left on the docket, Aaron Judge versus the Yankees. Now, does that mean that the docket gets picked up again on Friday? Maybe that's the case, but why do these guys have to defend their careers in the middle of a year? That seems very odd.
Very weird, and I don't remember a precedent for that.
Yeah.
But okay. I mean, I know that normally these arbitration things, there's arbitration day, ARB day. Everybody knows this is right before the season starts, and usually like teams will settle at the last minute, and then some guys get to their hearing, and then over the next week, you're like, oh yeah, they settled. They settled it, whatever. Arbitration, $11.7 million, and it's very, very awkward because you have to walk into a room and the team is on the other side and you're on one side and you're arguing over money, and then an arbitrator's like, okay, this is what we're going to do, and then you guys have to hug and go play. And to do this halfway through the season, I don't know if I remember, especially with high-level players like this, with Aaron Judge, I don't remember anything like this. But anyway,
it is actually today, and I'm just reading one quick detail, Mark.
Only reported yesterday that the hearing will be Friday, so something changed if it's today. But anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter.
As a rule, and this is my favorite part, as a rule, his 2022 numbers cannot be used as an argument in any way, shape, or form.
Wasn't that nice?
Sorry, Judgy. You guys are 50-18, and you are the odds-on favorite to be MVP, but none of that matters here because we're going to arbitration.
It's not like last year was bad numbers for him to go off of. He had 39 home runs. He hit .287 and had an OPS of .916. Just because those numbers are going well north of that this year, I think he's going to be in fine shape. Let me respond to a couple things you said, though, about Aaron. Because I thought that was fascinating. First of all, he's only got 183 career home runs, and he's already 30.
Okay.
So he's not going to become the home run king of anything. Maybe in a single season. And I don't know. look, I mean, we're past the days of the cream and the clear, so I don't think anybody's going to hit 74 home runs in a year.
They already are talking whether or not he can beat the Maris's Yankee record of 61.
That would,
So if you give him, if he's able to stack years of 50, 10 years of 50 gets him to where he's then 40 years old, and he's still short. So you're probably right.
Yeah, that's a big ask. He's only done 50 one time in his career. In fact, he's only done 40 one time in his career, and it was the year he did 50. But he does have 25 already this year.
Man, we can't mention that. It's arbitration day.
He's been incredible.
Those numbers don't count, Mark.
His career OPS is 949. He's absolutely incredible.
And you want to bet against the Yankees at 50 and 18?
It's baseball. And this was part of the conversation we're having earlier. Like when you go, they
back
won
to that.
Well, no, but it's like 107 wins, but they didn't do it in the playoffs. Well, this is baseball. It's very, very quirky when you get to the playoffs.
Ask Tennessee that at the College World Series.
Yeah, exactly.
They didn't make the College World Series because they lost to Notre Dame.
The Braves, Maddox, Glavine, and Smoltz, all those years, win the division every year. How many titles? One. You know what I mean? Like, you got to get into the tournament repeatedly and take your shot. And sometimes you win and sometimes you don't. That's not to just dismiss what they do in the playoffs as nothing. But if you're competing and getting into the playoffs every year, as a fan, I'm okay. Like, I'm good with that. Now, with regard to Judge, I don't know if we never know what makes somebody tick. Leaving the Yankees as a free agent is not something that big names usually do.
Right.
You want to be a Yankee. But he's been a Yankee for 7 years running now. Obviously, there are some hurt feelings right now. Will that make him want to leave? Maybe. And if he leaves, would the Giants be a destination? There's a picture going around the internet today. The guy's got a framed Buster Posey jersey in his house.
Whoa. He's coming.
Well, no, but
that's it.
You don't. Here's my point. I don't know what makes him tick.
Right.
Typically,
he's a Fresno guy, right?
Typically, I'm going home. Typically, that doesn't work. Okay, Garrett Cole.
Yeah,
he knows his family with Brandon Crawford, and he's going to the Yankees. So typically, but for some, Chris Bryant definitely did want to be on the West Coast, and when the Giants didn't come to the party with a long-term deal this offseason, he's like, well, Colorado. Which was weird because we're like, well, they're not going to win. But okay, he wanted to be out here. San Diego, Vegas, those are his ties. So if that makes Aaron tick, then that would be interesting. I don't think somebody who hits the ball as far as he does and doesn't have to deal with Triples Alley, I don't think he'd be concerned about playing in San Francisco as far as his numbers. The other big question, though, the Giants, in going after very high-priced free agents, the ones they have gone after are guys who are in their 20s. Aaron's already 30.
Yeah.
You gonna pay him till he's 38? That's very anti-Farhan.
Of course.
But
that's why he's not coming here.
But would that be an exception with these numbers? I don't know. I don't think it's off the table.
I think it's off the table. I think the table is, so if they sit down at the table and Judge says, I'm thinking, have you guys heard of Mookie Betts? I want to live where Mookie lives. I want $300 million. And, I really want 10 years, but I'll settle for 8. Give me 8 and $320.
They have that.
But they don't want to commit that.
They don't. They may not want to.
That's my belief.
But their thing is to be very, very selective when they strike. But I firmly believe they will strike.
But I don't think they'll strike long term like that.
Maybe this isn't the guy.
He's going to have to show me.
Maybe this isn't the guy.
Maybe
Juan Soto is a target instead of
And he's
Aaron.
what, 25?
Yeah, he's a pup. I don't even know if he's. I don't even think he's 25 yet.
I don't think that
pup.
Farhan will give a contract of more than 5 years for a player over 30. That's my belief.
Juan's 23. Now, Juan, you got to trade for though. Juan's under contract.
They're all under contract at 23. He's probably pre-arb too or some crap like that.
That's why he's so damn attractive.
Yeah.
Because you could have him for cheap for a little while first. But anyway, point being, I firmly believe they'll strike. I agree with you that age 30, paying someone to their 38. Right. But I know the Giants look at that in a way of not just age, but athleticism. There would be some sort of a look of like, how do we think Aaron's going to age? This was their concern with Bryant. They're like, we don't like there's too much athleticism in the swing. we don't think this is going to age well. We're not doing 7 years for Chris Bryant. Maybe they feel different about Aaron. Aaron just stands up there. He's 7 feet tall and hit the ball forever.
6'7", 282 is where he's listed.
Maybe that works until you're 38.
And maybe they split the deal.
I don't know.
They split the deal with John Lynch and the Niners. And they say, all right, you come on down to be a defensive end during the fall, and then come here and be a slugger for the Giants.
925. What in Farhan history shows you a big signing is coming? Come on, Willard. So much hope/wishing. Here's the answer. His history. You guys forget that he was part of building the Dodgers too. And they built from the farm and then struck. And he told us directly 2 weeks ago, that's the plan. They have the money. They didn't do it with the A's because they didn't have an owner that would spend.
But do they want to spend the years?
I don't know.
Now, those Dodger deals, how many of those deals were 8, 9, and 10-year deals with the Dodgers?
It is for Mookie. Mookie got it.
Was that a Farhan deal?
Well, no. Mookie wasn't, but a lot of the other building blocks have been.
Right, and I'll have to look back and see how many of those deals were these type of deals. 8 years for a guy north of 30.
Mike Silver next on Willard and Dibs.
Listen to Damon and Ratto. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, real excited about this. Willard and Dibs brought to you by your Northern California Toyota dealer. And cleared to play in exactly an hour, the latest on the injuries in the Bay. But a big day yesterday for one of the best out there. Mike Silver joining the Volume Sports. Back at it with a brand new NFL show, the platform that Colin Cowherd fronts. So first and foremost, as Mike joins us here on Willard and Dibs, hey, man, congrats.
Thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Colin's really, really great. And I say that in terms of describing him off the air as well. So I'm super excited to be involved with his venture, and we're going to get really, really compelling and cool, mostly NFL luminaries, I would say. It's been suggested that a certain basketball coach near and dear to the hearts of listeners might get involved at some point. But, yeah, we're just going to get interesting people and let it rip, and I'm really, really pumped about it.
Is it going to be like weekly? Is it going to be as frequently as you need it to be? How can we get comfortable consuming this content of yours?
Great question.
Thank you.
Well, and Colin's vision is just get people, and we'll put it on YouTube, we'll put it on iHeart, we'll put it on Spotify, Apple, et cetera. So we came out of the gates, as fate would have it, with Sean McVay and C.D. Lamb, so 2 episodes. So I know those are both out there now. And, yeah, I think it's rather than peg it to a day or a specific release time, I think it's going to be more of a function of who we get when. But you know me, I've already got some big names in the works, and there are a whole lot of 49er people on that list, by the way. So we'll get them out, and however you can subscribe or do that type of thing, that will keep you in the loop.
Excellent. Mike Silver, Volume Sports. And by the way, I was going to say, when you said Colin is great, I'm like, yeah, he's great, but he's no Steve Kerr. Am I right, Mike? Like before we get into the NFL, can we get a little something from you on the last couple of weeks of his life?
Yeah, we can talk about that indefinitely, by the way. That's a great subject. And listen, it definitely upsets me that not only is he, the all-time leader in three-point shooting percentage and a 5-time NBA champion as a player, and now clearly a Hall of Fame coach with 4 titles and 6 finals appearances, et cetera, but he's also really good at sports journalism. And, I co-wrote a sports column with him for our high school paper. I think he preceded me at Yahoo Sports as a columnist. He obviously has been a great broadcaster. So, I wish I could lord something over him, but even in that realm, he's pretty good. But no, this has been really cool. And, I was talking about this with someone around the time they got down 2-1. And, privately, Steve and I were having a lot of, good text conversations, and he was good. But I just told someone, the most fun I've had during this run is when he and his staff have to problem solve, because they're just so good at it. And, we've been blown away at times by Steph and Kevin Durant and Draymond and Klay and all the great players they've had. And obviously they deserve the bulk of the credit. But there have been a lot of tense moments that they've had to coach their way out of. And if you really break down the last, during that 8-year run, those are some of my favorites, dating back to 2015 when they went down 2-1 to Memphis, and he resurrected David Lee and got the pick and roll going and fought his way out of that series. And they were down 2-1 to the Cavs, and they came out with a death lineup and figured that out and won in 6. Obviously, they've had playoff series with Steph hurt, with KD hurt. They had to beat Houston in 2018 and 19 in really tough circumstances. That incredible Looney game in 2019 in Game 6. And then really 2016 was one of my favorite seasons. And, I know it leaves a sting, but that's one of the reasons I just never understood the whole blew a 3-1 lead thing and the the kind of rancid Cleveland fan mantra. Instead of celebrating their one championship in any sport ever in decades, they turned it into that. And I just thought, as someone who grew up rooting for the Warriors and obviously cares a lot about Steve, I was just so blown away that they got to that point where they were in those finals. If you think about what they had to get through, and obviously, especially the Oklahoma City series, down 3-1, the incredible Klay shooting at the end of Game 6, a tense Game 7. So I just, when they got down 2-1, as daunting as it seemed on paper, I just figured this is Steve at his best. They will problem solve. They will fight their way out of this. And obviously, as Steve would be the first to tell you, it sure helps when you have I'll say the word Jordan-esque figure leading all of it. But that's my very long opening answer about what we've been watching the last couple of weeks.
No, you make me not want to talk NFL at all with you, by the way. And I know you.
We don't have to. We do not have to.
No, I mean seriously, if you could promise us you'll come back on, then I could spend this whole time talking Warriors, because I said to Mike, about 4 months ago that if they do this title this time, it's the Steve Kerr masterclass. So when you look at these Kerr moves, especially throughout the playoffs, was there one that stood out where you thought that's problem solving at its highest level?
I think some of it, sometimes it's things he tries that maybe don't work out awesome, but just shake it up, right? Like they started Otto Porter, who had looked so good in Game 1 and at various times throughout the season of playoffs, and it didn't go so great when he was out there. They kept starting him, by the way. It just shook things up a little. But I think he just has such a good feel, both in terms of strategic adjustments. And you saw how they reacted to Boston's moves. Boston obviously came out with a plan to defend Steph in the first quarter of Game 1 that was maybe a little deficient. So Boston adjusted, and the Warriors had to adjust off that. But, I thought there were a lot of little strategic wrinkles. But then, I also just love the way that he is able to reach them and keep things, positive at times where other coaches might, be prone to, more draconian vibes. And, obviously the relationship with Draymond Green is so fascinating. He clearly is there. It has so much to do with their emotional makeup. I thought his Game 6 was a masterpiece. I think it's one of the greatest games in a clincher that anyone's ever played, seriously. But obviously in Game 4, it just wasn't looking awesome. And, he had the conviction to ride Looney in those late moments, and that was clearly the right call, too. So, the fact that he's forged these relationships and that environment for so long, that there is all this mutual trust, gives all of them the leeway in the heat of battle to kind of fight their way through some rough spots. And, I just never, I don't know, I never understood. I went to Game 1, and, when I got home, I was texting Steve, and he had the same reaction I did, which made me feel better, which was, if those guys are going to go 15 for 23, like, whatever, throw up my hands. I mean, those guys didn't miss from 3, especially at the end. So that didn't seem significant to me, though I thought Boston was really, really good. I didn't get to see Game 3 much. I was at dinner with a former NFL coaching great in a different city, and I kind of caught the end. But then there was just this whole narrative that, well, Boston only can lose if they screw up. Otherwise, they're the better team. And I'm thinking, are they? Because they don't seem like killers to me. They lost Game 5 at home to Milwaukee. They lost Game 6 badly at home to Miami with a chance to clinch. They almost blew an 11-point lead in the closing minutes against Miami in Game 7. I'm like, they're really good. Are they killers? And what you saw in Game 4 was a team of killers, and one of the greatest killers we've seen on the hardwood, who is deceptively slight and just a little bit taller than me and Steve, who I had to guard on the playground way back when. But anyone who is underestimating what we saw in that game and in that series outside of the Bay Area, because I think we all get it, is just missing the point. And honestly, by the third quarter of Game 4, when I saw what Steph was doing, I was very calm and felt like this is going to end great.
Volume Sports Warriors beat writer Mike Silver with us here on 95.7 The Game. You're crushing it with this, but you're too good on the NFL to not get some questions in, Mike. So you mentioned maybe a lot of 49er people who are on your list. I would love to hear you speak to the story that has unfolded from the end of the playoffs to now, which is, did the 49ers mess things up with Jimmy Garoppolo? Was it just the shoulder? And now all of these takes on, Trey Lance is going to be the next big thing, all the way over to the other side, which is, Trey Lance is he just doesn't have it. From what you know, how would you describe the gap at the 49er quarterback position, the gap between what people say and what's actually happened?
Wow, that's a long question, or it's a lot. I have a long answer, but first of all, let me remind people that the Warriors just won their 4th NBA championship in 8 years, guided by the brilliant coaching of Steve Kerr. I wasn't really done. I just could say that every day for a long time. I just as far as Jimmy, Jimmy has not been someone, even in normal times, and these are not normal times, who has been a great communicator in the off season with the powers that be, right? So they don't usually necessarily know exactly what's up with Jimmy, and obviously him having the shoulder surgery discouraged some interest. I talked yesterday to an executive of one team that clearly is in the market still for a quarterback, so that narrows it down considerably. And he said the surgery still just scares people in the front office, to the point where I don't think we're going to be players. And so that's not something to be underestimated. Obviously, what they gave up to get Trey Lance, now that's a separate conversation, whether when Kyle made the trade he was eyeballing Trey Lance or not, because I'm on record as saying that I don't think he was. But be that as it may, what they gave up to get Trey Lance suggests that you got to go to him. They don't know, they don't really know what Trey Lance is, right? The Jets don't really know what Zach Wilson is. The Patriots don't really know what Mac Jones is. It's an anomaly when you do. The Chargers knew that Justin Herbert was legit very, very quickly. But for the most part, you usually don't find out that quickly. So you would think with what they have committed to get him that they have to find out now. I think the push and pull there is that they clearly have a team built to win now, that, this is the window, and they were very, very close, arguably a dropped interception away from at least getting to the Super Bowl last year. And, if you believe that there's a chance he's not going to be good enough, Trey Lance, then, we have Jimmy here, and we still control his rights, and he's been pretty good. So you wonder if there's some, voice in the back of Kyle's mind that's thinking, maybe I should hedge and find a way to just not move Jimmy since teams aren't coming up to get him. Now, Jimmy can do some things on his end to force that issue, I believe. And then there's the whole, if they cut him late or ask him to take a pay cut late, how much money is he leaving on the table in that scenario? So I think all of that is in play. But it's not like Jimmy and Kyle or Jimmy and, the other coaches are talking every day. A lot of this is happening, with kind of a cone of silence.
Right, and at a glacial pace until the rubber hits the road. Could one of those covetous teams be the Cleveland Browns, considering where they might be with Deshaun Watson? Mike, how does this work itself out? He settled 20 suits, but the scepter of future jurisprudence still hangs above him.
Yeah, it's a fair question. They obviously made the trade, the Browns, knowing that he might not be available right away. We don't know exactly how long it's going to be till he's free and clear. It doesn't seem like the Browns and Baker are going to patch things up to the point where Baker would just hang out and be the guy at the start of 2022. They do have Jacoby Brissett, who, by the way, looked pretty good at times when he relieved Tua, which is a whole other subject in Miami. I think they feel reasonably comfortable with him. But yeah, if you start looking at the dominoes, let's say Jimmy's not going to Seattle unless they cut him, because the 49ers probably wouldn't do that. So let's say Carolina is the team that gets Baker, and now you're the Browns, you're the Seahawks. The Seahawks are like, okay, we got Drew Lock and Geno Smith fighting it out. Maybe they're content to rebuild a little, even though Pete Carroll is, very, very old by coaching standards. And so if you're Cleveland, what do you do? But I don't get the sense that they're desperate to worry about, let's say it's 8 games. I don't think that's a desperate situation for them. And then remember, they gave Deshaun Watson guaranteed money. They still owe Baker guaranteed money, unlike the 49ers, who can get out of their deal with Jimmy. And so are you going to now pay a third guy? You're going to pay potentially 3 quarterbacks in 1 year. And part of the holdup with getting rid of Baker for the Browns is that they're trying to get whoever takes him to pay a legitimate share of that money to get them off the hook. And there are a lot of owners I've talked to who are like, we don't want to let them off the hook because we're mad that they gave that guaranteed deal to Deshaun Watson, who has all this hanging over his head, by the way, and set that precedent. And so we're not going to help you when it comes to Baker. So it's a very interesting, set of affairs when you throw that into it.
Mike, great stuff. Thank you so much for doing it. Congrats again on the new spot there with Volume Sports. Great to talk to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And I just wanted to remind people that the Warriors are NBA champions.
Nice.
In case you started to forget.
The confetti has not made it all the way out of our laundry yet, but the reminder is always well taken.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, man.
See you,
there
Mike.
he goes. All right. Mike Silver right here on Willard and Dibs at 95.7 The Game. I love the question you asked him with regard to the Cleveland Browns and how they figured this out, because the NFL, by the way, very, very clear to state with what's unfolded over the last week, which is, now there are there were 66
right.
different masseuses. Is that how we? Anyway,
masseuses.
whatever. There were 60 and
alleged victims would be another way to put it.
Well, and then 24 actual cases. 20 are now settled, and the NFL immediately came out and said, by the way, the settling of cases has zero to do with the process we're going through in terms of figuring out any potential punishment for Deshaun Watson. The report has been thrown out that it might and maybe even probably will be the entire year. So if Deshaun misses the year and the Browns go, okay, Brissett, and the Panthers get Baker, and Seattle is not interested in winning and wouldn't do a deal directly with the 49ers anyway, ... you and I might lose a burrito. Mean, honestly,
he could get cut.
Where is and
we bet with the morning roast that we said he'd get traded. They said he'd get cut. Nobody said he'd get kept.
Except for Mike, sort of just insinuated that it's a possibility
that he gets kept. No, team keep, as we call it, has gotten stronger each and every day. We knew this is going to be the way the arc went, because until Jimmy's healthy, you can't trade him and you can't cut him. So he won't be healthy, quote unquote, for another month, most likely. So between now and 4th of July, I would imagine, or around the 4th of July, you're going to hear reports that Jimmy G is starting to throw. And then there'll be video of Jimmy G starting to throw. By the way, shout out Rita Oak, the great Portuguese artist who is drawing Jimmy G every day until he gets traded or gone. Today's day 140.
Oh, my gosh.
140 days of Rita Oak drawing Jimmy.
I mean, she's fantastic, but every time you bring her up, I'm like, oh, this poor girl.
Carpal
this poor girl.
tunnel.
Like, I mean, seriously, there's no way she signed up for 200 drawings. There's no way that was what the thought was. But here we are. And the other side to it, though, is, and I know because he's coming off the surgery, it's not like he was going to do anything at OTAs anyway, but they're barely even in communication, the 49ers and Jimmy Garoppolo. They've totally let him go. He's not in there. He's not talking with the quarterback room. And so suddenly now you're going to enter him into the backup QB role for the 49ers. It's beyond awkward. It's a huge, huge boulder sitting on the back of Trey Lance as he starts his career if you do that. So I have a hard time believing that that's what they want to do. But fair question, if we get to the point where there is legitimately no trade, there just isn't a trade out there. There are zero options. Which is the more awkward press conference to have? We're cutting him or we're keeping him?
Depends on how Trey Lance feels. I mean, if you would have, at that point, have to have talked to Trey Lance and let him know what the situation is. Much like last year you told Jimmy Garoppolo, hey, we're moving up, we're drafting a QB, your days here are numbered. Ultimately, Jimmy Garoppolo is the kind of guy, I think, who you could reintroduce him and say, well, it turns out he's not leaving after all. Ha ha, we were all just kidding. April Fools. It's July, guys. That doesn't work. But I think ultimately it would be awkward for Trey Lance unless you came out, you talk to Trey and you say, Trey, you're the starter. Under no circumstance are we taking you out unless you stink.
Yeah.
And it's your job. You got the gig. We're going to keep Jimmy because we want an insurance policy, but it's your gig. Then you come out to the public and say, Trey Lance is our starter. Jimmy's going to have to fight to be the number 2.
I mean, I don't even know if you can do that. Let's play that out, though.
That's a hard one.
Okay, Trey's not good. Now you put Jimmy back in there. He takes the 49ers to the playoffs or something, and now his contract's up.
You got to re-sign him.
What do we do now?
Yeah.
So they got to protect themselves from that scenario for sure. 888-957-9570 is the number. Great conversation with Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider earlier, who I think struck the chord down the middle of the notes that we've been sort of throwing out there earlier today. Started with a conversation on the changeover, which is, the Giants are 38-29, a winning team, right in the thick of the race, coming off of 107 wins. But a lot of Giants fans also still completely unhappy. As Alex said, no jerseys around the ballpark from this year. So as they build, whatever it is they're building, are you okay with this process or not? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll definitely take your calls on that. Is this speaking to you or not, and how it compares to what the Warriors just did? We can get to that as well, and cleared to play just over a half hour away. The latest on injuries around the Bay, including Brandon Crawford, who went down last night. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
This summer, go.
KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
What did I do wrong?
Yeah,
Now,
I'm sorry about
back
that.
to Will and Dibby on 95.7 The Game.
What, did you do something wrong?
No, but I was out there. I mean, you run material. These breaks, there's a lot going on, especially at 11 when E-Dog is out there, producer of Steiny and Goo. You got Steiny and Goo. You got Lubman, Spadoni, Hot Take Jake, the occasional Nahigian. There's free food. There's tea. I mean, there's a lot going on.
Free food out there? We get
Usually,
food?
not today.
Sometimes, okay.
Yesterday I had a leftover. I had half a leftover cookie. And by the way,
freshly popped over in the corner.
I did notice. Yeah, like you walk out of the studio right now, it feels like walking into a movie theater. I'm like, oh my gosh, what are we playing?
Popcorn.
We got some Pixar stuff going on. Yeah,
In a world
where the Giants win most of their games, but still don't capture the hearts of their fan base. Yeah.
Who are you?
I don't know. Just a winning baseball player. That's who.
Austin wins. All he does is Austin wins, right?
All he does is wins, no matter what.
I mean, where the hell did he come from?
Exactly. Under another Farhan Rock. I'm like, we get that guy. They come out here and hit 3-run bombs, doubles.
Can
single.
we leave that rock up and put Anthony DiSclafani back under the rock?
Well, yeah, that one, I mean, they can't all work perfectly, can they?
I mean, that one hasn't, yeah.
No, that has not been. And we forget because he had some very high-profile failures. By the way, early, not late, but early against the Dodgers last year. We forget that he had a very good season. And then he got a
great early, and then it got shaky.
Well, mainly against the Dodgers, but I mean, he was fine late.
Fine.
Fine. It wasn't amazing, but he was fine. And then he gets this contract, and it hasn't looked right. I don't know about his health. Atlanta is, they're a hell of a ball club, but that was not good yesterday. And so with Junis being hurt, you need DiSclafani to come pitch. You got to pitch, man.
You got a 3-man rotation, basically, is what you got. You got Webb, Rodon, and Wood, and then you've got, hey, anybody else want to pitch?
Well, Cobb is back, and Cobb's been fine. Has not been great.
5.62 ERA.
Well, dive into the analytics on Cobb. He's actually, I do not worry about him. Again, it's not been perfect, but you're asking him to be toward the back of the rotation.
Right.
So, fine.
Right.
Junis came out of nowhere and was steady Eddie, fantastic.
Nice flash.
That injury's going to hurt. You got to get him back. So until he gets back, and I don't know what's going on with Matthew Boyd, who's supposed to make his debut somewhere in here.
The long-awaited Matthew Boyd reference.
But DiSclafani.
It's my favorite.
Well, he got to pitch now. Like, you got to pitch.
It's like the Elliot Ramos, pining for Elliot Ramos, or when Luciano comes up, you'll see.
I listen. I don't know. I don't know right now. But DiSclafani,
I'm not trying to poke the bear, but
he's not been good. There's he's got to be better. But when he goes out there and does that, but your team wins 12-10, you're like, okay, that's a W.
Yeah,
way to go. Coughed up an early 4-run lead in like 10 seconds. My gosh, running around with the boys yesterday, turned it on. Okay, it's 4-0. Sweet. All right, we're gonna go fishing. We ran over to West Marine to go get some bait. By the time we got back in the car after West Marine, there goes Matt Olson. It's 5-4. Little guy didn't even understand. He's like, wait a minute. What do you mean they're losing? He goes, we just turned the TV on. They were winning. I'm like, yeah, they're allowed to do it quickly. That happened really fast.
Yeah.
Suddenly it's 5-4. But it was one of those nights. Ball was just going like crazy.
A lot of lead changes. Felt like an NBA game. They're on an 11-2 run.
It did. And then the Celtics and the Braves hit all their 3-pointers late in the game. And so what are you going to do? But anyway, they got the win. But you're right. The rotation and even the bullpen right now, it's a little more nerve-wracking than we thought it would be at the beginning of the year. The offense has been maybe better than we thought it was going to be. The defense is a disaster, but the tail of the tape is 38-29. And let me just paint this picture for you. Let me ask you this question. And 888-957-957, our number. You can absolutely weigh in. The process the Giants are using, are you thumbs up or are you thumbs down? It's winning. Does it give you enough players that excite you. Maybe we get into all of that. But let me throw this out there because, again, this was shared directly to Joe and I from Farhan a couple of weeks ago. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. You can go download the podcast and listen to that episode and all the other ones if you'd like. We do 2 a week. He said, okay, here's the process. Here's what the Dodgers did, and here's what we're trying to do here. So there are 3 types of baseball players, essentially, that you want on your team. The first wave needs to be homegrown players. So let's go to the Dodgers. Where did it start? It started with Corey Seager and Cody Bellinger. I guess the nouveau version of this would be Will Smith, their catcher.
Right.
And then the pitching staff, Walker Buehler, Julio Urias. Kershaw was already there. Okay, so there's your homegrown base. The next thing we do is you go to find, and this is what Farhan's already been doing, go find the little diamonds in the rough, right? Max Muncy. That's an example of a diamond in the rough. That's not a homegrown player.
Right.
Okay. Once that's all in place, because the Dodgers didn't do this either, we think of them as, they just huck money everywhere. No, they waited. They waited and they waited. And then when the homegrown base was there and you pluck some diamonds in the rough, here we go. Bang, Mookie Betts. Bang, Trevor Bauer. How'd that work out? But that was the process. So where are the Giants in this process? Well, we've got all the little diamonds in the rough.
Well, let's start with the homegrown talent.
Well, there you go. It's not here yet. And
is it there, though? Because we're here and they're there.
All I know,
are they there?
The farm system.
Here,
the farm system.
There.
Right. So the farm system was 29th when Farhan took over. It's now 9th.
Okay.
Just
real quick.
Go ahead.
The whole thing about farm system rankings, it's meaningless until they come up and actually do something in the major leagues.
I disagree, because even if they don't come up, they are assets that other baseball teams will want, and they allow you to say, I don't know, go get a Chris Bryant at the deadline. So it is incredibly important that your farm system is healthy. He has brought it from unhealthy to healthy. Now, the first wave, which, by the way, were not his picks.
Right.
The first wave came in, Joey Bart, no bueno.
Right.
Elliot Ramos so far, no bueno. But incredibly ahead of schedule that they've been able to do what they've been able to do without even getting phase 1 done yet. So we're waiting for the homegrown athlete. And when that's here, you pluck in all of your Yastrzemskis and your Wades.
Sure.
And then get Longo's contract off the books. And then I firmly believe that the big swing will come. And let's not act like they haven't already tried that too.
Well,
the guys
trying is not okay. It's not enough.
But they've said no. What do you do when Bryce Harper gives an overlay of his home runs? And why am I blanking on the super agent? Boris, when Boris goes, look, you're going to hit 42 homers in Philly and you're going to hit 29 in San Francisco. What do you want to do? I'm going to go to Philly. Okay. Right. And they're going to lose and the Giants are going to win. But okay. So that's the plan. Now, you can absolutely hate it. Dibs, you can hate it. But that's the plan.
I don't hate it.
And they're doing it. And they're winning while they're doing it.
They're not winning when they need to win. And that ultimately is the criticism of the Farhan way. And I would look back at the 2018 Dodgers roster and say, where was the really big long-term contract? Was it Manny Machado? Was that the big piece that he brought in during his tenure? Because he wasn't given
traded for him.
Right, but when you look at the big deal, the big long-term splashy deal that Farhan was a part of, because you mentioned guys who came after Farhan had left in 2018. So your Dodger analogy to me is not a like for like, because I don't believe that Farhan will go out and spend the big money for a long-term deal for one of these players who is going to be north of 30.
I totally believe he will.
Well, and that's your belief versus my belief. The proof so far in what he's done as a GM is not indicative of his ability or his willingness to go out there and give big money.
But those offers were made. The offers have been made.
It doesn't.
$300 million was on the table to Bryce Harper.
You keep trying then, and keep plugging away, Buckaroo. But if you don't, it's a results game, Mark. All he can do is either get it done or not get it done.
That's true, but you can't say
talk
they're
about
unwilling.
the first level of this, and that is the farm players coming up, and you can say the farm system is nice. That's great until it actually nets big league results. And yeah, Chris Bryant for 2 months. Great. You traded minor leaguers. You rented a guy who ultimately didn't play that great in September and October, and now he's elsewhere. So was it really worth the amount of capital you gave up
they didn't give
for
up
a Chris
much.
Bryant rental?
Canario, they didn't give. Yes, it was completely worth it to go for a World Series, and they didn't get it. But all I'm saying, the only one I'll argue with there, it's a results game, yes, but I will argue with the idea that they're unwilling to do a long-term contract because they've offered it. They offered it to Seiya Suzuki. They offered it to Bryce Harper. They've offered it to Trevor Story. They've offered
Suzuki's what, 24, 25?
And that is the thing. They're going to want, and that's what my only question / hesitation on the Aaron Judge conversation we had earlier, is he's 30. They target guys who, if they're going to do long-term, they want them in their primes. They don't want them after their primes are over. And they believe that Chris Bryant is probably a year or two away from coming out of his prime. And by the way, it feels like 9 times out of 10, if not more, once these contracts get signed, people are immediately like, oof. Do you want Chris Bryant now?
Well, Bryce Harper, 12 years.
He's been
$330 million.
But he's been great. Their team hasn't been, but he has been great.
So the Giants offered $310, and the Phillies came over the top with $330. Offer $350 then. Would be the devil's advocate position.
Right, you could.
Yes.
You could do that.
You sure could, because they have the money.
They do.
Even though, and this is why I asked Alex Pavlovich earlier about the notion of ownership. Is ownership, at what point does ownership knock on Farhan's door and say, Farhan, I don't know if you noticed, but our fans don't wear jerseys because they don't know who these guys are. Our attendance is not in the crapper, but it's down. And it's down for a number of reasons, one being post-pandemic sports malaise, and we're just now getting into the summer. But also part of it is, who are these guys?
Yeah, no,
from a casual fan standpoint.
Listen, it's totally fair, but I will again go back to, I think we're putting cart before the horse when we look back at 10, 12, and 14. And that is to say, these guys that we look back on with such reverence, what do they all have in common?
They're homegrown.
All homegrown. Yeah. And because they won World Series, we look back on them and go, they were stars. Matt Cain could walk down the street in Philadelphia and wouldn't even get stopped. And even Buster Posey, we know this better than anyone, most understated, under-discussed star in all of baseball the last 10 years.
You had Pablo Sandoval.
Lincecum and Pablo had a moment. They also got benched in parts of those World Series runs.
That's baseball, though. And I agree with you there as far as, what Bonte was saying about the criticism of, you got to get a hit. You lost 2-1. You lost 2-1 in a Game 5. That game was teetering. That whole Dodger Giant last year was teetering on one pitch either way.
Totally. And so we look back on guys that won, and suddenly now they're stars to us. That doesn't mean they were massive Q rating stars. The Aaron Judges of the world, the Bryce Harpers of the world, they've never been here since Bonds. They've never been here. And the Giants didn't win with Bonds. They won some. They were good. They weren't great. So I just, that's the thing to me. The stardom comes after you win. If this team, and I'm not saying it looks like they're going to now, they don't look like the best team in baseball, but they didn't look like the best team in baseball in 2010 either, or 2014. So if this team were to win, you don't think that some of the guys that lead you there, suddenly now to you, do they become stars?
They do, and more importantly,
Logan Webb wouldn't be a star.
Yeah, Jock Peterson, and Mike Yastrzemski already is a fan favorite in many ways. The thing about the stars versus the wins, because the wins are great, and I believe in what Farhan is doing. I don't think that he'll ever give a huge contract to a guy like Aaron Judge, and maybe he's smart for not doing that. maybe that ultimately is what keeps him from winning. But I look at this number, Mark, 30,708 a game this year in attendance. Take out the last two because pandemic, and then last year I think was still kind of a hangover season, but this is the lowest average attendance they've had since 1999.
Yeah.
And that was at the place called 3Com Park.
No,
So
it's a thing.
If I'm Larry Bear and some of the various other owners, I'm going to borrow from John Dickinson, that's a problem.
It's a problem. It is a very, very fair thing, and it's something we've all been trying to put our finger on it for a long time, right? Is it a Giants thing? Is it a baseball thing? I'm not going to get into the whole I really think I'm done blaming the pandemic on attendance for things.
Well, for this year, I agree with you.
Okay?
I'm going to say the last 2 years.
The parade we just had, come on.
By the way, in breaking COVID news, London Breed has tested positive, and she was sitting next to
right
Steph
there.
Curry
Yeah.
and Steve Kerr. So,
well, if they're going to get COVID, first of all, Steve just had it like 3 weeks ago.
So he should be good.
He should be fine. And secondly, not to be dismissive, but if they get it now, I mean, they in their minds, be like, yeah, now would be the time to get it.
Yeah. You don't ever want it, but to your point.
Yeah, so.
That was a super spreader, though. So to your point, it felt like, there was probably a mask on one in every 250?
Yeah, maybe. But there are plenty of people who are ready to go to events.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying.
Agreed.
We're not going to blame the pandemic. I don't know. Is it that there isn't a homegrown star? If Luciano showed up tomorrow and started hitting 300, does attendance fly up? I don't know. Is it the price? There's so many different things we can point to. And so it's hard for me to say this is solely based on the Giants don't have a homegrown star. I think it's a little deeper than that.
I think it's just a star. Like right now, if I said Giants tonight, what hitter are you looking forward to really watching his at-bat? You'd probably say Jock Peterson. Well, Atlanta's throwing a lefty. You beat me to it. You dirty snake.
Well, that's all.
You're so right, though.
Well, I looked at this. Here's a great example of it. So I look at the Giants outfield when there's a right-hander throwing. All three guys are 800 OPS or north.
Right.
Fantastic.
One of them's at 800, and I love that.
Well, but here's the problem.
I looked it up.
Here's the problem. Yaz is the only one who even qualifies. He's 25th in all of baseball in OPS with his 800.
And he qualifies.
Jock and Luis Gonzalez don't even have enough plate appearances to qualify to be on the list.
3.1 per game played.
Right, and they're both about 2.9 or 3. They don't qualify because you don't get 3.1 plate appearances on this team.
You hit 2 home runs and you get pinch hit 4. Because they're going to a lefty.
Yeah. And by the way, Lamont Wade is on the way soon. So so you're going to have left-handed hitting outfielders aplenty.
Yeah.
I don't know about right-handed hitting outfielders. Slater's I like Austin Slater.
And Darren Ruff can run around out there. And,
Darren Ruff's been fine. He's got it going finally after tough stuff. But I understand it completely. But let me throw this out at you. Does this resonate with you? Here's the idea. The idea, any sports team, you tell me if you can think of an example. So, it starts with bring up your core through the draft. And then, if you see it work, okay, now we have someone to build around. Let's sprinkle. And then, when it's time to start going, okay, we are in an elite window.
Go get Kevin Durant.
We have... Speak about beating me to it.
Oh, shoot. I didn't know that.
Does anybody else
July 4th is coming up.
Do you notice the process? Give me a core. Show me some promise.
Give me some sprinkle.
Sprinkle. And then the window opens and you pounce.
Bang!
Kevin Durant.
Bang!
Andrew Wiggins.
Boogie Cousins.
Andre Iguodala.
JaVale McGee.
DeMarcus Cousins. Whatever.
Mo buckets.
It's exactly what Farhan said to us 3 weeks ago. Give me a core.
Yeah.
Sprinkle.
He's good on the sprinkle.
And then pounce.
No bang.
But nobody wants to, like, the
Chris Bryant was a good effort at the bank.
The most lost word in the English language when it comes to sports is patience.
Just a little patience.
And I'm not telling you to have it because I get it. You're like, I'm not spending my damn $500 to bring for patience.
30,708, Mark. It's all they're drawing.
Take your patience and shove it. That's fine. You don't have to love it. But when you see smart, call it smart, okay? There's way too much belly aching right now. Warriors win a chip. 49ers and Giants showing you that they're consistently right there. And we're yelling.
49ers, I like this analogy for them too. Get a core, and they have a pretty good core when you look at the young linebacking core, Nicky Bosa, Debo, Kittle. The 49ers have done a good job of the core. The sprinkle, Emmanuel Sanders, that was a good sprinkle.
Yep.
If Jimmy makes that throw, maybe it's a different conversation, but you've done a nice job of the sprinkling. You haven't really come through with the big bang. Shout out Big Bang Theory. D Ford was your big effort at the bang, and that didn't work out. So, come on. Right now, the Giants' core is non-existent. The sprinkle is elite, and the churn, I call it. He's like a compost pile. He just digs. Oh, look what I found. Yeah. He continues to churn the pile, and his bang, it was a nice try last year. He at least went for it with Chris Bryant.
Well, and the 49ers haven't really come with a big addition bang either. They're just like core and then more core. Like, yeah, they do their sprinkle.
Football's a little different, though.
Football is different. Like, I don't know if I even want that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, now you've got your homegrown quarterback. Let's see. You got your tight end. I guess your bang would be Trent Williams. They would probably.
Good point.
I bet John Lynch. Right. I bet they would, if they were on the air with that, they'd say, "Excuse me, wait a minute."
It's the biggest of bangs, too, by the way. It's a big bang.
The best left tackle in football,
You're right.
And it was one hell of a bang.
That's a great bang.
So that's been their process, and you're in a championship window. Okay. So that's the process. The Giants might be a victim of their own damn record last year.
Yeah.
They're not supposed to win 107 games. They don't have the core or the bang yet. They're just sprinkling their way to competence on the yearly.
Yeah, but now you get to this year, and I think the second year of this, trust the process, you get to July 31st, trade deadline right in that early August window, and if you're in the same kind of spot where, yeah, you're good, you're a playoff team, but you're going to need something more, that's when Farhan is going to be, not holding his feet to the fire, but you're going to have to make a move.
Trust the process. Them should be fighting words right there.
Yeah.
Saying that on a sports radio station.
Why? Philly, they had a nice little run.
Sam Hinkie.
Okay, cleared to play. Coming up next, Brandon Crawford, Jacob Junis, James Wiseman, Klay's offseason, all of that with Dr. Brian Feely, who joins us next. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
I'm Michael Jenkins. today or StevensCreekSubaru.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Bay Area Panthers are coming to SAP Center on July 9th and July 16th, and 95.7 The Game has your shot to pick your ticket. Tune in all week for your chance to win, or enter at the contest page at 957thegame.com.
All right, it's Willard and Dibs. Dr. Brian Feely will be along momentarily. It's all sponsored by Total Wine and More. Milk and cookie moment of the day. Ready?
Yeah.
I got to send you this video. Did you all see it at the Angels game last night? So I think the Royals were in town. Do I have that right? Anyway, whoever was on the visiting team, at the end of warm-ups before one of the innings, turns and throws the ball into the stands, right? All right, here you go, fans. Toss the ball up into the stands. A guy who looks to be 25 to 30 years old catches the ball bare hands, and he's pumped, celebrating. Yes, caught the ball. High five to the girlfriend or wife, and so excited. But then within 10 seconds, does what any adult should do when you get that ball in the stand.
Throw it on the field.
Right. That's right. Huck it at a visiting player's head.
Exactly.
No, you look for a kid.
Oh.
You look for a kid.
That's second option.
Right? Little guy down there in the first row, and he goes, "This is for you." And he tosses it to the little kid, and the little kid is just overjoyed. He just got a baseball at a major league game.
Stevie Wonder.
2 innings later, Jared Walsh, swing and a drive.
It's going to go.
Right center field. It is out of here. Who catches the ball? The dad of the little kid.
Same kid.
Who got the ball. So what's dad do? All
Two
right.
balls outside.
That's right. Now I don't have to buy you popcorn, kid, because look what I just got for you. Jared Walsh home run ball. What about that? So the kid is so excited, can't believe he just got the ball, and within seconds has the awareness, the wherewithal to turn around to the 25-year-old who's 5 rows behind him, points at him, throws the ball back to him that he was given a couple innings earlier.
Oh, wow.
And the 25-year-old puts his hands up and smiles like, "No, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that." And the kid's like, "Nope. I got mine. You got yours." I mean, milk and cookies for the entire section. So
Two
good.
balls outside.
Right. Oranges at halftime, by the way, right over here to your right.
Perfect. Capri Suns for everyone.
Yes, and Billy's mom brought a cake. So everybody play hard, and that'll be waiting for you at the end. So good.
My
Yes.
son figured out that he didn't have to play hard, and he still got cake at the end, by the way. He saw through that early.
That's right. That's right. Wait a minute.
Everyone gets a slice.
It's a big lie. All right, it's time for Cleared to Play. Going to take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor and Chief of Sports Medicine at UCSF. It's Dr. Brian Feely, everybody. Hey, Doc, what's going on?
Not much, just enjoying a week of vacation.
We don't care if anybody's hurt anymore because they won the championship. Thank you for coming on, Doc.
No problem.
No, okay, just kidding.
No, don't go.
No. For real now, James Wiseman, they're going to play him in Summer League, and I know, in fact, Dibs was one of them. Just a moment ago, he's like, "Wow, they're going to play this guy in Summer League." So, should there be any concerns?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a guy that unfortunately has had multiple procedures. He had to have an injection of PRP back in April, and we don't know how his knee is going to hold up. So my guess is for the Summer League, controlled minutes, gradually reevaluate his knee and how it holds up to playing. My guess would be kind of mid-July, they'll get him back into playing with some limited minutes. if his knee's not swelling and he's not having much pain, they can kind of increase and then go into the training camp from there.
Is there any sense that this could be a lingering sort of ailment throughout his career? Is it something that he's going to have to be monitored on as far as swelling and recovery throughout the early part of his career?
Yeah, I mean, I think this can go one of two ways. This could go how we talked about Steph Curry and his ankle, where it was, gosh, is he ever going to be able to play that well? And it turns out he did okay. Or this can be like Brandon Roy, where you have a series of early career injuries, you get progressively more and more breakdown, and your knees end up being a debilitating process where you can still get a few good years, but you never quite get that potential.
What about Klay Thompson? I've heard everybody say, okay, finally gets a summer with no rehab, should be back ready to go. But what do you think? Based on what he's been through, what exactly does the offseason look like for him?
Yeah, I think there's no real good precedent for what Klay's come back from. There are people who have come back from ACL injuries. There's people that have come back from Achilles. Nobody's really come back at his level and from both injuries. So I think for him, first of all, in the NBA, there's no real such period of time as true rest, but he's going to have some forced rest followed by some conditioning, making sure his core stability is good, and really do everything to prevent re-injury going into the season. And if you look at the data for those individual injuries, usually it's the second year back where players kind of get back to their previous level. And I think we saw that in the playoffs. He kind of go up and down, but realistically, his good games were at the level where he used to play or pretty close. And his not-so-good games, they were off, but they were fewer and fewer as the playoffs progressed.
And for Klay, it's just a question of continued strength and increasing the fitness. And would you imagine that the sort of load management structure that he saw when he immediately came back, do you think that they'll keep that in place in the early part of the regular season?
Yeah, I think probably to a certain extent for all these guys. And I think we saw this in that first series of playoff runs where they just got tired. And there really isn't a benefit to necessarily winning the Western Conference. We saw this year getting people some rest is probably more important. You never know what's going to happen in the playoffs. So getting people a little bit extra rest, even if it leads to a few more losses, but also gets the young guys playing a little bit more, I think is going to be long-term much more beneficial to the team as well as the individual players.
Dr. Brian Feely cleared to play. Willard and Dibs. Doc, let's talk Brandon Crawford. He left last night's Giants game. They're saying right now they're thinking maybe he'll just miss a couple of days. The knee is structurally sound on his slide into home plate, but they do want to take an MRI today. What should we be thinking about here?
Yeah, hopefully not much. I mean, with that slide, it was a pretty ugly slide, and it really looked at first like an ankle injury, but then the catcher pretty much landed right on top of him. With these knee contusions, sometimes it can be a few weeks until you feel pretty good. The reason to get an MRI is to just rule out anything structural and to a certain extent get a little bit of a prognostic factor. We know with Ja Morant, we heard a lot about bone bruises during the NBA playoffs, and it really is sort of something that can be back in a few days versus not really going to be back for 3 to 4 weeks. And I think for Crawford, the MRI will be hopefully just something that confirms as soon as he feels good, he can be back on the field.
That's obviously going to be huge for the Giants to be able to get their linchpin back defensively. Jacob Junis, the pitcher's got a hamstring issue. They're hoping to get him going as well. How much of this do you have to monitor? Obliques for pitchers and leg injuries as well.
Yeah, so the most common injury across baseball is a hamstring injury, even with pitchers. And for pitchers, both the drive leg, the one you push off from, and the one you land on, are equally important in being able to pitch effectively. And I think the good thing for Junis is he's ahead of schedule, all things considered. So when we look at hamstring injuries, they're graded by how bad they are on MRI, as well as how bad they are clinically. And he has a grade 2 injury, which is about as bad as you see in baseball. And that means that part of one of the hamstring muscles is torn. And that means you limp, you feel some pain during movement, and you may see some swelling and maybe even some bruising. Usually with this, that means a few weeks of really true forced rest, followed by a really slow return to pitching, usually off a flat mound first. And then as you're able to push and land, gradually increasing, usually a stint in the minors for a few games too, just to make sure everything's feeling okay.
Doc, great stuff. We appreciate the perspective as always.
All right, man. Have a good week.
Okay, you too. That's Dr. Brian Feely. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. Yeah, grade 2 hamstring for Jacob Junis. They're going to say that's at least 4 weeks, and we talked about it earlier. This is someone that I don't think anybody was necessarily counting on until he started pitching. Yeah. And then everyone went, hold on a second. This looks pretty darn good. He had 9 starts. His ERA was just over 2.5. He had a whip under 1. Like he really was what the Giants needed DeSclafani to be, and now he's gone and DeSclafani's back, and the Giants are winning games 12-10.
Yes.
So that's potentially a problem for the next month.
Well, and you had a lot of depth in the rotation, it seemed, but as we've gone through and you've had, Cobb was out and then Junis got hurt, and then you've had different pitchers, Jelly's come in, and, all eyes on Boyd when he eventually comes back from his injury. Can he pitch? The key's been the top 3, Wood, Webb, and Rodon. And if you have 3 of the 5, you feel good about where this is going. But Junis did pop so much that you hope you can get him back sooner. At grade 2, though, I had a grade 1 playing softball, about a 2-week injury, and that's just for me to be able to shuffle around, let alone to try to drive off of that right leg as a right-hand pitcher.
So grade 2 is worse than grade 1?
Yes.
I never know which direction the numbers go when it comes to hammies.
And the DEFCONs are the opposite. DEFCON 5 is the lowest. DEFCON 1 is the highest.
Got it. Okay, perfect. All up to date on that.
Yeah.
Pick Your Battles is coming up next, and boy, we've got an announcement to make that rarely happens on a Wednesday. So that is right around the corner. Steiny and Guru looming. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Welcome to Total Wine & More.
I want something fun in the sun.
You'll love this sparkling wine.
Wow, great price.
Love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Coming in at 5'3", it's number 1 mom. She switched to Xfinity and got the all-new 3-for-1 bundle. Unlimited internet, streaming, and Xfinity Mobile. All for what you could pay wireless companies for just one 5G unlimited line. Boom! Shakalaka! That's why they call her the Master of Moolah, the Sultan of Savings, the Queen of Cash. And now, also with Xfinity Internet, you can get unlimited data, Wi-Fi equipment, and a free Flex 4K streaming box included with a 2-year rate guarantee and no term contract. All for just $30 per month when you add an Xfinity mobile plan at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/3-for-1, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New fast internet 300 megabits per second customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
Experience the first annual IKEA Midsummer Celebration this weekend. Join us on June 24th to the 26th for food samplings, great offers, and more. And as an IKEA family member, you can save $20 in store when you spend $200 or more pre-tax and scan your IKEA family card. Visit IKEA-USA.com/midsummer for more information and to plan your trip to your local store starting June 24th. Offer valid 6/24 to 7/4 in the U.S. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See store and IKEA-USA.com/midsummer for complete terms. Exclusions apply.
I want to break free. Ready to break free, San Fran? Book your 2022 cruise today with Norwegian and enjoy 35% off all cruises to Alaska, Europe, and more. We'll even help you get there with free airfare for second guest. Plus, enjoy free open bar, free specialty dining, and more. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Offer ends soon. Norwegian Cruise Line. Sail safe, feel free. Ships Registry, the Bahamas and USA. Restrictions apply.
Your Golden State Warriors are the NBA champions.
With 4 titles in the last 8 years, the run is not done. The Golden State Warriors, once again, are NBA champions.
We're live on Market Street for a championship parade. Klay Thompson with us now live. Are you kidding me?
Isn't that incredible? I mean, sorry guys, I haven't slept much this weekend.
Presented by Zenni Optical and San Francisco Zoo and Gardens.
Napa know-how.
At Napa, when you take care of your ride, we take care of you. That's why a $25 digital gift card can be yours when you buy 10 quarts of Pennzoil Platinum Full Synthetic Motor Oil products at Napa Auto Parts. That's a reward for rewarding your ride and a way to treat yourself after treating your motor. So give your ride the premium motor oil it deserves and get rewarded in return.
Napa know-how.
Offer ends 10/31/22. Void where prohibited. Terms apply. For complete details, visit pennzoil.com/rewards.
Welcome to Allstate, where you can save just by being you. DriveWise in the Allstate mobile app gives you personalized driving feedback, and by adding it to your policy, you can save for driving safe just by being yourself. Allstate. Here, better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click, call, or visit allstate.com to save today.
Not available in every state. Savings based on DriveWise and other safe driving discounts. Savings vary. Subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
So sticky.
At Hannah's Organic Honey, business may be sweet, but they need an e-commerce queen bee to lead the hive.
Okay, these jars are going to Jakarta. Oh, wait a minute. Does that say Jackson?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by interviewing on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
The smoke is back at Church's. Our $6 smokehouse chicken meal is a juicy half chicken served with mashed potatoes and a honey butter biscuit. All that for just $6, but not for long. Church's, welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Bay Area Panthers are coming to SAP Center on July 9th and July 16th, and 95.7 The Game has your shot to pick your ticket. Tune in all week for your chance to win, or enter at the contest page at 957thegame.com.
I love it when you call me Big Papa.
Now, back to
Willard Dibs
on 95.7 The Game.
I love it when you call me Big Jock, as the Jock Peterson experience. Man, he has been received in Atlanta like he was the favorite son. He was there for 7 days.
Basically.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. That was cool yesterday.
Yeah.
Or was that the day before?
It was the day before, but then yesterday, swinging a drive. And actually, the day before swinging a drive, it just went foul by just a little bit. He almost tied that sucker late, or actually would have given the Giants the lead. But, big swing of the stick for Jock Peterson, who, again, the All-Star voting first round has come in, and he is tracking toward being one of the 3 starting outfielders for the National League for his play this year. 1 year, $6 million. All-Star.
It's a good deal. It's a homecoming.
Unbelievable.
And that, I think, is the sprinkle, because you talked about the 3-pronged approach for Farhan: establish a core, sprinkle with a variety of additions, and then make the big splash. $6 million is not a big splash.
No.
Carlos Rodon is a big splash kind of signing. Yeah, not a long-term deal, but what's he making, like $20 million?
22, I think it was.
Yeah,
22?
So that's a big... That's a big signing, but hopefully they get to the deadline this year and they're in a spot where there's a couple of positions where they can make a splash. Maybe it's not a big bang move, but something to where you can add maybe another right-handed bat, maybe a back-end bullpen guy, maybe another starter.
I got a little something Rodon related for you on Pick Your Battles today. We'll do that in a second. And also, we had a great conversation earlier today with regard to the Warriors offseason. And you and I were maddeningly the same.
Yeah, very similar.
With regard to our outlook on the 7 players who have question marks around them with regard to whether or not they'll be back. And it was, Kevon Looney, GP2, Otto Porter Jr., help me do this from memory, Nemanja Bjelica, JTA, Andre Iguodala, and Damian Lillard.
Yes.
And the only difference in our thought, like we both had the exact same top priority, which is Kevon Looney. We said 1 through 5, with 5 being you got to keep him, 1 being like, totally expendable. You and I only handed out a 5 to Looney.
Yes.
That's it. And GP2 was the only 4. And so I think those are the 2 that I walk into this offseason going, if you can come back with those 2, that's a par. That's acceptable. I'm in on that. I'd love to keep Otto Porter Jr. at $2.3 million this year. I have the hardest time believing somebody's not going to pay him a lot more. And maybe the Warriors will too. We'll see. But he's kind of the wild card. And then the other 4, I feel like, we'll see. If they, just based on knowledge of the program, are people that fit in on minimum salaries, there's nobody. And I don't know how often you say this. There's nobody on the roster where I'm like, get that guy, like, let him go.
Yeah.
Let him go. No interest in that person being here anymore.
Well, if you look at the roster for next year, right now you've got 8 players who are under contract. And that includes team options on Jordan Poole. He might get extended. And James Wiseman, by the way, $9.6 million next year. It's a team option. They're going to pick it up. And they're still in a wait-and-see mode for Wiseman. So if you include those 2, you've got 8 under contract. If you sign Looney and you sign GP2, now you've got 10 players under contract. So you basically have 5 more roster spots that you look at to where you want to find players. Otto Porter Jr., can you find the next Otto Porter Jr. for $2.389 million? I think you probably can. Bielitsa, $2.089. And he's 34.
Right.
Can you find another Bielitsian type of player in that slot? JTA made 1.7. Can you find another guy like that? Damian Lee, 1.9. So you're going to find ways to either keep those guys at those kind of salaries or find the replacement at the same kind of number.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's kind of what it's going to be quiet. The draft is tomorrow. I'm just going to be honest here. I don't even know if I'll watch a second.
Don't talk about that.
Yeah, call me afterwards.
Don't talk about that.
Tell me who they pick. Tell me why, and tell me what the plan is for them. And then
Boardwalk.
Yeah, then we'll see them in 2 to 3 years.
Right.
So that's
3.
Right. And then
love that jingle.
If Otto Porter Jr. comes to them and goes, I've got an offer on the table for 2 years. And $18 million.
$11 million even.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
go on.
Then you just have to look at him in the eye and say, we got to pick our battles. So we're not going to be able to do that.
Could have seen that coming.
It was easy.
Yeah.
All right. Pick your battles for this week is over already. Hot take, Jake. He sat on a bullet, a grenade, if you will, by taking the Celtics every night. And then he also bought donuts. Post-championship, we will reward him with buying them again.
Yes, but you're going to miss out.
I will not be here for those donuts, but eat one for me.
If I have to.
Sometimes I eat 1.5. Eat 1.5 for me.
If I must.
And that's okay. But Hot Take Jake's pick today is first. Spadone, do we have a selection?
Yeah, good call on the grenade. He's like Bruno Mars. He caught a grenade for us as a show.
There you go.
I give myself a 4 there.
Nice job.
He's taking Giants Braves under 9. Kyle can get back to 500, which would be a kind of a sentimental win for him.
He's 3-4?
He's 3-5 currently.
And then did we all win as a show
we
yesterday?
Did 4-0 yesterday. Huge.
4-0, which means Spadone. Are you at 7-1 right now?
7-1. Call my message.
Going for the record, I believe. 9-1, I think, would be the record.
8-2 is the record.
You actually have the correct letters in your last name that you could be a phone number,
Call
right?
my message phone.
Right?
1-800-SPADONE.
1-800-SPADONE. You call me. I give you picks. You give me money. There's pasta at the end.
Mm-hmm. You don't give me money, I break a finger. Maybe a toe if I'm in a good mood.
Spadone.
Don't call that number in New Jersey. Something will happen.
Yeah, that's not good. All right, so that means even at 6-2, I have the second selection. I love Carlos Rodon. I think he's going to pitch well tonight. I think the Giants will do fine. However, his strikeout numbers have gotten completely out of whack. 7.5 is the over-under. How can you expect a guy against the Braves lineup to just walk up and be like, yeah, you need 8 strikeouts just to break even.
And you sit, and you sit.
I'm going to take the under on Carlos Rodon's strikeouts tonight, under 7.5 for Rodon in the ATL.
You're fading your own guy.
Yeah, I think he'll do fine. I think he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Got him for 6 or 7 tonight.
Spadone, am I also 6-2?
Yeah, Dibs.
Certainly are.
Man,
6-2, you're up.
Running hot, and I'm going to go from wooden bats to metal bats because, boy, I dodged a bullet yesterday. Arkansas boat racing Auburn. I told you Auburn had 8 guys with the stomach flu, and they played like it. Arkansas rolled, but today they're facing a juggernaut. Ole Miss has been the class of this tournament. I'm taking Ole Miss on the run line. I'm giving the run and a half. And it's plus 145.
Okay. All right, there it is.
Mississippi. Mississippi.
All right, and if you don't get it, will you come in tomorrow and say, that was an Ole Miss?
Yeah, it sure was.
You did. You're darn right.
That's a 4.
Here comes solid. Spadone with an effort to go 8-1.
Call my message.
Let's go. I think the Angels finally get off the schneid against the Royals. They've been awful in this series. Shohei Ohtani's pitching today. He's the only thing that's been going right for that team so far. I'm taking the Angels run line against the third worst team in the league, the Kansas City Royals.
All right, there it is. 1-800-SPADONE. 1-800-SPADONE. You call my message phone.
Don't call 1-800-SPAMONI. That's an ice cream hotline.
Such an overrated ice cream, too.
It really is. No.
We're fighting.
No. Cereal and ice cream brackets coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, right. I'm done trying to have fun with you guys.
Listen, I was ready.
You were not ready. You came in angry.
Well, that was their fault. I was ready. I had my pick. You gave me the swing pick. So I was going to get the 4th pick.
And the 5th.
What do you think was going to still be available to me? What do you think the number 1 pick in the cereal draft would have been?
I can only dream what it would be.
What do you think?
That bit died yesterday.
Honey Nut Cheerios, right? And then what do you think number 2 would be? Like Frosted Flakes?
No, I think I was picking 2.
And what would you have picked?
Golden Grams.
Okay, and then what do you pick number 3? Probably Frosted Flakes. That's value, right? I was so thrilled to get Cinnamon Toast Crunch on the swing. I was going to get cinnamon.
And what would you get coming back? Life? Special K?
Kicks.
I know you're taking grape nuts at some point, which is disgusting.
Yeah, but grape nuts I can get in any round, so why would I take them in the second?
Much like my favorite team, the Raiders, I would have reached and gone Raisin Bran Crunch.
Well, Raisin Bran Crunch. I think
we can win with Raisin Bran.
The flavor, the flavored
Elite 4240
flavored Life cereal definitely, but I can tell you what it should be, but nobody knows it well enough. Like, you know that? Do you know those bags of Kind granola? You ever get those peanut butter clusters?
Yes.
Bro.
It's basically a granola bar broken up. That doesn't count.
Thank you. Stick some milk on your granola bar at 11:07 at night in front of sports highlights and tell me you're not having the time of your life. You'd be like Vance Joseph for the Broncos job. He is having the time of his life. It would have been amazing. So anyway, I was ready. I was going to get Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and I was going to feel so good.
It's the taste you can see.
Yeah. Anyway. All right. Here comes Steiny and Goo on into the building for the changeover. Brought to you by the Oakland PD Recruitment. Be the change you want to see. Goo still basking in the glow of a championship parade. You're still repping the Golden State Warriors, the GSW hoop, today on Wednesday. How you boys doing?
Fired up,
Dynamite.
Man.
Yeah.
Who's got better jobs than us?
Who's got it better than us?
Like, if I was a garbage man, Dibs, I would follow sports just like I do now that I'm in the business.
I mean,
that was just me.
Seriously, give me. Like Nick Uren, by the way, has got a better job than we do.
Okay,
you no longer have to grind as a coach. Now you're in the performance angle of things. You're in a parade. You get a ring. I mean, you work hard, but you don't have to step up to the podium and talk about why you're not playing. Why didn't you play Kuminga? Go ask Steve. I don't know.
Yeah, speaking of uncomfortable press conferences, you had Jay Monahan today, the head of the PGA.
Wow.
You got Roger Goodell in front of the House Oversight Committee with a huge diatribe about how Daniel Snyder has taken a step away for a year, and I'm thinking he has.
Then that's the best job you could have.
I mean, he gets paid for it now.
John Wall on line one.
Yeah,
47
Roger gets $50 million a year for his uncomfortable press conferences. But anyway. Yeah, we don't have to do any of that. I'm here for your gratitude, Goo.
Yeah, I was with Steiny a whole hour. We're chopping it up like we do, Shaq and Kobe, and I know he's like, where the hell did that come from? But I see your face. I heard you guys this morning. You guys were fabo. That's my new word, fabo.
Okay. Mr. Fabo to you, please.
There you go.
Yes.
You had him on yesterday.
It's awful.
Yikes.
But the Giants, I thought my boy B was a little spoiled a bit. Like, I gave him credit for pointing out, and it's obvious they don't have stars.
Right.
I go to the Blue Jays, I go to the Yankees, even the Braves, as B said. But as you won 107 with the Giants are the girl that's not that attractive, okay looking, but they got a great personality. But if they won 107 and got you into a series, I don't think you could come over the top. B can do what he wants, but I thought it was a bit harsh. And Dibs pointed out they're on schedule to win 93 or 94. Yeah. What do you want it to look like? Because it's working, quote unquote.
Goose said about 4 things before the show that I
didn't know.
It's going to be one of those days.
What do we got?
He said, how about this one? How about this one?
What's the list? How about this one? Is it 4 or is it 3? How many things?
Not 5,
I never knew any were being recorded,
Okay.
Willard. I never knew any were being recorded.
One is, I would rather watch the Giants be 9 games under with Bryce Harper than 9 games over 500 without Bryce Harper.
Okay.
That's
a tough take. It's a tough take.
Double T's.
I get it.
Okay.
I understand
Who
the
we
dynamic
going to
we're
see,
talking
Will?
about.
Who we going to see? Kids, drop everything. We're going to see Dibs.
No, we're going
50 homers.
We're going to see the playoffs. That's what we're going to see. We're going to see the playoffs. That's what I want to see. I want to see the playoffs.
How long can that last?
Well, here's the thing.
Okay.
I know by the time you got here, it might have been already in the other room chopping it up by the time we got to this. This is a chicken or the egg conversation right now that we're all forgetting. When they won in 10, 12, and 14, they had stars. No, they didn't. They became stars because they won. The world was not talking about Matt Cain. The world was not talking even about Buster Posey. They know who he is, but in 2010, he was a rookie. The Freak? Sure. Yeah, okay, I know who that guy is. But to think that anyone named Bryce Harper, Fernando Tatis Jr., Manny Machado, even the guys, Mookie Betts, the Giants have not had a player like that since Barry Bonds, and they've had 3 parades since then. The reason we call these guys stars, we go all the way down to Scuderos and Ishikawas, and we love them because of the moments that they had in the postseason, and that's what makes them stars to us. So this idea that this team wouldn't be the exact same, let's say this team went on a postseason run, you're telling me that Jock Peterson's not playing the Hunter Pence role and he's not beloved forever? Of course he would be. So I think this is revisionist history to think that the Giants, even when they were winning, were built in a Bryce Harper, Mike Trout sort of a way.
Well, I told Steiny and the guys, wasn't Buster Posey, who's been an MVP, about to be a Hall of Famer? He was the Steph Curry to Klay and Dre being Crawford and Belt. He was that guy.
But not in 2010. I mean, he got called up mid-year, he flashed, and then they traded Benji Molina to Texas. Benji got a ring, even though he lost the World Series. By 2014, yeah, he was a star, but it was because he had a third and because he was doling out epic hugs and because he had become Buster. So that's Mark's argument about this Giants team. If they win the World Series this year, Jock Peterson becomes a star after the fact. Right now, Tyro Estrada is not a star.
But if he one does of your best players.
But if he does a Marco Scudero or a Travis Ishikawa, then in 5 months we think differently about him than we do now. That's all he was saying.
Yeah, well, and even Buster. Like I feel like when we're asking for stars, we're asking for things that just pop off the screen. That was never Buster Posey. Buster was, I'm going to hit a line drive to right center.
But he was an all-star.
Right. Yeah.
He had the credentials.
Right, but there's no
Captain
flair.
America.
No flair, no flash. Just Buster.
Squad.
Right? Throw down to second base, nailed you, give you a hug if you win a World Series. There's nobody better than Buster. But in New York, they're not like, man, we need somebody like Buster Posey. You know what I mean? There's never been an Aaron Judge. There's never been a Mike Trout, a Shohei. There's never been that. So anyway, I just I'm not against that kind of a player, but I'd much rather have a winning team. I'd much rather have a winning team.
Well,
yeah, I love you so much.
Will this be the first time?
I feel like you took that conversation out of context, really.
Gosh.
But I'm about the dubs. I'm about the W's, and I get where you're going. But what hit me too, last thing about you guys' conversation this morning, and I'm not defending Farhan. I'm waiting. Forrest Gump at the bus stop. He did go get the rental in Chris Bryant.
Yes.
And to his credit, he said he don't fit. And look at the disaster. Thank you, Lord. So Farhan, when it's go time, opened the wallet to bring something to enhance last year that got you to 107. So to say now it ain't good enough, I'm like, 94, 90, what is it on pace to win? How many?
Yeah, I mean, they're 9 above, and they're just a little over a third of the way through, so they're probably on pace to end up 25 above, which would be 93 and 68.
Yep.
That's that's one game short, but you get the bit. 93 and 69. I mean, would you take that year in and year out? You would. Yeah. The one thing, Steiny, and I pointed this out to Mark, and it's tough to shake, attendance is continuing to go down. The Giants are only drawing 30,000 fans, smallest average since 1999 at a place called 3Com, which has now been demolished. So it's good that you win, but if people don't want to come see your product, does that really matter?
Well, I'm going to be on. I'm in the minority here. If they had a star, I don't think they'd be drawing much more.
Exactly.
I really don't.
Why, though?
I'm with you.
Because it's a myth to think we're going out to 12 Giants games now that they have Bryce Harper, but we went out to 0 before Bryce Harper.
No, my question to you,
you go out to Giant Stadium to watch a very good baseball team in one of the best stadiums in America, and more often than not, they're going to win.
My question to you was, and I'm not disagreeing with that, where are the people? Why are they not coming? Is this a baseball problem or a Giant problem?
Well, you just told me they didn't have any stars when they won titles. Their attendance was out.
Yeah.
It was phenomenal when they didn't win titles.
They had 3 guys that people were drawn to.
Homegrown.
All homegrown.
Right.
So going out to sign Bryce Harper's not that. It's not that. Like this, will it change at some point if Luciano's a star and Matos is holding it down and Kyle Harrison comes up and he's striking out 11 a night? Yeah, maybe, but that you can't ask those guys to be here now. They're just getting
and
beer.
Why would you if you're 9 over?
I mean, unless you want Wiseman and Kuminga to start next year, you're not pulling those guys up.
So where are they at, Willard? Is it a baseball problem? Pandemic?
I think it's more of a. I don't think it's pandemic. I do think it's a baseball problem. I think it's a money problem.
I agree.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing.
$6.49 a gallon.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, damn, Dibs.
Getting lower though.
Yeah,
it's coming down.
It made me feel better.
So let's compare Farhan to like Lacob / Myers. So Myers buys a team in 2010. Curry's here. All right, he's here. You keep him, obviously. Then you draft Klay and you draft Draymond early in the tenure. Holy cow, we found something. Guess what? Now they're paying him. I fully believe that Farhan Zaidi gets here. He knows how to win the A's way, if you want to call it that way. Or I can do this. They're winning, but I've got to restock the farm system. And we're going to have a star or two coming out of that farm system in the next year or two. We will pay them. That I fully believe the Giants will pay a homegrown player, just like they've paid Kane, just like they paid Lincecum, just like they paid Crawford. In fact, they pay those guys so much that we ripped them for it before they were 107 wins a team last year. So they'll pay them. They just want to be the guys that come up in the farm system.
Payroll's gone down every year that Farhan's been there, from 152 to 150.8 to 134.9.
Right, because you're having big bad contracts come off the books.
Right.
And again, like, does it make sense to replace them just because you want the number to be higher? I've yet to see the guy they haven't gotten who then has made them look bad for not getting him. Even though, and they offered north of $300 million for Bryce.
310.
And Bryce has been fantastic, but his team has not won.
Remember Stanton?
You know?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And you know what?
And you just brought up Chris Bryant. Thank God.
Man, that's incredible.
A $180 million disaster by a team that just gave away
the Booby Prize.
Its 2 stars in an effort to bring money down, and then they threw it at Chris Bryant, who hasn't played.
Man.
That's how you mismanage a team, not what Farhan's doing.
Now, this is a spirited discussion. As as we juxtapose with the earlier changeover. In about 2 minutes, Goo, I got a big-time bone to pick with you, but go ahead, Steiny.
Oh, okay.
The streets have been talking.
Hang on.
The streets have been talking.
Listening to 95.7 The Game, the home of spirited discussions, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station.
Well, here's the other thing
I was going to say, you only got one thing. What was the second thing on Goo's list? One thing that he said.
He's saving the three.
What was the second thing?
I have that, and then I have a point that I want to make. I can't even make any points anymore. It's all rebuttals of him. Steiny, what do you say? Maybe we give out some awards this year for the Warriors, like MVP. And I was like, all right. He goes, because I'll tell you, my MVP, Jordan Poole. Oh, my God. What are we doing? What are we doing?
I want to hear Dibs come at me. I'll say,
what are you doing?
2 out of 3.
We said Jordan Poole was a Warriors MVP this
But I'm
year.
also telling you guys, I know Steph is the system. And
Right.
Okay.
Jordan came out of nowhere.
So here's the other thing. Kevin Durant, I think there's a parallel between Kevin Durant, Giancarlo Stanton, and Harper in that if Harper and Stanton or Stanton wanted to come to the Giants, like Durant wanted to come to the Warriors, they would be Giants.
Yes.
Give me 5 for that.
Mm-hmm. Now you need to come with the classic.
I know. Shoot. No, I thought I meant
we got to drop it.
They might be
Giants.
Giants.
It's like
They might be Giants. Yeah, they might be Giants.
So the only reason, in a way, that the Warriors went out and got a star in Durant is because he said, "I want to please. Can I play with you?
Yeah.
Can I please play with you?" So if Harper or Stanton would have said that, they were prepared, but they didn't want to come here to that extent.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on in terms of the whole roster building thing. We said it earlier that there are 3 kinds of players, and this is, Farhan not only has done this in his past, he literally said it to me in Shasky 3 weeks ago. This is the way you want to do it.
He played that.
Yeah, you start with the homegrown. You got to get the core. Now they're a victim of their own winning success, even without they still have the homegrown core, but it's the old homegrown core. It's not Farhan's.
Kind of like the Warriors,
right? So once you've got the homegrown core and you go, oh, we got something. Now you sprinkle in some fines around it. Your Otto Porters, your Gary Paytons, your Lamont Wades, your Mike Yastrzemskis. You sprinkle Max Muncy, sprinkle that in, and then once that looks like you're ready to go, bang. Big money, big name, Kevin Durant, Andrew Wiggins, whatever, Mookie Betts with the Dodgers. That's the order of how you do it, and that's what they're trying to do. And people almost seem mad at him because they're winning 107 games at a time where they're actually they haven't even been able to start the process yet.
That's
I agree exactly what they're doing.
And you know what? Here's the other thing. He brings guys in, and he Farhan, can they be part of the culture? To me, you know who Andrew Wiggins is or was? Hunter Pence. They acquired Hunter Pence. He got here, and he was different than Chris Bryant. They were like, wow, he could be a fixture. They didn't think Chris Bryant could be a fixture, but they didn't put themselves in a position.
Kelly Oubre Jr.
Put themselves in a position exactly where they made him a fixture. So if the Warriors or Giants find a guy that fits through outside the organization, they're not just going to get rid of him because he's not part of it. Look at Wiggins now. I mean, Wiggins may be here for 7 more years.
Right. And part of that, I think, with the Giants is we don't yet know what the next culture is going to be. Is it Ramos and Luciano and
Webb and
those guys?
As wrong or he didn't draft him, so it don't matter. I think there's some disappointment.
He didn't draft him, so it doesn't matter. I do believe that.
For
it doesn't
sure
matter.
it's disappointing.
Okay.
But it's not on him.
Okay.
You're not going to hang it on him.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Just real quick before we go, the streets is saying that you said that you would take me on the tennis court and you would take me apart, and I just want to make sure that it goes from your mouth to my ears because that is so inflammatory. And if that's really what you believe, I've got my racket in the car. We can go to any locale you want, clay, grass, hard court, indoor, outdoor, and I'd like to be a part of this.
Okay.
Get him, Dibs.
You are my guy and my partner on the weekend, my mentor.
The streets are talking.
All I can do on this microphone is share with you what I feel and when things are said and thrown at me in the manner Steiny threw the text at me that came up on the our text line. Slow down, go. So it almost was racially motivated when they said tennis and me as if I didn't know how to play Willard. So like Wolverine, the thing that came out, and I said, you know what? I could hang with Dan on the tennis court. It wasn't I could. So I drove home saying, this probably could beat you in tennis. And I came in here to tell you, you know what? I might lose, but I can play tennis. So I was defending my upbringing and the fact, Willard, I've been on a tennis court. Shout out Wimbledon. I know how to play.
Shout out
But the
Wimbledon.
way Steiny threw it at me was kind of like I was beneath the sport and hadn't been exposed to it. So it wasn't you and us athletically, but I would love I got a racket.
Oh, I would love it.
Let's do it.
We'll do it in the Yoon. It'll be a home
15,
court for
30,
you.
45.
Let's
know.
go. It's actually 40, not 45.
I used to play.
I smell mixed doubles. That way.
I hate doubles.
I know.
I hate sharing. I hate sharing,
Because you're
Willard.
both going to end up with a pulled hammy if you play one-on-one.
Well, he's playing pickleball and kept it a secret.
Oh my gosh, my sister! My sister. This is no joke. Two weeks ago, my sister is a school teacher, and you know, at the end of the year, they have the teachers like do stuff in an assembly. And
Field day,
and
we
the
used to
kids,
call it.
the kids love it because they watch their teachers. They're out there playing competitive pickleball. Yeah. Emergency room an hour later, just had surgery on her finger. Like she went hard after one, landed, and the hand splattered in like two places. Had to have surgery on her finger. Yeah. Pickleball.
But the more serious, who said
pickleball?
Let's make the tennis court, get some smaller rackets and make it.
The guy who invented ping pong.
Well, it's table tennis, actually.
I didn't know.
It was the tennis player who turned 65. That's who did it. Yeah, he's like, you know what? I think running
ESPN
around here.
had championships. I watched it. They gave the trophy out. They were in Orange County.
What in life are we trying to not make easier? You know, you remember you used to have to roll down your window with the crank.
Look at
now
this
you
guy.
just push the button.
Right.
I mean, everything in life we're trying to make easier.
They got the cars in the park for you, parallel park.
I love pickleball, by the way. Sport of the future.
I think it's no joke. I think it's the fastest growing sport in America.
No doubt.
It is. That's a fact.
I don't doubt that at all. My nephew, Bobby John, 35,
Shout him out.
38 years old, something like that, 37.
Bobby John is that old?
Yeah, I know.
What a name. I love it.
Does he have a last name or just have
Bobby
first
John
name?
Keith.
Okay. Oh, gosh.
But
he's got
anyway,
3 first names.
You know, he just
That's money.
There's a tennis shop in Reading that's now getting into pickleball, and he's now promoting it. Now he's traveling to Florida and Palm Springs, sets up these pickleball like big tournaments. But the tournaments include like pro players, but also anybody who's not played. They come see what it is.
We're going to go to Florida.
Business is
We're going to go to the Hagian's office. Wow!
Oof. Night.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
You cannot be serious.
Is there anything that you say that you believe in?
Every word that comes out of my mouth. I just hate you got a list at 12:18.
I thought I had a couple topics here. I thought I had Steph Curry. You're saying he's not the MVP. You're backing off that. Now you're... I don't know what to do. I don't know where to...
It's my award.
Make a statement.
It's my
award.
award.
We'll try to discuss it.
And let me tell
I thought we had a little script here we were going to go into.
It's not who's the best player. It's the MVP for me. And watching this Warriors season culminate in the chip, people, I was like, you know what? The obvious answer is Steph Curry, but Steph was Steph. And even when we thought he was struggling as he went on to break the record, I understand. And you've accused me of being his protector. I understand the gravity he holds because everything starts with him. But Jordan Poole, on many of nights this regular season, Steiny, showed us that maybe superstars around stardom is around the corner for him. And I thought to myself, you know what? I'm going to be different today. 2 Chainz.
Oh.
And I'm going to go different.
Okay.
And I'm going to give Jordan Poole, he could have got most improved.
Just think, I picked the Dallas Mavericks on a whim, and I haven't heard the end of it in 3 months. You actually have come onto this show today and have the gall to say, I think Jordan Poole's the MVP of the season for the Warriors. I can't go anywhere with that.
I didn't want it to give it to Steph.
I can't.
Well, how good was he this year?
But you know what? You rip every Finals MVP voter who didn't vote for him the year Iguodala got it.
Right, but
I don't know what I'm doing today.
This is me just showing appreciation for Jordan Poole.
Well, then give him Most Improved.
You know what? The more I think about it,
Of course.
It went that way.
All right, so that's one argument. We've spun him
it's
around.
It's not an argument.
Early.
It's one-sided. And you sneak diss me, man.
I'm doing it right out in the open. I'm pissed off. I couldn't get under your skin yesterday. I'm coming for you today.
You know what? Mm-hmm. My wife said, why did he want to get under your skin? I said, you know what? When I see him tomorrow, I'm going to ask him. We've been bonding.
Mia, I'll tell you why. Is because Guru said last week when I was in a good mood, he didn't like it.
Right? Hey, I did say that, but
so
go ahead. It's good to be with you.
You don't mean you don't mean you'd rather the Giants be with Bryce Harper and 27 and 38. Come on.
You know me. I'm a Pirate fan, so you know I'll watch it all. It's about winning. My whole thing was I was with Bonte, and when he brought this up 2 months ago, man, it hit me in the face like a frying pan. They don't have a player you can gravitate to, and I'm not saying you can't win that way, but the preference would be you want, and I disagree with Willard and Dibs, Steiny. Buster Posey was that dude. What? He was the face of the Giants. Let's not act like he wasn't. So my preference when I root for a team or I watch a team, you want to have that guy. And Gerald Buster Posey came out of nowhere, and he was that face for the Giants, no doubt.
And they signed him.
And so was Crawford.
Right, and they signed him.
Okay, and so was Brandon Belt.
And they signed him.
Okay, so
they don't
now
like
we're
to
watching
sign
the end of that.
Outside free agents to big contracts.
Okay, and my bigger point is we're watching the end of that. Steph, who is Buster, he retired. And last year, they gave you 107, but now this year you still got Belt. What's left of him and Crawford? Are they in their prime? No, but the Giants are a playoff team, the second wild card right now, and I just would like to go to the yard hoping that Aaron Judge was there or Guerrero Jr. And you know what? They don't have that player as of yet, but I'm keeping it real saying that would be my preference. I'm not saying you can't win, but when you tell me and the guys that the attendance is down, you don't think that has something to do with it?
Not really. I don't.
That blows me away.
So Steph Curry's not the MVP. The more we examine it,
I'm
doing it. I'm going to do it.
Go ahead.
I'm doing it
right here for you.
Rather be 9 under with Bryce Harper, and then
I just
the Dibley tennis thing. Yeah. You can deal with Dibley on that.
But
I do notice. Okay. I did notice everything gets Michael Jackson moonwalk back. Everything does get now. You know, like how about this? You know, you're talking big about beating Dibley in tennis, and today. Now there's a racial implication, and man, I got to stay away.
We didn't talk about that yesterday.
That's because it wasn't really a part of the conversation yesterday. But it was about could you beat him or not?
Yeah, but you don't know how my processor works.
Oh yeah, I do. It's
ball up your list. And let's Arsenio Hall and get busy and give me my flowers for what I just laid out about the possibility of the Giants' attendance being down is because not yet do they have that star.
Well, then why was their attendance great in 14 and 15 when they ostensibly didn't have a star?
Because you guys are crapping on what Buster, it sounds like you guys are not crapping, not giving just due to what was left of Buster Posey, Crawford, and Belt. It starts with those three. And you talked about Pence being a fan favorite. Steiny, that was your heart. Those were your organs. And there's two of the three are still there. So to me, I'm like, there's your answer.
Right. And what I'm saying is they were homegrown. So the Giants don't go out and sign guys like Harper and Stanton for two reasons. One, it's not really their philosophy. Two, they're not that kind of destination because of the ballpark.
So am I? Okay, I can't tell you you're wrong because we don't have the intel. I remember the Giants being in a hotel in L.A., and we thought Stanton was going to sign. I remember the Giants trying to serenade Bryce Harper. So maybe they didn't close the deal, and you look at it now like maybe we're happy that didn't happen. But, Steiny, let's not act. Are you saying there was no interest in those two men from the Giants?
Who?
Stanton and Harper. The Giants were trying to make something happen.
They were only trying to make something happen if those guys actually wanted to come here. Looking back at it, I don't believe either wanted to come here. I believe they were using the Giants for leverage. That's what I believe. Yeah. But they had to be in on the game because if Harper says, I want to go to... When Bryce Harper said he loved San Francisco, remember, everybody thought maybe he'll come. Yeah. Well, guess what? He didn't love it that much. But what I'm saying is, if Harper would have said to Farhan, hey, I do want to play in San Francisco, it would have been done. So I think Giants are having a great year this year.
They're battling through injury, and 9 games over.
All right, there's $5.6 million up for grabs with the MLB Beat the Streak game. Check out the Beat the Streak daily podcast to find out which players have the best chance to get a hit today so you can get closer to becoming a millionaire. Download Beat the Streak daily on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. All right, we got a great show for you today. 3 absolutely A-list guests. Bob McKillop joining us on the other side in 5 minutes. He coached Steph Curry at Davidson. We got Steve Ashburner. I call him our own personal NBA historian. He's going to be here at 1:30. And then Brandon Payne, Steph Curry's trainer, at 2 o'clock. How much longer can this guy play at this level? Hopefully Brandon will have those answers on 95.7 The Game.
At BMW of Fairfield, our BMW Certified program takes all the guesswork out of buying a pre-owned BMW. Now through June 30th, take advantage of exceptional offers on select...
The stuff that tickles your goose.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Stein, Matt Darrell, the Guru Johnson with you. And let's welcome in Bob McKillop. He coached Steph Curry at Davidson. And Bob, I'm just going to, and I work with some young guys here. They all think 33 years is a long time. I tell you what, I played for a guy who was at a college for 48 years, a guy named Glenn Robinson at Franklin and Marshall College. You ever hear of him?
Wow. Yes, I certainly did. I was a high school coach years ago when he was there.
Yeah, so he wound up retiring a couple years ago with 967 wins. But congratulations on a great career at Davidson and the crown jewel, Steph Curry. You know, Bob, I got to be honest, I don't even know where to start with him. I could say, did you think he was going to be this good? But, you know, everything that happens is kind of new with Steph Curry. So now you've seen him win title number 4. He's got the finals MVP. Where does your mind go, and where has it gone in the last month?
He just builds upon everything that he has represented ever since I've known him. We talk about qualities like humility, like confidence. He balances them perfectly. The quality of discipline, yet freedom. His game represents that, but yet he always puts discipline before freedom. The insatiable work ethic, the passionate and relentless quest to be the best. He's guided by this special light that very few are impacted by, and that's the quest for excellence. And his fingerprints touch every aspect of that, off the court, on the court, as a teammate, as a player, as a sibling, as a son, as a father, as a husband. I think it's extraordinary what he's demonstrated in his life without missing a beat in one realm that his life touches.
Bob, I don't have to tell you. I tell my partner every day we come in here, and I'm a father. There's so much just noise and talk on the internet about players and teams. And I just want to ask you, now that Curry got his 4th ring, now the pundits are finally giving him what I deem his just due. They're saying he has nothing to prove. Can you share with us when that moment was for you in Steph Curry's career, to where you were like, I've seen enough. This guy deserves his flowers, just as a competitor and athlete.
I've never reached that point because he continues to build on that resume. In his second game as a college player, he drops 30 on Michigan, and the first thing he says in the press conference is, Thanks to the guys who delivered the ball to him, set the screens for him, outletted the ball, helped him behind in defense, set the screens. Gratitude was a part of his vocabulary as an 18-year-old kid. And I think that that's an extraordinary gift, and he's just refined that, but it's always been there. And everything he does is in that capacity. We had a magical year in 07-08, and at the beginning of the year, we played North Carolina here in the Charlotte Coliseum, and they were a top 10 team. Tyler Hansborough led them, and they had several other first-round picks. And we wound up losing by 7 points, but the pivotal aspect of that game was the day before, as we practiced at the Charlotte Coliseum, Stephen was examined by our trainer, and he had been diagnosed with a tear of the cartilage in his wrist bone. And the decision was he could live with the pain and limit his practice and go through a season which would be very uncertain, or he could immediately have surgery, be back in about 3 to 5 months, and be ready for his next year. And he looked onto the court as he spoke with Dell, myself, and our trainer, and he said, I see those seniors out there, 3 of them, Thomas, Jason, and Boris, and this is their year. I'm not stepping back. I'll go through the pain. I'll go through maybe the misses I'll have because of this, but I'm not stepping back. That kind of sacrifice, that kind of commitment, you don't find that too much. There are guys today that don't even play in bowl games to conclude their season. And here's Stephen risking it all to make sure his senior teammates had the best year of their lives.
We're talking to Bob McKillop, 33 years at Davidson. He coached Steph Curry. Bob's a legend in his own right, if you don't know that by now. Let me ask you, at any point, let's say you're recruiting Steph in high school. He's a senior. He's not getting the offers he wants. I don't know, maybe you're laying in the weeds thinking maybe we could. Did you ever think, is he going to be able to get that shot off in the college, at college ranks? Was that ever an issue?
I got a visual of laying in the weeds. I'm just delighted that no one else was laying in the weeds with me. I never thought that would be an issue. And I told Sonia the day he committed to us in his living room that she says, "I'll fatten him up, Coach. I'll fatten him up." And I said, "I'll take him just the way he is." I was that confident in him. And I chuckle as I look at photos from when he was a freshman for us, and I mean, it looks like he's wearing Dell's uniform. I mean, it's massive on him,
right?
And yet I see him today, and what he has built himself to be, and I don't at all have a question, because I saw that passion, I saw that relentless quest for excellence that accompanied everything he did.
Bob, I'm curious, I'm running out of adjectives to describe Steph Curry. We know he revolutionized the game when it comes to shooting. Has that made it difficult or more easier on the college game?
Well, I think we need to really grasp what he has done as a shooter. Check his free throw percentage. Check his layup percentage. If we could get our college players to respect the three, the free throw, and the layup as much as Stephen respects those three things, I think we'd have many more complete players. He's the master at it. And then he doesn't give up when it comes to playing the game. How many screens does he set? How many cuts does he make? How many spaces does he open up just by being who he was and who he is? I thought, Boston tried to take him out of the game. I guess it was Game 5. I was out there for the game in San Francisco. And, he looked like an Oreo cookie on the sideline, the way he was being guarded by two guys. And what that did was just open up all kinds of space for Jordan, for Klay, for Andrew, it was extraordinary what he was able to do by creating space.
Bob McKillop joining us. Oh, I'm sorry, Bob.
Stephen has taken the basketball and treated it like a spotlight. If it stays in his hand, it burns him. But if he passes it around and moves it around, everyone is under the spotlight. I don't see a player having ever done that with the capacity to keep the spotlight in his hands as dramatically and as efficiently and as gracefully as Stephen has done it.
Bob McKillop joining us on 95.7 The Game, Coach Steph Curry at Davidson. I mean, I've been lucky enough to be out here for Steph's entire career, and the one thing that's just been amazing to me, Bob, is the different ways you talk about Steph and the ideas you almost come up with to defend him, because he's such, he's almost more dangerous the further he is from the basket. Well, that's unheard of in a way. But I want to just go back to just his growth as a player, and you tell me, because you saw it first. I've always felt like, okay, at some point he knew he had a gift with shooting the basketball. That's where it started. He could put the ball in the hole. But like everything from his game built off that foundation. Like once he realized he was a great shooter, then he realized they got to guard me a little further out on the court, and now I can get to my drive game. But I got to work on my drive. You know what I mean? And everything just came from there, but he used that to be actually a better all-around player, where some people say, I'm a pretty good shooter. That's about it.
Well, he's a brilliant analyst, and he's so detailed in what he does. And you can talk about the way they're defending him today in his career with Golden State, but I have very vivid memories of the way UCLA defended him and the way even a team like Loyola Baltimore defended him. You might know the story. Loyola Baltimore decided to play a triangle 2, and the two defenders, instead of covering two men, covered Stephen. So there were two guys covering Stephen, he came to the TV timeout at the 16-minute mark in the first half and said, "Coach, I'm going to stand in the corner and let them guard me, and then we'll play 4-on-3." We wound up winning by 30-plus points, and he sacrificed. And believe it or not, he was the leading scorer in the country before the game, knowing that he's not going to get a point this game, and he's not going to be the leading scorer again, but he was willing to stand in the corner. And then we play UCLA, and this was his sophomore year, and Russell Westbrook came off the bench, so he wasn't even starting. That's how good UCLA was. And Ben Howland, the early coach, had a wonderful idea, a terrific idea. Let's top lock Stephen. So Stephen went down to the baseline as he traditionally did with his cuts, and there was Russell Westbrook facing the basket, top locking him from getting off a screen or getting open. And yet he maneuvered and managed to help us. We had a 17-point lead in the game. If it wasn't for the stupid coach, we probably would have won the game. But that's the kind of guy Stephen Curry is. He learns, he analyzes, he studies, he's detailed. He doesn't sacrifice details for any sense of urgency. He's going to get it done.
Bob, my son and I were watching old Warrior games, 2016 Western Conference Finals, and I want to talk physique with you because Steph had the body like not a high schooler, but college, like when you had him. My partner here goes to a game early this season, courtside, and he comes back and he says, "Man, I didn't know Steph was that thick, muscles. What have you made of the metamorphosis with his body? Because now, Bobby, he's got some guns. He's thick."
You know, one of the things that he so relishes is his understanding that, hey, I can lift weights and lift weights and lift weights, and it may not show on the outside, but it's going to show on the inside. He's got this sinewy strength. He's got superb hips. He has the ability to turn his hips so quickly. And then something, I don't know how many people are blessed with this, but he's got uncanny eyes. He has fast twitch eye muscles. So those eyes see what's happening on the court. He sees the ball not where it just is, but where it's going to be. The eyes transmit to the hips transmit to the feet, and then you get the power. And as I said, it's sinewy and under the skin, but my goodness, you talk to any of his Warrior teammates, and they'll tell you how strong he is in a weight room. He's got this uncanny ability to hide that strength, and now it's starting to show. And he's starting to look like he's got some old man strength, but believe me, old man.
Yeah. Hey, Bob, thank you so much for joining us. Great interview. Great talking to you. Congratulations on a great career at Davidson, too. You had a lot to do with this.
Thanks, Darrell. Thanks, Matt. Wonderful to be with you guys. Always a delight to be on your show.
All right, that's Bob McKillop, 33 years at Davidson. Saw it coming. Maybe not to this degree, but...
Have you ever heard that two sayings? Respect the free throw. I don't know how good you were at it. And then also the ball is a spotlight. Share the ball. I mean, that's man, I got goosebumps.
Yeah, I never heard of fast twitch eye muscles.
That's chef.
That's the one.
Man.
That's the one I was thinking about. Fast twitch eye.
Respect the free throws, Steiny.
All right. That was Bob McKillop. Great stuff. 888-957-9570. If you want to talk about the Golden State Warriors, a couple topics Warrior-related today that we're going to get into. Obviously, you want to jump in, you can do that. Again, 888-957-9570. We got Steve Ashburner coming up at 1:30. And then Steve Ashburner, NBA.com. I call him an NBA historian. And I want to see where Ash has him on his all-time list. And then Brandon Payne, Steph's personal trainer, joining us at 2 o'clock. How much longer can Steph do this?
If you had a gun to your head, what would you say? Because, I mean, I've been with you some years now, Steiny, and we thought maybe the miles, the minutes, the long postseason runs up into the last few years where they hit some turbulence. But I won't even speak for you. If you had to guess, I don't see anything happening overnight to where we're going to see him slow down.
Yeah, I don't know. And what level does he have to maintain for the Warriors to still be a great team?
And now he's going to the basket. It ain't just him shooting a three.
So I'll tell you what's starting to become clear more and more is this offseason for the Golden State Warriors and what's going to happen. And the Warriors are in an interesting spot because we were talking about priorities. Who are the priorities? Which players? And obviously, Kevon Looney is a priority, and then they can extend Jordan Poole. And the one thing that showed up, and I don't even know where it showed up because I don't even know who to give this to. It was a rumor. Let's just say, but you know what? Let's just call it a rumor.
Okay.
Let's just call it a rumor.
Timex Social Club.
You know, the bottom line is, and I get it. Warrior fans a lot of Warrior fans want to keep everybody. They want to pay everybody. They want to run it back. But the Warriors may not be able to just run it back. They may have to try to keep this thing going while becoming more financially responsible. And that's the part that I think is going to be incredibly challenging for Joe Lacob. So I'm perusing the internet today, and I see something like, would the Warriors give up Jordan Poole for the number 4 pick in the draft, which the Sacramento Kings have? And my first thought was, well, every Warrior fan's going to be like, no chance.
Gotcha.
But I'm thinking, now that actually is the kind of deal I could see the Warriors making in order to enhance their long-term future and, save $200+ million in the coming years. Like that, I'm not saying they're going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's what, but I just don't think that they are going to extend Wiggins, extend Poole, pay Looney, pay Payton, pay Porter Jr. Like, if they do, kudos. But what if they can't? Like, at some point, Joe Lacob is going to make a move that is going to be looked at, and we're all going to be able to say, okay, that move right there, that's going to save them this much money. And then I was thinking, well, what, are we going to criticize him at that point? Are we going to criticize Joe Lacob for the first time he theoretically saves payroll?
I wouldn't, but to me, Steiny, it's so easy for people and myself to spend other people's money. So at some point, it's got to stop. But the fact that we just had a discussion early on with Dibs and Willard about homegrown, to me, that means something. And yesterday, I got on the same microphone and I talked about Jordan's needs, and I was guessing what fueled him in regard to the shine, the limelight, and him starting. But from a basketball perspective, I understand you may have your heir apparent in Jordan Poole. And on top of that, Steiny, you may have him to where you're getting the best of both worlds, to where he's getting schooled in the tutelage of Steph and Klay Thompson and Iguodala, who he told us, had a big, imprint on this season. So to me, there's no way you let Jordan Poole go by any Malcolm X, any means necessary with this young man. If that means extension, going in the orange, whatever it is, he's worth it. Now, Wiggins, I got to be honest, if something were to happen to injury before next season and you say, Goo, they don't have Wiggins, people, you can laugh, but I would be like, that is a tremendous blow on this team's chances to go do what they need to do. And have we ever discussed how much Wiggins' emergence kind of helped Klay be Klay when it wasn't going good, and how the train didn't get off the track? So he's imperative to what they're doing. So Poole and Wiggins, to me, Steiny, they're mainstays. You got to pay for them to stay in a Warrior uniform. But outside of that, and I don't want to sound like I'm not giving anybody any credit, but whatever name you throw at me, I could do you. I could kind of see that scenario. I hope everybody gets paid. But Jordan Poole, to me, is a fixture. You drafted him. And right now, looking at what he's done in his young career, to just keep getting groomed by the chef, I'll pay whatever that is.
$25 million a year?
Yes, Aaron. That'd be $100 for 4.
Wow.
Would
know.
You do your...
I mean, the idea of trading Jordan Poole for a draft pick, so that, keep in mind, Poole's only going to make $4 million next year.
That's
so
incredible.
You trade Jordan Poole for a draft pick. Now, the draft pick's going to make more than $4 million, but he's going to be under a rookie deal. You're paying Jordan. I mean, you could save so much money. it'd be unbelievable. And then maybe there's a guy at 4 who you think in 3 years is going to be great. I'm just saying, this is how you have to think if you're Joe Lacob. It doesn't mean you do it, but I think there are ways you have to
stop at some point.
No, there's ways you don't. There's ways you can keep moving forward without spending as much as it looks like you may have to spend. I mean, look, if they just they extend Poole, all right, that's $100+ million right there. Extend Wiggins, well, that's over $100 million right there. This is without the tax. Payton, I just give him the mid-level, $8-9 million. Okay, Looney, $10 million. Porter, let's give him $7 million. It's like you can't do. I mean, you can do that, but at some point you got to pay the piper. And I think what Joe Lacob's thinking right now is maybe we can start paying the piper now and still win.
And if you still can, I'm talking championship, Steiny, or Western Conference Finals, or even the finals and losing. At what point when do you start paying the piper if you're winning?
What do you mean?
Like, do you hit pause on paying the piper? How long can this go on? Because if you're at the top, if you got the throne like they do now this year, don't you hit pause on, man, you are spending a lot. Don't you not concentrate on the bottom line when you get in the gate from the playoffs and the O'Brien Trophy?
Well, they won it all. So if Joe Lacob is all about keeping the window open, well, there's a way he can do it. It's very simple. He can extend Poole. He can, well, you have to do anything with Wiggins now. Yeah. But he can extend Wiggins. He can pay Looney. He can pay Porter. He can pay Payton II. He can do that, but I'm just saying I have a feeling they're going to look a little more creatively to try to keep this thing going, but maybe I'm wrong. 888-957-9570 is the number. 925 Steinmetz, you're nuts. Jordan Poole is everything you would ever hope for a draft pick. Why would you trade a certainty for a question mark? Well, the reason you would do it is to save $200+ million and perhaps 2 or 3 years down the line have a player as good as Jordan Poole that's making 20% of what Jordan Poole is making at that moment. It's not easy. And I'm not saying they should do it or they shouldn't do it. I'm saying these are the kind of things that are going to come across Joe Lacob's desk, I think, a lot in the next offseason and off seasons to come. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation? The next half hour is the time to do it. We're talking Golden State Warriors basketball, and it's all sponsored by Whole Foods Market.
Enjoy savings on dinner favorites at Whole Foods Market. Get top sirloin beef steak and beef kebabs for $7.99 a pound through June 28th, plus an extra 10% off for Prime members while supplies last. See more.
And it's making me sick.
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What's the tie-in here? I don't get it. 2 tickets to paradise?
Just a song, R.I.P. Eddie Money.
Oh, did he die today?
He's been passed away a couple of years now.
R.I.P.
Okay, so...
Just a song, Steiny.
How about a tie-in?
Passed away today.
How about a tie-in?
The what?
For me. Like you could have played...
I feel like you are an Eddie Money kind of guy.
That's wrong. It's incorrect. Not an Eddie Money.
This sounds like Bosom Buddy.
Eddie Money was like a poor
song.
man's Rod Stewart. Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know about tickets, but the Warriors might have to punch 2 contract extensions this summer.
I'll give you a 0.3 on that one.
He tried.
You asked for it.
Oh, you know what? In my 2-day quest to try to get Guru upset, Spadone, I'm with you. Fabo. Oh, just absolutely made me want to throw up.
Dibs gave me a look too, like, oh my God, Michael Irvin.
Just one of 7 things he'll take back today.
Now that hurts.
Yeah, well, snap.
Dude, I was happy. It's radio. Welcome. I was
snap.
just having some.
I want you to snap.
Come on.
I want you to go full on Jim
Ever
Everett.
since that rant with JD the 2 Fridays ago, I ain't been ranting.
Was that the one on Shasky?
No, that was.
You got to go out there and be
that one.
tough.
That was staying with me. Dude, I might get back into coaching. Just hearing Bob. I want to tell some kids the boss a spotlight.
Bob
Did they
who?
play that at the parade, by the way, at the speech?
What?
No.
Guru's speech. They weren't playing that on the buses?
They didn't need it.
I'm disappointed. That's the reason they won the freaking title.
No,
was because of that
feed
speech.
into that.
I'm not
Don't
feeding
feed into
it.
that. Yeah, you kind of are.
They played we played the speech. They won 3 straight. What's confusing about
in
this?
The
I don't get it.
finals. Come on.
I don't have a problem with Eddie Money. I like.
Are you getting
Rod
that?
Stewart a little bit better.
We're Warriors.
Oh boy. Let's go to Dane. Dane's in Richmond, and he says he knew the moment that Steph Curry was going to be great. What's up, Dane?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing
Thanks
well.
for taking my call.
Sure. When was
I
it?
have 2 things. I have 2 things. The first thing is when the Warriors were playing OKC and Westbrook stepped on Curry's foot and he fell down and thought he couldn't get up. The first thing he did was call timeout. I have never ever seen anybody do that in all my life of playing basketball. And at that moment, I said to my friends, Curry is going to be one of the greats.
Interesting. All righty.
Wow.
Hey, Spadone.
I want to tell Guru, he's a little too emotional. If you're going to pick between Wiggins and Poole, it has to be Wiggins.
Yeah.
The thing that makes Poole great is the Warrior system and the guys he plays with. Without them, he wants the ball too much. So,
yeah.
Well, those are the 2 things I have. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Dane. I'm kind of with him. If it's between Wiggins and Poole, it's got to be Wiggins.
Yeah, but you didn't pose that. I just don't see a Warrior team without both of them, Steiny.
I didn't know Eddie Money was a Bay Area guy. Boy, I would have never said that.
Give us the city.
I don't know. Bay Area.
I'm going to say...
By the way, the text line wants to know if you're getting a ring.
Now, that's something I wouldn't wear.
You liar.
Who was the guy at Keysar Pub that had two of them on?
Oh, there's Michael Leslie.
Why didn't you come down his road?
Because he works for the organization. He actually draws a paycheck from Joe Lacob, or did for their first 2 titles.
Well, so did Caspi.
I don't care that Michael Leslie wears them. I'm talking about Michael Leslie had better years than Caspi.
All right.
My point
I'd be having them things on. I'll take a picture of them.
Oh my God! If you were to get a ring, you would solder it on.
How do they can't see me?
You would take. Yeah, you would.
Yeah.
I mean,
Steiny. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way you would.
I'd get a chain and put it on there. Just bling it out.
Eddie Money's from New York, according to the text line.
I'm like Bay Area.
I'm back to off him now.
He moved to the Berkeley when he was 19, and that's when he made it big.
That doesn't count.
Well, if you moved when you were like 30 and you claimed the Bay, I think Eddie Money was allowed to.
You know what? Do you even listen to me? I moved when I was 25 out here. But I was more aware than Eddie Money, so I'm more. All right, let's get off him. Let's not speak ill of the dead.
Yeah.
Seriously.
He lived in Oakland. And would hang out at McNally's on College Avenue.
McNally's?
I don't know.
Let's go to Austin.
Tickle me.
What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, man. What's up, fellas?
Hey, you got it.
Listen, huh?
I said you got it.
What's up?
Yep.
All right, brothers. Listen, hey, Guru, man, I know I'm not going to come after you because I know you wouldn't do this. I heard one of your partners was taking selfies with the Warriors players, one of the colleagues. I won't even go into who was, but I know you wouldn't do it like that. I know Steiny wouldn't, but that's just me. Hey, listen,
they'd want to take some with me. I know that.
Yeah, but he was supposed to be a, quote, media guy. I'm just saying. Anyway.
Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah, exactly. I know, Steiny. I knew you would say that, man. That's why I love you. Hey, listen, this whole Poole thing with Wiggins, yeah, the guy stole my thunder. Absolutely. Not even a question. You keep Wiggins. Steiny, to your point, if you can flip Poole for an asset, you got to start doing that. I think honestly, Guru, Lacob's already doing it. If you really pay attention, he made it pretty clear he wasn't going to dip into the pot anymore this year, and the Warriors did the unthinkable. They won a chip. So Lacob's playing with house money. He don't have to pay everybody going forward. He can run this thing back without paying everybody, and I think they'll let Poole go over time. He'll get his reward, his bag somewhere else. I don't think he'll get it with the Warriors. I think they will extend Wiggins. They're going to pay Looney, which they should. That should be their top priority. And then they'll think about GP2. But if he gets more than like $8 million a year, they're going to let him go. I think that's the threshold for him, around $8 million a year. And then if you can bring back automatic, man, you got to do that because it's hard to find guys like that with his experience that you can put on the roster, but he's going to be hard to keep because people like the Lakers and stuff are going to try to steal him. So,
hey, let me ask you this before you go. Hey, I know the team won the chip. Nobody's perfect, but I want your thoughts quickly. What's the area of improvement for the Warriors? If you're Joe Lacob, you need what? What is this team? What area do they need improvement in?
First of all, they got to go get a point guard. They've never had a point guard. They've got to get somebody to get Steph some relief when he's not on the court. Maybe a point guard that can handle and distribute and shoot a little bit. I think they got to go get a legitimate backup big man. And you can put Weissman aside for a while. I think if they really believe in Weissman, they can afford to bring him along slower even than they are because the guy's got to learn how to play. So you go out and get a serviceable big man off the bench, like a JaVale or maybe somebody a little bit more skilled than JaVale. And you can run it back, man. From there, and if you can get lucky, last thing, Guru, maybe you get lucky and you can get somebody a little bit more talented than automatic. If you can go find that guy on the wing, you go get him. So, yeah, let's reload. You don't have to pay everybody $100 million to do that, man. That's all I got to think.
I'm kind of thinking that may be the way they go. First of all, you don't have to do anything with Wiggins. You don't have to do anything with Wiggins.
Or Poole.
Exactly.
Poole. Okay.
So maybe you just don't do anything with either. You say, hey, Jordan, you know what? Come back, play under your rookie deal. You're still going to be restricted next year.
That's amazing.
So They still have them both under. So you go into the offseason and you're like, all right, we're not going to pay Wiggins this offseason and we're not paying Poole this offseason. Right. And now we just focus on Looney. You keep Looney. Maybe you got to pay him $10 million.
What about Otto? Automatic, as they called him.
Well, I think there's a scenario where Otto will leave. He was paid the veteran minimum. If one team says, look, we'll give you the mid-level to Otto Porter, I think he's got to take it.
He talked about how much he liked it here.
Yeah. Does he like it so much that he'll work for 25% of what he could make?
Now, what was A talking about with the selfies? Because if I would have saw a player, I would have got my phone out. Chi-chi.
Yeah, I know you would have. You did.
Well, we waved at Kerr. He waved at
considered, us. Not that you guys would know. It's kind of considered unprofessional.
Oh, at the parade?
Anywhere, yeah. See, when you have a media credential, usually there's on the back of it has some rules and regulations. And one of the things that it always says is don't ask them for autographs. And you just wouldn't. Yeah. You wouldn't take selfies with them.
If you're way back to the
if you're if you have any self-respect as a journalist.
Well, that's interesting because I'm looking at one of the media credentials for the parade.
I was going to do it in the car.
There doesn't seem to be anything.
That's right. And that's what
I can't wait till I get off.
And you think you have all the answers, and that's funny, Evan. Those things were printed up in 12 hours. I'm talking about a credential, a season credential for any professional sports organization or college team. All right? But go ahead and get another selfie if you want. That's fine. Listen, I've given up the fight. I've given up the fight of trying to have any kind of standards in this business.
Oh, dude, this is great.
I've given up the fight.
This is when
you want to take
David.
selfies with Steph Curry? Go knock yourself out.
I got a picture.
That's fine.
Yeah,
of course.
Whoever A was talking about, he didn't like it. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I mean,
nothing wrong with it.
No, it's all good.
We waved it.
925
Steph said, "What's up?" You hate that.
I do hate that.
He saw us. We threw up the deuce.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself.
You did something with your hand.
You. Okay, waved
yeah, but you did something back.
Why are you so enamored?
It's called being a human.
Okay. But now we've been around the Warriors for what, 8-10 years?
And that's why you never known me to go groupie mode. You know how to keep myself in check. What? You saw me at we went to the facility.
You're looking for the fastest way to
that
groupie land.
Yeah, that is.
You want
hurts.
a one-way ticket.
That hurts.
Yeah, well, I'm trying. I'm trying to hurt you.
And I'll tell you, you know what? Now you're on the road. I'll tell you what. If that were true, you would have. Hey, you know what? That guru's a phony. He only care about the clicks. And,
Well, I do believe that, but you're still good for the show.
Dude, I got to quit laughing. Go ahead.
Oh, boy. All right, let's go to here's one. See, this is an interesting one. Steiny, this is from the 925. Steiny, Poole is better than Curry was at 22 or 23 years old. Curry's now 34. Do the math. You must keep Poole. I cannot I can't put much into Poole better than Curry at this point. I mean, so
I just
come on.
Can you elaborate? Like I got my popcorn why do you say you can't put too much? And that was somebody's thought.
I think and this is where I think you got to be real careful as Warrior fans. When you talk about Kuminga and Poole and Wiseman and even Moody.
Okay.
They are good young players. You cannot assume they are going to be championship players.
Oh, I get that.
Like Steph, Dre, and Klay. Just to think, when those guys get older, then we're going to have Poole, who's going to be like Steph, and Kuminga is going to be like Draymond, and Wiseman is going to be like Klay. It's there's such a big difference between good players, good young players, and championship players. I mean,
I'm with you.
Plus, Steph, I don't know. I liked, even back then, I liked Steph's all-around game better than Poole's. I think Poole's still more of a one-on-one guy. He'll get better at getting other people involved, and I'm not saying he doesn't do it at all.
I got a serious question for you. You've been covering this league. You've been watching NBA as long as I have, longer, Steiny, and you've been close to this team. And I know they just won the chip. but you talked about the basically the puberty of players, and you don't know how they're going to react when it's on them. And we're talking about Kuminga and Moody and even Poole. I get that. They got to go through it on their own. But with that said, Steve Kerr's first year after Jackson got fired, when you look at that season that culminated in a chip, again, and I use this word too often with you, but it's the English language. Did you scratch your head on, my goodness, this team came out of nowhere, they went to the playoffs, and won a championship? I didn't see that one cut. Like, did that stun you?
Yeah, I didn't think they were going to win it, Kerr's first year.
And more so not Kerr, just Curry, Klay, and like the fact that they hung on and got it done. You could have said the same thing about them three at that point that we're talking about with Moody.
Are you ready to do that? Are you ready to make that bet right now?
No, not at all. I don't know, because it doesn't start until these guys are gone. And we reacted, yeah. So I'm not saying anybody won. I just like the potential, but I just want to get inside your head on, like, I can't believe this team did it. After going 7 games with the Clippers the year before. I didn't think that was.
Yeah, I didn't think they were going to win it that year.
That'll stick with me forever, man.
But here's the other thing. I wanted to get to this last week, 2 weeks ago. I saw a quote. I guess Van Gundy said it on our air. He's tired of the Mark Jackson slander in the Bay Area.
I did hear
something. That's a shame.
I did hear something.
That's a shame. Let me tell you something.
Man?
And this is where you got me thinking. Okay. Mark Jackson has his stint here in Golden State. He gets him to the playoffs. You're not used to winning around here, I see.
I was there for that comment.
I'm fighting for my life. That guy. They get eliminated in the first round of the playoffs. Steve Kerr comes in, and I don't care what anybody says, he looks at the Golden State Warriors and says, why are we playing like that? Yeah. Why are we playing like that? Don't you see the personnel on this team? We could actually play like this. Boom. Title.
I'm his biggest
Boom. Title.
And what
do you think Mark Jackson,
the ball wasn't moving,
could coach a team to play the way the Warriors do, even if he had the same personnel? The answer is no, because he had the personnel.
Yeah.
But, and then he wants to say, well, one of the reasons they won it is because they got Barbosa and Spades. Give me a break, please. I don't know why.
Because he did say that.
I've got to let I want to let Mark Jackson alone, but we also got to put the rat on the table when people with agendas want people to think of him differently and under different circumstances.
Listen, I'm one of Mark's biggest fans. I think he knows the game, and the people side is what and deservingly so. He did it to himself. I'll leave that there. But what you just said is what I hope Mark Jackson said to the Lakers in his interview. I hope that's something Mark Jackson pointed out in his interview in Sacramento, that when I had the Golden State Warriors, I didn't have the wherewithal to know I was running the right offense. I've stepped back now, and I've been out the game so long, and I'm watching this motion offense. I'm telling you my thing. I used to watch Klay Thompson and Steph dribble the shot clock out on what are we doing? That was under Mark Jackson. So I want to know if he's learned from that.
He can't coach a team like this. He doesn't know how. He doesn't know the rules. He doesn't know the way they play.
Even
he doesn't know
any guard.
He has no clue about how to run an open offense. None. Like he's physically limited.
This hurts me, man.
Sorry. But you know what? He's not alone. He's not alone. I think there's a lot of coaches that cannot coach the way the Warriors play.
So, with that said, now you got me excited. If I'm Mike Brown, you're Matt Brown, do you at least see what you got with Sack? You already kind of know, and try to put that on them first to see how they can grasp?
No.
Or you got to start from, what am I working with?
And Steph Curry, even when he came into the league, could play off the ball. He did it in college. I don't know Sack like the back of my hand. Can De'Aaron Fox play without the ball?
He can't shoot, for one.
Well, that's a problem.
Right.
I mean,
You're
then
right.
the answer's no. The answer's no. Let's go to Matt. Matt's in Oakland. What's going on, Matt?
Gentlemen, how sweet is this?
Oh, you know what? It's fun.
Matt with the pipes.
It's fun.
There is just so much to talk about. I'll go as fast as I can. One, they have to change the rule to be like the NFL, where you cannot talk to assistant coaches during the playoffs. That is nuts.
All right.
Two, I got Curry at 7 after MJ, LeBron, Magic, Kareem, Russell, Duncan. I got him at 7 above Bird. Last thing is, the East Coast media bias, fellas, is so ridiculous. What is it, 80%, 538, 90% ESPN computers say the Warriors were going to lose. And, all the guys like Simmons telling us that this is the deepest team in basketball. They played 7 guys.
Right, I know.
They played Pritchard 10 minutes a game twice, and then in the blowouts. And Simmons is going stuff like, well, they really need a wing that they can rely on, to back these 2 guys up. Well, if they need a wing to rely on, then they're not the deepest team. I just think the whole thing's ridiculous.
I didn't get that one either. I heard, I think if you look 1 through 15, the Celtics are better. Well, it's like you got to stop at 8.
What? You got to stop it at? Wow.
You have to stop at 8 for the Celtics, don't you, Matt?
Been through 15, any of them.
Yeah.
Right now, I can't. And then Jack. I'm sorry, Goo. Love you, but that's a disgrace. He's a disgrace as a person, and he's a disgrace as a coach. The things he said were absolutely unconscionable. He was lazy. He didn't do his job, and he's a terrible announcer. And go Dubs, baby.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate the call.
So you can't. We feel how we feel, but the terrible announcer. That's the
one I'll let alone.
Yeah. Well, you never went in on him on that, but that offense he was.
Did I ever go in on him for being the only basketball coach I've ever seen in my entire life that keeps ESPN on his television in his office instead of tape of any other NBA game?
I've never heard you say that one.
Oh, okay. I got a lot of them, I'll say.
Yeah, I'm giving up the fight. He had those 2 interviews. I thought for sure when it was his him or Mike Brown, and I love Brown, Coach Brown, but damn.
We got a little time here, Antonio. Let's go to JB from Chicago. But he's in the Bay. What's up, JB?
Hey, man. I want to talk about when I knew the Warriors was going to be great, but you guys said a couple of things about Mark Jackson. I'm going to hold on to that. But let me explain something to you. I was on the airplane with, was it Pete Murray? What's the guy? He played for the Bulls.
Pete Myers?
When Jordan retired. Pete Myers. Okay? Mm-hmm. He was the assistant coach of the Warriors.
I like Pete.
I didn't know this at the time.
Yeah.
So I get a chance to talk to the guy, and, we get into a conversation. He says, hey, man, he talks like an old blues player. Yeah, man, like Satchmo kind of. Yeah, man, we got some boys this year. And I was like, yeah, man, Curry, I saw him in Davidson, he like, no, man. He was talking about Klay. And he was trying to say, the sons of NBA players. But he basically told me then that he thought that the Warriors were good enough to win a championship. And that confirmed it to me at that moment. I was a Warriors fan since Tim Hardaway. I'm from Chicago, so that's the bias right there. But I used to go to every game, and when the Warriors started winning, I couldn't go anymore. So I'm already hurt. But to be able to watch them win consistently is amazing.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, JB from Chicago.
Not your boy. Yeah, he used to coach Steiny.
Who?
Myers.
Yeah. Pretty good golfer, too. Yeah, she was. You don't have anything to throw in there?
No, I was looking at the clock.
I'm sorry about...
Oh, no, that's how you feel.
No, I know he's your idol.
He's not my idol. I'm just telling you.
What is going on here?
Bob, let me tell you what's
Bob,
good. And I miss
we're
Bob.
talking about Bob. I mean, go ahead.
People change.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at that man like when I hear him on TV, I just feel like he knows what he did wrong. And you know what, Steiny? I could be totally wrong, and maybe that's why he didn't get the job. But I'm going to tell you this, and I believe it with my heart. Vivek Ranadive wanted to give the job to Mark Jackson, and to the Kings Twitter, everybody went in, and I think that allowed Mike Brown to come in and get the job. Now, I don't have any facts to back that up. Brown could have been the first choice. But, man, if he didn't get these two, he ain't getting nothing.
Mark Jackson.
He did call them the best shooting backcourt that early on.
Yeah, so why wouldn't you want to try to run an offense that gets them open shots instead of
dribble,
it's a make-or-miss league. It's a make-or-miss league.
That's Raymond Ritter. That's what he told me.
No, it is. It is. One of the safest things you can say under any circumstances. Steve Ashburner coming up on the other side. Now, this is a guy I would consider hiring as a head coach. I call him the NBA historian. Where does Steph Curry fit? Where does he fit when we're talking about all the greats? If you're looking for all the best Warriors content from 95.7 The Game, text Warriors to 20357. That's Warriors to 20357. Make sure to click the link, then hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Powered by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified. Steve Ashburner.
Listening to Willard and Dibs has never been.
That's just another thing you said that you were dead wrong on.
You are my guy. You are really my guy.
You hear this? We got a popcorn machine.
And who do we owe credit to? You got to give it to our guy.
Who?
Steve Jordan.
Tim Jordan. His name's Tim Jordan.
Steve?
Who's Steve?
Hey, hold on. I'm doing my fantasy baseball stuff with Bonte trying to get me to trade somebody because I'm in last place. But I told him it hurt me. I'm not trading. I'm still in it. And that's where Steve came from. It's Tim Jordan. TJ, he got that up and running.
I don't want to be a jerk, but so you're like working on a fantasy baseball trade during the show?
Before the show. But anyway, don't leave me tomorrow.
I'm gone. Carlito and Alameda. Hey, Carlito, how you doing? Hello, gentlemen.
Hello, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk about Curry. Something outside of the box. I think there's so many great players, but I think something that he has above a lot of the great players is his charisma. The guy's so charismatic. I wish I had some of his dance moves. By the way, Bonte Hill, he's everywhere these days. I mean, is this guy the next Jim Nance?
Jim Nance. Hey, welcome.
I tell you what.
That's hey, dude,
tell you what, Carlito.
Jim Nance,
First of all,
that.
hang up on Carlito now.
We gave our comrade some love.
Yeah, call Bonte and tell him.
Oh,
we're talking on my show.
Where's our guy?
Who?
Ashburner.
He's busy.
Oh, wow.
He's busy. Not like he's Mark Jackson. We could get him anytime we wanted.
Leonis tweeted me, not you. See how you like these. Now I want to see you. You're like court-martialed. I can't stand how Steiny talks about Mark Jackson. When he got fired, he left. Left in all capitals. He didn't publicly talk bad about anyone, didn't slander the organization. I think it's weak to keep harping on that man who's long gone.
Yeah, I was ready to stop harping on him.
Trying to accomplish?
Hey, Lee,
wow.
Are you going to let me finish?
I was finishing the tweet.
Okay.
Go ahead. I hate I call Tim Steve.
Word. He didn't say anything negative about Jason Collins?
No.
You got to pray for him. I'll pray for him. He brought religion into the locker room. Andrew Bogut talked about it. And, I was ready to let it go until Jeff Van Gundy chastises the Bay Area for Mark Jackson's slander. Come on.
Where did he hear he must have been on Twitter.
It's not hard to hear. What does it accomplish? What does any of this crap accomplish?
People giving you love because they don't like him. For your take on Mark Jackson.
I get there a lot of Mark Jackson helped bring defense to the Warriors. He brought a defensive presence that Steve Kerr.
But the fact he hasn't got a job since then, that speaks volumes.
Speaks for itself.
And I'm rooting for him, man.
Absolutely. You can root for him.
Has it been 8 years? 15?
About 8.
Yeah. 14. Yeah, exactly.
Tell you the one thing I was thinking about today is when Laker bought the team and he outbid Larry Ellison, and everybody at the time was so disappointed.
And why were they disappointed?
They were disappointed because Larry Ellison's one of the richest human beings on planet Earth, and they thought that Joe Laker was somebody who didn't have the wherewithal of a Larry Ellison. And you know what I was thinking today? What? I don't think there's any scenario in which Larry Ellison could have spent more money on this franchise or would have spent more money on this franchise than Joe Lacob. He's got the highest payroll in the league, and now it's 2-3 years running.
Can't talk about him put money back into the team. You hear about these cheap-ass owners, man. And again, I don't know where light years came from, but
He brought it on himself.
Well, and that's why he is who he is. He's winning.
Yeah.
And I want the movie to start, damn it. I don't know who would play him.
It's a snoozer.
Starting from Chris Mullin Jersey night?
But they're not
going home to have a drink and talking to
He doesn't drink.
Joe Lacob?
Joe Lacob doesn't drink.
How does he celebrate the chips?
Martinelli's?
Or cigar.
At least somebody told me as of a couple years
Kudos
back.
to Joe.
He didn't drink.
I'd be somewhere in the sewer. We won. Come here. I love you.
Let's go to OG Mike. OG Mike in San Francisco. What's up, OG Mike?
Hey, how y'all doing today, man?
Doing great, man.
Hey, I just wanted to say this here, man. Don Nelson drafted the Steph Curry. Saw something in him. Now, Mark Jackson instilled the confidence in them kids, man. I think he was unjustly let go only because he had some different opinions about life, right?
There was a lot going on there, OG.
Okay, and so here we go, right? Mike Brown can't coach, man. You know what I'm saying? Because anytime you had LeBron and you ain't did nothing, you had Kobe and you ain't did nothing. So what makes you think you gonna do something now, right? And now,
go ahead, Mike. My bad.
Every time he takes Steve Kerr's place, the Warriors be looking crazy. They don't look like they don't know how to play. And I'd be nervous every time he coaching. He look like he lost out there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I don't know, man. I just think that Mark Jackson knows how to coach, and he got his hand on the pulse, man. I just think he getting blackballed based on the opinions and the views that he believes in, right?
Yep, there's no doubt. Before you go, don't hang up on him. OG Mike, I'm right with you. I do believe in second chances, but you know this, I know this, Steiny knows it. We're in a new world, and all it takes is one thought or statement about a group, a political party, and it's over. And I think Mark Jackson is living that. And the hypocrisy to me, guys, is that he's good enough to be on every national broadcast, but I can't speak for every NBA team, but it just seems like he's not their flavor, Snotty. But could some say, what are you talking about, Guru? You just had 2 interviews with the Lakers and Kings, but I do know he can do some good, man. And I can't defend the bad stuff, the church, and what he said about Collins is wrong. But damn, has anybody ever asked him, does he take that back or regret it?
I don't know. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Look, I don't think we need. He didn't just.
No, he did a lot.
He
said a lot.
alienated people outside of religion.
Coaches had a recorder on him.
He created an environment of unparalleled paranoia.
That is
all right. He excluded, in ways, players on the team when they were hurt. He took this whole just us mentality and turned it on its ear to the point where he didn't even acknowledge people that he was on the team playing with because they weren't the players. But let's not forget one thing Joe Lacob said about Mark Jackson at a luncheon was you can't have a coach that 200 of your employees don't like. Not just the team, the employees.
That's heavy.
So listen, I'm done talking about Mark Jackson unless somebody else wants to talk about Mark Jackson. But I'm not going to not talk about Mark Jackson when people want to talk about Mark Jackson and talk about how he's getting a raw deal. He's a great guy and he's a great coach. I don't think he's a terrible coach. I don't think he's a terrible announcer.
Well, let me add last thing.
But the bottom line is Steve Kerr came, the Warriors won a title 1 year after he lost in the first round.
Now,
bottom line.
I don't know a lot about you. I don't know what zodiac sign you are, and the reason I say that is I want you to put yourself in his shoes, and then we'll get off of it. Mark Jackson.
No, he's incapable of self-examination.
We talk about
I'm not
Durant
doing it.
And how he feels with this Warrior team winning. How would you feel if you left as a coach to watch the Warriors become what they've become?
Like, what do you mean?
There
how
is
I
no
feel?
man or woman on this earth that can say that doesn't penetrate their whole being about.
You think?
That's all.
This guy.
This got to kill him.
I don't think it bothers him one iota.
No.
Because I think in his mind, he's rationalized it like he's done it on TV when he said, well, this team, hey, they went out and got Barbosa. They went out and got Spates. They went out and got guys that really complimented Curry and Klay.
So he's done nothing wrong in it. Wow, man. All right.
I mean, I'm not a fan.
Agree. Yeah, a lot of people
I'm not a
agree with
fan. I'm just going to be honest with you. Justin's in Redwood City. What's going on, Justin? How you doing, man?
Not much. Just getting off work. All right, I got a question. The Warriors. I know nobody really care about their draft that's coming up, but I just want to know, what are their chances of getting Scottie Pippen Jr. and doesn't he kind of remind you of Jordan Poole / GB2 with that defense and Jordan Poole with the offense?
Let me ask Guru that. Guru, what are you seeing out of Scottie Pippen Jr. In the lab?
He is like his dad. He's athletic. I don't know how strong he can be, but right now I don't think he's strong enough to make a sudden impact. Shout out Clint Eastwood. But I will say this, I'll never, ever tell you I thought Jordan Poole was going to be what he was going to be in this league at this standpoint. So any name anybody gives me, we can talk and chat, but I'm going to say I have no earthly idea how that's going to translate on the next level. And to be honest, Jordan needed a stint, no shame, back in Santa Cruz in the G League to get his stuff together to come back and put his best foot forward. But Pippen Jr., I don't think he's going top 10 at all.
I don't even know where he went to college.
Vanderbilt.
Oh,
6'3" point guard.
That's a good school.
Commodores, right?
Vanderbilt's a good
Indeed.
school.
Good job.
Yeah,
Bill.
You know where it is?
Sonny Gray.
One is Tennessee.
You need to be more specific.
Middle. I don't know.
I think it's Nashville, right?
Right.
Nashville, yeah.
Right.
Nice job, though. Good job, Goat.
Yeah.
Good job,
I
Goat.
would give you a 4 for that.
Thank you.
People
Thank you
didn't
very
like my Nance. I'm getting ones.
Nice job, Goat.
I didn't even know you did, Nance.
Welcome, friends.
Okay. Joe in San Jose, welcome. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, boss? Hey, I just want to give a shout out to top of the food chain, the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah.
And my biggest shout out is to you guys at 95.7 because you guys carried us all the way through all year long. And you guys, especially you two, you guys just actually go on the road. It's like big brother, little brother. You guys are fighting all day long. This reminds me of my childhood. Anyways, Mark Jackson, you can't speak on politics, sex, or religion ever if you want to make money and if you want to go places. That's the bottom line. That's why he's not getting hired.
Yeah. Well, and now that his name was brought up again.
Well, there you go. Go ahead.
I just want people to think about this for 1 sec. I want you to think of Mark Jackson's views on homosexuality. I want you to think of some of the things that he said about people that are gay.
All right.
And I want you to think, who was the Golden State Warriors president of basketball operations? It was Rick Welts, the first openly gay front office person in any major sports. So you've got a gay president of basketball operations with a head coach who thinks he's working with a sinner and somebody that's going to hell. I think we got a problem. I think we got a big problem. Joe in Vallejo. What's up, Joe? How you doing, buddy?
Doing good. Thanks for taking.
Sure.
I'm not a Warrior fan, but you guys allowed me to call and give my opinion. Some of it wasn't the best. I just want to say congratulations. I don't want to go into no. I just want to man up and say congratulations. I was wrong about some things.
Oh.
You guys did a great job.
Thanks.
Second thing I just want to say is on Mark Jackson signing.
Yeah.
You're a little dogmatic with it. Anytime somebody kind of leaves, it's just like the Warriors, 75-year history. They don't show Sprewell. They don't show Weber. All these players they pick, and they excluded players. They excluded Monte Ellis. None of the 75-year history they want to show. When the Warriors, you don't agree with how they do things, they discard you. So Mark Jackson, some of it is his fault, but some of it is not his fault. And you're a little too dogmatic about it, Steiny.
Well, listen,
That's all I have to say.
Joe, hold on. The Warriors, okay, the NBA this year honored the 75 greatest NBA players. The Warriors also honored their 75 greatest players, and Monte Ellis was in there. And I'd be shocked
No,
if...
I'm talking about the commercials. The commercials,
Oh.
I watched them.
Are you talking about
commercials did not show.
Are you talking about like the intros?
Yeah, all that they kept on showing players, you know, Darrell Wright and all these players that wasn't.
Oh,
I mean,
I got you.
Many people call up and pretend like all of the years was dog years. The Warriors may have been in the cellar, but they performed. They gave you a show. I don't call those years with Weber and Spree and all them as dog years.
Gotcha.
Those were still exciting years, and I just think nobody appreciates what they gave us, and so therefore they're not part of the championship team. They don't get mentioned. Thank you.
Good stuff, Joe. The Mark Jackson thing, listen, he just rubs me the wrong way.
And
he rubs me the wrong way in a big way. As for the other, I didn't know where, I'm sorry, what was his name? The caller?
Joe.
The thing Joe said that I thought was kind of interesting was something that I'd heard before the Warriors started winning titles. Is that, you know, the Warriors have had some great players. Mullen, Hardaway, Richmond, Weber, Spreewell. And so when Joe Lacob took over the team in 2010, and I'm speaking especially to Joe's point because I want to kind of acknowledge what he said. So Lacob buys the team in 2010, and Peter Guber, the co-owner, says we're not a cure for cancer. No, we're not a cure for cancer, but we're a cure for Cohan. And there was a lot of talk about the Warriors as a moribund franchise, as the outpost of the NBA, one of the big laughingstocks in the league. And I will tell you that guys like Chris Mullen and Mitch Richmond and players that had careers here that were good, they did not like that. How the Warriors, all Warrior past was lumped into
their era?
No. Like the entire Warriors past was categorized as a joke. This team's got no history. This team's a laughingstock. Well, hold on a sec. First of all, I know it was they won in 75. Okay. They now have fielded a team with 3 Hall of Famers. Run TMC. Yeah. They went to the playoffs.
91.
Exactly. So, yes, Joe's speaking to something that some of the players absolutely felt in the immediate time that Joe Lacob bought the team. That they thought it was unfair how the history of the Warriors was projected. Absolutely, positively. Good point, Joe. Because I think he's talking about
the commercials
or the opening to the Warriors games on NBC Sports Bay Area.
Yeah, and then some of the newer guys.
And I haven't seen who's on and who's not.
Have we seen Spree at the at Chase? Like, I can't remember seeing Spree come back and watch a game. And I could be wrong. I would like to.
I don't know. It's a good question. Yeah. It's a real good question. I'm not sure.
Avery Johnson, Webb.
Avery Johnson.
Where's he at now?
I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, fellas.
I know he was at Alabama for about 3 minutes.
It was longer than that.
I don't know what happened after Alabama.
I think he was doing, Evan was just saying it, broadcasting for, I think, Turner.
Oh, yeah,
he was doing some of the NCAA games.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. You still think, I'm not going to do this. I don't want to do
the pool?
The pool? No, I was going to do that, but I'm not going to do it.
What you got?
Who we got at 2? We got Brandon Payne coming up at 2 o'clock.
I'll save it.
Steph Curry's personal trainer. And, boy, I got a million things to ask him. One is how long he thinks he can play, how many minutes, all that kind of stuff. How long is his career going to be? The one thing I was thinking is somebody says Spree is probably banned after the PJ Carlissimo incident. Yeah, you know what? I'd be more likely to ban Carlissimo. So Mm-hmm. So, everyone laughs at Jerry Krause for so-called breaking up the Bulls dynasty. Well, what's going to happen to the Warriors dynasty? So Klay Thompson's saying that he doesn't want to play for any other coach than Steve Kerr. That's kind of what Jordan said about Phil Jackson. And so when Jerry Krause said, this is going to be Phil's last year, we're moving another direction, Michael Jordan said, well, I ain't playing for anybody else. Well, what if Steve Kerr wants to leave in 2 years when his contract's up? I mean, he's 59. I'll have 10 titles by then.
See, I thought that was...
My point is, be careful. Be careful of
That's life.
Be careful of how you perceive whose fault things are and why things did or didn't want to happen.
Well, I'll say this. Klay's missed 2 years of his NBA career, and I don't see him walking away if somehow Kerr was to walk away. But we get caught up in the moment, and I think that moment was Klay just giving Kerr his kudos on how much he means to him, what they've been through, what they've accomplished. So I thought that's where that was coming from. But if you were to ask me if Kerr was to shock the world and step away in 2 years and they got a new coach, I see Klay playing.
Okay, well, what if the Warriors
win
it?
If I'm Kerr and I heard that, I would be like, damn, Steiny rocks with me.
What if the Warriors win it next year to win their second straight title?
Okay.
And they trade Draymond Green? And then they don't win it anymore. Like, will Lacob get the same blame as a Jerry Krause?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Krause, he didn't give a, it was...
Yes, he did.
Well, obviously he did, but...
What did people want Jerry Krause to do? Just keep paying everybody ad infinitum?
Well, don't alienate the coach. And if the coach wants to leave and he's a good coach and you respect him, meet him at a bar, have dinner, and do whatever you can within your power to get him to come back. Phil didn't want to stay because he didn't feel wanted. And then it was a trickle down. It was all out of loyalty, but everybody's not wrong. I wasn't in the know, but how I process it is like, man, what type of ego does this little man have to not want to go whatever's going on with Phil and for the betterment of the city and the team?
Yeah. Put together one of the greatest dynasties in basketball history.
And it ended too soon.
No, it didn't. It absolutely did not. Wait, what did Kerr say? If they would have stayed together those 2 years, they would have never won 8 titles.
Did he say that? I've never heard that.
Of course. They were all sick of each other. They were all sick of each other. Krause was sick of everybody. Jordan hated everybody at that point, and it's making me sick. Made Jordan sick.
Oh, man. You're making me watch Last Dance again.
Insufferable. That's all right. I mean, if you watch The Last Dance again, you'll come in tomorrow. Thank God I won't be here. And you'll say Krause cost the Bulls a dynasty because it's a Michael Jordan production, The Last Dance. It's a Michael Jordan production.
Well, really, I hold Reinsdorf responsible.
Looking for the newest podcast for all your Giants talk needs? Subscribe to the Garlic and Fries Baseball Guys podcast. Mark Willard, Joe Shasky, these are 2 diehard Giants fans. They bring the heat on the biggest stories and issues facing the team. It's a Giants podcast done by Giants fans for Giants fans. New episodes drop Sundays and Wednesdays on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. We got Steph Curry's personal trainer on the other side, Brandon Payne. We'll be right back.
The following is a commercial announcement.
There's nothing like hearing the songs you love on local radio with no subscriptions and no monthly fees. But there's a new bill in Congress that could stop.
happen to my career.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, I said it. Steph Curry. Been the best thing to happen to my career. So I guess I owe Brandon Payne a big thank you also. Brandon Payne is Steph Curry's personal trainer, athletic trainer. Been with him for a long time. Brandon, I know you do a few interviews on here. This might be the first time you've done it with myself and Darrell the Guru Johnson, so welcome.
Well, I appreciate you guys having me. And he's also the best thing that's happened to Mike. We've got that in common.
Nice. Hey, man, how long can he play? Come on now.
I think we've still got a ways to go. I'm planning this off season just as I would have planned one, 5 or 6 years ago. So we're not really, we're not slowing down what we're doing in the off season. We still got the same goals that we like to look towards. And while he's out enjoying, kind of the finals and the championship parade and everything, I'm busy working on number 5 right now.
Awesome. Brandon, we were out at the facility not too long ago, my partner and I, and we talked to Steph, and I called you Alfred to his Batman, and he liked that. He got a kick out of it. My question to you is, he's 34, not 44, but the fact that you guys together, I imagine, where you saw, okay, hey, you want to add some muscle, you added muscle, but you added muscle to the degree to where it would work. What was the math behind that?
Well, a few years ago, we had the opportunity to kind of get into a much more collaborative approach between the off-season and in-season. So the Warriors staff, they finally had gotten to a point where they had a really stable performance staff. So we were able to collaborate and work really closely with the Warrior strength staff to create more of a 12-month approach as opposed to kind of an in-season, off-season approach. And through that, we've been able to get a lot more detailed and been a lot more focused on certain things. And he's added some strength. He's added a little bit of size, but some of it has to also do with the fact that he's just kind of coming into that grown man body now, and he's just doing it a little bit later than a few guys have. Most guys typically get into this grown man body around 27, 28, 29. He just got to it, around 33, 34. And that bodes well for his future. I mean, that tells you that he's still got a lot left in the tank. And so, going with more of a 12-month approach when it comes to strength and really being planned out and organized when it comes to what I do with him in terms of skill and skill acquisition and skill refinement, we've been able to put together a really solid program for him that sets him up for success, we feel like, for a long time.
Brandon Payne joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's Steph Curry's athletic and personal trainer. Let me ask you this. You talk about a 12-month approach, and in a way, I get it. That's why he is who he is. On the other hand, it's like, boy, wouldn't a 12-month approach almost be counteracting what you're doing? And I guess my question is, what's the most amount of time off he takes from?
Well, he'll take a significant amount of time off right now. So
okay.
He'll probably take the next 2-3 weeks, really not do much of anything before the Tahoe golf tournament.
Okay.
The Tahoe golf tournament kind of signifies the end of his vacation and the time when I start heading out there, and I set up camp pretty much until training camp with him. So he'll take the next few weeks, and then we have a kind of a steady ramping up period where we'll start the first week. We'll probably go 4 days, and we'll do 4 days for the first 2 weeks, and then we'll probably add a 5th day in around week 3, week 4, and we might get to a 6th day around week 5, and then he'll take another 2-week vacation where he'll go and he'll take a family vacation, and then when he comes back, instead of starting at a 4-day work week, we'll start a 5-day work week. We'll stay there for about 10 to 14 days, and then we'll ramp back up to a 6-day work week. Now, even within those work weeks, the number of days, not every day is at the same level of intensity, certainly not at the same loading level. So, depending on what we're doing from a strength standpoint, it really dictates what we do from a skill standpoint. So if he has a really heavy day on a Monday in terms of strength, maybe on a Tuesday we go much lighter in terms of what he does on the court. He's on the court pretty much each day that he does strength, but we have to make sure that we're not, putting him in really fatigued situations in the off season, because if you do that, you get to the point of mechanical breakdown if you do too much work. So you got to really monitor the load and and make sure that he's in shape enough to get the work done that we need to do to get better.
Yeah, Brandon. I mean, I got to tell you, I find this fascinating, and I'm sure I'm not the only person in the Bay Area. I mean, Steph is, everybody wants to know as much as humanly possible about Steph. So it looks like, okay, he's going to take 2 or 3 weeks off now, and then later in the summer he's going to take maybe 2 or 3 weeks off to go with his, like, when you say take 2 or 3 weeks off, okay, can I assume he will not shoot a basketball?
You can assume that, yes. That does not make me happy to say that, but yes, you would be correct in making that assumption. It's not my favorite time of year when he's not shooting, but I know it's a necessary part of the process. When you've played as many games and you've gone to the finals 6 times now, you need a little bit of downtime. Just, mentally you need some time away. You need time to be a dad. You need time to be a businessman. You need time to kind of get away from it for a little bit. But yeah, he won't shoot a ball for a couple weeks, and then we'll get back at it, and then he'll take another break, and then when he comes back from that second vacation, it's really full steam ahead until he gets to training camp.
Man, you got we're both fascinated at this. Brandon, I got a question. I know you work with Curry. It's Brandon and Steph. And I just wonder when your job ends, if it does ever. Like, do you find players coming to find you because they know what you mean to Steph and his endurance? And when Klay came back and you watch Draymond and you're watching the Warriors, do you try to interject and say, hey, maybe this might work? Where are you at on all of that?
Well, Steph takes up a lot of time. I'll be honest with you. Watching game film and making sure that we're doing things in the off season to counteract what teams are doing to give him problems during the season. That takes a lot of my time. And I've got a 14-year-old son and an 11-year-old son that are in the midst of developing from a basketball standpoint too. So that takes up a lot of my time also. Players do call, and I have a couple of players that I'll work with for when Steph's on vacation this summer. There's another point guard in the league that wants me to do a little bit of work with him, so I'll do that. And but Steph is, for me at my age, about all I can handle most of the time. Now, when teammates like Jordan Poole comes around sometimes, and Damian Lee obviously comes around sometimes, and Seth Curry will come in sometimes. Michael Porter Jr. from the Nuggets comes in and works out with Steph. So we have other guys, and there's other guys that I will consult with, but I won't necessarily work hands-on with just because, I'm getting a little bit older now, and so I'd like to be a father, and I'd like to finish out with Stephen here over these next 5 or 6 seasons and see this all the way through.
Brandon Payne joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's Steph Curry's personal trainer. I got to believe what you do is very, very sophisticated. And will there be a point where you're either putting him through drills or you're testing him and you're measuring where you're going to be able to say, he used to do that better. He used to do that a little more quick. So, maybe we're seeing some diminish.
Well, there's a point in every day where I say that about myself, but I don't think that I'm going to get to that point with Stephen anytime soon. There are things that he does differently and things that he does more efficiently. But the reality is, for him physically, is he's still gaining power. He's still gaining strength and speed. I know that sounds funny, but he really is. People kind of look at me crazy when I say that. But he's still, moving the barbell with more velocity, and he's, still developing power in his lower body. And so when you're still getting stronger and when you're still getting faster, it allows you to refine and acquire skill more easily, because the reality is we can do skill work all day long. You can shoot. You can do ball handling. You can go out and play one-on-one. You can do all these things. But if you don't have the required strength, speed, and power to execute the skills that you're developing in workouts and games, all that skill work doesn't matter. So, when he continues to get stronger the way he is, it makes the skill work better, and he's still acquiring new skills. We're still acquiring new ways to create space, because at this point, with the comfort and confidence level that he has, he can be very creative. And I've always told him that, comfort and confidence equals creativity, and that's where he is now. So we can be very creative in how we're creating space. We can be very creative in how we're screening and getting out of the screens. So as long as he's continuing to improve physically, I don't see that diminishing returns point coming anytime soon because we're just not close. And I know that sounds odd, but we're not.
No, we can look at it and tell, Brandon. I believe you. I want to kind of have some fun with you. You know, when you talk about Steph, the basketball player, it's almost like perfection, right? So this year, Brandon, a few times more so than any other times, we saw him miss a free throw, and you could hear the announcers have some fun with it, like, oh, we're just not used to that. Would you ever fire up off a text, or would you talk to Steph? Would that be fatigue in your eyes? Like when you saw him miss a couple free throws, is that something that stays with you and you have some fun with, or are you always working like, okay, why is that happening a little more frequently than it ever has?
Well, I don't think anybody hates missed shots more than me. I hate missed shots. It drives me crazy. So, no, I'm glad somebody had a little bit of fun with it. I certainly didn't. But if it was the regular season, I probably would have fired something off, or I probably would have hopped on the plane to get out to the Bay. But given the fact that it was in the postseason, I try as much as I can in the postseason to give him all the space he needs and not players and even guys like Stephen, when you put things in their head, sometimes it tends to stay there. So unless there's something that's really glaring or something that's really standing out that I know he needs to stop, I'll keep it to myself until the right time. Because again, I mean, it's just so funny. It's no different than hitters in baseball or golfers on the putting green. If they get something in their head, sometimes it can kind of stick there and get in the way. So, I'll leave it alone. But I am going to address it this offseason. I was not really pleased with the free throw performance in the playoffs. So we'll get that taken care of and make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah. Hey, Brandon, I got to do this on the air because my partner is a kind of wannabe athlete. Guru, what's the most you've ever bench pressed in your prime?
255.
What's the most Steph's ever benched?
You know what? That's a good question. We've never done that. So we focus so much on the speed of the lift. Not necessarily the weight of the lift.
Sure.
So we're working at sub maximal and sub maximal weights, and we're more worried about speed. Where he's the most impressive, Steph is the most impressive with those dumbbells and bench press and dumbbells. I mean, he picks those 100-pound dumbbells up and throws them around like they're nothing. I think you probably heard Kevon Looney or Andre Iguodala talk about it, but he's not afraid to touch the heaviest dumbbells in the room and move them at a pretty good speed. So, that would equate to a pretty nice barbell bench press. He doesn't do a whole lot of barbell bench press, but 255 is a respectable number. That's a respectable number.
Yeah, it was a long time ago, Brandon. It was a long time
Put him up to Brandon.
Brandon, you're probably too young to remember. There was a time once when the conventional wisdom was that weightlifting messed up your shot in basketball.
Yeah, there's no truth to that whatsoever, especially if you're paying close attention and doing mobility work and you're doing flexibility work through your pecs and your shoulders, then you're going to be just fine. Actually, the stronger you get, the better, the easier it is to become more mechanically sound, as long as you're paying close attention to your mechanics.
Brandon, I got to get this one in. And the beautiful thing about sports is, you give credit to other people and other individuals when they deserve it. And I'm just trying to put myself in your shoes. You're like, to me, a scientist. And I know Curry's your guy. But when you look at an athlete like LeBron James, and he's 37 years old, do you sit back and marvel at that or appreciate that too? Whoever his Brandon Payne or Paynes may be, do you take that in like, this is incredible physically?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you sit back and watch LeBron James, you just kind of, it's incredible. And the people that he works with and they're doing a great job with it. I'm not exactly sure who he does it up with, but whoever it is, they're doing a great job. And yeah, I mean, you do recognize it. It's funny you mentioned that. Actually, I got a call out of the blue yesterday from a number that I didn't know, from a Chicago number, and I just happened to answer, and it was Tim Grover,
wow,
former trainer. They called me just to let me know, that he thought we were doing a really good job with Steph and everything. So that was a great call to get, and it was one that was very unexpected, and one that was greatly appreciated. So you do look around the league and you see a lot of people in the off season doing a great job. And actually, I think you see a lot of NBA teams becoming more open-minded about getting players, individual guys, in the room and giving them a voice in the room. Not a big voice, but just letting them be heard, because it taking a more collaborative approach between the personal coaches and the teams is going to equate to better overall player performance, and like I said, going at more of a 12-month approach. So, but all those guys, I mean, anytime you sit and watch an NBA game, these guys are incredible, and they're incredible. The amount of speed and power and the fluidity and the body control and the skill and at the size they're doing that, they're just incredible, and it takes a tremendous amount of work to get to that point. So all the trainers and players that are doing all the great work in the offseason equates to the entertainment that you see for 82 games plus 4 rounds in the playoffs.
So, does he will he eat a lot of chocolate the next 2 or 3 weeks, like chips and pretzels? Does he kind of get off the regimen that way, or he never goes down that road?
Considering he got championship number 4, I think the most calories he's going to get in the next 2 weeks are going to come in liquid form.
Wow!
And I do think the alcohol will be flowing a little bit, and rightfully so. So I think that'll be where the majority of the calories come for a couple weeks.
All right. Well, he certainly deserves it. Hey, Brandon, thanks. It's a lot of fun, man, talking to you, and continued success with Steph Curry.
I really appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right. That's Brandon Payne.
Wow. That's awesome.
I could use a Brandon Payne.
But I seen your college picture. You were your own Brandon Payne. You were in shape.
Fat. Hey.
No, you were good.
I wasn't fat. I was like John Bagley. Anybody remember him?
Bagley.
You don't remember him. Kids are too young.
Why you put me on the spot?
Good.
It's 255, it's 245, 445s, 2 on each side, and I would do 3 sets of 10 by myself, and I'd do the penitentiary style where you put the feet on the chair. I try to show off. So I could still do that. But the most I've ever lifted, I've never done like, hey, Goo, let's see if you could do 450. So mine was 250 because I'm already from Concord. Like, I did 405. Mine was workout weight. And we can go right now, Planet Fitness, and in jeans, I'll throw it up 10 times.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
No, I'm getting ready for my tennis match. Dibs.
I was born in the wrong generation.
John Bagley, a little husky. I'm looking at him right now. A little husky.
Out of Boston College, yeah.
You weren't husky though, Steiny.
No, I was.
Not on the picture I saw. He had a big butt, but other than that,
Steve Johnson. Anybody remember Steve Johnson from Oregon State? Big center.
No beeves.
They called him the Moose.
The Moose.
With the big caboose. Played for the legendary Ralph Miller.
Look at that butt.
I'd love to just do shows like this all day.
Man, Brent, that was awesome.
Butt.
That way, I wouldn't have to listen to anybody else because nobody else knows what I'm talking about. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. He looks like Steph Curry, but he doesn't lift weights like Steph Curry.
Oh, I'm hurt.
Antonio in Oakland.
Hey, Jordan Poole is very important, man, because he could be like how T.O. was for Jerry Rice, because T.O. just copyrights his work ethic, and Poole does that with Curry, because that's all I ever hear is how hard he works, man. And I'm not saying he's Steph. He could probably be somewhere between Steph and Jamal Crawford. That's probably a pretty damn good player right there. And please, Jordan Poole, I have a feeling you're going to Debo Samuel our asses with this contract. But that's the hurdle we got to do. But at the same time, we going back to back next year. I'm already fired up, man. We just shamed all those freaking LeBron lovers on TV, 15 of them on TV, and they can't stand that the Warriors won. They hate it, and it's so unprofessional.
I know.
It's all good because, it's all good, man. We title champions, baby.
Yep, there you go. It's Antonio.
I need your help to get through the rest of this show.
What's new?
Oh my, that might be some of your best work. Listen. No, seriously, that was good.
If people don't know me and you, they must think I am the biggest horse's ass on planet Earth.
The 415, they all could be in their mom's basement. Sure. And, I got thick skin. But I'm giving Brandon Payne love. And from the 415, and I'm reading it before I get halfway down, I'm thinking it's a compliment. Guru looks like he's been using a Brandon Gain. Oh my!
That's 4.
That's the occasional 5. No, man, that hurts, Steiny.
510. How come Steph didn't want to bulk up for years, and then he did this year?
He got the grown man.
Finally got a work ethic.
Well,
lazy SOB, never reached his potential for his first 10 years in the league, and then he finally got to work. But nobody wanted to say, hey, Steph,
I'll let that
for
breathe.
10 years, you got a work ethic problem.
He didn't
Apparently, Brandon Payne all but said that.
when you get OG status like Steiny, you do get that grown man strength, and that's what Steph has. Muscles. Draymond needs to get with Brandon Payne. How about that?
Who?
Dre. Put the mic down and get in the lab with your. Look at you.
You'd never say that to Draymond's face.
Would have been curious to ask Brandon about the TB12 method. What he thinks of that.
Yeah. If it would have crossed my mind, I might have.
That was random. I wouldn't have been opposed to
Well, it's the Tom Brady method. For those that know, TB stands for Tom Brady. 12 is number, as you know, Steiny.
Gotcha.
Alex Guerrero, his guru, saw him onto it. Guy's 45 years old. He's still going at it. Something's got to be. Something.
There's something. Yeah, so, Goo, it's just like, for example, if, let's say we got a call right now.
Okay.
From Mark Jackson's agent. And he said, Mark wants to come on with this guy, Steinmetz. Well, first of all, I'd need you to back off. First off. But you think I would say...
So like the Jeff Garcia interview.
I would say, Mark... You went
Westbrook in that
one. You wouldn't be really needed in the Mark Jackson one, is what I'm saying.
Because I'm pro Mark.
What I'm saying is, I would say to Mark Jackson, let's start right from the beginning. Let's talk about the religion.
I would tell Dre. I did it when we had him.
Not. You would absolutely not.
You're pretty damn good about giving me love when it's. I said,
during the
Dre,
subway.
I'm the one that said it, and you gave me. It was you, man. You gave me love for that. You go, Goo, and I'm doing my Steiny. Goo, this is how you pause. I got to tell you, you manned up to him, and he respected me for that.
He doesn't know who you are, though.
I'm Brownie's boy. He knows who we are.
He couldn't pick you out of a police lineup. I mean, let's be honest. You walk by him on the street. He's not saying, hey, you're Guru, my dude.
So Dwayne's dipping. Yeah, he might.
I doubt it.
Yeah. Anyway.
How about 510? You need to answer to this. Guru, 2 45-pound plates on both sides. That's only 225.
All right, 225.
That's Jason from Tracy.
225.
Thanks, Jason.
Yeah.
You know what? Thanks for keeping him honest.
For a man my age, doing that 3 sets of 10, pretty damn impressive. Right now.
What can you do right now?
3 sets of 10 of 225.
I don't believe you.
Well, we can go to Planet Fitness right down the street.
Probably not. I'd rather just say you can't do it and not be proven wrong.
Jeff Garcia interview should be in the Smithsonian. Donnie, you did go. You weren't getting the vid though. You did about 3 shots.
That's and that's where that's where you'd want to go with my journalism background, and I brought you in slowly.
Don't step in it.
Now that was the line.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Admit it.
Like we were
it. You still
in a police rule. Hey, real quick, I know you like trivia, and I thought about you this morning. So Gronkowski retired for the second time, right? And
Who?
Gronkowski, Gronk.
Okay, sure.
So him and Brady have the second most touchdown to quarter combo in football. And I thought I knew who was number 1.
Oh.
And I thought of you like... I would have never guessed this tandem, and I need to put so much respect on their name. So if I tell you what quarterback and receiver, tight end, have the most, touchdown passes together, I just knew it was Jerry and Joe.
Okay.
It's not them. I didn't help you out. Who would your guess be for most
quarterback,
receiver
to receiver?
Yes,
connection touchdowns, essentially.
Yes. It blew me away this morning, and I thought about you. I said, I'm breaking this on the show to see if you guess.
How about
the Ramos of
Well, I would actually have a question. Wide receivers or do tight ends count?
They can do tight ends count. Because Gronk counts how prolific they are. They're number 2.
True. I would say whoever Peyton Manning threw the most amount of touchdowns. But I don't know who it is.
But you got it. It's Peyton Manning and Marvin Harrison.
I wouldn't have guessed Marvin Harrison.
You just guessed Peyton Manning. I almost want to give you the prize. Yes, but no, you get.
No, I didn't get that.
No, 114. Peyton Manning and Marvin Harrison.
I saw Peyton come in over the text line.
Now that's why I wrote. That's why we are boys. For you to admit that, I would have lied to take the glory.
Well, I mean, I was thinking, okay, maybe a Bradshaw swag.
Yeah.
We got to go. We got to get off the air. Oh, shoot. I thought it was 3. It's only 2:30.
I thought we were bonded.
What are we doing the last half hour? We're going to try to send Guru out of here in a bad mood. I know that.
That's over.
All right. I'll tell you what. 888-957-9570 is the number. Jump in. Talk about anything we've talked about. You want to react to the Brandon Payne interview? That was a lot of fun. And tell you what, Steph, no sobriety tests over the next 2 or 3 weeks, apparently. And also, texts are flooding into the text line. Nobody believes Guru can do, I don't know, what, 10 reps?
Oh,
with
my
225?
God. The disrespect.
So when we come back, it's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services. Mm-hmm.
The more we learn about COVID.
Churches, welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny. Okay. This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Another fun day at 95.7 The Game. Got a half hour left. We'll turn it over to Damon and Ratto. We just had Brandon Payne on. He's Steph Curry's personal trainer. A lot of fun. He basically, man, I'll tell you what, if you listen to that interview, it's hard not to be concerned about the future.
You got jokes.
He's taking 3 weeks off.
Oh, man. I thought he was about to say...
Steph Curry's now taking 3 weeks off.
I was waiting on months. He said 3 weeks.
Somebody's resting on their laurels.
What?
Somebody thinks they've made it.
That is, dude. Well, he's got 4.
Easy, Steph. Easy.
I'm waiting for you to finish.
That's it.
Okay. Now, we all have bucket lists. And all of us are different, and some would laugh at some of the things on my list and your list.
Nobody would laugh at anything on my list.
I want you and I, as a show, now why would you do that before you even heard it? Damn.
For effect. Okay. Just for effect. Nothing more.
This is on my list. I've been around. I want to go to the Celebrity Tahoe golf thing. And maybe we can hook something up, and by that time I'll probably be playing. Yeah. And we go out there. Because what? That's around the corner, August or something. Let's do. You say what to that?
Yeah,
like I'm gonna go to sales when we're done.
I've played golf at that course and I've covered that event, so I don't need to be a part of it.
Can you give me the skinny of what you
Sure.
playing it and covering it? So you saw Barkley out there,
actually,
and they're all drinks are flowing. I imagine,
yeah,
dude. That's just. And I've been to Tahoe. I love it. I just never been for that.
Spadonia like this. I had a very long conversation with Yvonne Lendl.
Oh, man.
Way back in the day at the, whatever it was called, that thing at Edgewood. He's very conservative. Oh, my gosh.
Famous tennis player?
Yeah, very conservative.
Were you drinking?
No, I was working.
Oh, you were working. So how'd that go?
He was great. I mean, I remember just talking to him for 10 minutes. You know what it was, Spadone? It was at the time when there was a big controversy at Wimbledon over whether you had to wear all white.
Wow.
Okay. And because players wanted to start wearing different colors.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. He didn't like it at all. He wanted all white, and he wanted all white to stay all white and not
Jimmy Connors
go anywhere.
No nonsense kind of guy.
Very. Yeah. Absolutely. But he was cool.
Coaching Andy Murray again currently. Coached him a few years ago. Now is re-upping his contract with him. Yeah.
Trying to think with Johnny Bench. Talk to Johnny Bench a little bit.
How about Barkley?
Barkley. I talked to. It was really kind of interesting. This was back in the day. They'd come off the course, and then there were like 2 big ballrooms, and one was a ballroom for the players only. The players of the tournament.
All right.
And then there was another ballroom where it was media. But there was food set up and everything, so they'd come off their round and they'd go into the media thing, and people would come around and talk to them, and then when they got sick of that, they'd go into the other ballroom where the media couldn't be. But a lot of them did, they'd come back, and after their round, they were hungry and thirsty, sat down, ate, given answering questions and stuff. Barkley stayed in that room for a while, I remember, then went to the athletes.
So that's not the most pathetic thing that could be on someone's bucket list, because you're looking like it ain't the worst thing you ever said. Well, I want to get out there, man.
Well, I
want to mingle, see Steph, chop it up with our boy.
Well, yeah, you're not going to do that. That's not going to happen.
I know you. You know him. You know Joe Lakeup.
Right.
Let's start using the juice, man.
Yeah.
The juice ain't the juice if you just leave it in the fridge.
Let me tell you something about juice. It's almost most valuable when you don't use it. Mm-hmm. Think about that one.
A lot of pulp in Steiny's juice.
Right. I'm like, what? You let it go to waste.
The minute you try to utilize juice, you lose some of it.
But that's the goal.
Can you imagine, like,
not like that. We don't get out like
what
that.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about he wants to go high. He's like, he thinks his bucket list is to get out there and mingle.
I didn't
with
say
Steph.
stalk the chef. He knows who we are.
But what do you mean mingle? Like when are you mingling?
Kind of like where you're talking about the venues and just go out there and live a little bit like where we're not working but be around them.
But don't you understand? We can't get into those venues.
But somebody can.
Right. Not us.
I'm going to work on it. I know some folks.
And what are you going to do? You're going to beg? Can I wait?
No, see, I don't do that.
Hey, he pointed at me yesterday. Can I get a conversation with him today? It would be so unbelievable. He's just a guy, Goo. He's just a man like you and I.
Somebody saw him point at us. I won't say their name, but if I ever need them, like, why you rushing? The chef knows us, man. I just want you.
He doesn't.
Dre knoes who we are.
No, he doesn't.
I'm not perping. He put on his IG us having a conversation about him getting his cut, beard shaped from Brownie. See, you don't tap into it. I was the dude at school that was getting the girls in high school. I know when they're talking about you because it comes back
who you
to
guys are.
That's
Definitely.
all.
You guys had an in-person 20-minute conversation like 2 months ago.
There's a difference between knows who we are and knows us.
You did a sit down with him.
Dude.
To where you left out of here like Pat Boone going to a nature retreat and you were going to sit down with him. How many dudes have done that? Not named Jim Gray.
You don't understand, do you?
I do. And it gets clearer and clearer.
You don't understand.
Yeah.
I mean,
the day you tell me, Goo, I'm ready to use the black book, I'm going to navigate it.
Justin and Gilroy.
You know Jordan Poole is tight with Gil. Those guys are homies.
That's all I'm saying.
Oh, my gosh. Hey, Justin wants to talk to Guru about Lake Tahoe. All right. Hey. Cool.
Hey, Steiny, you're starting to sound like Ratto, dude.
Yeah, well.
Pretty negative.
Oh, wow. You don't know the half
Guru,
of it.
I appreciate that bucket list item. You're not wrong, man. It's fun. The 17th hole, it's a par 3 up against the water. Wow. Saturday, for sure. Friday, they got boats lined up out there just pumping music.
Oh!
People are throwing footballs with Sharpies on them to all the players walking down the fairway, signing them, throwing them back. People are jumping off the boats to catch it. Everyone's got drinks flowing.
Right.
And then Saturday after the round, they do go into town. It's not unheard of. We went to California Burger, and center of the restaurant, we got Steph, his dad, Joe Pavelski, a bunch of the Bay Area finest out there just eating dinner together. And Steph, of course, in typical Steph fashion, took a picture with me and my wife. As he left the restaurant to get into his bus, there's a whole line of kids wanting autographs and pictures and stuff. And he
was
walked
one of them Goo?
No, 5 minutes later, he walked right back out of the bus and started taking pictures and signing things for all the kids. So
I'm getting chills. That's all I want.
We think he is, and it was a blast.
Not going up to, hey, excuse me, the Currys, can I talk to you?
Well, what would you do? You said you wanted to mingle. That means hang out for 15 to 30 minutes.
Well, you know what?
When the hell is that going to happen?
Well, I want to play. That ain't going to happen. But I'm with you. You know, we just kind of just soak it up. Have a credential on.
You know what? And you're going to think I'm very harsh.
No, I'm not, because I know this ain't easy. Go ahead.
The 510, I'm just... He's right.
But I'm a read it.
The Celebrity Golf Tournament. Thank you so much, 510.
Oh.
Guru, the Celebrity Golf Tournament is for celebrities.
Okay, but...
And I'll say this. I won't even put it on you. And you guys aren't celebrities, even though he said you're not.
I hope this didn't come across. That's why it's on my bucket list, because then we'd be equal. I just want to be around that in that beautiful terrain and scenery up there, man.
That's parasitic.
All. I didn't say I belong. Yeah, I'm not.
It sounds a little needy, a little pathetic. That's all.
Wow. Wanting to go to an event like that? Like I wanted to go to Bottleneck just a couple months.
That's different. Did you want to go to Bottleneck to hang around Ed Sheeran?
No, they had Too Short, 40, everybody up there. I wanted to watch a concert and just get lost in it.
That's different than mingling with Steph Curry and playing around a golf with him. Go to the Celebrity Tahoe Open. And you know what? You can go on number 17.
See,
just
Romo?
like our guy said. And you know what you can do? Hey, Steph! Guru here.
I'll get thrown
I did an interview with you back in, remember? And then he looks at you and goes, oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, you don't get thrown out for that, though, huh?
No, not at the celebrity. I don't think you do.
Well, that might be where I need to be.
And, now the guy struck a chord saying I'm not in a good mood. I do think the thing that's cool is when they throw the footballs to the guys driving off the boats.
That's all I'm talking about.
Well, that I could say, that's kind of cool. Like if you were, Steiny, what's on my bucket list? What? I'm out in one of those boats in Tahoe, and Romo or Aikman, one of your favorites,
okay.
They're on 17, and they throw me one, and I jump off, and I catch it and dive into Lake Tahoe. You know what? Okay. I got you. That's not bad. It's not bad.
You kind of ruining it for me.
Well, you need a new bucket.
Yeah.
Aaron in Oakland. What's going on, Aaron? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm good, fellas. You guys told me, I don't know, probably around Game 4, make sure I call back in because I said the Warriors were going to run the table that we'd see the best Boston had. And then I went to New York for a week and led a retreat. I just got back yesterday. I just finished watching all the games. And my main thing that I called in to say was, it ain't that I'm right and I'm gloating. I knew they was going to run the table from there on out. It is time for the management and the ownership to be loyal to these players and to pay them what they're worth. Don't let these dudes start jumping ship and getting contracts and going somewhere else. It's time for us to really take care of our team. We got some young talent. I'm worried about the off-season management, and they're seeing who they can let go and who they can't and really trying to manipulate money. We've been loyal. The fans been loyal. The players been loyal. It's time for the owner and the management to stick to their guns and take care of us, man. Keep us happy. That's all I got, fellas.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it.
But real quick to that, why has Aaron seen anything from Mr. Lakeup and company that wouldn't have this continue?
Well, can't continue. It can't. Now, it may continue through this offseason, but it can't continue.
But
we all know that.
I'm being real, not a smart ass, and we're having a great show.
Oh my God.
How long have you thought that this was going to end? Honestly, like, could somebody say, hey, Steiny, I think you thought this thing was going to end 2 years ago?
I'm not answering this. I've answered it 72 times. What do you want me to no, Goo, I actually knew they were going to come back and win it. Actually, when Curry missed 60 games?
Yeah.
Even then, I was like, this team will come back and win a title. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Mm.
They started out 18-2. I was like, man, maybe are they this good?
Man.
Everybody wants to...
And I got something. I'm going to put you in a good mood.
Go ahead. Give me whatever you got.
Reinsdorf, and I said this and we were up against it. Reinsdorf is the real culprit. Whatever he
Anybody
had
but
going
Michael
on,
Jordan, I know.
He could have went and ripped up and took care of Pippen. And to me, that started the poison. But he didn't.
No owner would have ripped that contract up.
If you had experienced the winning that you had, and you're looking at a top 50 player, a guy, why would you just hold his feet to? Now Pippen takes ownership. He messed up, but damn, you knew what was going on in the dude's life. Did you really have to stand your ground and do that to S-Fly, as I used to call him? So I believe I'm saying Krause was just doing what his boss was telling him to do. I feel better.
Yeah, because it's easy to go renegotiate a contract in the middle of it. Every Tom, Dick, or Harry can do that, right? Why don't you go see if the Hegan will give you a raise right now because you got lowballed? Trying to think of what he'd say.
Look. Dibs gave me a 1 for my Nats.
Congratulations.
1s are failed.
Congratulations. Oh, man, what do I have on my list here? I got some stuff on the list here that we haven't even gotten to. Jordan Poole's your MVP this season.
We were having some fun.
Yeah. So
okay.
You're not. You want to back out of that?
I'm over this conversation. Okay. You stabbed me in the back.
Oh, I stabbed you in the front.
The way you brought it up.
I stabbed you in the front. I'm not. I told you.
Yeah. I'll be ready for you Monday.
There were 3 things. Mm-hmm. There were 3 things that you said in the pre-show meeting. Each one, I'm like, this could be pretty good. This would be good topic. All 3 of them,
I'm gonna tap into it.
You backed off of.
I'm gonna grab it like a grizzly bear.
3 of them, you backed off of. Now you leave me hosting a show.
I got you.
I don't even know where we're going.
I'm gonna tell you where we're going.
You guys seem to peter out that last hour.
No, well, listen. If you said, Guru, what did you take the most pleasure in this year with the Warriors?
I don't care.
Know, but I talked to myself. And that's why Jordan Poole came out to producer E and you. I ain't backing off on my statements.
Yeah, you are.
I know who runs this. But at the end of the day, Jordan Poole saved this team.
He can use all the words you want.
Klay wasn't ready. He just went into the starting lineup, and he showed us.
It was right about 3 hours ago, almost exactly to the minute. 3 hours ago, Steiny, I'm telling you, Jordan Poole's the MVP this year. I know people say Curry, but Jordan Poole's the MVP.
As long as that makes you feel better, just keep rubbing my face.
So am I a liar? So I'm lying about this?
No, you're bending the truth. I was giving you something to have some fun.
Well, we would have had fun, but now if you would have stuck to your guns, and we could, and I wouldn't have been so.
See, that's the whole beauty of me. There were no guns. The guns and the bullet and the ammunition was Steph.
You don't believe in anything.
Why did you bite on all the things I get you to bite on? That was the one that stood out. But now I think
it was either that or you could beat Dibley in tennis, which you can't. And I said yesterday you couldn't.
So if you honestly, right now today, if you had to bet on him and I
would bet on Dibley.
Well, I'll tell you what, my boy Tyshawn, who is just Don King of putting things together, sent this text, and this is where it's going to happen. Just let me get it. I am so tired of this station and my peers saying what I can't do physically.
Are we going hard court, grass court, clay?
It's the tennis showdown at the Cabello tennis courts. It's trending on Twitter. I didn't read that part.
That's got to make you happy.
What if... I'll bet you anything I beat him.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, what do you want to bet?
Pick.
You said anything.
$100.
I'll bet you $100.
That Dibs won't beat me in tennis. And we did, yeah.
You know what? I hate to do this, but can somebody cut that? Otherwise, it will not have been said tomorrow when it gets brought up again.
It is done.
I will bet you $100.
And I'm gonna hang my head high if I lose.
That's great.
Yeah, but I think I could beat
him. And
him.
I'm gonna have my hand out when you lose.
When I get home today, kids, where we going? Tennis.
I've not been grumpy since let me tell you something.
Go ahead. I'll let you.
Let me tell you something.
I don't like it
I love the Warriors. I love them.
They love you.
I was thinking about this 10 years ago. Your boy Steiny was at NBC Sports Bay Area.
Look at
They were running me into the ground. I was like, man, I know I'm really good at this, but I have kids. I've got to start spending some more time at home.
It's real.
I cannot be away from the house 7 days a week.
I got
15
3 kids
hours
and a bunch
a day.
of problems.
And I was like, oh my gosh, I can't continue it.
It's real.
It was too much stress, and I walked away from NBC Sports Bay Area.
And you were following the team.
Yeah. And then Joe Lacob bought the team. I was like, you know what? Time to get back into it. Yeah, got back into it.
Look at Steiny. You should write a book.
And Joe, I'm not disciplined enough.
Have somebody write it for you.
And Joe Lacob has taken me on a magical ride.
Look at him.
Mm-hmm.
Us, you mean?
Well, mostly me.
This is show.
Mostly me.
You could do like Marcus Thompson. Curry didn't write his own book. Marcus wrote it.
Right, but Marcus wrote the book. I can't write a book.
That's why I said
I'll tell you what,
somebody that can do that.
That would be me because I have written in the past.
That's the problem.
I got no interest in writing down anything.
To share with the up-and-coming
tell you what,
writers?
Here's the way the book would go.
And I'd be the last chapter. You and me.
You're not in it.
Dude, they doubted us.
Who?
The streets.
Nobody even knows who we are, even now.
That's the title of the book. They doubted us. That'd be great.
Producer E, help me.
You telling me Guru can't write the foreword?
Man. Not even me writing, just...
What I'm telling you is...
we weren't going to make it.
I got a million stories. I just have no discipline to put them on paper. Now, if someone wants to come over to my backyard while I drink beer and then ask me things that they think would make a good book and transcribe what I say and put it into a book and split the money...
It would work, Steiny.
I'll do that. I don't like it. But I can't... I'm not sitting down in my office typing away.
Right.
And then on 2010, Joe Lacob bought the team amid a Bay Area that just couldn't believe that Larry Ellison would not be the owner. Larry Ellison, of course, one of the richest men in America.
No, it would not. It would be your story.
Thank you, 650. You're brilliant. I haven't updated my blog in 7 years. How am I going to write a book?
People saying I'm plus 260.
I don't even know what that means.
The bet with Dibs. So wow.
I got a lot of people wanting in on this action, though, on Dibs. Mm-hmm.
Now, you love to say that the way you said
Dude,
it.
he played tennis. You know that,
I'm taller. We just talked about the weights. You think I'm stronger? Would I get the nod on that? So my serve is going to be something to be dealt with. That's what I got going.
Two of the taller men athletes in tennis the last 20 years, John Isner and Kevin Anderson, didn't win anything.
Good call.
Roger Federer, 6'1", Nadal, 6 foot.
Every time
Djokovic,
I think Spadoni is my little brother, man, he'll stab me. But those were just facts.
7:07 now that we are just, what do you mean by? Oh, it's 54.
See,
oh my God, I thought it was 49. Is Steiny saying he would be doing Warriors pre and post on NBC in place of Bonte? No. Bonte's a host.
You were on.
I was an analyst.
You were Roz.
There's room for both of us. Yeah. All right, we got to get out of here.
Yeah. I'll miss you. It's good to see you, man.
Whatever.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month.
Clay and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Does it feel like the week is moving fast to everyone else? I'm calling it like a parade effect. I feel like Monday was a part of the weekend almost. Feels like the week is moving quickly. I think that might have something to do with the NBA draft being tomorrow. Just feels also condensed. Everything's right on top of itself. Hello. It's good to be with you today. Damon and Ratto here. Ray, we officially have our new slogan. We're not perfect, but we do our best. Thanks to Roger Goodell for our new slogan. Turn your mic on to prove that the slogan is accurate as hell.
My apologies. No, that was a parade of nonsense in which the only thing that was said by anyone that mattered was Roger Goodell saying what we have always known, is that commissioners have no power and he has least of all. He got paid his immense salary to look like an idiot, and the only thing he can take away from today is that the people asking him questions were every bit as stupid.
It was ridiculous. There's performance art going on at all times, and the actual two topics that are incredibly interesting, how women were harassed in the Washington organization, and what was very much a shadow investigation that Daniel Snyder bought and paid for, and what he wanted to accomplish with it, means that he's got to answer a subpoena that's coming down. And if you missed any of it today, it's a clown show. We'll talk more about it this afternoon. The clown show that is a Washington Commanders hearing on Capitol Hill.
I want to speak up for clowns.
Really, it is.
They have never performed this badly.
It's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing from any angle you want to look at it. It's embarrassing from the NFL's angle. It's embarrassing from public discourse angle. It's embarrassing from Roger Goodell's angle. It's embarrassing from all the questions coming in and the politicians that are asking them angle. It's when you look at the world burning down around us, it's embarrassing that this is one, like, maybe honest moment where a real conversation could be had. You wouldn't think that there would be political sides taking place. It just shows you that there is no conversation in Washington without political sides being drawn. It's unbelievably sad to see where conversation and truth have gone. They are hard to find these days. But we got some truth about Steph Curry's offseason. His offseason tracker is officially pinging for the first time, and that could even be a little bit of a pun, because we know when we're going to see Steph Curry next. The reigning NBA Finals MVP has confirmed he's going to be at Lake Tahoe in 2 weeks to play at the American Century Championship, which is the, basically the, I don't know.
It's the athletes' company picnic.
It really is. It's taken the... It's almost a bigger draw than the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, to be totally honest with you. It's bigger than the clam bake.
Well, it has been the clam bake in many a year, and it hasn't been much of a thing except for Bill Murray for the last 10.
And I do love me some Bill Murray at Pebble as much as the next guy. But there is a serious draw of actual, premier athletes that go to Tahoe to play in this thing. Tony Romo has won this thing in the past. He's a real golfer. Like, Tony Romo might have had a sniff on tour if he wanted to do that for a living. But Steph Curry has actually got 3 top 4 finishes in this tournament. And I cannot think of a better icing on the cake for his 2022 than if Steph could actually go up there and win that. Nothing would make him happier. Outside of an NBA Finals MVP and a championship, winning this thing would be right up there for Steph. What did you do in 2022? He might tell you about winning this golf tournament before he gets to the Celtics. Like, that's how much it means to him. Basketball is an obsession. It's obviously his profession. Golf is his choice. Golf is what he does in his free time. This is how he has fun.
Well, I mean, this is the man who gave you Holy Moly.
Again,
all you need to know.
He really likes golf.
That's my point. I mean, just, Nobody else would do that.
Have you watched Holy Moly?
I watched 3 minutes of it.
And you hated it instantly.
Instantly is probably too long a wait. I didn't think much of it because Joe Tessitore and Rob Riggle just seemed like a bad idea. And it was confirmed almost within nanoseconds.
So I'm not even here to tell you that you have no taste or poor taste or are wrong about this, because you're not. You're not. It's you know what? There's a reason historically miniature golf has never done well on primetime network television, and this is not about to change that.
Oh no, and I guess they're trying to make it sort of a weird comedy show, but they've chosen people who are profoundly unfunny. And then miniature golf, which you could drive to Castro Valley and play anytime you want.
So miniature golf is great if you're playing it.
Oh, no question.
It's not much of a spectator sport.
No, it actually isn't. I mean, curling is infinitely better.
We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. So let me tell you how today is going. When we get on back from our first break, we're going to get into some Bob Myers sound. Bob Myers talking a day ahead of the NBA draft. The Warriors don't pick until 28, which means that pick, unless they do something radical and trade up, which no one's really expecting, although I have seen a rumor or two out there, but that's all they are. They're dismissive because it involves Jordan Poole being traded to the Sacramento Kings, and I don't see that for number 4. So calm down, everyone. I don't think that's about to happen.
I don't think anybody was not calm.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. But Bob Myers basically today talked about the team, where it is, how he plans on shaping its future, the kind of budget he expects to get from Joe Lacob. A lot of very interesting sound from Bob Myers. We also had Steve Kerr pick up a microphone today. He picked up a phone yesterday and talked to Ray and I. It was a fantastic conversation. We'll revisit some moments from that. We talked to Bobby Marks about the Warriors offseason yesterday. And today, we're going to talk to Kevin Arnovitz at 5 o'clock. He is all over what the Warriors offseason needs to look like, should look like, the draft. So Kevin Arnovitz will be joining us a little bit later on this afternoon. The draft is really interesting. I mean, there are 3 names at the top of the draft that all have a chance of really being the number 1 overall pick. Orlando has a real choice to make. And what kind of a body do you want? What kind of an archetype are you looking for is very much, the question being asked here. Paolo Banchero is a huge power forward out of Duke who's probably got more in his bag the day that he gets to the NBA than any other player in this draft. Jabari Smith, the son of a former NBA center, same name by the way, is a 6'10", 7'1" center who hits threes and could definitely be the number 1 pick in this draft, with anyone making excuses or apologies for taking him number 1 overall. And then there is Chet Holmgren, who is far and away the most interesting person in this draft in terms of you might be damned if you drafted him, and you might be completely damned if you didn't, because the fork in the road for that guy is as extreme as skinny white dude who didn't make it to possibly revolutionizing big men in basketball. Like, that feels like the fork in the road that he's about to take. So
I've heard comparisons with him and Luka Doncic, which make me laugh because it's not close.
No, different.
One, it's different. And 2, it's unlikely that he's Doncic. And it is interesting to me that the first 3 picks are the 7'1" guy and 2 6'10" guys in a league that's supposed to be less interested in big men.
But every single one of these guys puts it on the floor.
Oh, no, I get that. But the rumor was, big men are being phased out. No, back to the basket centers are being phased out. Big is still very much valued.
But everybody's favorite back to the basket center is, of course, Kevon Looney, who came up a couple times in this press conference. And we'll get to all of that before it is said and done today. The Giants won a really good fun back and forth game with the Atlanta Braves last night. We need to talk about how, even though Anthony DeSclafani had another shaky outing, the rest of the lineup got the job done. That game last night saw 22 runs on 26 hits in Atlanta. A win for the Giants today would guarantee at least a split. They're in Atlanta again tomorrow, right? It's a 4-gamer?
They play tomorrow at the crack of dawn.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, breakfast with the Giants tomorrow morning. They made another move on the margin that officially is more interesting than most moves on the margin. And no, I'm not talking about Austin Wynns. But we do have that to get into today. It is a hell of an afternoon. Like I said, the Live Tour is presenting, I should say, a splinter rarely seen in sports. So we need to look at that today, and before you know it, 3 hours will have come and gone, and Ray will be as happy as a clam because it'll be 6:55.
Do you know of any happy clams? Because it's one of those.
It is
one
a
of those
weird saying, right?
That, unless they feel like clams actually smile when you pry them open, and I'm guessing not.
I think, yeah. Are you thinking that the clam has a smiling, resting appearance? I guess. You know, another. Having just been through this total saying that I don't know where it came from, but it was a bad saying. Sleep like a baby.
Every 2 hours, and then you're up with your diaper filled.
Yeah, I mean, sleeping like a baby should not be a connotation that I got a great night rest.
Yeah, sleeping like a drunk in the park is more like.
Okay, phrases we don't like. I guess that needs to be part of the show today too. But I
think we already covered it actually.
They also have to not make sense. Hey, Ray. We're not perfect. We do our best.
I object to we do our best.
We're brought to you by Whole Foods Market.
Save on your favorite grapes at Whole Foods Market. Get organic red, green, and black grapes for $2.99 a pound through June 28th, while supplies last. Plus, Prime members get an extra 10% off. See more on the Whole Foods Market app.
Listening to Steiny and Guru has never been easier with the Odyssey app.
Steph Curry. Steiny, he was second to none. Every time he showed up to play. He was about business. That's what we're watching.
wine, and more. I'm on cooler duty this weekend. Fill it up with seltzers and canned cocktails. Oh, wow, great prices. Love what you find at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
So, I mean, if we rejoined the Twitch and YouTube, you just saw a little juggling act. Borrowing a pen from Ray Ratto. Thrown over the desktop. One thrown back at him. Both caught. No e-broadcaster in the studio, not yet today. We're not perfect. We do our best.
Again, I don't know that our best has ever been achieved.
And we prove it visually on Twitch and YouTube every day. Just search Damon and Ratto on Twitch or YouTube, and you can see.
Or get back to your job.
Yeah, it ain't impressive. It's good to have you along today. Thank you so much for joining us. How about this? We're not perfect, but we do our best. That could also describe the effort of one Lucas Alexander, who has got a late addition to today's program. In about 10 minutes, we're going to say hello to Javi Lopez, 4-time World Series champ. You know him from 3 of those with the San Francisco Giants. And, of course, he is on the color TV tonight. Well, I mean, all TVs are pretty much color these days. They're not selling a lot of black and white TVs. But he is doing color analysis on the Giants broadcast tonight. I thought I'd just go ahead and clear that up there if there was any confusion. Until we get to Javi and talk a little Giants baseball at the bottom of the hour, I told you we had some Bob Myers sound for you, and we got a lot to go through today because he was holding court over at Chase Center, a pre-draft press conference. The NBA draft is, of course, tomorrow. And how do the Warriors stay light years ahead? They do bold things like draft not worst players available, but best players available. Bob insists that's the strategy at 28 tomorrow.
I think we'll go best player is usually what we fall back on. But, I think the league is pretty wing heavy, and we've seen that position have a lot of value. But we haven't narrowed it down. If a point guard or a big makes the most sense, we'll do that. That's the thought as we approach it. That's the disadvantage of having the draft before free agency. We don't know, so that lends itself to saying, let's take the best player. If we find that we're unbalanced at a position, then let's try to recover in free agency.
I'm not saying that there is a direct line to be drawn from the draft pick to a coming decision here, but if they do go guard, that means Gary Payton might be on the outside looking in. As much as they'd like to bring him back, he could become cost prohibitive. If they're looking at 28 at more of give me the best 6'6" to 6'8" perimeter defender you can find, that probably spells the end for Otto Porter. Not directly, not definitely, but just trying to figure out, how the puzzle fits together and knowing who is under contract going forward right now. There are 8 players, only 8 Golden State Warriors that are under contract for the upcoming NBA season. Curry returns with 4 years left on his deal that ends with him making nearly $60 million in the final season, the 25-26 season. Steph Curry is at the age of 38. He will be an unrestricted free agent in 2026. Klay and Draymond are both back, obviously. Both still have 2 years left on their current contracts. Andrew Wiggins is back in the last year of his deal. Jordan Poole is back in the last year of his rookie contract. Extensions for either of those players, Bob Myers basically hinted that if that is going to get done, if Poole and Wiggins are going to sign extensions this year, don't expect them anytime soon.
In my experience, those things happen more towards October when there's a deadline. In the case of Jordan, and Wiggins doesn't really have a deadline. So, all these negotiations take on a life of their own. They're all different. But I do know with this guy like Jordan, usually those things come down to kind of training camp and the end of the line deadline. Wiggins, those are a little different because sometimes guys sign in the season. Sometimes there's a thought that they say, I don't want to deal with this during the season. So they'll impose kind of their own deadline, like Aaron Judge did, I guess, with the Yankees. I don't want to deal with this during the season, so if we don't do it by the start of the season, then I'm not going to do it during the season. So we're a long way from figuring out what Andrew wants and what his agent wants. But I do know what we want. We don't want to keep him. And we're going to make every effort to keep both those guys.
I really think that what Andrew Wiggins and his agent are going to want are to stay in Golden State for the top dollar that they'll be able to command from the Golden State Warriors. I think that's what they want. And Bob is right. There is no ticking clock on getting that deal done. And I don't think that Wiggins is going to take any hard measures in terms of negotiations. It just feels the opposite of him.
Well, but his agent will. His agent does that sort of lifting. And they're going to point to this year, especially the first half of the regular season and the real season that started in April. And they're going to go, you guys don't have a problem with the tax, so let's talk max. I think they'll make that as clear as possible because there is nobody in this draft who can do what he did this past season.
Andrew Wiggins, another max contract. If you're getting the guy who played in the NBA Finals, that's great. Anything less than that, the choruses of overpaid are going to start again. But it doesn't matter for the Warriors because it fits for them. He fits them.
And the overpaid argument is wasted on these guys.
On this team, yeah.
Because they've already established that they will overpay. I mean, they've overpaid cheerfully. Kevon Looney for his skill set is probably overpaid. Gary Payton Jr. for his skill set is probably overpaid. But when you factor that into what he provided them, what they both provided them, they're underpaid. So it's not about skill set. It's about, will you help us win? And they just proved that they did. So, yeah, that chanting a Warrior is overpaid is not only a redundancy, it's also an oxymoron.
So again, we got 8 players under contract. Curry, Klay, Draymond, Andrew Wiggins, Jordan Poole, James Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, all still on their first NBA contracts. Now, tomorrow, unless they trade out or up, they're going to have one more first-rounder with a guaranteed contract on their roster. And then what they end up doing with the 51st and 57th picks, which they have both of them in the second round, we don't know. We don't know. I mean, maybe they actually go ahead and pick those players and give them a shot to make the roster, but nothing is guaranteed for any second-round player. Bob Myers talked about how when it comes to Joe Lacob and the salary cap, as long as Lacob feels like there's a chance to win it all, he'll basically spend it all.
I didn't think it would be where it is, to be honest. I will go to Joe like I do every year and offer, this is what it's going to take to sign this guy. We've blown through budget thresholds before. It doesn't mean we'll do it again. It's pretty case specific. It wasn't public, but when we had this roster, Joe said this roster paying this much money doesn't make sense if we don't think we can win a championship. He said that before the season. He said that during the season. And as you all know, there was many times where this team did not look like a championship team. But the pressure I felt, I guess, in the front office was kind of like, if we spend this much money and lose in the first round, that would be pretty catastrophic. Fans don't have to care about that part too much. But the only way paying that much money made sense was to think that we could make it this far.
And obviously, the team delivered on any and all financial hopes. They made it as far as a team can possibly go. So when it comes to just putting a winner out there, again, Bob reiterates, Joe will spend when the timing's right.
The same idea would have to take place and take root for next season. If we felt like it could be a championship team, then you do, kind of go all in with all your chips. If we didn't, we'd probably hold back. But the payroll is already, as you know, the highest in the league. Second place isn't that close. That'll change over time, but Joe's always wanted to win. But last year we didn't spend the tax pyramid level and ended up signing some minimums. It worked out. So it's just dependent on if we think we can get value in free agency for some of these guys. We're not just going to spend to spend. We didn't do that last year. People may think we do that, but we'll look and see what we can do, and I'll ask Joe what he would authorize. But there is a limit. It's not like limitless. I would like it to be limitless, but trust me, it's not. You got to have some constraints.
Again, he's saying there are constraints. There can't be limitless spending, But as long as we got to go for it team, we got to go for it owner, and all indications are going to be pointing to going for it next year as well.
Yeah, it's just not universal going for it. I mean, they will hold the line on some guys. They held the line on Oubre because they didn't like what they were getting. But on people who are made guys, the three we all know about, and Wiggins now, those are no-brainers. That's already been budgeted. It's not even a discussion. The questions are now basically Looney, Payton, and next year Poole. That's what's in play here. Because if Otto Porter gets a better deal, they'll thank him for his service, give him a ring and a watch, and send him on his way. Not because they don't like him, but because that's where the Warriors do feel like they can hold whatever passes for a line for them.
One of the things that Steve Kerr said about Kevon Looney is the first kind of interesting pivot to how they really feel about Kevon Looney.
What more do we need to say about Loon? I mean, he's a championship center, modern-day defender, switch defender, which is what it takes in the playoffs. You know, as the 30th pick in the draft 7 years ago, the way he's developed, the way he's worked, the way he has become such a big part of our internal leadership and our fabric. He's a huge component to our success. So we all want him back. We also are, rooting for him personally to get a really good contract. So hopefully it's from us.
Again, I thought that was an interesting way to wrap that up. We're rooting for him to be overpaid, and hopefully we're the team that does it. But that is the first kind of inkling to me that if that's a choice that needs to be made, like Steve's already mentally preparing himself for why it will be made.
Oh, no, he knows that, a lot of things are in play here. Somebody may just decide, that's a $10 million guy. Only with the Warriors, he's a $60 million guy. Maybe that's a guy you hold the line on. And just take a gamble that him with the Warriors is way better than him on some other team.
Well, but that would be the gamble that another team putting a big splashy offer in front of him would be making. Well,
exactly. But they would be getting a $10 million player for $10 million. The Warriors get that times 5.
The NBA draft is tomorrow. We still have some more Bob Myers and Steve Kerr sound to pour over. And at 5 o'clock tonight, Kevin Arnovitz is going to join us to talk about the NBA draft and where the Warriors are as far as their offseason is concerned. In the offseason, the San Francisco Giants went and added Jock Peterson, who won it all with the Atlanta Braves last year. He's comfortable hitting in Atlanta, and you saw that again last night.
A high drive, right center field. Harris back at the wall. It is gone into the Braves bullpen. And the World Series hero back in Atlanta. His 15th home run of the year. 9-7 Giants.
Well, that'll certainly help, huh?
That'll help.
It'll help. It did help. Javi Lopez is nice enough to help us out by saying yes to Lucas's invitation to join Damon and Ratto here today. He's going to be doing the color on the TV broadcast again tonight. Javi, thank you for joining us. Damon and Ratto, how are you, pal?
I'm doing great, guys. Thanks for having me. How we doing?
Doing very, very well. I mean, there was a parade on Monday, so things are feeling good here at the station. Our attention starting to sort of pivot back to Major League Baseball, and we see the Giants, they ain't perfect, but they're better than advertised, I think, because no one really even knew what to advertise. It was a year that you'd hoped would start pretty well, and all things considered, it really has. They're not on pace for 107, but we didn't expect that last year. So, just looking at where the Giants are through the season right now, give us a little thumbnail sketch, Javi. What do you like? What do they need to get better at?
Well, I think exactly kind of how you were describing. You got to limit your expectations here. 107 games, that hadn't happened in the franchise history, so you're setting the bar pretty high. But I do think when you're looking at this club, the things that jump out immediately are just the starting pitching. You've got to get that straightened out. You're starting to get the bodies back. You got These Clefani came back last night, and you had Alex Cobb come back. So that's an encouraging sign. You want to make sure those guys continue to progress. But you need to start getting some depth into that starting pitching. You got to get these guys working a little bit longer. Carlos Rodon and Logan Webb have been able to do that extremely well. But you're going to need some help. The bullpen is getting a lot of work. A lot of guys have been throwing, multiple games, whether it's 8 of 12, 9 of 13. A lot of guys getting a lot of work. Camilo Doval being one of those, Tyler Rogers being another, up there for league leaders in appearances. And I think that's something you got to watch out for. I do like the lineup, the way it's starting to get back together. Unfortunately, Crawford had to come out with that knee contusion last night, but getting Brandon Belt back makes you a little more dynamic. They're starting to figure out that Luis Gonzalez needs to stay up here just because he's a tremendous talent with what he can bring both offensively and on the base pass, being able to steal some bags and be just a threat at all times with the runners, with the running game. I think it's important, but there's still some guys that you kind of want to see the bats go. It's been a tough June for some guys, and you just want to get them hot, and Longoria being one of those that pops to mind for me. He's a veteran. He's been around a long time, but you want to see these veterans kind of go. Crawford, another one. He was starting to get a couple hits in Pittsburgh, but the injury here hopefully doesn't slow him down too much. But you got to get these guys. You got to get some anchors in a lineup, and I think that's what the Giants are kind of searching for. But they're still winning ball games, and you got to give them credit for that.
This is your specialty, so I'll ask it directly. Is this bullpen good enough, A, to make the postseason and to last in it?
I do think the bullpen's good enough to do it, and I think the Giants are, for me, they're in the top 6 teams. Now, where they fall into those top 6 teams to make the playoffs, that'll be determined in the next few months, but I do think the bullpen has the weapons that they need. They brought up a couple guys from AAA, from the minor leagues, that didn't have immediate success up here, but, Llovera looks like a great complement, power slider, power fastball, a lot of movement. I think that's a guy that you're going to look at as you go down the line. But I do think, again, it's just the workload. You got to have a little workload management like they do in the NBA. You kind of have the same thing when it comes to bullpen guys, and that really is dictated by the starting pitching. And I think Gabe and the staff and Andrew Bailey, they understand that. I mean, you're asking guys to be eating up a lot of innings down there. They're up there in league lead for bullpen innings, and that's not a bad place to be, but it's not a place you want to be all year long.
Since we're talking bullpen with Javi Lopez, I need to ask you about Camilo Doval, who, he slammed the glove last night. Big whoop. I really don't care. If you can toss bats, you can slam gloves. I don't give a rip. My problem is it seems like he is the kind of guy who takes a non-save situation and underperforms to that situation. I think it's rubbed Kapler and some Giants brass the wrong way, that he is basically saying, I'll give you my best if I'm in the 9th, but if I'm not in the 9th, you might not get my best, and that pissed them off a little bit. Camilo Doval's got probably some of the best, filthiest stuff in the entire organization. Is his head right?
I mean, that's an interesting take. I didn't see that from this perspective. I do think, you got him warming up. It's a tight ball game. Wilmer Flores gets a big knock. You have already got him hot, so it's one of those where you're going to use him. You can't quickly sit somebody down and get somebody hot. It might as well use them. So that's what he did. The frustration thing, I'll give you that. I think you never want to let him see his sweat, and I think he does a great job of keeping a great poker face out there so far this year. I think some of the concern might be for me is just, and I'll give Austin Wynns credit that he ran out there. He notices it, and he's trying to calm the guy down, and Flores came in as well to kind of settle whatever was going on with him. And, whether it rubs the front office the wrong way or Gabe Kapler, that ultimately they have to have that conversation with Camilo if that's something that's real. I think it's a guy that was frustrated with his execution, and more than anything, he's been living with that slider, but he was not executing last night, and I think that's where I saw the frustration coming from. But if it's something else, it's going to be addressed, and that's something that as a young guy, you got to figure out. There a lot's been put on him at a young age to go out there and be the guy that's going to be the anchor of the bullpen, and sometimes those moments do show up, and you got to be quick to put those fires out.
Well, let's talk mechanically then. Is the fact that his slider is more inconsistent this year look to you like a problem that's going to last a while, or is it easy to fix and maintain?
I don't think the mechanics are an issue. I think what it is for me, it's more of a workload thing, to be honest with you, for me. I just think that you're going to get a crisp Doval, if he can just get just a couple days of rest and just kind of get that arm speed back. I mean, it's funny for me to say that because he's still throwing 100, 101 on the gun, but the slider is his go-to pitch, and he's able to throw a lot of strikes with it. And, you know, it's funny when you have 100 and that's your second-best pitch. The slider is what he lives and dies with, and, you know, when he got walked off, that is the pitch that he got beat with was the slider. But I think mechanically he's going to get that figured out, but I think a lot of that just comes with your body. Your body, if it's not feeling right, you try to overexert things, you try to overcook that slider, and I think that's where the inconsistency comes from.
Javi Lopez with us here on 95.7 The Game. One more bullpen question for you, and it's about Tyler Rogers, who obviously has about as unique a delivery as we have in Major League Baseball. Has the league caught up to that delivery at all? Because his ERA is not where he wants it to be right now. And, I mean, the best thing you can say about Tyler Rogers is he doesn't give up home runs. I know he just gave up a home run, but right. People do not take him deep. But it feels like they're taking him a lot of other places.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the unpredictability of a bullpen. To be fair, I mean, you look across anybody's stats. I mean, there's a very few guys that have been able to consistently perform out of a bullpen year in, year out. And I think with Tyler Rogers, it's a guy that a lot was thrust upon him. And for the reasons you mentioned, you want a late-inning guy that is going to keep the ball in the yard, a guy that's going to induce a lot of contact, and that's his repertoire. That's his forte. But I think, you know, with Tyler, it's another guy that's been pitching a lot in the ball game. And I thought last night was a great spot where you do bring him in right after a starter early in a ball game. He can throw a lineup into a bit of a funk where you can bring in some more power arms late, and guys have to adjust to the velocities. You know, Tyler's best sinkers are going to be 82, 83, 84, and you can bring in a guy after that, and Dominic Leone and Zach Littell, and guys that can throw in those upper 90s. And I think when you get into those spots, I think that's where you can use his versatility and let him get some length. They did it yesterday to let him throw a couple innings. The stuff got a little bit crisper. It's tough to block it in when you're only out there for an inning and things don't go well. Right. You know, you don't have that opportunity to work on your secondary stuff. And I thought yesterday was a big improvement, but I think there's something to that. Like you're mentioning, maybe the league's seeing them a little bit more often. The scouting reports are out of this world from team to team, organization to organization. These guys know what you eat for breakfast, basically. I mean, they can tell you everything. So it's up to these pitchers to kind of rely and really lock in on something that they can lean on in those hard times. And Tyler's been figuring that out. And I think, honestly, it's been the sinker in on the right-handers. I think it's been a good pitch for him.
As we continue to return to, you know, maybe another bat, but the real issue this year it's the pitching. The starting pitching in the bullpen, what the Giants are expecting this team to get from both groups, they're really not getting right now. How much of a percentage would you draw from the struggles to Buster Posey's retirement in a straight line? Like, how much has it hurt this franchise's pitching collectively that Buster Posey has retired?
Well, I would say from last year to this year, there's a definite loss in that regard. But I do think you mentioned it, and I've always said this, that no matter how you do in a baseball game, it begins and ends on the mound. If you can't pitch and throw and get zeros and get outs, I don't care how many runs you're going to score. You're not going to be as successful. And I do think that that's a challenge that the Giants are trying to figure out with the starting pitching and the bullpen, trying to figure out what pieces fit where, what we can get from guys. But Kirk Casale's, a lot's been put on him to have to come in and be a guy. And the pitchers love throwing to him, and his win percentage shows it. He calls a great game. He studies well. Austin Wynns is learning on the fly. They brought him in, and he's had to learn awful quick. And I think he's doing a good job. Joey Bart, unfortunately, just was having an offensive struggle, but I thought defensively he was doing pretty well, and the pitchers like throwing to him. But you're right. I mean, it's a franchise player, a guy that you could just, since 2010, be able to put in that squat and know that he's catching most every ball game. And I think that's a major void, and it's going to take some time for them to figure that out. And, you know, a lot is going to be put on the catchers to have those conversations with their pitchers, to know what they're comfortable with. And that's also on Andrew Bailey and even Gabe Kapler to kind of have those conversations with the catchers and let them know what's expected of them. Offensively, they're not going to be Buster Posey, and I don't think the Giants need that ultimately, but you do need better production from that spot. I think they're hitting under 200 as a group, and I think that's something that needs to improve. But again, you could say that for any position at this point in time.
Javi, thanks so much for the call, and have a great call tonight. We really appreciate your time.
Guys, thanks for having me. Anytime.
Thank you very, very much. If you're looking for more Giants talk, check out Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, Mark Willard and Joe Shasky on the Odyssey app, wherever you download your podcasts. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Look at the under when the Cardinals face the Brewers. I'm Joe Gillier, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. St. Louis and Milwaukee are neck and neck in the NL Central and continue their 4-game series tonight.
back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
What if I told you we hadn't done a What If Wednesday in a really long time? And knowing that, Lucas said he cooked up a great question for today. And instead of leaving it to the end of the show, I said, let's put it just smack dab in the middle.
Boy, that's a great question.
So we're going to get into a What If Wednesday right at the top of the hour. Until then, we got a few things to talk about. We thank Javi Lopez for joining us once again, talking about the Braves and the Giants tonight. Carlos Rodon goes against Charlie Morton. It's a pretty good pitching matchup. We were spending an awful lot of time with Javi talking about this bullpen, who last night, Kapler talked about Camilo Duvall throwing his glove after he forgotten how many outs there were in the game.
We talked about it after the game. I think he thought there was 3 outs, and for a good reason. Like, it was just like a lot happening for him over the last couple of days. He's a young pitcher. He's finding his way, and there's a lot of frustration built up, and I feel like that was the moment it just kind of spilled out. We talked about it. He's not going to have that happen again. He's a guy that's still developing, still growing, still learning himself and learning the league, and he understands that wasn't his best look, and he's going to get better.
All right, let me translate that. We told him to knock that off and not do it again.
And I bet he does it again.
Why?
Because guys with tempers let them out. I mean, he might hone it so that it doesn't look so, I don't know, 9 years oldish. But you have a temper and you're not going to, it's going to come out from time to time.
Here's the thing, have your temper, but, don't go throwing your glove like a little leaguer. Come on.
Well, but that's my point. He'll do that again. There will be other conversations. Not because he's stupid, but because that's how he's wired.
Did you think that Steph Curry was going to get into a habit of throwing his mouthpiece around once he saw it once? We've never seen it before.
He was 30 at the time. So, Camilo Duvall is, 25?
He might even be younger, yeah.
Yeah, it's some guys have tempers, some guys don't, and some guys hold on to them for a while. Because this is not the first incident for him.
Well, Gabe Kapler said, knock it off, kid. And I hope he does. Because, look, I like Camilo Duvall a lot. I just want him to start breathing out his third eyelid, align the chakras, and just take care of the job. You got the stuff to get the job done in the 9th inning or whenever they need you to pitch. Like, haven't we all in the last year or two learned that having your best bullpen arm attack the highest leverage moment of the game in the moment you deem this is the moment in the game that we need to win with our highest leverage arm, whether that be in the 9th inning or not, it's a compliment that they chose you.
Yeah, but the fact that he's bounced back and forth means, A, that they don't actually, shove their chips in with him every night the way, you'll see with, with some guys. There are not that many guys left. Kimbrel, Kenley Jansen. There aren't that many.
Right, you're
the
established.
closer all the time.
Right.
But I think his mindset is, but I must be the closer all the time. And on this team, the way this pitching staff is used, especially the way this bullpen is used, there will be times when he's an 8th inning guy or a 7th inning guy, and that's an adjustment that he's going to have to make sort of mentally.
Austin Wynns was billed as a trade that they had to make because, Joey Bart just was not getting it done behind the plate. So Austin Wynns, who has a reputation of not being much of a hitter and certainly not being much of a power hitter, he hit an early 3-run home run last night, his first of the season, his first in a Giants uniform. And for a guy who can't hit, he's only played 10 games. He's off to a nice 320 clip with the Giants. That's better than Joey Bart any week he's had yet. So Wynns has a career high 3-hit ball game last night and tied a career high with 4 RBI. You keep the hot bat in the lineup. He's going again tonight, as is Jacques Peterson. Little bit of a dicey infield tonight. No Longoria at third. So you got Belt, you got LaStella at second, you got Estrada at short, and you got Wilson. Friends. Why am I forgetting his name right now? Wilmer Flores. Thank you very much. I always think of, the guy who likes the Friends theme song being played in his walk-ups. Wilmer Flores. I always want to call him Wilmer Friends. Wilmer Flores is at third. Carlos Rodon, A lot of strikeouts tonight would be a great idea because that is not exactly a defensive-minded infield.
Yeah, it could be a hockey game tonight.
Speaking of which, hopefully we get a good hockey game tonight. One more note. Remember the name Yermain Mercedes? He was one of the best stories in all of baseball for a minute last year. He got DFA'd, though, by the White Sox after his minute was over. He's been claimed by Farhan and the Giants. Now, this is a guy who got off to a huge start and then tailed off in a big way. He also got sideways with La Russa. Remember, after being named the American League Rookie of the Month to start his career, he swung at a 3-0 pitch and was basically never heard from again because Tony didn't like it, and his confidence just eroded, and he was not good. And so he got DFA'd. He's got some power. He's got some talent. Giants jumped all over it. He's exactly the kind of guy that this team has found success with. So it'll be interesting to see what he ends up looking like when he does end up with the big league club, if indeed he does.
Did you see how he celebrated his signing with the Giants? Did you see this?
No, I didn't.
He put out a video of himself celebrating with a champagne shower that he got signed. He's back in the bigs, or on his way back to the bigs.
He's so happy to be out of the White Sox organization. That's all that. Tony La Russa and he hated each other.
Well, they didn't get along, and when Mercedes' teammates defended him, I think that added to the problem.
Yeah, Tony hated him even more.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not be a heretic of Saint La Russa. So there you go. There's all the baseball you need to know about other than this. The Mariners are at the A's again tonight. Paul Blackburn is the closest thing the A's have to win day. He's very good. He's their all-star, without a doubt. Paul Blackburn is 6-2 with a 2.26 ERA. The Mariners hit 3 home runs in a row in the 7th inning last night, 4 total for their game. James Caprillion is now 0-5 after 10 starts to this season. It's going to be a rough, long year for your Oakland Athletics.
It will be everything that the Yankees year is not.
Oh, my God, the Yankees are good.
They lost last night, and it was a surprise to everyone in baseball.
Yeah, the Yankees right now have a pitching staff that is having one of the best starts any Yankees pitching staff has ever had, and they're just mashing.
The stat I saw was their staff whip is lower than Mariano's whip the year that he had 53 saves. The whole staff.
So either everyone learned the hammer of God pitch, or they're just all having a hell of a year.
It's probably the latter, but, at any point during the year, when you point to one of the best individual years any pitcher's ever had, and then say, yeah, we got 14 guys who can do that.
By the way, that was the 1 minute that I thought the Boston Celtics might beat the Golden State Warriors in the NBA Finals when the collective entire roster of the Boston Celtics was hitting threes at a better clip than Steph Curry's career three-point percentage. That's when I thought, all right, well, this really wasn't planned on here. Maybe this is going to be a problem. We'll have much more Warrior talk coming up. We got more Bob Myers sound to get through. We're going to have a What If Wednesday in just a minute, but the fun never stops in the NBA, and our offseason is officially underway. Is this our first trade? Do we have the first trade of the offseason? Is this it? Jeremy Grant leaves Detroit. He's heading to Portland. The Trailblazers have been on the Jeremy Grant train for over a year. They've been trying to do a deal for him. He just got traded for a 2025 first rounder. It's protected. I guess it originally belonged to the Milwaukee Bucks, so it's protected 1 through 4. But the Portland Trailblazers are acquiring Detroit Pistons forward Jeremy Grant for a protected 2025 first rounder and additional draft assets. That is from Woj. And as Bob Myers said in his, sit down with the media today, when it comes to free agency around the NBA, sometimes a general manager needs to be following Woj on Twitter.
Free agency, unrestricted especially, is not something, it is in our control to a certain extent, but in some ways it's not. When I was an agent, I felt like I probably had more control than a team because I had more information. I knew what the market was. I don't know what the market is for a lot of these guys, nor will I. Sometimes you find out with a Woj tweet that a guy's gone. So thankfully I hope that our players will give us a chance to respond to an offer. They don't have to. They don't owe it to us, but that's what you get if you win and you create a good environment. You might get a chance to match something, although they don't owe it to us, and we'll have to react. But sometimes the money doesn't line up for us or them, and then you move on. But our goal, our hope is to bring all those guys back and try to do it again.
I love that. Sometimes we find out. I'm an NBA general manager, and sometimes a Woj tweet lets me know what the hell is happening in this league. And by the way, we're not perfect. We do our best. Dallas trading for Christian Wood was the first trade of the NBA's offseason. Pardon my French. It was not the trade that we got today. Jeremy Grant to the Portland Trail Blazers.
Well, they're still planning to build around Damian Lillard, so, and the league is not going to get worse. So they may struggle again next year because Jeremy Grant can't be the only thing they do.
No. He's 28 years old. He's eligible to sign a 4-year, $112 million contract extension beginning in December. So there you go. That is your new running buddy, Damian Lillard. And as we said, sometimes loyalty blows up in your face. Damian Lillard should thank Portland for its memories and try to do better by himself because they're not the franchise to put a winner around him.
Yeah, but he's had chances to make that demand and refuses.
He is.
He wants to stay.
He's loyal to a fault. That's where that saying comes from, I think.
Yeah, but I mean, a guy who wants to stay when things aren't looking great, has other reasons for staying. And maybe he's just found that Portland is the place he wants to spend the rest of his life.
He says he likes it. Yeah. I mean, he really, really does. He says he likes it there. He likes the community. He likes the city. He likes that, it's kind of a weird, lefty, goofy town, and that fits him. I would really like to see a guy with that much talent in a better situation playing for a franchise that wasn't as collectively as incompetent as the Trailblazers proved themselves to be. They, you know what they really are? They're the Utah Jazz with better uniforms.
Well, they've got better uniforms now because the new Jazz uniforms are god-awful.
Oh, my God, those are bad. They look like they look like they're bees.
They look like they broke into a Catholic school gym and stole what was hanging in the equipment room.
Like some pennies, not even actual jerseys.
Yeah, they were just
black and yellow pennies.
Yeah, they look awful. And I'm guessing they will have new uniforms in a year.
Those are bad. Speaking of new uniforms, sometimes you got to go old school. The New England Patriots are bringing back Patriot Pat on the side of the helmet with the white helmets and the red jerseys for a few games next year. And those are fantastic NFL uniforms, so I support that wholeheartedly.
That was a great logo.
It really
when they
was.
Introduced it in 1960.
Yeah, and then they went with futuristic Elvis Patriot. It just doesn't look good.
No, it's
never looked good. It looked like a CFL team or something.
No, CFL teams have a little more character about their helmets than this one does.
Like an arena team.
This one looks like, it looked like, hey, you know what the kids really like now? They really like stuff that looks like a swoosh.
That's what they got. By the way, welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station.
What if I told you hindsight is always 20/20?
The Minnesota Timberwolves select Stephen Curry.
That everything happens for a reason.
With the first selection in the 2005 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Aaron Rodgers, quarterback from California.
What if I told you it's time for What If Wednesday?
Oh, the things that could have happened might have happened, but probably didn't, which is why Lucas has prepared a question about it. Welcome to our first What If Wednesday, and many a Wednesday. Lucas, what have you cooked up this afternoon?
I have a couple NBA Draft Warriors questions that I want to get to in a second, but I have a Giants question first. Every Giants fan knows that, or they think that this team needs a bat, and they will go out and get one by the deadline. But what if the Giants keep this pace? They're 10-plus games over 500 come the end of July, and they don't make a move to improve. What would that tell the fan base, and what would that tell you?
It would tell me that they don't believe that this year's going where any fan who really wants to see them do something is going. Look, bats, schmats, they need another pitcher. I think more than anything else. They need another starting pitcher before they need a bat, because Farhan has figured out a way to cobble together decent platoons. So I think if the Giants are serious about contending, they're about to make a deal for another starter or some definitive bullpen help, probably both areas, before I'm really worried about a bat. And I know that might be going against the grain of public opinion, but we're not perfect. We do our best. Roger Goodell.
Yeah, I mean, they're sixth in run production.
I can live with that.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're getting enough offense. It's not a dynamic or exciting offense. It doesn't have
to be fair,
ton of home runs.
To be fair, there are like 3 or 4 dynamic, exciting offenses in all of baseball.
Yeah, but I mean, they're top 10 in homers. They're okay. Where they're not okay, and I tried to talk to Javi Lopez about this, was their bullpen. It's either overused or under good, but they're below league average in a lot of metrics. And I'm not talking about blown saves and nonsense stats like that, but the ones that actually matter to general managers. It's a substandard bullpen. And it's not the kind of thing where you could just trade for one guy and everything is fixed. You have to get better performances from a number of people. And one of those people we talked about already in Doval, but they need more from McGee. They need more from Littell. They need more from Leone. I mean, it's there in front of them. They know what the problem is. Starters are going to be hard to come by at the deadline. So they're going to have to figure out how they make do with what they've got, the way they did last year. But the bullpen is the thing I think is their Achilles heel.
The nice thing is there are some teams that are just like laying down to die around these leagues. So a couple of trading partners who will not be under the illusion that, with the right move or just standing pat, we could too be contender-ish. There's basically, baseball is the haves and the nowhere closes these days.
Yeah, I think there's about, I saw this the other day, there are 8 teams on pace to lose 100 and 5 teams on pace to win 100.
Ugh.
And I think the teams that are on pace to lose 100 may grow.
I would not be surprised. All right. What if Lucas had another question?
That'd be crazy. And it's true. We got a little bit of a James Wiseman update today from both Bob Myers and Steve Kerr.
Championship.
Seems very likely he gets some run at some point during the summer league. He and Moody and Kuminga. So that's good. He'll return to action at some point this summer. My question is about how far has his stock fallen around the league? So what if James Wiseman was in this year's draft? Where do you think he'd go?
He is absolutely a top 3 pick. I don't think that there's any doubt about that. The unknown of James Wiseman can't be defined as known other than touch injury prone. That's the only thing we really know about him. And even the injury prone could be unfair. He just caught some bad breaks. We'll find out. I mean, the man's career hasn't even begun yet. So I don't think that he can be looked at as anything other than a high-value draft pick, and he's absolutely in the conversation with Paolo Banchero and Jabari Smith and Chet Holmgren, and I wouldn't be surprised to see someone feeling that they would have to do why the Orlando Magic should take him number 1 overall. That story would have happened.
If we're talking about the Wiseman of one draft ago, before when he was drafted without knowing anything about what he did with the Warriors a year ago, he'd probably be 1.
How about right now, Ray?
Right now,
everything
with a knee
injury?
Him. Yep. 5, 6. Because it's been he missed an entire year and a big chunk of another one. That makes him kind of a health liability for a guy of his age.
What if he'd already told the Sacramento Kings, don't bother drafting me, I'm not interested in coming?
Then I think the Kings should take him, just to spite him.
Yeah.
Because at some point, they have to take the best guy on the board and not ask him questions like, will you come play for us? You just go, we're taking you. Have a nice day.
Anyone who tries to talk about James Wiseman definitively is full of it. We have absolutely no idea. I mean, James Wiseman has just as much chance of being a big part of multiple championships going forward as he does to not really working out well at all, and he's on another team a year from now. Like, I don't know, because we don't know who he is. We have not enough information other than he's been hurt.
But that, if you're putting him in a draft, that's huge. That's all I'm saying is if you don't know what he's going to project out to be, that's absolutely true. But a guy with his injury history going into this draft, I'd be inclined not to touch him.
Fair enough. I don't like damaged goods either. I'm not here to argue. So we got one more, Lucas.
We do have one more. I don't know that you guys have time to answer it, but I can kind of tease it. I wanted to bring up Jordan Poole, and it's something that Steiny brought up in their show today. Bobby Marks told us yesterday that whatever the deal he's going to get, it's probably going to be north of $20 million, 21, 22 mil a year whenever he gets that extension, whether it's from the Warriors, which it probably will be, or from somebody else. But Steiny brought up the point that, and I know you mentioned it earlier, and it kind of killed this bit. But
hold on 1 second.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
You are, and you're helping provide content for us. What if the Kings called and offered the number 4 pick for Poole? And I might have some things that may sway you if you want to hear them on the other side. I know you dismissed it earlier, but I may have some points that may get you to the other side.
So that sounds like a producer who decided to turn that question into a tease for an upcoming segment, and I love it. That means everybody's rowing in the same direction today. So we're going to come on back. We're going to have a commercial break to think about it. On the surface, it's a no. On the surface, it's a no. I want Jordan Poole at this point going forward, knowing what I know about him. Again, if the unknown has me still liking James Wiseman, the known has me loving Jordan Poole. So, yeah, I'm not doing that trade, but you said you might have a sweetener for me? Okay, let's find out what that sweetener is. Ray, how successful do you think Lucas is going to be sweetening this deal?
Well, not with you. You already made up your mind.
No.
I guarantee you, there will not be enough to make you think that the Warriors should move Jordan Poole.
Are you going to maybe think about it?
You
got an open mind.
I'd think about it.
All right, so there you go.
But you won't.
I'll think about it.
No, trust me. I know you. I know your feelings about Jordan Poole.
Look at it this way. Do we have to include Will Sheehy in the trade? Because I'm not trading any Hoosiers from the video room. So that's a full non-starter. Don't even bother. But we'll think about it. I will promise the entire audience, and even you, Ray, that I will keep an open mind. On the other side of this break, we're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, providing a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So we are guest-free until we say hello to Kevin Arnovitz, who's going to be joining us at 5 o'clock to talk about a really interesting story he put out today on ESPN.com. Front page stuff about the upcoming NBA draft, the crapshoot that it is, and how the Phoenix Suns plan to nail the NBA draft mostly by ignoring it, is the headline that the article is attached to. It's really interesting. So Kevin Arnovitz, a day ahead of the NBA draft on different draft philosophies, and obviously a lot of homegrown draft philosophy took over the NBA Finals. I mean, you were looking at real two homegrown teams there. So trying to make the argument that the draft isn't important is a tough one. We'll see how the Phoenix Suns are doing that. So Kevin Arnovitz at 5 o'clock today. By the way, we are brought to you by Trimark, partnering with independent restaurateurs in Northern California for over 55 years. Trimark brings you innovative product solutions to help your hospitality business thrive. Visit TrimarkWest.com. All right, Ray, I've got an open mind about a possible Jordan Poole to the Kings for 4, but I'm going to tell you, on its surface, feels a little funny to me. Lucas says he has sweeteners. Lucas, what do you got?
I don't know that I can offer any sweeteners from the Kings side. I just wanted to make the case why you should listen. Here's first and foremost, you roll back the clock on the contract negotiations, right? You get a guy on a rookie deal for 4 more years. In my mind, that pick at 4, if you're the Warriors, would be Jaden Ivey. You'd hope that he can give you what Poole has provided you on offense while giving you more value on the defensive end, and also bringing into the conversation what we saw from Jordan Poole in the finals this year. He was limited to a lesser role because he's so exploitable on defense. Jaden Ivey is someone who he very well could end up being the best player in this draft. And when you look at him and when touts compare him to the skill sets that you see around the league, a lot of people say maybe some Donovan Mitchell there, a little Darius Garland, some prime Victor Oladipo. For those reasons, I think
never compare a Boilermaker to a Hoosier. But okay, go ahead.
Good point. And I forgot about that, so maybe no matter what, you're out on Jaden Ivey.
So look, I watch a lot of Jaden Ivey. He's a player. He's a real player. But there's nothing more guaranteed for him to be a better player in the NBA than what I just saw Jordan Poole prove himself to be in the NBA. You can talk about playoff struggles all you want. Jordan Poole did not prevent. He actually helped the Warriors to winning an NBA title this year. I got follow-up questions. And this is for you too, Ray. Either of you think that Jordan Poole has peaked? Are we at the mountaintop, or is the mountaintop still in front of us?
Ray, I'll let you answer.
Tell me who he's playing for.
The Golden State Warriors.
Probably not. I don't think he's ever going to be a very good defender. I don't think he has the mindset for that. And that's going to limit his prospects of becoming a 33 or 34 minute a game guy. Because I don't know that the Warriors want to play three guards very often, and they're not sitting Stephen Curry for him. So,
but look at what they've done to Steph Curry in terms of turning him into a more than competent defender. And of course, Steph Curry has an awful lot to do with that too, his own willingness to want to get better and work harder than the guy standing to the left or right of him. I get it. But Jordan Poole and every single precinct around him reports that if you don't like his defensive acumen, it's not for a lack of hard work. He is a gym rat, a real hard worker who has seen what hard work has returned to him from a reward standpoint, and he just caught an awful lot of defensive Jesus in the NBA Finals. Like, I think he now knows more than he ever has about this league, and to really be the player that he wants to be, I expect him to return to all of his hardworking traits and improve in that department. I really do. I believe in Jordan Poole becoming a much better player than he is today, and today he's a pretty damn good NBA player.
Well, I'm not as sanguine about his defense as you are, but I think offensively we don't even have to get into that. He's a dynamic offensive player. The only issue is whether you think that he will continue to be happy coming off the bench.
That was my next question.
And that's where the wild card is, because it's not really about Jaden Ivey v. Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole is a better player. You know, Jaden Ivey is a complete unknown who had 9 points against St. Peter's. It's whether he can wait as long as the Warriors need him to wait. And I'm not sure that that's what he wants to do. In which case, you have to start trying to look inside his head. Go, where's he going to be in a year with this? Because the core of our plan is for Stephen Curry to be that guy for another 3 years. And if he can't wait, then maybe you do the deal knowing that you're not getting value right away. But to know that, you have to get honest answers from him and or his agent, and I'm not sure you'll get those.
Does Jordan Poole understand the assignment? Is a huge question. The assignment is don't even think of yourself as the Warriors' sixth man. You're the fifth and a half man. You are somewhere in between, in the starting rotation and on the bench. You really are. And I think that is a reality for Jordan Poole. I also think that Jordan Poole need not worry about starter minutes if the money is right, or the connotation or designation of being a starter. If the money is right, I mean, Andre Iguodala just put that into him and gave the kid an awful lot of NBA street knowledge. If the Golden State Warriors were anything less than defending NBA champions, I'm listening to your trade. I am. I'm listening. But because the price of admission to next year is defend this title, I think you have a better chance of doing that with Jordan Poole in year 4 than Jaden Ivey in year 1. So I'm keeping Jordan Poole, and I'm spending Joe Lacob's money as if we were in Las Vegas. I don't care.
Yeah, I'm not moved by the prospect of Jaden Ivey. If this was a year ago and it was Cade Cunningham, I'd be pretty moved. But Jaden Ivey is not that guy. And I don't hear anybody in the top 3 trying to get out of it because they all like what they're going to end up with one way or another. Jaden Ivey is a guy who could end up on any one of about 9 teams because Sacramento's probably going to trade out of that spot because they keep screaming, we got to make the playoffs now, we got to make the playoffs now. And adding a guard to a traditionally guard-heavy roster doesn't get that done for them.
And look, I watched an awful lot of Purdue basketball.
Because you're lonely.
Well, I watch a lot of Big Ten basketball.
Because you're lonely.
I thought that Jaden Ivey was the kind of guy that is clearly going to be a pro. 4th pick in the draft? I don't think I ever saw that. I had to be honest, I didn't see Jordan Poole going in the first round of the draft, and he did. I did think that Draymond Green was going to be a first-round draft pick, and he wasn't. So, I'm not doing that deal, and it's not because I'm coming in with a preconceived bias. But looking at it all, looking at where the Warriors are, looking at who Poole is and what I do already know about him because he's spent time in this league. If Jordan Poole's reputation for being a really hard gym rat, really hard worker, weren't as concrete as it was, we'd have something to talk about. But I believe in Jordan Poole. I believe that he now understands what it is to be a great NBA player in terms of being a 16-game player, and he knows that he's going to have to get better defensively. And if I am him, I am hanging out with Steph Curry every single time that Steph Curry is going over defensive drills with his personal trainer, Brandon Payne, and trying to learn everything possible. The guy that the guy that Jordan Poole needs to be is right there. Do what that guy did. Do what Steph Curry did. That is your future. I mean, I'm going to go ahead and not do that deal. Thank you very much.
See, I know it.
What if you're the Kings? Is that as good a package as you're going to get? Just one Jordan Poole for 4? Because as Ray said, they're shopping the pick. And Ivy doesn't want to go there.
That doesn't work for me if I'm trying to run the Kings and my owner has told me I'm going to make the playoffs or I'm going to get fired. I need more bodies. I need 2 veterans to come out of that pick. And maybe I throw in the other pick too and just get out of the draft entirely. But if I have to make the playoffs this year, then I need 2 veterans who know how to do that. And there's nobody in this draft that I can get my hands on that is going to do that for me, let alone Jaden Ivey.
If I were the Kings and I were really shopping for, I would call the Knicks. They're always willing to do a deal for a sexy draft pick that they never end up actually getting. I would call the Nets about Kyrie Irving. I would certainly call the Utah Jazz about Donovan Mitchell. But again, more guards in Sacramento. More guards.
Yeah, I could not, in good conscience, say we're going to make the playoffs with Kyrie Irving. As good as he is, you don't know what you're getting.
No, but Kyrie Irving is, the day he walks and signs a deal with the Sacramento Kings, before he even dribbles a basketball, he's one of the 15 greatest Sacramento Kings of all time.
But I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing about where his headspace is. He will have moved from a place where his best friend in basketball runs the team to a place where he knows nobody and doesn't want to be. And I think that's a recipe for shutdown.
Well, I mean, he's a recipe for that might not go right no matter where he is, right? I mean, that's the beauty of Kyrie.
That may be true, but of all the places where it won't go well, it will go worse in Sacramento than anywhere else. Sacramento is largely considered Siberia. And it would mean that Kevin Durant signed off on that deal. And those guys are joined at the hip from everything I've read. I mean, otherwise the Nets might have just decided to, let him go, period. So that would mean that he's been rejected by basically his consigliere in Brooklyn and ending up in the farthest place away from Brooklyn you can get.
And I'm not that lonely. I mean, I'm married with 2 kids. But yeah, I don't see any friends anymore. I don't get to go outside of the house, so that's why I'm in watching Big Ten basketball.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I was right. I mean, if you watch that much Big Ten basketball, you're ground-bound, pal.
Hey, we're not perfect. We do our best.
You're chained to the radiator.
Damon, it seems like you don't love Jaden Ivey. Let's test your theory for how much you love Jordan Poole a little longer. What if Houston called and offered 3 for Jordan Poole right now?
Oh, okay. So I'm definitely getting
one of the top 3 prospects, whether it's Jabari Smith, Chet Holmgren, or Paolo Banchero.
Well, now we got to talk, don't we?
Yeah.
Now we have a conversation. Because now I'm coming away with a big wing who is capable of putting a ball on the floor, or, I can just plant my flag in one of the more interesting unicorns going, and that is Chet Holmgren. If I were Orlando, if I had the number 1 pick in this draft, I think I'm taking Chet Holmgren. And I understand that this could be the draft pick that gets me fired if I'm the Magic GM. I understand that this could be a massive swing and a miss based on, let's just say, Caucasianness. Like I say that. I say that. I say that. I say that. Should I? I don't even know if I should, but I am. I'm telling you.
You said it.
I said it. And I'm not taking it back. White boy, number 1 overall NBA draft doesn't sound like the deal that I was sitting down to make. But this guy is just a little different. He really is. He really is. He's got the most unique body in basketball. Full stop. Full stop. He's got as much skill as you can hope to draft. The problem is that he is, a 7-footer who's 195 pounds with a 7'6" wingspan. And oh, by the way, he blocks shots all the time.
Yeah, he's a better defender than either Smith or Banchero.
He is guaranteed 2 blocks a night in the NBA in his rookie year just by accident. I mean, that's who he is. He times his jumps well. He plays and defends the rim. He puts the ball on the floor. He attacks the rim. He's got a legitimate 3-point shot. And even though you want to look at him and say,
he's Chris Dudley,
he is built like Chris Dudley, who honestly was thicker.
Yeah.
Even thicker than this guy. He is Mr. Pencil come to life. But I've actually heard that floated as a reason for longevity, not fragility. He isn't putting the torque on his body and his joints and his ankles and his knees, and on bigs, that's where you got to be worried first, and feet, the way that Zion has, the way that James Wiseman, if you don't mind me saying, where you're so big, you got such a big body, you might tear something every time you land on a layup or dunk. Chet Holmgren doesn't carry that weight. And he moves in a way that is it screams, this guy plays basketball. He's not just some big dude playing basketball. He's a basketball player who happens to be 7 feet tall. So if we're drafting any player based on, it's not who you are today, but who you might be as you're signing the beginning of your second contract, I don't think anyone's got more upside than Chet Holmgren in this draft. Now, If you're offering me the third pick in the draft and I don't get Chet Holmgren because the Orlando Magic are thinking like me, now I'm looking at either Jabari Smith or Paolo Banchero. And, either I've done very well if I'm a Golden State Warrior with the son of former NBA players, and Jabari Smith is the son of a former NBA center. A 5-star recruit who has played with and met expectations at every single level he's ever tried. He's 6'10" with a 7'1" reach. He's got the wiggle on his dribble. He's good. I mean, he's really, really good. Jabari Smith would be a player I would consider trading Jordan Poole for, knowing that the Warriors a little bit more size, they could use it. Now, Paolo Banchero is 6'10". His game is not about explosion, but he's got more skill day one than anyone else. He is a guy that on a bad team who gives him starter minutes is, if it doesn't work out, he's scoring 18 points a night. He's getting 18 a night rookie year in the NBA for a bad team. What would he be as the Warriors? Andrew Wiggins light?
Oh, God, no. Doesn't defend.
He does not defend, but again, neither did Andrew Wiggins before he showed up in a Warriors uniform. He is clearly the least deficient defensive player of the three. But he has more offense in his bag day one than anybody.
That said, that's not good enough in Golden State. Steve Kerr would pull his head off on day one. The first time he misses a rotation because he just doesn't feel like it, he would make Jonathan Kuminga's minutes in the final look like, Wilt Chamberlain's minutes in 1960. He'd never see the floor. Of the top three guys, Banchero was the one guy the Warriors would not consider.
I hope he falls to 28 and they pick him.
Okay, fine. But they're getting Nikola Jovic there.
Nikola Jovic, which is going to be great for the knockoff jerseys.
I'll be honest with you, Denver needs to get him.
So they have Jovic and Jokic.
And they speak the same language, so
they can both pick up their NBA MVP awards riding into town
on a donkey.
On a carriage pulled by a donkey. I mean, I just think that if I'm getting the third pick in the draft for Jordan Poole, we have something to talk about. I mean, I won't know who that is, but we have something to talk about. At 4, we ain't talking.
It's probably Banchero 3, because to me it seems like Jabari Smith and Chet are going 1-2 to Orlando and OKC. So the argument is, would you want Banchero?
Again, don't the Warriors coach these guys? Like the dude who can't play defense today can probably play it a month from now. That's what they do. That's who they are.
And also, it's probably a meaningless exercise because the Rockets don't need another guard. They're not trading for Jordan Poole. They have Kevin Porter Jr. and Jalen Green. So we're just having fun over here.
Well, we need to stop that right away.
It's fun, right, Ray?
Ray, you having fun?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking me.
Will you shut up?
So
that was uncalled for, by the way.
We do know that Kevin Arnovitz is going to be joining us at 5 o'clock. I want to tell you about what we are going to talk about. And I don't want to talk about this for long today, but I do want to talk about it today. What we did learn out of an otherwise clown show moment from Congress getting into the Washington Commanders' overall operation today revealed 3 things. One, how broken we are just in terms of having adult conversations on Capitol Hill. Then it also realized that if you were a woman working for the then called Washington Redskins, you basically got chased around the coffee pot getting your fanny pinched. I mean, it was that bad. The third thing that we learned today is maybe the most damning of them all when it comes to explaining what a colossal scumbag Dan Snyder really is. This guy opened up a front of an international lawsuit because international lawsuits allow you to pursue discovery and information that just a U.S.-based lawsuit wouldn't. He opened up a fake international lawsuit so he could use their right to subpoena phone records to set up someone to take the fall for him. It is some real cloak and dagger scumbaggery that if you are officially asking Ray, Daniel Snyder hasn't cost the NFL any money yet. He could be going somewhere if all of this truth really hits the light, and now he is officially bad for business. Remember, all NFL owners really need is another rich guy. They can do better than this rich guy.
Oh, they could absolutely do better than him, but what we've seen no evidence that they want to do anything about him, because he hasn't actually cost them money yet.
Well,
and the fact that he might later, it also means that they're going to have to go to court to fight him, and he will throw as many lawyers at them as they will throw at him, and it will be a costly and very ugly fight that I don't think the owners want to have.
They might not want to have it, but let's see how this subpoena and his testimony looks.
He's not going to testify. He'll blow that off.
Well,
he'll sit on his yacht off the French coast and just say, come and get me, because you're not gonna. Congress showed today how feckless they are. The NFL has shown for years how feckless they are. He's gambling on the fact that neither of these groups have the stones to try to do the thing that you are correct in saying ought to be done.
This man knows no bounds, though. We're going to come on back and tell you a little bit more about it. And again, I don't know how you can just ignore congressional subpoenas and then walk on into your owner's suite of a team based in Washington like nothing ever happened and live a normal life again. So I wouldn't be so sure about that. He seems to be painted into a corner on this one. Anyway, when we come on back, that's what we got for you here on 95.7 The Game. And Kevin Arnovitz coming up to talk NBA draft and how it gets done at 5 o'clock. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Pro basketball futures market, believe it or not, but the best value to win the Pro Basketball Championship next year might just be the LA team in purple and gold at 18-1. The price makes it appealing. Obviously, still have 2-star players and potentially the promise of more. I like that LA price at 18-1. That's it for this Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. I'm Nick Costos. Keep it locked here for more throughout the day.
Is online casino and sports betting not yet legal in your
Back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
If you want this podcast, you can get this podcast after the end of every show. The show goes up on the Odyssey app. Subscribe to Damon and Ratto on the Odyssey app, wherever you find your favorite podcasts. We're going to have Kevin Arnovitz from ESPN stop on by talking about the NBA draft and how other teams, the Warriors included, go about looking at the draft through very, very different eyes. Some teams really value it, others not so much. So we're going to be talking about that with Kevin Arnovitz, but real quick, and this is not a road we want to spend much time down because it's just a bunch of unsavory and who the hell knows if anything will happen these days, but the Washington Commanders hearing was a total clown show this morning. You know, if you want to call it a waste of money, that's certainly one way to look at it, and I'm not here to say you're wrong. But another way to look at it would be like if you believe women shouldn't be harassed to the point of like physical harassment and groping in the workplace, like this would be an opportunity to maybe get to the bottom of that or advance that issue down the road. Nope. Nope. That's not going to be happening. What happened is we know that Daniel Snyder is a bad guy and that the franchise's reputation was the worst in football, but any genuine attempt to put that on the record got instantly undermined today. Let's just say half the room, without getting specific, was just looking to put forth performative sound bites, hoping that they'll be picked up on Fox News tonight. Ohio's favorite jagoff, Jim Jordan, asked Roger Goodell questions about David Portnoy. Like literally has nothing to do why anyone is in the room. They're asking questions about, you know, Ron Rivera fining Jack Del Rio for saying what he said about the insurrection. Nothing to do with why anyone is in this room. But while actual like petals of this were being revealed and, you know, some legitimate things were put forward to talk about just how much of a scumbag Daniel Snyder really is, here you go. Ray, he ran a shadow operation to bury findings and pay for silence, and the plan was to make everything look like it was Bruce Allen's fault, who is definitely no saint, but was tabbed as the fall guy for all the toxicity in the franchise, and Daniel Snyder was trying to make that into a reality with a false paper trail, essentially. Mm-hmm. Investigators detailed how Snyder's lawyers obtained some private information use in the dossier. Oh, by the way, he kept an enemies list. Like if you went to HR for the Commanders, that was not brought forward to then figure out how the place should be a better working environment. You made Daniel Snyder's enemy list, and he put investigators on you, and he pressured you to either quit or take a buyout. Like there was nothing about him that could even be suggested as dignified in trying to correct any wrongs. I mean, something
else.
else.
He's an awful human being from top to bottom.
Snyder filed a defamation lawsuit against Media Entertainment Arts Worldwide, which is based in India. As part of it, now you're saying, well, what the hell does this have to do with anything? Listen. As part of that lawsuit, Snyder used a powerful litigation tool that becomes available to parties to foreign proceedings to compel phone records, emails, and other documents from former employees and other individuals, according to the memo that was brought forth today. So basically, Daniel Snyder cooks up a fugazi lawsuit to be filed internationally so he can get into people's emails, work emails, personal emails, and phone records. The NFL representatives told the committee that Snyder's attorneys identified the specific inappropriate Bruce Allen emails in attempting to demonstrate that Bruce Allen had created the toxic environment for the Washington Commanders, prompting a targeted review of Allen's emails by the NFL, which you Raiders fans got to know about the other way, because those emails are the emails that led to John Gruden's firing. I mean, the amount of spider webs on this, Ray, it's unbelievable.
It's an extraordinary performance by an extraordinary figure. I mean, a tower of vindictiveness and small-mindedness who, among other things, the most benign thing he's ever done is ruin the football team. That's the best thing he's ever done, which gives you an idea of how bad a guy this really is. And yet, he's in this protected class at a time in American history where nobody has the stomach to go after him the way he should be gone after. I mean, if I was running that congressional hearing today, I would have just turned it over to their lawyers. You said, you guys get him. You guys tear Goodell apart to get to Snyder. All you got, and you said it yourself, was performances. There was one congressman, I can't remember what his name is, he asked Goodell one very pointed question. He said he had like sheaves of paper about other NFL investigations over the years. And the Snyder investigation, 5 pages. And he tried to get Goodell to talk about why there's so little paperwork on this. And Goodell danced around it, but essentially the fact is they didn't want to investigate, so they didn't.
Right. They dropped the ball intentionally.
Yeah, they took the ball, they kicked it over the stands. They just said, nope, we're not touching this. It's an owner. I mean, Donald Sterling would still own the Los Angeles Clippers if the Clippers were a bad football team.
Well, maybe. I mean, maybe. If there wasn't a new sheriff commissioner in town looking to establish himself and owners that were officially out to get him. How every NFL owner who might be a bad dude still doesn't draw the collective ire of the rest of the owners around him does feel a little unique to football. It does. But it look, today maybe laid the groundwork for the sea of emotions about this guy being among them to change. Like the House Oversight and Reform Committee today, figured out that he kept an enemies list, that he spent 0 time trying to correct a toxic workplace and put all of his focus on discrediting any accuser that dare come forward. He kept a dossier on who came forward with accusations against the team. He would intimidate, bully, investigate, and harass anyone who came forward with a complaint. He'd begin the process of termination, and if that got too sticky, he would just straight up buy people off. A subpoena has been issued for him to appear next week. Ray thinks it'll be summarily ignored. I think there might be enough noise around this to where, and again, it's not like he owns the Seattle Seahawks. We're talking about a guy being dismissive of a congressional subpoena in Washington, D.C.
Yes, we are.
There is an element that makes it a little bit harder to do there than anywhere else. Like, the NFL according to an Athletic report, says, and I don't know, if this is just the way that the writer felt about it or a true reporting of the fact, but the NFL has been counting votes on removing Snyder, and today might have changed that count a little.
Might have, meaning, does he have a count? Does he know anybody who is at ownership level who could give him a count, and that how it changes? Because I don't think anything has changed anything. They sent Roger Goodell up to the Hill to basically take the abuse that belonged to Snyder.
He's a human shield.
Yeah, and that's it. If they wanted to be serious about doing this, they would have done it by now. Because they've known all this stuff. There's nothing that Daniel Snyder does that they're not painfully aware of. And they've made no move against him, either officially or surreptitiously. They don't want this. And they will put up with a horrible human being and a bad owner in one of its franchises by papering it over by saying, yeah, but we're football.
Story on ESPN.com says NFL commissioner says he has no authority to remove Daniel Snyder as owner of the Washington Commanders amid ongoing scrutiny into the organization's workplace culture and accusations from women employees of pervasive sexual harassment by team executives. Goodell testified before members of Congress at a hearing by the House Committee on Oversight and Reform. At one point, near the end of more than 2 hours of testimony, Goodell was questioned by Representative Rashida Tlaib and was asked whether Goodell and the league are willing to do more to punish Snyder. He says, I don't have any authority to remove him, Congresswoman. In a way, is he asking for help?
He's not asking for help because he can't have a role here. He's an employee. 32 people, 31 people have the power to give this a go. And to date, none of them have bothered.
An NFL owner can be removed only by a 3/4 vote, so 24 out of 32 majority vote of fellow owners. Although Roger Goodell doesn't even have the ability to officially recommend such a vote.
No, they've made it clear what the limits of his power are. That's why I wondered why there's a commissioner at all, if not for, doing the performative dance like today.
Moments of today, I think, answers your question.
I mean, you'd be better off as a league if you just hired a lead negotiator to do the TV, the media contracts and the CBA, and then a lawyer to be your litigation arm.
Yeah, just a human pincushion.
Yeah, you don't need a commissioner.
There's something wrong with that. There's something deeply wrong with that. I mean, if you're wondering how absolute power corrupts absolutely, there it is right there, right?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, and Roger Goodell knew what the gig was when he took it because Paul Tagliabue didn't have any more power than he did. And they hired him so that he could be a mall cop to players.
But he was also a brilliant strategist in terms of setting up NFL rights and broadcasting rights.
Well, that's what I mean. He's a negotiator. That's his skill. And it's easier to be a negotiator and a rights negotiator for the NFL than anybody else. But Adam Silver has no more power than Goodell does. I mean, he was simply the front man who explained what the owners did to Don Sterling, because the owners were the guys who shoved him out. And Sterling accepted being tossed out because he got a record deal for the sale of the team. $2 billion in cash today.
The Commanders would go for $6 billion on the open market today.
Yeah, you're probably right, but the NFL shows no signs of being interested in opening that can of worms.
Again, but a 29-page memo that Snyder tried to discredit people was given to the NFL. So basically he lied to the entire NFL.
Yes.
Which might piss the entire NFL off eventually here. Like I'm just saying, is Daniel Snyder about to be removed? No. But if there is a train that eventually carries him away, I think today is the day that we can say the tracks were laid for that train to maybe move on.
Well, it's the first time we've seen the extent to which he was willing to be a scumbag. I think they've already known this.
Oh, yeah.
And the fact that they've already known this and done nothing is, to me, the tip-off. I mean, they're more angry at Jimmy Haslam today than they are Danny Snyder, as amazing as that seems.
For the Deshaun Watson guaranteed contract.
Yeah, they hate him infinitely more.
By the way, no one really cares about what happens to the Commanders, but the story is fascinating.
It's a great story.
What everyone around here does care about is how do the Warriors keep this going? And to talk about that, to talk about how different franchises approach the NBA draft, we're very happy to say hello to Kevin Arnovitz as we move into our 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station.
Kevin Arnovitz today, his story, front page stuff on ESPN.com, was about how the Phoenix Suns plan to nail the NBA draft, mostly by ignoring it. And yeah, that's a headline that you're going to click on, because who could ignore the NBA draft? But how much stock certain GMs and teams put into it is, up for debate. And he covered that. He also covered the NBA, and the finals was in San Francisco. And if there was ever an NBA finals to make arguments for homegrown talent, this was certainly it. Kevin, thank you so much for joining us. Damon Bruce, Ray Ratto, it's a pleasure to have you on today. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on.
It's good to have you on here. So, before we get into what the Suns plan on doing, since no one really cares about them around here, let's just talk with the situation that the Golden State Warriors find themselves in. They're champions who have already got, guaranteed huge dollars committed to homegrown players, and they're looking at a luxury tax of just unknown spending in terms of luxury taxes going forward. And it looks like Joe Lacob is willing to do it if the chance to win a title is there, and I think it's there next year. So as, the Golden State Warriors start looking at the 8 players that they have under contract and all that could happen around those 8 players, how are you looking at the Golden State Warriors?
I mean, I think from a macro perspective, the question that is going to be around the Warriors for the foreseeable future is, do we at any point aggregate any number of the Kuminga, Weissman, Moody trio? I mean, these are the guys they got in the draft when they were in the wilderness for a couple of years, right? And get Steph, Klay, and Draymond a vet, for the future. Not for the future, for the present, for the foreseeable future, to make 1 last or 2 last or 3 or 4 last runs, right? These guys their production's going to tail off a little bit. That's just a function of age. Wiggins is great. Obviously, nobody loves Kevon Looney the way Steve Kerr loves Kevon Looney. He's a perfect fit for that starting lineup. But at what point do you tap those resources? At what point do you say, yeah, we love all those guys. They're all going to have great NBA careers. Maybe they're for somebody else in exchange for getting us a few more years of prime where we are truly, can contend in the West. I mean, it wasn't the prettiest championship. I don't think anyone comes in and says they are the decisive Western favorites next season, the way they did for years, during the first part of that dynasty. But I think that's going to be the great question. You're going to have to balance a lot of different constituencies. I imagine your veterans might want you to cash that in. I imagine, those who plan to be around in the executive offices for 15 years see those 3 players as intriguing, and or at least 2 of the 3 or 1 of the 3, and worthy of keeping for the post-Steph era. But that, to me, is the great existential question for the Warriors for the foreseeable future.
Are any of those questions asked with this draft in mind, or is this just a day where the Warriors hang around for 4 hours, say a name, and then hang around for another hour and say another name, and then go home? Does this draft impact that long-term planning in any way whatsoever?
I mean, I don't really think so. I think this is the case with most elite teams, where you're at the end of the first. That's not to say they don't have something up their sleeve. I haven't heard anything, and I think a lot of the engineering of the roster that we're talking about probably happens, after that. If it happens at all, it probably happens at deadline season. You get a sense of, okay, what do we need? I mean, that's the thing about contenders, is a lot of those acquisitions can be done, when you really get to appraise, hey, what do we have in January? Like, how do we lose, or how do we win this title? So I expect tomorrow to be relatively uneventful. I just don't see a scenario where unlike a lot of teams, no one's on the block. I mean, they're not doing anything with their those three core guys. They're not doing anything with Wiggins. I mean, I think there's nobody in the sort of the core to me that would be moved, and they don't exactly have the future assets, first round picks to kind of acquire, to say nothing of room to absorb salary and whatnot. So I just think that tomorrow is, it's a fun time to watch the rest of the league in their machinations.
As we start to talk about the free agents that they do want to re-sign, obviously Jordan Poole is the type of basketball player that any basketball team, I think, would covet and want to give big dollars to. And then there's a little bit more of a riddle in Kevon Looney, who fits like a perfect puzzle piece with the Golden State Warriors, but is so spectacularly limited that in another uniform, he might not fit at all. So what do you think the open market value of Kevon Looney is? Because, boy, is beauty in the eye of the beholder when it comes to him.
And this is not a knock on him, because I just think he truly, as the cliche goes, a superstar in the role. I just think center has become a mercenary position in this league, where because teams are using so few of them, and even there were times as good as Kevon was that he didn't really get on the floor much because the matchup isn't favorable, and I think teams are finding that. As good as Clint Capella is with Trae Young as a pick-and-roll threat, and Trae, he is his absolute favorite teammate, the Hawks have buyer's remorse, right? Because the idea of spending a considerable part of your cap on a center who may not even be on the floor in the crucial moments of the crucial series is just not something you're seeing a lot of. For exactly the reasons you say, I can't imagine the San Antonio Spurs saying, "Wow, he's a good culture guy. Let's back up the truck for anything above the mid-level." For a guy, as you say, who has limited range, limited skills, as great as those skills are emphasized and maximized by the Warriors, it's not necessarily translatable. And I think that's sort of the thing. So the good news for the Warriors, if you want to call it good news, is I do think that there's a very limited appetite for that kind of player. Now, as the other cliche goes, all it takes is one. All it takes is one exuberant GM who has decided that Looney can do for us what he did for the Warriors. We have these great perimeter guys, and we need to be tough. And that could happen. But cap space is very, very precious. And the truth is, as JaVale McGee, I think, said, we're an endangered species. The thing is, they're not. They're just too many. The money that for them is endangered. There are plenty of those guys, right? They're just not getting on the floor. So that's the one. I don't think there's a huge market for Looney for that reason.
So Looney aside, one of the things that happens in every sport is that the champion is copied by everybody else in the following year or a couple of years. What is the most available thing that the Warriors do alone now that other teams will try to emulate, starting now, I guess?
I think it's what they kind of always did, although other teams have already. I think that copycat has already been priced in for the Warriors. Because don't worry, people have been trying to match them for 8 years. The idea that you're going to switch everything and have a bunch of 6'7", 6'8" guys. The irony is, with Poole kind of emerging and Iguodala at the end of his career, they're a little less the team they were that everyone copied. But I just think that, they are, Mike D'Antoni started it, but I think the Warriors truly, in terms of positionless, switching everything, versatility. And the other thing is, I think there's the part of them that's not copyable. And it's just obvious, which is you can't copy that offensive system. It just requires too much selflessness. It requires a Draymond-type visionary. It requires a superstar like Steph who would say, no, as much as I would love 70 pick and rolls up top where I control every possession, I'm happy to run around screens like Kyle Korver for 40 minutes. No, who does that? Nobody but Steph, right? Klay bought into it. And I just think that teams can talk about, well, they'll run a little motion, they'll get their little cyclone set, they'll dabble in warriorology with a few sets, but no team's going to do that because no superstar is going to do that, and you can't replicate Draymond, you can't replicate Klay, and no one else is going to beat you with the pass, and they just don't have the patience. And maybe that's an indictment on the rest of the league. I just don't see anybody who can ever copy the Warriors that way, and I know it sounds overly flattering. It's just true.
ESPN's Kevin Arnovitz here on 95.7 The Game. So your piece which was centered around the Phoenix Suns, but really was a breakdown in different drafting philosophies and how much the change, it goes from franchise to franchise. And I thought maybe the best line from your piece was, no matter how many tools, no matter how much expertise any team has, it's damn near impossible to predict the future, especially for a young man. I mean, I'll even add that part in too. So who knows who ends up with a good pick, a bad pick? We've seen great picks and bad picks come from every single pick and position in the NBA draft. You mentioned how this was an NBA Finals that really put a spotlight on homegrown talent. And as we watch the Phoenix Suns not even get out of the Western Conference Finals, they're taking a much more unconventional approach to drafting philosophies. And since you wrote this article, which was fascinating, I hope you'd share the premise with our audience.
Right. So teams spend an absolute fortune. I mean, the number of human hours of scouts roaming the country, sitting in gyms in Starkville, Mississippi, thinking they're going to glean something really important is extraordinary. Like the amount is truly the draft industrial complex. And James Jones, who kind of grew up as a pro in Miami under Pat Riley, who was famously said, "I'm not really a draft guy," right, has just kind of decided enough is enough. That this is actually a promotional event for the league to kind of hype its new talent. And the product even looks that way. But you know what? It's really just free agency where the other guy doesn't have to agree. And yes, there are always going to be these tantalizing prospects, but far fewer of them actually work out. And we've had enough. We're not going to trade away all of our picks, but we're going to continue to draft guys like Cameron Johnson. You know, damn, we wish we had drafted Desmond Bane. And that means older prospects who can contribute right away, who you do know something about their maturity, who have a discernible skill that they can be plugged in. And you know what? We're not going to toy around with the rest of that, coming up with our big boards. Every scout, put together your big board, top 100 prospects. No. We know, who are we kidding? We're going to have our guys write a ton of reports, go to a game and write a 2,000-word report on some player you already decided kind of you're not really into. Busy work. And it's what organizations do to show off to their owners that they're really like a tech company, and we're not doing that. Like, we're going to pick older guys who are proven, who might not have the high ceiling, but you know who else did that for a long time? The Miami Heat. You know, and then we're going to have the kind of place, frankly, that superstars are going to look and say, "Oh no, by the way, we're not obsessed with developing a 22-year-old knucklehead, 28-year-old free agent star. What we're doing is all about getting you better. Every year, we're going to go draft someone who's ready to play next to you tomorrow." Right? We're not going to futz with that. We're going to go get free agents who are ready to play with you tomorrow. And that's kind of it's a little bit contrarian, and I find it fascinating because we fetishize the draft. The mocks and the this and the that. And, and you can never predict. Who knew that Devin Booker was going to be Devin Booker? Who knew that, Weissman might be a washout? Who knows? We don't know.
Hey, who knew about Steph Curry?
Let's just be humble about this, huh?
Who knew about Steph Curry?
Right. And now, James Jones would tell you that's exactly the player you want to get, the 3-year or 4-year guy who has a discernible skill. Like, to defend James Jones, I imagine he would have been one of the people in the room who said, "Go get Curry. Don't worry with these, newfangled prospects, that might have potential. He doesn't believe in tanking. That's the other piece of it. And so that's one of the reasons he tells his father, we're not waiting 5 years for a guy. Oklahoma City can be Oklahoma City. It's disrespectful to fans. This idea that, first of all, those rebuilds don't always even work. Look at Orlando. They've been rebuilding for a decade. Same with Sacramento. Minnesota's just getting into it, right? And still, they haven't proved anything. They look good and interesting, but we're tired of hope. We want success, and that's kind of their general philosophy.
The only other team I can think of that operates with a similar disdain for the draft is the Los Angeles Rams. Are there any others that you can think of that operate the way the Suns and the Rams do and just say, the draft is nice, but we're going to choose our avenues to improve our team?
Yeah. I think the Heat are a good example. But by the way, it's not to say they didn't get Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero. And by the way, the Suns are going to draft guys. It's not like they're going to just trade away every pick. But think about it like this. The Heat have only had 6 first-round picks, I believe, in the last 12 years. So they're a team that's basically like, those picks are meant to be cashed in for present riches, right? Not future potential. And by the way, when we get guys, a guy like Bam, who's a little less of a project, who was already kind of a grown-up. right? Hero, different story, but I think, again, I mean, they'll say, hey, Kevin, you're saying we're ignoring the draft. We're not ignoring it, we're de-emphasizing. But I think the Heat are very good. And it was funny, while researching the piece, I found a couple of quotes by Pat Riley, who's like, clearly not a guy who really has much patience for 18 and 19-year-olds and really doesn't want to spend extraordinary resources in identifying them and developing them and this and that. They've always been a veteran shop, and I think that's one of the reasons why. So I think the Heat in the NBA are kind of the closest comp.
A question that I saw asked on a sports documentary once that I thought was fascinating, Kevin, was the question, and look, I guess I should preface this by saying, as the Phoenix Suns didn't even make it to the Western Conference Finals, the team that believes in as much analysis and as much data as humanly possible just won an NBA championship. Like the Warriors are absolutely one of those let's do it like a tech company franchises. But it sounds like the question, it comes back to this for every draft, every sport, maybe every GM. As we have so much to analyze, are we measuring things because it is really valuable to know that, or do we attach value to anything that we can measure?
Right. It's funny, one of the details that I wasn't able to get into the story was the drafting of Jalen Smith by Phoenix. And if your question is who, that's my point. He was drafted 10th in 2020. He was a bust. They could have had Halliburton, as most teams ahead of him could have had Halliburton. But when I asked them about it, I was like, well, if you're such geniuses, what happened? I asked that rudely, and they said, it's funny. Do you remember when that pick was taken, Kevin? I said, yeah, it was the year of COVID. He's like, exactly. We had nothing to do. There was no basketball. We came in our masks, or we worked at home, and we basically had nothing to do but study draft picks. He's like, we talked ourselves into that guy. In a normal year, we wouldn't have given him the time of day. But all of a sudden, we start losing ourselves in these platforms, the second spectrums and the synergies and the things where you can press a button and see every pick and roll the guys run, in his college career. And he's like, if anything, our error there was a manifestation if we never spent more time on the draft in the last several years. And we had our worst year because we were spending more time on the draft. It's not just that they don't want to spend the resources. They actually think, as you just mentioned, that you get paralysis by analysis, that there is a scouts start getting married to guys because they want to be proved right. The way fans do. You want your team to take that guy. Why? You don't even remember. You just know, right?
Right.
And that's sort of the thing is exactly their thing is there's too much information and you lose the forest for the trees. The forest is, let's find the 5 to 7 guys on the board who can contribute right away, who we truly believe in, who fit with Monty Williams' system, and we don't need a board. And we'll figure out where we are, and whoever's available we like the most we'll take. That is just, so that's funny, because they basically felt like the failure of 2020 was we spent too much time.
So if we're going to encapsulate this, Phoenix is either on the verge of reinventing player analysis, or they're about to head into a situation where they can't help but have to rely on the draft because their window will have shut without them getting anything. What do you think is more likely to happen?
I actually think it's somewhere in between. I think they will be a league average draft team. I think there's something to this. It's also part of the culture. The number of assistant GMs you talk to who are bitter because they spent their entire year vested in a player, and at the end of the day, the big guy made the decision and they went somewhere else. And I think they're going to be about average. I think it makes a lot of sense. I think they're doing a great job with they also believe really in scouting G League and sort of international. They think hey, G League's actually a much better place to find guys these days. So I think they'll be somewhere in the middle. I think they're going to miss out. They will never draft a Giannis, right? They will never draft the raw talent. They're going to miss out on the opportunity but they might have, the irony is this crew might have drafted Luka, even though their predecessors didn't, because that guy was winning MVPs in Europe. That's, but I think they're going to have a lower floor. Higher floor and a lower ceiling. That's where I think they're going to have a series of very solid Cameron Johnson picks, a guy who will no way be able to lead you to a championship, but will be a nice piece. And then what they're going to do is kind of say, all right, to get that shot creator superstar, every 5-6 years, we need to get a Chris Paul. We need a guy who can just kind of, just raise up everybody else. But I think it's going to be neither of the extremes you present. I think they're going to be a very average draft team, and they'll go from there.
Kevin Arnovitz, all over the NBA draft. An excellent article about drafting philosophies today, and we thank you so much for joining us. Are you still doing the Pack Your Knives podcast, the Top Chef podcast?
I am. It is our off season.
So I can
had a great season.
I can tell you right now, I've never missed a season. And Buddha, this year's winner, spoiler everyone, is one of my favorite contestants of all time. He was fantastic.
We just had him on a couple weeks ago. One-on-one, we had him as his post-championship appearance on our podcast.
Nice.
He is absolutely charming. I highly recommend you listen to that episode. And I cannot wait to get to New York eventually, even though I hate New York. And I will eat at his restaurant. And I am ecstatic. He's one of the all-time greats. So listen to the Pack Your Knives episode with Buddha. You will be hopefully sufficiently entertained.
So when is Top Chef going to realize that just giving the winner of Top Chef $250,000 is nothing in the restaurant business and bump that up to $1 million? Come on. I mean, how many Turlato, Gelato, and product placements finally bump that up to $1 million?
I'm with you for not just that reason, but I think it's gotten a little soft because there's so many opportunities for the runners-up now on social media that I think they need to raise the stakes a little more for that reason, too. Like, it's gotten a little too friendly. I want to see a little more trash talk in the kitchen, and so I'd like to see them bump it up to 4 or 5 just so we can get back to remembering this is a competition show. Everybody's too nice to each other. I want a little conflict.
Absolutely. Kevin Arnovitz, man, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
Ray, have you ever watched Top Chef?
I have not. My wife swears by it. I don't bother.
It's a reality show that is as good of a reality show that is out there in terms of there's a weekly contest and challenges that you must complete in order to advance. And there's a judges panel that comes and judges it. But it's amazing what they do. Like, you hand 10 different chefs the exact same 12 ingredients, and the different recipes and the things that they come up with is fascinating. It's like asking 10 different artists to paint 10 different paintings with the same colors all at the same time. And it's really something else. I mean, I'm not a reality TV guy. I'm not a game show, weekly, you get eliminated type of until we have our last type of thing. I'm not that guy. I don't like those TV shows. I'm down with Top Chef.
As you explain it, and from what little I've been able to glean from my wife, I have one significant problem that I don't think I can get around, and that is that judges tell you how you did based on their own taste buds rather than some objective standards. It feels like figure skating to me.
Oh, there's definitely an element of please the judge that goes on.
See, and most judges I find objectionable based on the fact that they're all convinced they're the only palate that should be allowed. And I just want to hit them all with like skillets.
They bring on some heavy hitters. They bring on some real know-how chefs, restaurateurs, successful critics, and all. I mean, they do about as decent of a job at that judging table as you could hope judges to do. And there's Padma. Padma, what's her last name? Lakshmi, whatever her name is. Lakshma? Whatever. The former Mrs. Salman Rushdie, which in terms of how that guy looks and how she looks is one of the greatest ratios of I can't believe they're a couple of all time.
Well, they must have liked each other for a while.
They sure did.
So
she must be into fatwas.
Lakshmi.
Padma Lakshmi. Easy to look at. Would be a very good way to describe that woman. She's stunning.
Show's good. It's no Great British Bake Off, though. Let's be honest.
You want to talk about two nice contestants. But that's the thing. The Great British Bake Off works because it's literally the antithesis to everything that's ever been on American television. That's why that show's legit.
Well, they've had comedians, I think, as sort of the celebrity judges, right?
No, they were just the hosts. The judges would always be like actual...
Mary Berry and
Paul Hollywood.
Yeah, I'm sure that's his real name.
Whenever my wife cracks puns like a like a dad in Birkenstocks mowing the lawn. Like my wife's dad jokes dwarf my dad jokes. And whenever she actually lands one, whenever one actually works, I give her a Hollywood handshake. Like just because most of the time she gets an eye roll and just deafening silence. But every now and then she spikes the football and she gets a Hollywood handshake on the good punt.
I tell you what, you should never judge anything she does harshly because she does at least some of the cooking, and you may find ground glass in your meatloaf one night when you have not been properly appreciative.
It's not no, I'm just saying this isn't about cooking. This is about horrific puns.
No, but what I'm saying is she has access to the poison.
I do as much cooking as anybody in that house. So that cuts both ways.
But she still cooks some.
Oh yeah.
Okay. My point is, if you're not more responsive to the puns, you should get the strychnine surprise. I've never put one in my mouth because I'm not curious to find out what they taste like.
It's good advice. Thank you.
I'm here to help. By the way, your Lightning are ahead of your Avalanche.
Already?
Yep.
Is it just a 1-goal game or is it already a 9-goal game?
Well, they just started like 15 minutes ago, so it's still only 1-0.
That would be a real quick trip to 9-0. But yeah okay, Tampa Bay. Spoilers, Tampa Bay on the board first. 1-0 Lightning. 15 minutes left, first period. A lot of game left here, Ray. A lot of game.
Tons of game left. But that's why the Stanley Cup is the best.
Give me an overtime tonight, man. I got nothing on.
Not one overtime.
Give me multiple overtimes.
Multiple, yeah.
Overtime.
It's the only thing that makes sports worthwhile in the end.
Let me get home, catch the end of the Giants game, roll that into a really tight, nice third period that maybe even gets us to OT. That'd be a nice way to spend my evening on the couch. It sounds like a great way.
It's ideal. It's the one thing that separates us from the animals. Multiple overtimes.
Here's how wrong everyone on the text line is. Wow, you guys just lost a bunch of listeners with the extended Top Chef talk. I would say it's almost trending on the text line, like that's how popular that was. Whenever the topic on this show.
That came from the corner office, didn't it?
What? No, I don't know. No, is the corner office texting us? Because we could put that together. No, there's no.
He probably just would have gone into Lucas's control room and started screaming.
Top Chef is a big deal. It's a good show. This town loves restaurants. This town loves chefs. This town knows how to eat. I think it plays well out here.
Most people do eat, in fact.
Mrs. Ratto is a fan.
Oh, she loves all those.
There you go. See, I don't love all of them, but I love that one.
No, she chews them up. It's why we watch in separate rooms. And if she had her way, we'd be watching in separate homes.
Tomorrow, Bob Myers has a big choice to make at 28 for the Golden State Warriors. Bob, what you looking for? The worst available? That sounds like a terrible tactic.
I think we'll go best player is usually what we fall back on. But,
Smart.
I think the league is pretty wing heavy, and we've seen that position have a lot of value. But we haven't narrowed it down. If a point guard or a big makes the most sense, we'll do that. That's the thought as we approach it. That's the, I guess, disadvantage of having the draft before free agency. We don't know. So that lends itself to saying, let's take the best player. If we find that we're unbalanced at a position, then let's try to recover in free agency.
And, free agency is going to be a little bit easier for the Warriors this time around. The guys that didn't want to sign with you last year, sure as hell will this year. There's no doubt about that. Guys ring chasing, you'd be crazy not to look at the Warriors. And, these players do talk. They talk to each other, and there is no better word of mouth about how players feel about an organization as the Warriors, ex-Warriors, talk about this team. It's glowing reviews. Again, here's Bob Myers with more at what the Warriors are thinking at 28.
If we can get a guy at 28 that is great at one thing, then you've got something. With Jordan, we drafted there, it was kind of like we liked the ability to maybe create a shot, which is kind of one thing, but it encompasses other things. We liked his passing a little bit. With Looney, ironically, we didn't draft him to be a 5. I mean, we loved his rebounding, but we envisioned him more as like a 4. Some people called him a 3, and he morphed into a 5. Even Draymond, I guess you could argue what was his one skill, and I might say winning, which still is his skill. So, Yeah, you'd like to be able to envision something that translates to the NBA, but sometimes we haven't been able to do that. We've thought we had something with a guy, and it's not just us, but you find out you were wrong. So you try to get better and learn from your mistakes.
You know, when Kevin Arnovitz was just on talking about different philosophies, I do think when you're sitting there in the lottery, the hairs on the chinny chin officially do need to be measured. They really do, because you're talking about a major investment for a guy who you really want to be a cornerstone player for you when you're that high up in the draft. But when you do get further down the board, looking for a player with just one discernible, repeatable NBA skill is probably, that's the way to go. So the one skill that the Warriors will be looking for at 28 more than any other skill is fill in the blank, Ray Ratto.
I would have said wings a year ago. Now I think
that's position. I'm talking about the skill of the player that they take.
A long defender.
I agree
think that's the thing they love more than anything. If you could stick one of those in a stocking, that would be Steve Kerr's ideal Christmas.
Defender, rebounder, everything else is negotiable.
Yeah.
I think you're right. And I think that player absolutely exists in a draft that, Bobby Marks said is pretty deep on talent. He liked how deep this draft was when we were talking to him, saying that, the Warriors might get lucky again. Again, last time they picked at 28, it was Jordan Poole, and look at what he might be worth now. This is Bobby Marks with us yesterday.
Mikal Bridges in Phoenix got 4 for 90. Certainly different style player. Jaylen Brown got 4 for 107. So is there a number around there in that $22 to $23 million that you're comfortable? It's starter type money for a player that comes off the bench. I think it'll be interesting what happens in Miami with Tyler Hero, 4 for 95. I don't know if he'll get that. Then if you're Jordan Poole, you're saying, wait a minute, that's probably what I'm going to be staring down. So I think for a wing in this league, whether it's starter or a guy who plays starter minutes, I think your price tag is probably north of 20, probably in that $21, $22 million range.
Which for the Warriors, with the tax applied, is an exorbitant cost, obviously. He talked about how one of the things that the Warriors do have about them is a uniqueness that means players fit better here than anywhere else, and that might lead to a little hesitation to come and offer some poison pill contracts to, players that, again, Kevon Looney, perfect Golden State Warrior, probably very, unhelpful New Orleans Pelican, if you wanted to look at it like that. I'm not saying that he's going to be unhelpful. Like Looney earned his respect, but how much do you want to pay for a guy with that limited in offensive style? And that could be something that benefits the Warriors when it comes to a bidding war for Kevon Looney.
I think you have to be careful if you're another team because both these guys fit. They fit what Golden State does. They know their role. And when you're going to ask them to do a little bit more, I think they might struggle, even if they are making a lot more in a different environment.
A lot more in a different environment sounds like the way Kevon Looney gets to be hated by a fan base, right? Because if he's brought in to be a savior, and you don't have the Golden State Warriors around him, is he saving anything?
No, but I don't think he's brought in to be a savior. I think if you're talking $10 million.
Right. Not savior's way too out over my own skis.
The only thing that he can bring, I think, without exception to any new team he went to, is that maturity and knowledge that comes with having spent his entire career here with a bunch of winning teams and a couple of crappy ones. You'd be picking his brain, but you wouldn't be looking at him and saying, you are our 35-minute-a-game center. That's who you are. That's not going to, he wasn't that here. And I think anybody willing to sign him is mostly doing it for the brain box because he is an incredibly smart player. And he is a guy that younger players can go to and say, how do I do this? And I think he'll give them an answer that will be helpful.
Steve Kerr is obviously his biggest advocate. After all, Kevon Looney is Steve Kerr's first draft pick as head coach of the Golden State Warriors. And they've been through a lot together. A lot of ups, a lot of downs, as Ray just described. We know that Kerr's got ultimate loyalty to Kevon Looney to the point where if it means the most amount of money humanly possible somewhere else, like as much as Kerr wants him back, he'd like that for him too.
What more do we need to say about Loon? I mean, he's the championship center, modern day defender, switch defender, which is what it takes in the playoffs. As the 30th pick in the draft 7 years ago, the way he's developed, the way he's worked, the way he has become such a big part of our internal leadership and our fabric. He's a huge component to our success. So we all want him back. We also are, rooting for him personally to get a really good contract. So hopefully it's from us.
Again, when you talk about the players that are under contract for the Warriors next year, we're talking about 8 players. It's Curry, Klay, Draymond, Andrew Wiggins, Jordan Poole, Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody. Anyone else needs to be re-signed. Obviously, a name that you didn't hear there is Andre Iguodala. And again, what is Andre Iguodala's value to the NBA at large? Not much. His value to the Golden State Warriors is something entirely different. Enough to where considering a roster spot for him, well, let's just say Steve Kerr said it's going to be considered.
I think he's way too smart to sit next to me and come to all our coaches' meetings and do this. Now, he was a coach this year in the locker room for our guys. I would love to have him back on the roster if it works out. I know Bob feels the same way, and things have to fall into place. Andre and I have talked, and we're going to connect here in the next couple of weeks as he, kind of sorts through his decision. It's never an easy thing to retire and walk away from a game that you love, from people that you love. So it's a really big decision for him. And as I said, if he decides to come back, we'd be thrilled because he means so much to us in so many different ways.
He means a ton to the Golden State Warriors. I don't know what he would really mean to other NBA franchises at this point.
He would mean the same thing that Looney does. He's a brain.
But Looney gives you 82 games. Iguodala's more around 20. 27.
That might be true, but if you're interested in him, that's what you're interested in. Maybe you just go here. Do you feel like making the veteran minimum, making all our players smarter? I can't imagine that Iguodala would sign up for that. But if he agreed, that's what his value is at this point. His body has served admirably, but it's time.
If he really wants to be a VC, venture capitalist, make a bunch of money, sticking around the Bay Area sounds like a really good idea. That happens around here. We all know that.
But staying out of crypto would also be that.
Yeah. I already know if he does open a shop, he's got to call it Make a Dollar with Iguodala.
I bet he does. It'll be some sort of weird acronym that nobody else can figure out with the word enterprises, LLC. If he was clever or if he had a marketing wing, he might do that.
Make a dollar with Iguodala?
Yeah, but I don't think he'd hire a marketer.
I think he'd go,
that's an expense I don't need to waste. By the way, speaking of crypto, did you see the story that was making the rounds today that Trevor Lawrence lost $15 million in Bitcoin?
No.
Yeah. Apparently it turns out to be utter nonsense, but he did, he got the $24 million signing bonus, and after his agent takes his cut and after the government gets its, he invested some of that in Bitcoin, and Bitcoin's been taking a beating. So he lost a significant amount depending on how much he put in.
Hey, a lot of guys have said, pay me in Bitcoin.
Yeah, but they can't. It's illegal. You can only pay in U.S. dollars that they can then convert to their heart's content.
So if I do demand to be paid in Bitcoin, I really got to take what you paid me and then go buy that.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
That way, if it goes in the toilet, it's your fault, not the company.
Look, I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of athletes are going to get burned on all of this and your Bored Apes and the NFT thing that's just ridiculous.
Oh, they're getting burned now. Iguodala took a beating on it.
Yeah. I wonder how much leverage. Look at it this way. Curry's doing commercials. I wonder how deep he got into it.
Knowing him, he took the money from the crypto people and didn't put any into crypto.
Maybe just a little. Like he's smart. He's diversifying his portfolio.
From money to not money?
Yeah, that was, hey, scared money don't make none. And if you sold at the right time, you're driving nothing but Lamborghinis and eating caviar.
Well, he would have had to sell it the day after he bought it.
So, we got one more segment left, and unfortunately, we got to say goodbye to the goose on today's show before it's all said and done. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by the Northern California Toyota dealers.
This summer, go farther than ever before in a brand new Toyota Hybrid with amazing MPG to help you get to where you're going in the most fuel-efficient way possible. Save big at the pump all summer long. Toyota, let's go places.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high-commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
And we want to thank everyone who joined us today, everyone who listened, everyone who gave us a call today. Thank you so much. Thanks to Javi Lopez for joining us. Thanks so much to Kevin Arnovitz of ESPN for joining us. Coming up next, Dan Devone and Alan Stiles to take you into your evening here on 95.7 The Game. And we wrap up our evening with some sad news that broke earlier today. And I know that Raiders fans didn't have any or much love in their heart for Tony Siragusa, who, of course, even said, he got every pound of my fat ass on him when he separated Rich Gannon's shoulder in the 2000 AFC title game? I think, the 2000 AFC championship game. Siragusa took out Rich Gannon, driving the All-Pro into the turf, separating his left shoulder. Ravens went on to beat the Raiders 16-3 to advance to the Super Bowl. So that is what the Baltimore Ravens did with Tony Siragusa, who at the age of 55, a very young man still, died today. Don't have the official cause of death or anything like that, but, Tony Siragusa was a very big guy, a lot of years packed into those 55 years. And it's sad, by all accounts. He was a very likable, very good guy. He had a big personality. And, there's been a big outpouring for Tony Siragusa today online.
Yeah, and the Ravens also lost one of their players to what they were describing now as natural causes.
26-year-old outside linebacker, Jalen Ferguson.
Right.
Is dead. He's 26 years old. He had a good heart, gentle person. A lot of nice things were said about him, about John Harbaugh today, but police officers responded to a home in North Baltimore where they found Ferguson unresponsive and being treated by medics. He never gained consciousness. He was pronounced dead on the scene by medics. No sign of trauma, no sign of foul play. I'm sure there'll be a toxicology report, but anyone who knew him doesn't think that that's going to be the X marks the spot of why he passed away. But that is very tragic, and you just you never know when it's going to be your time. But